Chapter 1. The red sun rises, casting its light, the green mountains like dark jade, and the village filled with curling smoke from cooking fires. The loud crowing of a rooster wakes Yingran. Yet, she is still too lazy to open her eyes, lying in bed in a half-asleep state. A man whispers softly in her ear, his voice clear and soothing. Yingran shakes her head, dragging out the tone as she hums a response. The man, dressed in a dark blue robe, walks to her bedside and pulls down the covers that are over her head. "I'm not eating. I'm going to town to play today. And I'll eat there," she replies, her voice soft and slow, still half asleep. "My friend is coming to pick me up. He's a former student of my father. Now he's a scholar and a cultivator who can fly with a sword, so it's very convenient for him to come get me. Then I'll take my leave," he says. She turns over, eyes still closed, and reaches out her hand. The man bends down, allowing her to wrap her arms around his neck. Yingran smirks and lies back down, mumbling, "Be careful. I heard from someone when I went to town a couple of days ago that there are demons appearing near Yinshui County." The man brushes the hair from her forehead. Remember to come back before dark." He straightens up and walks silently out of the room. He returns, taking a light pink-green dress from the wardrobe and placing it on a hanger beside the bed. Yingran reaches out again, and as he bends down, she hugs him and kisses his cheek. His facial features are distinct and sharp, but his skin is very smooth, making her kiss feel soft. After the kiss, she lies back down, still with her eyes closed, waving her hand at him. "Hurry up, or you'll miss the carriage to Jinshui Town." He responds, "I'm off." Yingran doesn't call him again and lingers in bed for a while longer, finally forcing herself to get up, estimating that it's really not early anymore. She takes off her specially made short-sleeve pajamas and puts on the green peach blossom spring dress. This dress is refreshing and easy to move in. In her view, it leans toward the song style, but has some differences. After dressing, she uses the warm water her husband prepared for her to wash up. It is the late spring season, and the weather has warmed up. The water is perfect for washing. After washing her face, she feels much refreshed. She sits in front of the dressing table, doing a simple makeup routine. In the mirror, she sees a face with a pink complexion, cherry lips, dark eyebrows, and apricot eyes. Yingran gazes at her reflection, feeling amazed once again. In this life, she looks exactly the same as she did before her transmigration. However, before her transmigration, she had been worn out by work, her eyes dull from fatigue. Now she is only 19 years old, and since marrying a year ago, her husband treats her better than her family ever did in both lives. At home, she doesn't have to do any chores. She only needs to think about how to live happily every day. At first, she felt a bit guilty about this. The education from her previous life was too far back to mention. However, in this life, her father is a Confucian scholar. Even though this world is not a pure ancient one but a cultivation world, her father, as a mortal scholar, has always taught her since childhood that a husband should lead and a wife should be virtuous. She doesn't like hearing this, but she never thought of becoming a careless housewife after marriage, doing nothing at all. However, after marriage, her husband said, "To marry you and let you live with me in this deep mountain forest is already a burden for you. If I cannot take care of you, I wouldn't have married you." From then on, all household matters were taken care of by him. Over time, she got used to it. Occasionally, she would have a whim and lend him a hand or, when bored, embroider a hairband or sew a purse for him. Although her skills were poor, it was the thought that counted. Lost in thought, after finishing her makeup, Yingran picks up her small cloth bag, puts on the peach blossom bamboo hairpin her husband recently made for her, and steps outside. After walking to the lakeside where she agreed to meet her friend, she waits for a while until a man arrives flying on a sword. The man, who is around the same age as Yingran, is named Guani. He studied under her father initially, but disagreed with her father's rigid teachings, thus becoming friends with Yingran. 3 years ago, he was discovered to have the talent for cultivation and was taken to the capital of Yuangzhou. He just returned after completing his duties and is now an official in the Shuanya division of Yinshui County. Yingran, Guani lands in front of her, playfully adjusting his yellow official hat and looking around. "Why didn't your husband come to see you off? I heard from your mother that he is exceptionally handsome." Yingran laughs. "You know my mother well. She's always exaggerating. She can make even black seem white. However, my husband's looks are indeed." She recalls last night, sleeping beside him and tracing his face closely with her hand. Even after 2 years of marriage, she still finds herself marveling. How can a mortal look like this? Guani casts a spell, enlarging his sword, and gestures for Yingran to get on. "Your father said he is a scholar with great knowledge, but unfortunately, He is just a mortal and has no intention of participating in the civil service exams established for mortals. So what is he doing now? He's working as a bookkeeper in Jinshui town, Yingran replies, gripping his clothes as she gets on the sword. How's the income? As the words fall, the sword lifts. Yingran suddenly finds herself soaring into the air, her heart racing. After adapting to the feeling of being surrounded by wind, she admires the scenery below. It's all right. About 5 spirit stones a month. Guani replies, 5 spirit stones are enough for a mortal. Yingran adds, and most of those 5 spirit stones are spent on me. If I don't buy him clothes, he will only wear those 2 sets for half a year without changing. Guani laughs, that's good. I was thinking that if he treats you poorly, I would go beat him up. Yingran giggles, her light laughter drifting in the wind. Soon, they arrive at Yinshui County. The sword lands in the county, and the surrounding mortals hurriedly avoid them, not daring to offend the cultivators. Yingran exclaims, flying with a sword is so fast and so convenient. Guan Yi remains silent. Yingran continues, however, my husband plans to buy me a carriage, and we are saving up money for it, which is also good. Guan Yi leads Yingran to the best restaurant in town, Yuehong Tower, and contemplates. How about I give you some spirit stones first, and you go buy it? I earn 50 spirit stones a month and can't possibly spend it all on myself. Yingran shakes her head and whispers to Guan Yi, if your wife borrowed money from another man to buy a carriage, would you be happy? Guan Yi laughs. You really care about his feelings. Yingran smiles even more brightly as she thinks of her husband. He treats me very well. As they chat, they enter Yuehong Tower. Noticing that there are cultivators among the visitors, the waiter immediately takes Guan Yi to a nice spot on the 2nd floor by the railing, separated by bamboo curtains, allowing them to hear the storyteller downstairs. Guan Yi asks, do you really like your husband? When I returned and heard you got married, I was quite surprised. Your father has been pushing you to marry since you were 15, and you kept dragging it out. I thought you had no intention of marrying at all. Yingran sits down, feeling quite emotional. Life is just life. As long as I can live happily, it doesn't matter how. I didn't marry just because I hadn't met someone I felt was suitable. I didn't want to choose just anyone. If I never meet anyone in my life, then I would just live alone for my whole life. As they speak, the waiter brings the menu for them to choose from. Guan Yi lets Yingran pick. She doesn't hold back, choosing 3 dishes and a soup. Since I'm treating, why not choose a few more? I won't always treat you in the future. Guan Yi jokes and asks, then what happened next? Did you fall in love with your husband at first sight? Guan Yi picks 2 more dishes. And the waiter steps back, pulling down the bamboo curtain. Yingran shook her head, her gaze distant. The first time I saw him, it was raining. He sat there without an umbrella, just in a daze. I was there feeding a dog, the one I encountered while playing outside, chased by a low-level demon. It helped me drive the little demon away, so I started feeding it. I fed it for half a year, but it was still skin and bones. That day, I was still feeding it when he looked at the dog and suddenly smiled. The dog inexplicably feared him, so I protected the dog behind me and asked him, what are you laughing at? He said, feeding it like this will starve it to death. I replied that dogs eat this kind of food. He said this dog was different. Then he took out a piece of meat from the side. I thought it might be meat he bought for himself, but he fed it to the dog, which was really kind of him. Although the dog was afraid of him, it seemed to be starving and really liked the piece of meat he offered. He fed it a lot of meat, and I worried he wouldn't have anything to eat himself, so I told him to stop feeding it. He didn't feed it anymore. After that, I often saw him when I went to feed the dog. He frequently brought meat and bones to feed the dog, and every time it rained. He didn't use an umbrella, just sitting there in a daze. Yingran said, smiling slightly. Then one time, I brought 2 umbrellas and gave one to him, so he could use it to go home by himself. Later, we slowly became familiar with each other. Guan Yi teased, oh? Yingran then said seriously, but at that time, I didn't like him yet. I just thought he was a good person. Later, the dog got fat, and my father pressured me to get married. I felt troubled, so I went to stay under the tree where I fed the dog. He came over, and I treated him like a friend, telling him about my father's pressure. Then he said he could help me. Guan Yi, after that, you fell in love with him. Not yet. Yingran denied it, propping her face up with a smile, saying that after we got married, he treated me better than my mother did. He was very patient and gentle. At first, he couldn't do many things, couldn't cook, couldn't sew, but later he learned for my sake. Although Yingran said softly, his skills are just okay, Guan Yi laughed with her. Suddenly, the hall's wooden block struck, startling Yingran. She and Guan Yi looked down the stairs together. The storyteller said, everyone knows that the world is divided into 3 realms. The lower realm is where we mortals and cultivators reside. The middle realm is where the earth immortals are. and the upper realm is where the celestial beings and the supreme celestial emperor are. The stories of the three realms and the various immortals of the mysterious path must be tiresome to listen to. Today, I will tell you a story that you absolutely won't hear anywhere else. Because besides me, no one dares to speak of it. The protagonist of this story is of noble birth, yet he killed his own kin and consumed their flesh and blood. Blood flowed like rivers in the slaughter of the immortal city. The various sects of the mysterious path sent people to encircle and suppress him, all of whom went and never returned. He bloodied the Qiongyu 9 Heavens Mountain and slaughtered throughout the Yaoying 13 states. He killed the Qiongyu immortal beasts to the brink of extinction, and the disciples of Yaoying were cut off from their lineage. He slaughtered until the heavens above and the earth below were severed from each other, until the Qiongyu Yaoying had to hide from the world. Since then, no immortal traces could be found in the lower realm. No one could step into Qiongyu Yaoying, and no one could ascend to the heavens above. The immortals of this realm hid because of him. The mysterious path of this realm declined because of him. Guan Yi's eyes widened in shock, and he suddenly stood up, shouting, "Shut up! Daring to speak of him here. Are you seeking death?" The crowd below was startled by Guan Yi and looked up to see him in a dark yellow robe, immediately scattering in a rush. The storyteller also hurriedly fled. Yingran was confused. What happened? Guan Yi shook his head, saying that the mortals nowadays were really bold, daring to mention him here. Yingran, feeling the tension, asked, "Who is he?" Guan Yi looked around and leaned closer to her, lowering his voice. "Don't ask. His name cannot be mentioned. If his fanatical demonic followers hear it, they will die." After saying this, Guan Yi proudly shook his head. "I only learned these things that you mortals don't know after I entered the mysterious path." Yingran was the kind of person who would never actively seek death. Since he said it couldn't be mentioned, she stopped asking. She shot Guan Yi a glance and teased, all right. You're really impressive, esteemed cultivator." Guan Yi laughed with her again. "By the way, what is your husband's name?" "Xu Liling, courtesy name Huaijin." Guan Yi stroked his chin, remembering it. After finishing their meal, he accompanied her to stroll around the street. They chatted about his experiences in the Confucian sect of the mysterious path, and Yingran bought Xu Liling a new bamboo-patterned hairband. It was getting late, so Guan Yi used his sword to take Yingran back to the mountain. In the evening, riding the sword, the scenery was quite different. Although standing on the sword was scary, the view was truly beautiful. Yingran looked around, memorizing the scenery, and after landing, waved goodbye to Guan Yi as she returned home. From a distance, she saw smoke rising from the kitchen. Xu Liling had already returned. The dog she raised was at the gate, eating the meat he brought back, having transformed from the initial skin and bones to now being as strong as a tiger. Xu Liling almost brought meat home every day. Yingran had asked him where he got so much money for meat. He said that no one ate this meat, so he brought it back for the dog. Yingran asked, "Is it leftover meat?" Xu Liling replied, "Sort of." Later, Yingran visited the place where he worked as a steward and indeed saw a very large butcher shop nearby selling pork, beef, and lamb. So she didn't think much of it anymore. She walked to the door and called out, "Xiao Huang." The all-black dog with only a tuft of yellow at the tip of its tail barked a couple of times, its sharp teeth stained with blood and flesh, looking a bit terrifying. The dog's bark was not an ordinary bark, but rather a low growl akin to a beast. However, as it was her own dog, Yingran didn't find it frightening. While her husband hadn't come out yet, Yingran wanted to sneak a few touches on Xiao Huang. He didn't like her touching Xiao Huang. Every time he saw her do it, he didn't seem too happy, but he never showed it. It was something Yingran sensed herself. As Yingran reached out to Xiao Huang, it surprisingly whined and dodged away. "Xiao Huang, don't run." Yingran laughed and tried to catch it with both hands. Xiao Huang was about to slip away, but just then, a figure came out from the kitchen. It was Xu Liling. He stood there watching her and Xiao Huang, his expression as calm as always. He was tall and slender, with a refined and elegant demeanor, looking like a scholarly gentleman. The dusk shrouded his face, adding a touch of gloom to his otherwise cold and flawless appearance. However, Yingran felt he was not a gloomy person. Xiao Huang let out a near-terrorized howl and ran off, dragging the unfinished meat and bones with it. Yingran straightened up, cleared her throat a couple of times, and ran towards him with her arms wide open. "Huaijin." He silently gazed at her, and when she reached him, he embraced her. Yingran looked up at him and smiled. "Are you cooking? Do you need my help? I was just about to kill a chicken. You can go rest in the house. You've been running all day." Xu Liling raised his hand to smooth her stray hair back from her forehead. "Okay, I'll give you a gift later. She hid the hairband and returned to the house with a beaming smile. Xu Liling grabbed a chicken and went into the kitchen. He stood by the kitchen window and called for Xiao Huang in the distance. Come here. Xiao Huang immediately scampered over with its tail tucked. Xu Liling's long fingers grasped the chicken's neck, breaking and tearing it apart with his bare hands, crimson blood flowing along his pale fingers. He ripped open the chicken's belly, took out the entrails, and tossed the head and innards to Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang obediently ate the chicken head under the window, gazing wistfully at the setting sun in the sky. Another peaceful day passed. The mistress today didn't notice that it was not a dog, but a great wild beast guarding the immortal tomb. Chapter 2. The night was dark blue, the stars twinkled, and the bright moon hung high. The meal was ready, and the lights were lit in the house. Yingran helped to bring the dishes to the table. Yingran sat down at the table, and Xu Liling served her a bowl of chicken soup and then a portion of rice. She then began to chatter about where she went to play with Guani today and what they talked about. Guani said that Sujing was much more prosperous than Yinshui County. Yinshui County still felt like a town where mortals lived, while Sujing was full of cultivators, flying with swords, and dragon steeds and precious carriages were everywhere. That place had no court, just people from the rivers and lakes, carefree and free-spirited. Xu Liling casually replied, adding chicken wings to her bowl. Guani is a man? Yingran nodded and continued to eat the chicken wing. He is now a cultivator, really impressive. Today he even flew me with his sword. I might be a bit afraid of heights, felt a little scared on the sword, but it was also very novel. And the scenery was beautiful. Xu Liling said, no need. Yingran picked up a piece of bok choy, which was a bit salty, but she didn't mention it, replying, it's okay, standing on the sword, nothing touches me. I'm a bit scared, but the view when flying is really nice. Xu Liling pondered for a moment and said, next time, instead of buying a carriage, let's buy a flying steed. However, saving up for a carriage was already quite difficult. Where would he find so many spirit stones to buy a flying steed? Xu Liling added, I don't want you thinking of him when you need something. He is a man. Yingran stared at Xu Liling's calm face for a while and then laughed. She said, I won't think about flying often. Yingran pursed her lips, silently staring at Xu Liling. He had many good qualities, but sometimes his stubbornness really left her speechless. She had once argued with him over this. Back then, she said little Huang was too fat and asked him to feed it less meat. He said it wouldn't eat itself to death and continued to feed it. After several rounds of this, Yingran got into an argument with him. Little Huang was so frightened that it ran away. Xu Liling let her argue, sitting there without responding, as if it were none of his business. When she got angry, he finally said, I won't take it tomorrow. There were numerous similar small matters. For example, sometimes the two of them would read storybooks together, where the stories would describe Yunzhou's cultivators subduing demons and flying on swords. She would pull him to read together, marveling at how impressive it was. He would suddenly say, it's not bad, leaving her unsure how to respond. A scholar who only calculated accounts, saying that the great cultivators traversing the rivers and lakes were not bad. Even now, he was so poor that he was still saving up for a carriage, yet he talked about buying a flying steed. The more Yingran thought about it, the more speechless she became. However, her experiences from past lives told her that men were like this. Xu Liling was always obedient to her, taking care of her in every way. When he finished work, he would come home, and he would remember to buy anything she casually mentioned. All these factors combined made him quite a good partner. Xu Liling was silent, and after a while, he looked up at her. Yingran faced him, and after a moment of staring, she couldn't hold back any longer and said, Huaizhen, let's first buy a carriage before talking about anything else, okay? Xu Liling lowered his gaze, seemingly contemplating something. There were some things passed down in his family. Selling them would allow him to buy a flying steed. He was referring to his ancestral home. Yingran said, isn't that your family's heirloom? Can it be sold? Forget it. She knew Xu Liling was not from the local area and seemed to have wandered here. Before they got married, her father had inquired about Xu Liling's background. After the inquiry, her father said that Xu Liling's family had been wealthy, leaving behind a large piece of land and an ancestral home. But there were no living people left, and everything had fallen into disrepair. Moreover, the items there were too numerous, and all assets, including spirit stones, had been tainted by demonic energy, making it impossible to take them out. It was estimated that the noble family had suffered a demonic attack, and he was the only one who escaped. His ancestral home was polluted by demonic energy and was far away. Thus, when Yingran and Xu Liling got married, they built this thatched cottage here and did not return to his family. Why here? Because the land was cheap, and it was roughly the same distance from her maternal family and his workplace, making it convenient for her to raise dogs. Xu Liling remained silent. Yingran thought, scholars always have a stronger sense of pride than others, and they are often unwilling to discuss money. Her father was like that. Whenever money was mentioned, he would become displeased and show a sour face. Xu Liling never showed a sour face, but she didn't know if he felt uncomfortable inside. She still hoped he wouldn't be unhappy. She set down her bowl and chopsticks, went out to rinse her mouth, wash her hands, and wipe her mouth. When she returned, she sat beside Xu Liling with a beaming smile and squeezed onto the same stool as him. Close your eyes. Xu Liling glanced at her and closed his eyes. Yingran took out a headband and gently covered his eyes, the ends hanging on his ears. His nose was high and straight, and with the headband hanging like that, it didn't fall off. Yingran supported herself on his leg and leaned down to lightly kiss his lips, soft as a dragonfly touching the water. Inside the room, the candlelight was warm. She didn't know if it was just her feeling, but she thought that after kissing him, the previously heavy atmosphere became light. Yingran's face flushed slightly as she waited for his reaction. He remained motionless. Yingran waited a little longer. He still didn't move. She poked his face with her hand. Okay. You can open your eyes now. Xu Liling pulled off the headband and said casually, such a big fuss. A gift is just a kiss. Yingran's face turned red. That's not a gift. This is. She pointed at the headband in his hand. The jade-white silk ribbon, embroidered with silver bamboo, represented a gentleman like bamboo. It was very exquisite and clearly cost a lot. For mortals, a spirit stone could be broken into many pieces for use. This headband must have cost at least 1/5 of a spirit stone, enough for an ordinary family to eat for 7 days. Xu Liling rubbed the headband with his fingers. The already exquisite ribbon looked strangely rough between his jade-like fingers, not matching his hand. Yingran thought it looked really beautiful and then touched his hand, smiling up at him. Xu Liling kissed her cheek, got up to put the headband back in the room, and returned to clean the bowls and chopsticks. He said to Yingran, the water is boiled in the kitchen. You go take a bath first. He wanted to wash the dishes and would wash her clothes after she finished bathing. Yingran nuzzled against him playfully. You've worked hard, Huaijin. Then she went to the side room to take a bath. After bathing, she put on her homemade short-sleeved shorts pajamas and returned to rest in the room. When Xu Liling finished his tasks and came back, she was lying on the bed with her 2 slender, snow-white legs propped against the wall, reading a storybook. Xu Liling had also changed into an inner garment, a plain white long robe and pants of an ancient person. He sat down beside Yingran on the bed, wondering how to lift her legs. They had walked too long today, and her legs were sore. Xu Liling patted her leg, and she understood, placing her legs on his lap for him to massage. He knew some medical skills and was aware of which acupoints could relieve pain. When Yingran felt uncomfortable sometimes, she would ask him to help her massage. After a while, Yingran felt better, but Xu Liling continued to massage her. It's time to sleep. She absent-mindedly replied, She wanted to move her legs away. However, Xu Liling held her legs in place. It's time to sleep. Yingran replied, She handed the storybook to Xu Liling, wanting to lie down properly to sleep. But Xu Liling casually placed the book on the cabinet, turned back, and continued to massage her legs, moving his fingers up, pressing into her soft leg flesh. Yingran's face flushed under the candlelight as she lightly kicked him. I want to sleep. Xu Liling leaned down, but his hand on her body did not withdraw. A surprised exclamation escaped Yingran's lips, laced with a hint of playfulness. Didn't you say to sleep? Xu Liling replied, You touched my hand. When did I? Yingran suddenly remembered. It was after she gave him the headband, and she felt shy and annoyed. That's not what I meant. I just thought your hands looked nice. And your fingers are so long. She let out a quivering sound. He asked, Long? Xu Liling. Yingran scolded him playfully, pushing him away, saying no. I still have to go to the county tomorrow. In the dim light of the bed curtains, Xu Liling's slightly furrowed brows and eyes were obscured. Going to find Guani? To eat the flaky buns? I went too late today and didn't eat. No, I won't go. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. I don't want to go, mainly because Guani said there's a job she can do, helping the Xuanya copy some old files, and she wants to take a look. She had already agreed with Guani during the day. She didn't plan to do it for long. She just wanted to save some money with Xu Liling to buy a horse cart. She didn't intend to tell Xu Liling. If he knew, he would definitely not be happy about her working hard. Don't go, okay? Xu Liling buried his face in her neck, his low and hoarse voice tickling her ear like a feather, sending shivers through her mind. Yingran felt a bit dizzy. At times like this, she always thought he must be a fairy, with every word and tone carrying a temptation to drag people into the abyss. She couldn't respond to him, only weakly pushing him away, conceding, blow out the lamp, blow out the lamp. If I don't you think it looks good? Yingran scolded him playfully, not wanting to talk to him anymore. Xu Liling had many good qualities, but sometimes his unintentional malice made it hard for her to handle. Those naturally mischievous and malicious traits occasionally made her feel that he was a demon. Only a demon would have such natural malice, as it is the nature of demons. However, she only cursed him in her heart. She knew he wasn't a demon. He was just a scholar. Finally, when they settled down, Xu Liling held her in his arms. Yingran wanted to bite him, but she didn't have the strength. Xu Liling gently patted her back, biting her ear. Rest well at home tomorrow. I will come back early and bring you. Yingran had already fallen asleep. The next day, Yingran vaguely heard a loud voice calling her from outside. It was Guan Yi's voice. She opened her eyes slightly and vaguely saw Xu Liling tying up the jade bamboo hairband she gave him and leaving. She was too sleepy and too tired to get out of bed. Half asleep, she listened to Guan Yi's surprised voice. You are Xu Liling? I am Yingying's half-brother. You really are good-looking, haha. Yingying said yesterday. Yingran found it noisy, covered her head, and fell back asleep. When she woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky. She got out of bed, and on the stove were the flaky buns she wanted to eat, but no one was home. She took the buns and went out anyway. With no one to accompany her, she went to the village to find an ox cart, which could also get into Yinshui County. Upon arriving at Yinshui County, Yingran headed towards the Xuanya. Along the way, she felt as if someone was watching her. She looked around and turned back, but saw the pedestrians on the street going about their business, and no one was paying attention to her. Yingran felt a bit panicked. Could it be that she encountered a demon? She quickened her pace towards the Xuanya. As she entered the territory of the Xuanya, where there were almost no people, she asked the guard at the main gate about the situation. The guard pointed the way for her. Walk through the alley, enter through the back door. Guan Yi is there. It's not convenient to go through the main gate. Yingran thanked him and walked into the alley. The feeling of being watched, which had disappeared at the Xuanya gate, reappeared, making Yingran's back feel cold. There was movement behind her. Something was crawling towards her. Yingran turned her head and saw a person with a pale complexion, clearly resembling a corpse, crawling towards her with hands and feet, struggling to say. Finally got the chance to possess a ghost. Yingran turned and ran, but the alley seemed to stretch endlessly. She ran desperately. The corpse crawled behind her. Don't run. You're mistaken. I have a hard time possessing you. Yingying. A shout came, and Yingran turned back to see Guan Yi, accompanied by the Xianxia, slicing off the corpse's head with a knife. The Xianxia hurried over, blocking the horrifying scene, asking her, Are you okay? Yingran's mind went blank, and she collapsed weakly onto the ground, feeling dazed. Guan Yi took her into the Xuanya to rest for a while, and asked her, Are you okay? Yingran calmed down and thanked Guan Yi. Guan Yi replied, It's the Xuanya's responsibility to deal with the living corpse appearing in Yinshui County. You don't have to thank me. But do you know where this living corpse came from? Why was it following you? Yingran was unclear. It seemed she had heard the corpse talking to her, but in her panic, she hadn't caught what it said. Guan Yi said, Forget it. I'll take you home first. Yingran shook her head. I came to copy old cases. You must be money-minded. You just encountered a living corpse. And you're still thinking about making money. It seems you're not very scared, Guan Yi teased. All right, but it's getting late now, and if we delay, it will be dark. Come over early tomorrow. The pay for copying old cases is based on the records. Yingran nodded. She was definitely scared. But in this world, as a mortal, most people would lose their lives when encountering such things. She felt lucky to escape and couldn't think of anything else at the moment. Guan Yi let her rest for a while longer and then used his sword to send her home. On the way home, Yingran saw Xu Liling sitting in a lounge chair in the courtyard, seemingly waiting for her. At that moment, she remembered that Xu Liling had told her last night not to go out today, as he would come home early. From a distance, she couldn't see Xu Liling's expression clearly, but seeing the little yellow dog at the door with its tail tucked in, she guessed he might not be in a good mood. Guan Yi, completely unaware, enthusiastically waved to Xu Liling, brother-in-law. Xu Liling got up and walked over. Yingran touched her hair bun, avoiding his gaze, feeling somewhat complicated. She hadn't promised not to go out today. Even if she went out, he had no reason to blame her. But how long had he been sitting there waiting? Yingran looked at him with concern. However, Guan Yi stepped forward, unconsciously blocking her and Xu Liling, saying, Brother-in-law, you have to comfort Yingying well later. She encountered a living corpse today, and it chased her, almost scaring her to death. Living corpse? Yingran heard Xu Liling's tone grow slightly heavy. He sidestepped Guan Yi and walked in front of Yingran. You encountered a living corpse? Yingran instinctively fell into his embrace, nodding pitifully. Yeah, I'm so scared. Xu Liling held her, gently patting her back. But he didn't sense the aura of a living corpse from her. However, Guan Yi and she didn't seem to be lying. Xu Liling glanced at the little yellow dog at the door. The little yellow dog looked like the sky was about to fall. It had already followed Xu Liling's order to search for all the demons and monsters within a 10-mile radius, killing those it could and leaving the rest to Xu Liling. It patrolled every day to protect its delicate mistress. In this 10-mile radius, there should be no demons or monsters left. It whimpered pitifully, showing weakness to Xu Liling. Xu Liling withdrew his gaze and thanked Guan Yi. Guan Yi waved his hand. It's nothing. Dealing with living corpses is my responsibility. But he looked sharply at the little yellow dog at the door. Where did the meat your dog eats come from? A normal person might not know what kind of meat that was. But as a Xianxia who had fought demons and completed many missions, he could tell that the dog was eating human flesh. Fresh human flesh, and it was the flesh of a powerful cultivator. The little yellow dog immediately became alert and ran off with the meat and bones. Xu Liling, perhaps it brought the meat from the mountain. Yingran raised her head from Xu Liling's arms. Did you not go to the library today? Chapter 3 Xu Liling. If I had gone, would I be back so early? He wouldn't he want to hold it against her for coming home early while she had run out, right? Guan Yi pondered for a moment. In this remote mountain area, it was possible that a heavily injured person from Yunzhou had died here and that the dog had scavenged the remains. Guan Yi, don't let your dog pick up things to eat in the future. I'll be leaving now. He patted Xu Liling's shoulder and left on his sword. Yingran, her face was pale. She didn't remember anything else. I was too scared. Yingran gently pushed him. That is not okay. I still have to go to the Xuanya tomorrow. Xu Liling looked down at her and said nothing. She opened her lips to explain. Yingran blinked, wondering if he was not jealous anymore. Did you buy any groceries? This season is perfect for rapeseed. Yingran thought for a moment and wanted fried meat and rapeseed soup. Xu Liling told her to rest while he went to the kitchen to cook. Xu Liling had a refreshing scent like pine and bamboo in the snow and moon. He didn't need a sachet. She thought about how Xu Liling had to travel a distance to Jinshui town and would have to interact with people while riding in a bullock cart. She prepared a refreshing sachet for him so that he wouldn't be too uncomfortable while sitting in the cart. While she was embroidering the sachet, she heard some unusual sounds from behind the house. However, living in the mountains, hearing strange noises was normal, and she had already gotten used to not thinking too much about it. Anything thought about in detail would become frightening. Time always passed quickly while working. When Xu Liling finished cooking and came over, he saw her with a needle and thread and told her not to embroider, as it was bad for her eyes. Yingran, I rarely embroider. I have nothing to do. She smiled and went with Xu Liling to the kitchen, where they served all the dishes on the table and sat down next to Xu Liling. Mealtime was always particularly peaceful. She chattered on about today's events, casually explaining her insistence on going to the Xuanya. I also want to buy a carriage quickly, so it would be convenient for you to go to Jinshui town. And I could also play in Yinshui County easily. Xu Liling paused with his chopsticks and continued eating. I've said before, you don't need to do anything. Yingran pouted. But the house belongs to both of us. I can't let you work hard alone. Home. Xu Liling savored this word and said nothing more. Yingran ate quickly today. After finishing, she squeezed on a Xu Liling's stool, leaning against him with one hand resting quietly on his waist. When he finished eating, he didn't tea. As usual, tell her to go bathe first but instructed her. Wait a moment. Yingran was puzzled but waited for Xu Liling to take the bowls and chopsticks away and wash them before coming over. He took her hand and led her outside. The weather was getting warm, the starry night was bright, and the wind was cool. Yingran asked, Are we going for a walk? Xu Liling, do you want to walk? Yingran, I thought you were taking me for a walk. Xu Liling, no. As they spoke, he led her to the side of the house, around a corner to the back, and Yingran looked at the creature with wings behind her, gasping. This flying horse, is it ours? Yingran's face showed uncontrollable surprise as she quickly walked towards the flying horse, circling it. Where did you get the money to buy this? Even the lowest grade flying horse costs 1,000 spirit stones. And this one's quality, Yingran had never seen before, must be expensive. Xu Liling casually said, Sold something. I told you last night to stay home today. I brought you a flying horse. He walked behind Yingran. Yingran turned to look at him, her tone a bit aggrieved but actually playful. but I was asleep then and didn't hear clearly. Besides, I said last night that I wanted to go out. Yet you insisted on teasing me. I want to tease you tonight. Xu Liling spoke about the matter plainly, causing Yingran's face to flush slightly as she pushed him. After pushing, she smiled again, looking at the flying horse with a complex expression. What did you sell for so many spirit stones? It can't be a family heirloom, right? I don't have any heirlooms. To him, those were all junk. Xu Liling wrapped an arm around her waist and leaned down to ask her, do you want to go up and take a spin? Didn't you say the view from above is beautiful? Yingran nodded eagerly with bright eyes. Xu Liling first mounted the flying horse, bent down, and lifted Yingran up. He let her sit sideways in front of him, wrapping his arms around her in a protective manner. Yingran gasped, Huaizhen, you're so strong. Looking like a delicate scholar, sometimes accompanying her back to her family. If her relatives were around, they would deliberately make him work. And he would say he couldn't lift anything. But with her, he always had great strength. Xu Liling glanced at her. He cracked the whip on the flying horse, and it immediately stretched out its wings and flew up. Yingran nestled in Xu Liling's arms. The night wind tangled their long hair, making it hard to part. Xu Liling asked her, how does it feel compared to riding a flying sword? It's late at night, and it's not a modern city. There's little light in the mountains, and shadows are everywhere. But Yingran still flattered him. It's really beautiful. Xu Liling dismissed her compliment. It's pitch black. How is it beautiful? Yingran bumped her head against his chest. Then why did you ask? Xu Liling smiled lightly, and Yingran laughed too. She wanted to hug him, but didn't dare move around on the flying horse, so she nestled completely into his arms, looking up at him. It's really beautiful. Xu Liling looked at her for a moment, then lowered his head and kissed her eyes. Yingran closed her eyes, and when his lips left, she smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped. Look at the sky. Xu Liling looked up. The starry sky surrounded them, and the moonlight at that moment seemed to shine only on the two of them. Yingran, when I stood on the flying sword today, I was quite scared. I even broke out in a cold sweat. I think I'm afraid of heights. Xu Liling, then should we go down? Yingran's eyes reflected the bright moon, the stars, and him, but I'm not afraid at all right now. Huaizhen, why do you think that is? She waited for Xu Liling to ask why. Then tell him, because you are with me. However, Xu Liling said, the flying horse is more stable. Although it was the truth, Yingran rolled her eyes directly at him. Xu Liling pinched her face. The restlessness and malice within him made him want to do something to her at that moment, to hear her scream in fright. But he did nothing, accompanying her for a spin before landing. The water is ready. Go take a bath. Yingran nodded, lovingly touched the flying horse she and Xu Liling owned, and skipped off to the side room to bathe. Once in the bathing tub, the warm water eased her fatigue. Yingran closed her eyes and thought contentedly, if only I could spend my life like this with Huaizhen. In the morning, when Xu Liling got up, he woke Yingran as well. After sleeping early last night, Yingran was a bit dazed when she woke up, not too tired or sleepy. What's wrong? Xu Liling, didn't you say you were going to the Xuanya to review old cases? Yingran, didn't you say I didn't need to work hard? Xu Liling, if you work a little, you'll know it's still more comfortable not to work hard. Yingran wanted to laugh in her speechlessness and got out of bed. Xu Liling sold family heirlooms to buy the flying horse, so she also wanted to try her best to work for their future life. Moreover, buying the flying horse wasn't the end of their lives. She also wanted to live in Jinshui town. This way, it would be convenient for Xu Liling to go to work, and she could play outside easily. As for the distance from her family home, that suited her just fine. Every time she went back, her father would lecture her about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Recently, he even started saying that she was unfilial in 3 ways, with the lack of offspring being the greatest sin. But before she got married, she and Xu Liling had agreed that they temporarily did not want children. They were still kids themselves. She was only 19, and Xu Liling still looked a bit youthful, although he claimed he was older than her. How much older? He said he hadn't calculated. Yingran sometimes wondered if he was actually younger than her and was afraid to tell her. Bringing her thoughts back, Yingran washed up and changed clothes with Xu Liling. It was rare for them to get up so early together, and he even helped her comb her hair. His skills were really poor. No wonder he always let his hair down before they got married. Yingran muttered in her heart, but praised Xu Liling on the surface. It's well done. Xu Liling patted her head. You have good taste. Was he complimenting her? Yingran sensed a different meaning. It seemed like he had intentionally styled her hair this way, and she praised it, which he found amusing. But he showed no unusual expression, and Yingran silently adjusted her hairpin before heading out with him. With the flying steed, Their travel speed increased significantly. Xu Liling personally sent Yingran to the Xianya, and it was still on time for him to go to Jinshui town. At this time, Guan was already on duty and led Yingran to the storeroom in the backyard. The documents were too old, written on the old common paper. Now, the new luminescent paper was distributed from above. Once written on, it wouldn't smudge for thousands of years. Yingran was curious. Guan raised an eyebrow. This is the difference between the Xiandao world and the mortal world. All right, you can start copying. I have work to do. Yingran nodded, watching Guan leave. Though she felt a little longing for the Xiandao, she was already immortal and quite liked her mortal life. So, she didn't take Guan's words to heart and focused on copying the documents. Suddenly, a faint hoarse voice came from outside the closed window of the storeroom. Yingran was startled, her scalp tightening in fear as she slowly got up. This was the Xianya. There shouldn't be ghosts here, right? Was it her imagination? But the voice continued. My system task world went wrong, let me in. This time, Yingran didn't scream and run out, but forced herself to listen carefully to what the voice was saying. She froze, doubting if she had misheard. Did she actually hear the term system task, something that only appeared in novels? She stopped copying the old case and moved closer to the source of the sound to listen intently. The voice spoke weakly and laboriously. Host made a mistake. Let me contact quickly. Demon Lord destroy the world. Save the host. Let me restart. Yingran listened quietly. From these fragmented words, she pieced together an incredible guess. After pondering for a long time, she turned and ran outside. Ghost. Yingran burst out of the storeroom, her face full of terror. But she didn't feel scared inside. She just felt complicated. After 19 years of crossing over, it seemed she suddenly became someone carrying a system and tasks. She didn't know what the task was or what the system was, but she knew that she was very happy and content with her current life. If she went to do that task, everything she had now would be shattered. Moreover, based on her experience reading, she might even have to abandon Xu Liling to do bizarre things. Host. The voice emitted an incredulous boom. The Xianchai came running upon hearing the sound, kicking open the storeroom window, and indeed found a figure outside. However, it was a corpse. Guan frowned. This thing attached to the corpse has already escaped. It can actually ignore the Xianya's formation and infiltrate the Xianya. The Xianchai, its cultivation must be considerable. This matter needs to be reported to the court to assess whether high-ranking Xianchai should be sent over. Yingran hid behind the Xianchai, not daring to look at the corpse. She only gazed at the blue sky above her and thought, I hope the system doesn't come looking for me again. She didn't want to do that task. In the morning, when Xu Liling sent Yingran to the Xianya, he said he would come back to pick her up in the afternoon. Later in the evening, he came to get her. Guan, having received Yingran's instructions, didn't mention to Xu Liling that Yingran had encountered a living corpse. But Yingran had heard the fragmented words from the system and couldn't completely ignore them for a while. On the way home, Yingran leaned against Xu Liling's embrace. Lost in thought, Xu Liling looked at her for a while and said, the scenery is nice now, but you're not looking. Yingran raised her eyes to look around. The flying steed soared through the clouds. The flowing clouds decorated the sky like colorful brocade. Indeed, the scenery was beautiful. Xu Liling placed his hand on her lower abdomen and gently patted. Tired? Yingran nodded. Xu Liling asked, are you going again tomorrow? Yingran thought for a moment and shook her head, not going. She wouldn't go. She had only encountered the system in Jinshui County. Presumably, the system was lying in wait there, and she wanted to avoid it. Xu Liling brushed her hair, which had been blown messy by the evening wind. What do you want to eat tonight? Yingran thought for a moment. I want to have porridge, something light. Xu Liling replied, okay. Yingran looked at him for a while, dismissing her distracting thoughts, and smiled. Why should I trouble myself? I still want to live well with my husband. She said, today while copying the old case, I saw something interesting. It said that there used to be a little spirit in Jinshui County. She chattered on about the story she had seen in the old case. Those Xiandao matters felt as novel to her, immortal, as strange tales. But since she lived in a world of strange tales, it also made her a bit afraid. Xu Liling listened, occasionally commenting, that spirit and the Xianchai are indeed useless. Yingran snuggled in his embrace, laughing, teasing. Yes, you, the accountant, are the most powerful. You could kill demons just by using an abacus. While joking, the flying steed landed in front of their small courtyard. Yingran felt completely lighthearted. Xu Liling, as usual, tossed the meat bones to the dog before tying the flying steed in the back of the house. Yingran went to the yard to collect the clothes Xu Liling had washed that morning. As night fell, smoke rose from the small kitchen. Cooking porridge took longer. So Yingran and Xu Liling sat at the kitchen door, using the kitchen's light to shell peas. How about I go to Jinshui town tomorrow to find a job, so I can go out and come back with you? After returning home with Xu Liling today, Yingran felt it was quite a different experience. Xu Liling said, "There's no job in Jinshui town easier than copying old cases." Yingran pouted. Xu Liling continued, "If you want to play in Jinshui town, I'll take you tomorrow." Yingran smiled, leaning against Xu Liling. "All right." The next morning, Xu Liling called Yingran to get up, and after washing up together, he combed her hair. They rode the flying steed to Jinshui town. Jinshui town wasn't large, but had many large shops. The small vendors from Yinshui County liked to come here to stock up. Xu Liling worked as an accountant in one of the bookstores here. Accountants didn't need to stay in the bookstore all day. They could step out after informing the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper had seen Yingran before, and today when he saw her come over, he greeted her with a smile and gave Xu Liling some time off to take Yingran around Jinshui town. Yingran strolled around Jinshui town with Xu Liling, enjoying some food. After noon, there was a temporary matter at the bookstore, so Xu Liling returned to the store. Yingran found a tea house to listen to stories, and in the evening, she returned home with Xu Liling, sharing the stories she had heard. Xu Liling didn't comment today, just watching her smile brightly in the evening glow. "How about in the future, you come to Jinshui town with me in the morning and then return home at night?" Yingran also thought it would be nice, but she shook her head. "Where would I find the money to play all day? We eat meat from time to time, which is already quite luxurious compared to ordinary families. We still have to save money to get by." Xu Liling remained silent, rubbing his chin against her hair. "I'll find a job that pays more spirit stones." Yingran hurriedly said, "No. Most of those who earn a lot of spirit stones in this world are dangerous. You're doing well as an accountant. Let's save money slowly." She tilted her face up and kissed his chin. Xu Liling lowered his head and kissed her lips. Their movements carried no hint of flirtation, resembling two small animals nuzzling each other. Half a month later, "Thankfully, my brother-in-law bought the flying horse half a month ago. If he had gone to buy it yesterday, he might have been killed by the seller." Guan Yi, accompanied by two Shinchai brothers, investigated the flying horse transaction and said to Yingran with a serious face. Yingran felt a wave of fear. How could a good person suddenly turn into a demon? Isn't he immortal? She hadn't been to Yinshui County for some time. Today, not long after Xu Liling left for Jinshui town, Guan Yi came to inquire about the flying horse transaction. Yingran asked why he suddenly wanted to know this. Guan Yi informed her that the seller of the flying horse, Ma Chi, had turned into a demon and had killed 2 customers in the past few days. Because Ma Chi was once a mortal and lacked experience in killing to become a demon, he was quickly discovered. He has now fled in fear of punishment. Xu Liling had interacted with Ma Chi when he bought the flying horse, so Guan Yi came to check in on the situation as a routine matter. Mortals cannot cultivate the Tao if they do not awaken their innate bones, but one can become a demon if they encounter an opportunity. Otherwise, why is the demonic path so prevalent now? Our Yuanzhou is still relatively safe. Demonic cultivators hide in the shadows and do not dare to show themselves. I heard that Yunzhou is chaotic, where the demonic path openly kills people. However, the demonic path practices all kinds of crooked methods, while their cultivation progresses rapidly. It comes at the cost of their lives. The higher the cultivation, the more dangerous it is, leading to the depletion of the 5 senses, madness, and death. Why would anyone who can cultivate the Tao choose to cultivate the demonic path? 2 Shinchai brothers casually remarked. Guan Yi signaled for them to leave first, saying he wanted to ask Yingran for a cup of tea. Once inside, Yingran poured him some water. He took out 2 protective spirit talismans and handed them to Yingran. Speaking seriously and softly, the opportunity that Ma Chi encountered to cultivate as a demon is not that simple. You and your brother-in-law should each take one of these protective talismans. In the future, let your brother-in-law try to return home before dawn and not stay out too late. Yingran felt even more scared and anxious. Is it that serious? Guan Yi looked around, seemingly wary of something, and lowered his voice again. The opportunity Ma Chi received is a gift from the holy demon. A gift from the holy demon? Shoo, keep your voice down. Guan Yi glared, saying that anything that has been tainted by the aura of the holy demon is considered a gift from the holy demon. This is different from ordinary opportunities to become a demon. It is equivalent to a mortal obtaining a celestial root and will eventually lead to becoming an immortal. Earlier, when we were dining at Yuehong, the storyteller spoke of the holy demon. His name must not be mentioned. Chapter 4 Guani. The holy demon is the belief of the entire demonic path, just as we who cultivate immortality believe in heaven and earth. How could such a figure come to our remote and savage place? Since he slaughtered the celestial realm and the entire heavenly universe, he has been sleeping in the holy demon city. Even the demonic lords who come to pay homage cannot see him. I suspect that a great demon once received his gift, which was accidentally left behind and happened to be picked up by Ma Qi. If you and your brother-in-law see Ma Qi in the future, don't think about capturing him. Just run quickly and don't let him notice you. Guani, I have reported this to the court. They will send high-ranking Xianchai over. By the way, I suspect that the one who tried to attack you by controlling a corpse last time might be that great demon. Yingran nodded. Guani drank his tea and said, I'm leaving. That is for sure. He remembered the human flesh that Xiao Huang had eaten that day. Looking at Xiao Huang's sturdy body and the yellow tip of his tail, something flashed through his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. His colleague called out to him, Guani, let us go. We still have to visit the next place. He responded and left with his colleagues. What could be strange about the dog that Yingran raises? Xiao Huang immediately wagged his tail and approached, eagerly reporting to him, a wool. It must be because you used the demonic artifact to exchange for the flying horse last time. And the residual aura of the holy demon on that artifact caused the seller of the flying horse to realize the demonic path. You have already weakened the demonic energy with the holy transformation and demon-dispelling spirit barrier. Yet that person still took advantage of your demonic energy to enter the demonic path, truly greedy. He crouched down with his tail between his legs, looking timid and obsequious, gnawing on a meat bone by the door. She informed him about Ma Qi, saying, Ma Qi has not yet been caught. If he continues to kill, it's truly dangerous. She was still shaken. After all, her husband had been so close to a demon. Xu Liling patted her head. These matters have nothing to do with us. Tomorrow I will talk to the shopkeeper. Yingran nodded and asked what they would eat today. Xu Liling went to the kitchen to cook, and while waiting, she took out a sachet to embroider. Her sachet was almost finished, and she tied the spirit talisman with a string to the sachet, waiting for Xu Liling to come over to give it to him. This is the sachet I embroidered for you. And this is the demon-repelling spirit talisman given by Guani. You should wear it on you when you go out in the future. Xu Liling frowned slightly, took the sachet, and placed the talisman aside, hanging the sachet. Yingran, hey, what are you doing? Xu Liling remained expressionless. This talisman conflicts with the fragrance in the sachet. Yingran, really? The sachet just contains ordinary mosquito-repelling and insect-repelling, refreshing fragrance. Does it conflict with the talisman? She didn't understand. But Xu Liling had read a lot and knew many things. He shouldn't be lying to her. She had dinner with Xu Liling and took a bath to rest. Although the outside world has been dangerous and chaotic lately, for ordinary people like her, life continued as usual. In the deep of night, everything was silent. Yingran was in a daze when she heard a knock on the door. She uneasily hummed. Xu Liling comfortingly patted her. It's okay, I'll go take a look. Yingran was very sleepy but still opened her eyes. Be careful. She sat up and leaned against the bedside, feeling tense and scared because of the incident with Ma Qi, wanting to wait for Xu Liling to return before sleeping. Xu Liling draped his outer robe over himself and went out. He opened the door and outside. Xiao Huang's eyes glowed red, staring at the shadow at the gate. Xu Liling stepped forward, and that figure trembled all over. Holy demon, my lord. He stuttered with excitement, kneeling on the ground. It was Ma Qi, who had not been caught by the Xianyamen. Ma Qi looked at Xu Liling with wild fervor. Kneeling on the ground and gazing up, I never expected to meet the holy demon in such a remote and savage place, receiving your great gift. When the holy demon found him, he demanded his store's treasure, which was a dragon full with the bloodline of the great wilderness. He initially thought that some poor scholar was talking nonsense here. Unexpectedly, the Lord took out a Qiankuan jade bottle that could hold vast amounts of liquid. He thought it was an immortal artifact and felt he had struck gold, so he traded his hard-earned dragon full for it. Little did he know that while playing with the spiritual artifact, he felt the powerful demonic energy on it. It wasn't the first time he had dealt with demonic creatures. Following his usual habits, he would sell it in the black market for a high price. However, the demonic energy was terrifying, fearsome, and powerful enough to compel submission and yearning. He could even feel his soul being cleansed. His once unremarkable mortal body suddenly felt heavy. He knew this was a sign that he could enter the path. A mortal like him could one day enter the Tao, although it would be the demonic path. He couldn't bear to give up such an opportunity, leaving the jade bottle behind and slowly absorbing the aura from it, using murder to assist himself in entering the Tao. The more he delved into the demonic path, the more he could sense the extraordinary nature of this jade bottle. Feeling a reverence and admiration from the depths of the demonic soul towards the guidance from the unseen realm. That guidance pointed towards the holy demon. It was his admiration and worship for the holy demon lord. The demonic path is immortal. The holy demon is supreme. The holy demon is the faith of the demonic path. Ma Qi knelt before Xu Liling, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, holy demon lord, for granting this little demon a new life. I am willing to offer everything to the holy demon lord and pray that the holy demon lord does not despise this little demon's lowliness. Xu Liling looked down at Ma Qi with a calm expression. Then go die. Ma Qi's eyes were filled with reverent light. Yes. He drew his accompanying dagger to act. Xu Liling gestured towards the dark forest. Don't dirty my yard. Ma Qi replied, yes. In this life, to be able to make a pilgrimage and hear the holy demon lord's decree, this little demon has no regrets in death. Ma Qi walked towards the forest with his dagger. Xu Liling instructed Xiao Huang, go, clean it up. After saying this, he locked the yard door and returned to the house. Xiao Huang walked towards the forest, unfazed by Ma Qi's fervor. Xu Liling's words inherently possess the power to sway people's hearts. Even though Xu Liling has sealed his demonic form and is no different from a mortal now, he still has a natural guiding force for demons. It's like a believer hearing the instructions from their deity. Xiao Huang entered the forest. A warm corpse was already lying among the trees, wearing a satisfied smile on its face. The door opened, and Yingran's heart tightened, seeing Xu Liling return. She asked, who knocked on the door? Xu Liling replied, a rabbit bumped into the door and was bitten to death by Xiao Huang. Yingran sighed in relief, lay down, and mumbled, why didn't you save the rabbit? She quite liked the little rabbit. Xu Liling lay down beside her, blew out the lamp, and held her in his arms. Actually, it was a wild boar. Yingran closed her eyes and asked, was it a wild boar or a rabbit? Xu Liling replied, a wild boar. Yingran huffed lightly, both a pig and a rabbit? You might as well say it's a pig-rabbit monster. She knew he was teasing her, not wanting her to feel sentimental over the rabbit being bitten to death by the dog. Xu Liling said, then it's a pig-rabbit monster. Yingran laughed, playfully pinching his face, and fell asleep in his arms. The next morning, Xu Liling got up to go to Jinshui town. Yingran also got up, but didn't change her nightgown. She carefully hung the fragrant pouch and talismans on his waist, reminding him to be careful and not lose them. Xu Liling patted her face, go back to sleep. Yingran replied with an hugged him, kissed him, and returned to bed to continue sleeping. By the time the sun was high in the sky, she got up, reheated the meal Xu Liling had prepared for her, and sat in the yard to eat. Suddenly, she heard a strange voice. Host, I finally found you. She looked up at the sound and saw a fresh corpse crawling towards her on all fours. She gasped, startled enough to drop her bowl. Xiao Huang rushed over with a low growl, attacking the corpse. Yingran immediately became tense, worried that Xiao Huang would be hurt by the system or that Xiao Huang would hurt the system. But then the corpse twitched, and Xiao Huang suddenly fell down stiffly as if electrocuted. Xiao Huang. Yingran hurried over to check on Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang opened his eyes, teary-eyed, and opened his mouth. Host. Yingran screamed, throwing Xiao Huang away, questioning, did you kill Xiao Huang? The system scoffed, this silly dog isn't dead. I hate dogs the most. I really didn't want to use a dog's body. But I had no choice. The corpse was too stiff and couldn't speak clearly. Possessing a living person other than the host violates regulations, so I could only temporarily borrow this dog's body. It took 2 steps towards Yingran, looking hopeful. Host. Let's rebind. I'm your system. Don't you remember? We were supposed to go into a sweet pet novel together to complete tasks. But something went wrong during the crossing. The system, with a dog's face, wanted to cry without tears. My binding with you was severed, and you also reincarnated into this world. I'm just a basic system, only able to withstand the energy of the lowest level worlds. The energy in this world is too powerful. I can't absorb it, nor can I contact the headquarters. Host. We can only accept the tasks of this world, complete them to gain rewards, and then return to the headquarters. The system stepped forward again. Host. Quickly rebind with me. Yingran took a step back, shaking her head. I'm doing well in this world. I won't do any tasks. If possible, you can go bind with someone else. No. I can only choose you. The system was anxious, spinning around and uncontrollably chasing its own tail. And host, I've already preliminarily received the task information for this world. This world is facing destruction. The task is to save it. Yingran interrupted. Then I can do even less. I'm just a mortal. The system kept chasing its own tail, momentarily unable to respond to Yingran. Yingran looked at the system speechlessly. Finally, the system stopped and jumped up angrily. I told you I hate dogs the most. Then it looked at Yingran with teary eyes. But host, do you remember? You died of sudden death. If you don't complete the task, you won't be able to return to your original world and be resurrected. You will really die in this world. Yingran thought of her original world, her eyes dimming as she said softly, then I won't go back. She was already dead. Being able to live another life here was considered lucky. The system protested. Host, don't you want to play with your phone anymore? Yingran replied, I hardly remember how to play with my phone anymore. What about your computer games? I don't play games much. What about your family? They are all dead. Then your system is stuck. Think carefully. In the original world, there must be something that attracts you. Are you talking about endless work? A body that aches at a young age, and my nearsighted eyes? Stop. The system extended its dog paw to cover its mouth. Even it didn't want to go back. It used to think she was living a happy life, which is why it kindly went to rescue a dying kitten it saw by the roadside. Because of this, it thought she was very suitable to be the female protagonist of a sweet pet novel and specially chose to bind with her. But now, no matter what, it had to complete its task. Do you want to think of something good? This system doesn't seem as cold and mechanical as the systems in the novels she has read. Yingran smiled, squatting down to speak softly to the system. If you had come 2 years earlier, I might have gone with you. Before I got married, my parents always restricted me with ancient ways, and at that time, I often thought of returning to modern times, missing the conveniences of modern life. But now that I'm married, my husband treats me very well. The inconveniences in life, he has solved for me. Chapter 5. The system felt lonely. What about me? I only have you as a host. What should I do? Yingran asked. If you don't complete the tasks with me, will there be any punishment? There actually was. But it knew that if it said so, she would definitely feel troubled. The system muttered, originally, this world arranged for the task doer to be the goddess of the sun realm. If you had bound with me, you could also be a goddess. Its eyes brightened. Tempting Yingran. Don't you want to experience what it's like to be a deity? That is the supreme goddess of the sun realm. Beautiful, powerful, and immortal. The system added, it shouldn't be possible, though. Because the energy level of this world is very high, it receives tasks very slowly. It wasn't until this year that the task interface slowly started to appear, which is why it found the host now. Unbeknownst to her, it still hadn't found the task guidance. The system suddenly felt a bit uncertain. If someone else saw her, she really wouldn't know how to explain. Yingran stood up and coaxed the system like a child, saying, all right, come out of Xiao Huang's body quickly. The system wanted to persuade Yingran further, but couldn't find the words, so it stomped its feet in anger and ran off. The system was even more furious, running back, returning to the corpse, crawling on the ground using its hands and feet, kicking the still unconscious Xiao Huang, and running away shouting, stinky dog, I'll be back. The system really couldn't remember what had happened. It only felt that someone had kicked it. Looking at its female master beside it, it whimpered and lay flat on the ground, pretending to be pitiful. Although it didn't know what it had done wrong to be kicked by the female master, it couldn't let her get angry and tell Xu Liling. It was afraid that Xu Liling could kick its soul away with one kick. Yingran gently touched the place where Xiao Huang had been kicked. Xiao Huang thought, if she's touching it, it means she's not angry anymore. It immediately jumped up and ran around happily. Yingran, I thought it was hurt from the kick. She sighed and picked up the bowl that had fallen earlier. She could only cook another bowl of plain noodles for herself. In the evening, when Xu Liling returned, she hugged him and said she wanted to eat something delicious. Then she cheerfully went into the kitchen with Xu Liling. Xu Liling was cooking and boiling rice in the kitchen while she helped wash the bok choy beside him. In the peaceful mountain courtyard, wisps of cooking smoke floated up, accompanied by Yingran's occasional laughter with Xu Liling. It was early summer, and the weather was quite hot. After finishing their meal, Yingran and Xu Liling felt a bit restless after their bath, lying on a lounge chair in the courtyard to enjoy the breeze. She nestled in Xu Liling's arms, while he held her with one hand and fanned her with a palm fan with the other. The stars twinkled, the moon was bright, and the night was clear with cool winds blowing. At this moment, emotions matched the weather, and there was nothing to worry about. The Dragon Boat Festival was approaching. Yingran and Xu Liling made zongzi together, bringing some to visit her parents. Yingran's father greatly admired Xu Liling. In front of her father, Xu Liling behaved with propriety and composure, and with his handsome appearance, he fit the image of a scholar in her father's mind. However, in reality, Xu Liling didn't particularly like her father. During their first meeting before marriage, they had a lively conversation. Once they were outside, Xu Liling bluntly said, "If we get married, I don't want to interact with him often." Yingran was puzzled. "Why? You two got along well. I thought you shared similar interests." Xu Liling replied, "He talks too much." Yingran laughed, confirming that her choice of him was correct, and playfully reproached him. "That's not very polite of you." However, she didn't know that this was Xu Liling's euphemistic way of expressing himself. Being able to chat was because he was willing to accommodate. If that man weren't her father, he wouldn't speak to him at all and would have kicked him away without a second thought. Returning to the present, Yingran and Xu Liling brought things to Chunchan Academy. A young servant at the academy came to open the door and called out to the inner courtyard, "Miss and young master have returned." As usual, Yingran's father, Qin Huan, would come out to greet the young master. But today, it was Yingran's mother, Su Qiugui, who came out. Xu Liling greeted her, and Yingran called out, "Mother." Su Qiugui took the things and handed them to the servant, warmly saying, "You didn't have to bring anything." Yingran replied, "Isn't the festival coming soon? We thought that during the Dragon Boat Festival, many students would come to visit, and father would definitely be busy, so we wouldn't come by then." Su Qiugui's face showed disappointment, and she sighed with mixed emotions. "Your father has become foolish from studying. He's just that kind of person, you." She ultimately didn't say anything more, but understood the reasons behind Yingran's and Qin Huan's distant relationship. Since childhood, Qin Huan had strictly demanded Yingran to stay within the confines of the home. Later, when he couldn't control her anymore, scolding or beating her didn't work. So he could only let her be. Yet he began to require her to memorize texts, write, and learn etiquette. If she got it wrong, she would be beaten. And if she didn't learn well, she would also be beaten. They were just ordinary commoners. Why did they need to be so strict? Other families didn't do that. Yet Qin Huan insisted he was a scholar and that a scholar's daughter should have more propriety. Yingran appeared gentle, but was actually quite stubborn and headstrong. She didn't deliberately oppose her father, but for things she didn't want to do, she wouldn't do them even if it killed her. Her father still loved this daughter. He couldn't truly hurt her, so he could only let her be. But he was also unwilling to completely let go. The father and daughter had been competing with each other like rivals since childhood, and while Su Qiugui loved her daughter, she also loved her husband. So she could only mediate between the two. Remembering the past, Su Qiugui sighed quietly. It was rare for Yingran to come back, so she didn't show a bitter face. She smiled, saying, "Guan Yi is here to visit your father today and has brought distinguished guests. Your father is attending to them now." After saying that, she told Xu Liling, "You should go help your father entertain the guests." Xu Liling glanced at Yingran and agreed. Su Qiugui pulled Yingran, saying, "It's getting late. Let's go help in the kitchen." As soon as she finished speaking, Xu Liling turned back. "She's coming with me." He took Yingran and walked away. Yingran gave him a knowing glance, her eyes full of smiles. He must have heard her mother asking her to go back to cook. Su Qiugui stood there stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh and cry. This child. Yingran turned back to Su Qiugui and said, "Mother, you should take a break too. The kitchen has hired a cook. Why make yourself work hard?" Su Qiugui remained silent. Normally, she didn't cook, but she knew her daughter's cooking skills and wanted Yingran to learn some skills from the cook. But since her son-in-law had this attitude, she wouldn't interfere further. She felt that Yingran had chosen a good husband. Meanwhile, Xu Liling had already taken Yingran to the guest room. Laughter was heard from the guest room. "Our Yinshui County has been managed well and is very peaceful. I've been here for some time now, and I haven't encountered any dangerous demons." This was Guan Yi's voice. It was already very peaceful here before. However, for the past 2 years, demons have appeared even less frequently. In these 2 years, aside from the recent incident with the horse, no one has had any problems with demons. Qin Huan spoke with a tone of pride. A strange voice then laughed heartily. "That's really." Suddenly, his laughter stopped abruptly, and he said solemnly, "Something's not right. No matter how peaceful a place is, it can't be without demons causing trouble for 2 years. Unless something major has happened here that hasn't been discovered, causing all demons to fear something and not dare to show themselves." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Upon hearing this, Yingran felt a bit scared and moved closer to Xu Liling. Xu Liling held her hand and gently squeezed it, comforting her as they entered the guest room together. Upon stepping into the room, Yingran called out, "Father." Xu Liling greeted. Qin Huan's expression became stern as he nodded to Yingran and then gave Xu Liling a somewhat gentle smile. He introduced the middle-aged stranger in the room, Lord Do. This is my youngest daughter Yingran. This is my son-in-law Xu Liling, also a scholar. He said sternly to Yingran. This is Lord Do Ming from the Xuangu division in Sujing. You should hurry and greet him. Yingran responded and bowed. Chapter 6. Is this Xu Liling? Just an ordinary person? Do Ming stood up and scrutinized Xu Liling, thinking that an ordinary person wouldn't have such a bone structure. The tense atmosphere was instantly replaced by surprise. Guan Yi chimed in. When I first entered Sujing, it was Lord Do who brought me. He is half my mentor. What he says can never be wrong. Guan Yi smiled at Yingran. Yingran, you are fortunate. She didn't aspire for an extraordinary life. But if Xu Liling can cultivate, he will be able to earn more spirit stones in the future and protect himself while working outside, and their lives will be better. Xu Liling bowed. Thank you, Lord Do. However, it's too early to say. Guan Yi and Qin Huan reined in their smiles and frowned. But Do Ming remained generous. You are right. It's a good thing for young people to act steadily. Guan Yi, you should learn more from him. Don't get excited and act without thinking when something happens. Yingran found it curious and thought that must be the legendary storage bag. In the novels she read before, storage bags were standard equipment for the unassuming protagonists in Xinxia stories. But since her transmigration, this was the first time she had seen one. Do Ming channeled his spiritual power, and a flow of light like brown, fragmented stars swirled in his palm, slowly falling into the spirit-seeking skeleton. Then a thread of spiritual energy floated out, surrounding Xu Liling. Xu Liling remained motionless, gazing at the spirit-seeking skeleton. Qin Huan still looked expectant. Do Ming muttered, how is that possible? He tried again. This time, the spiritual thread didn't even circle once, and the compass extinguished. Do Ming frowned at Xu Liling. Strange, strange. A cultivator's root bone can unconsciously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish oneself. Therefore, experienced people can tell at a glance whether someone has the potential for cultivation or not. I have cultivated for nearly 200 years and have seen at least 800 people in these years, and I have never been mistaken. Xu Liling. You, Do Ming pointed at him. Your root bone, at first glance, seems to resemble a pure spiritual root. But in reality, your root bone is even more blocked than that of an ordinary person, utterly clueless. An ordinary person can at least make the spiritual thread turn 3 times. But you, Do Ming shook his head, disappointed, sat down to drink tea, and said no more. Qin Huan also lost his smile, sat down to continue chatting with Do Ming, and no longer spoke much to Yingran and Xu Liling. Yingran squeezed Xu Liling's hand under the table, giving him a concerned look. Xu Liling was leisurely savoring tea and eating pastries from the table. He took a bite. It was something Yingran would like. So he handed her a piece. Yingran was both amused and exasperated, straightened up for a moment, then got tired and wanted to lean on him secretly. However, Xu Liling supported her waist, keeping her upright. Yingran felt a bit surprised. He usually seemed polite, but sometimes he was even more reckless than her privately. Now he wouldn't let her lean on him. She wondered why he was being called the lowest among mortals, feeling unhappy in her heart. She planned to politely sit for a while, then take him out for a nice meal before heading home. She quietly listened as Qin Huan and Do Ming talked about how a celestial being had traveled here 1,000 years ago and subdued the great wild celestial beasts. They pondered whether the scarcity of monsters in this area was related to that when Do Ming fell into deep thought. She softly said, Father, Lord Do, Guan Yi, I and Huaizhen have things to attend to today, so we want to be dining here. We'll take our leave first. She stood up and bowed. Although she hadn't discussed it with Xu Liling, he understood her. He calmly stood up and bowed. The affairs at the library are busy recently. I will visit again another day. Qin Huan supported himself on the table to get up, looking at Yingran, wanting to say something. But in the end, he sighed heavily and sat back down, serious and dignified. Let us go. Yingran bowed again to take her leave and exited with Xu Liling. I'll see them off. Lord Do, sir, you continue your conversation. Guan Yi climbed up and caught up with Yingran and Xu Liling, first calling Xu Liling brother-in-law. Then patting Yingran on the shoulder. Lord Do speaks frankly, and you know your father's temper. Don't let this upset you. Yingran laughed. You know my temper too. How could I be upset over this? Guan Yi nodded, then comforted Xu Liling. As for your root bone, Lord Do's assessment isn't very accurate. Don't take it too seriously. Xu Liling nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting over Guan Yi's hand hanging at his side. Guan Yi, I'll head back first. He turned and returned to the guest room. Xu Liling casually wrapped his arm around Yingran's shoulder, his hand resting on the spot where Guan Yi had just patted. He dusted it off lightly. Yingran didn't mind and said to him, "What Guan Yi said is right. Huaizhen, don't take Lord Dou's words too seriously. Besides, we are all mortals after all, so what does it matter if the spiritual thread can turn a few more circles? Even if the number of circles is few. Aren't we living normally?" As she spoke comforting words, this was indeed her intention to take him away early. Xu Liling, Yingran's voice trailed off as she detected his perfunctory tone. After observing his expression for a while, she felt that perhaps he wasn't as concerned as she thought. She leaned against him and asked, "Why didn't you let me lean on you just now?" Xu Liling, "If you leaned on me, your father would definitely say something. After all, he is her father, and he couldn't just kick him to death." Yingran looked at him for a moment, understanding his meaning, and secretly laughed. Realizing she had overthought it, she linked arms with Xu Liling as they exited the Chunchan Academy, walking side by side on the street in a courteous manner. Xu Liling didn't ask her where she wanted to go. Wherever she went, he would follow. It was rare for them to come to Yinshui County together. And Yingran decided to indulge a little and let him into the Yuehong restaurant. They couldn't afford the second floor, so they found a quiet corner, called for a waiter, and ordered 2 dishes, the signature braised chicken and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Common mortals like them would only order a small dish with plain rice. Yet the waiter still warmly attended to them. "All right, you two wait a moment. There's a storyteller over there. Feel free to listen to pass the time." Yingran agreed and said to Xu Liling, "Earlier, Guan Yi and I came here to eat. The food here is quite good." Xu Liling merely responded with an mm. Whenever she mentioned Guan Yi, he would react like this. If Guan Yi had said something about her, she would definitely argue with him just like the first time. He was too lazy to argue with her, so he let it go, listening with one ear and letting it out the other. But Yingran was oblivious, thinking he was tired, and she took his hand to pull him along to listen to the storytelling. Today, the storyteller was different, telling a story about a mysterious case investigation. But Yingran noticed an old man in a gray scholar's robe, moving between tables, asking customers something. This old man was the same one Yingran had seen when she came with Guan Yi earlier. The old man approached the table next to Yingran, and as he got closer, she heard him speak. "I have a story here. Do you dare to listen?" The customer's expression suddenly changed. "Go away, you old thing. You really are tired of living, saying anything." The old man looked troubled. "This story was told to me by a mysterious cultivator. I spent a lot of spirit stones for it. I have to earn back my spirit stones." The customer took out 2 tiny pieces of spirit stone the size of a fingernail and gave them to the old man. Still speaking harshly, who would dare to listen to that person's story? Everyone knows mentioning him means death. I think you encountered not a mysterious cultivator, but a demon. No one would intentionally seek to understand his affairs except for a demon. I advise you, even if you beg for food, earn some spirit stones to buy a new storybook. Don't say any more." The old man took the spirit stone pieces with thanks and handed the customer something. Turning around, his gaze met Yingran's, and he walked toward her. Though Yingran was not wealthy, she was not very poor either. As the old man approached, before he spoke, she took out 2 spirit stone pieces and handed them to him. "Old man, don't tell the story, just take this." The old man thanked her, his gaze flickering between Xu Liling and Yingran, finally settling on Xu Liling, probing. "You really don't want to hear it?" He saw a strange mix of indifference and interest in Xu Liling's eyes. Everyone else dared not mention that person, let alone show interest. Yet this young man's attitude was rebellious. Such a person has a natural demonic charm. "Xu Liling, I actually want to hear it." "Indeed," the old man thought to himself. Just as he was about to speak, Yingran stopped him and whispered to Xu Liling. "Guan Yi told me that this story cannot be listened to. His followers are fanatical and all belong to the demon crowd. Anyone who mentions him even a little will be killed." Xu Liling responded with an indifferent tone, so terrifying, "Then forget it." Yingran gently patted his arm and said to the old man, "Sir, you can leave, we won't listen." A hint of darkness flashed in the old man's eyes as he sighed, taking out 2 pieces of stone the size of fingernails, resembling purple crystals, saying, "If you won't listen, then you won't. Young lady, you are a good person. These 2 stones were picked up by me from the river at my doorstep. They are not valuable, but beautiful. I give them to you and your husband. They can be used as decorative pieces or jewelry." Yingran felt that the old man was also a scholar, having a sense of pride not wanting to take something for nothing. So she accepted the stones and thanked him. The old man took the spirit stone pieces and walked to the next table. Yingran picked up the purple crystal and looked at it, saying to Xu Liling, "It really is quite beautiful. We can make 2 hairpins out of them, one for each of us." Xu Liling took the stones from her hand and said, "I'll keep them." "Okay." Yingran didn't mind and continued to hold on to him to listen to the story. After the waiter brought the dishes and they finished their meal, she and Xu Liling strolled around the city, bought daily necessities like rice, flour, and oil, then returned to the back door of Chun Chan Academy, taking their steed home. It was still an ordinary and very stable day. Before falling asleep, Yingran hugged Xu Liling and rubbed against him. Xu Liling stroked her back and fell asleep with her. In the evening, Yingran was lying on a lounge chair in the courtyard, waiting for Xu Liling to return home, when she suddenly heard a voice calling her. "Host." She jumped up, looking around. "Host." Hearing the voice getting closer, she looked again and saw a little tabby cat jump down from the thatched roof and walk toward her. The little cat opened and closed its mouth, calling her host. It was the system. The little cat was indeed cute, looking to be just over a month old. Yingran squatted down to pet the system's head, and true to a cat's nature, it rubbed its little head against her hand. "Do you have something to say?" She needed to quickly send the cat away. Otherwise, if Huaizhen returned, she wouldn't know how to explain it. The system, unhappy, said, "I don't know how to persuade you for now, but I have thought of something." It paused suddenly and dashed toward the courtyard gate. Yingran looked in the direction of the sound and saw little Huang hiding behind the wooden door, sneaking around. The system jumped up and swiped its paw at little Huang's head. Little Huang let out a low growl and dodged. The cat's paw released an electric current, hitting little Huang, who froze up and fell straight down. Yingran knew little Huang wouldn't be harmed, but she couldn't bear it being shocked so much. "Please don't hit my little Huang anymore. I hate dogs, and this silly dog is eavesdropping." The system stood on top of little Huang's head and continued with the previous topic. "I have thought it through. You are my host. And even if we are not bound for now, I must protect your safety. Therefore, I want to stay." Yingran replied, "What?" The system stepped on little Huang's face with its paw, causing the unconscious dog to have a crooked mouth and eyes, looking quite confident. "Get rid of this silly dog and raise me." Yingran sighed speechlessly. "Stop messing around. If there's nothing else, please leave quickly. My husband will be back from work soon." In the evening, in a remote, thatched cottage in the mountains, a young man was naked, putting a human skin suit on himself. His originally strong and handsome face instantly turned into that of an old man. He was the storyteller from the Yuehong restaurant. He put on the storyteller's robe and was about to go to work at the Yuehong restaurant when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He looked suspicious and opened the door. Standing outside was a young man in a blue shirt. It was Xu Liling. He was surprised. "It's you. How did you find this place?" He had a deep impression of Xu Liling. This was the man he encountered yesterday while telling stories at the Yuehong restaurant. And he was the most enchanting mortal he had ever met. If not for his wife's obstruction, this person would have come to listen to his teachings yesterday. Xu Liling spoke slowly. "I came to listen to your storytelling. Shangcheng's storytelling is for teaching, to spread the demon way. But outside are all cowards who dare not listen. Now that someone has come specifically to listen, of course, he is willing to tell." Shangcheng smiled and invited Xu Liling inside. "My humble abode is simple. Please bear with me." Xu Liling stepped into the room and said, "On the way here, my robes got dirty. Could I trouble you to prepare some new clothes for me? Sorry for delaying your departure." Shangcheng replied, "Not at all. Someone is willing to listen to my story. I am delighted." He went to fetch the clothes. Xu Liling thanked him and put on the outer robe. It was short, so he asked Shangcheng to get him another one. Shangcheng brought another one, and he tied it around his waist to make a skirt, wrapping the inner clothes tightly. Shangcheng was puzzled but said nothing. People born with demonic nature often have quirks. Shangcheng sat down opposite Xu Liling. "The story I want to tell." Xu Liling stopped him with a glance. The deep black eyes made him involuntarily pause. "What?" Xu Liling took out the 2 purple crystals that Shangcheng had given him yesterday and played with them in his hand. "Who sent you here? The Jialan Palace or the Bayou Valley?" Shangcheng's pupils constricted. "Wary, are you a fellow practitioner or a practitioner of the Xiandao?" The Jialan Palace and the Bayou Valley were the 2 major strongholds of the demon path in Yunzhou. Mortals from Yuanzhou could not possibly know. "I am asking you. Why did you ask me?" As Xu Liling played with the purple crystals, they turned into powder, and a strand of demonic energy spread from the stones, wrapping around his slender, jade-white fingers. The demonic energy did not repel him, and Shangcheng's face showed delight. "So you are a fellow practitioner of the demon path." Xu Liling remained silent. The demon path was too timid in Yiwangzhou, which made it inconvenient for Shangcheng to act. He was just thinking of pulling someone to complete the task with him. Shangcheng said, "To be honest, I am a demon from Yunzhou. We discovered that the holy demon has awakened, but we do not know why he is not in the holy demon city, nor has he summoned us. It even seems he has left the holy demon city, and we do not know where he has gone. We have been looking for the holy demon for some time. And after consulting the demon mother, it was calculated that he is within the territory of Yunzhou. So I was ordered to come to Yunzhou to search for the holy demon. After arriving in Yunzhou, I encountered this old storyteller and suddenly realized that storytelling is a good way to promote the demon path, so I took over the identity of the old man. He spread the demon path in two ways. One was to widely incorporate private content into his storytelling, and the other was to give people purple crystals imbued with demonic energy to infect ordinary people. Xu Liling responded, "Oh," but still asked, "So, who sent you?" His reaction was not what Shangcheng had anticipated. Shangcheng squinted. "Why do you keep asking this?" Xu Liling replied, "I came here just to listen to that one story. It's getting late. Please hurry and tell it. I still need to go to the market to buy vegetables. If I am late, the market will close." Shangcheng frowned tightly. Xu Liling's reaction was not what a demon should have. Perhaps some demons care about their small families, but all demons would not be so calm upon hearing about the holy demon. The holy demon is belief. They love. They are loyal. They revere. Shangcheng's eyes gleamed coldly. "Are you a traitor who has betrayed the demon path?" However, he could not bring himself to feel murderous intent towards Xu Liling, and even a strange sense of closeness arose in his heart. Shangcheng furrowed his brow, an incredible thought flashing through his mind. Xu Liling stood up and adjusted his sleeves. "I will give you 3 breaths of time. Who sent you?" Shangcheng was a great demon in Yunzhou. The faith of the great demon in the holy demon is not inferior to that of the little demon, but he will resist the subtle temptations in the words of the holy demon. He pondered, examining Xu Liling. Xu Liling gazed out at the dusk outside, his expression indifferent, with a hint of undisguised weariness in his eyes. Could it be that? "Shangcheng, are you, Lord? My lord? Why are you disguised as a mortal in the Yiwang continent, and why did you even take a wife?" Xu Liling's indifference further confirmed Shangcheng's suspicions about his identity. He carefully sensed and seemed to feel the guiding force emanating from Xu Liling. Shangcheng knelt down with a thud, eagerly saying, "My lord, holy demon, it's so good to find you. For 500 years, we have been waiting for your awakening, waiting for you to lead us in spreading the demonic path across the 3 realms." Xu Liling took out 2 pieces of coarse cloth to wrap around his hands, one hand grabbing his hair and the other pressing down on his shoulder. "The demonic path is eternal. The holy demon is supreme." The words abruptly stopped. Flesh was brutally torn apart, the neck bone was broken, and blood splattered in the twilight glow. Shangcheng's head was torn off, just like how Xu Liling used to kill chickens. He was very experienced in killing chickens, not getting blood on himself. But human blood is much more than chicken blood, so some would still splatter out. Xu Liling threw away the head in his hand, took off the 2 pieces of Shangcheng's outer robes that had a few drops of blood on them, and tossed them along with the coarse cloth, landing perfectly on the headless corpse that remained kneeling. Shangcheng was dead, but this day was destined to no longer be peaceful. Xu Liling walked out of the mountain cabin and headed straight for the vegetable market. The market was about to close, and the meat shop owner, seeing him come, smiled and said, "Young master, you've come quite late today. If it weren't for your reminder this morning, saying you wanted to make rib soup today and asking me to save 2 ribs for you, I would have closed already." He picked up 2 ribs, 2 lotus roots, and 2 green onions for Xu Liling. "Here, I've noticed your family always buys ribs and lotus roots, so my wife tried it today, and it tastes quite good. Just now, the person selling lotus roots left, and since you hadn't arrived yet, I had my wife buy 2 lotus roots." Xu Liling took them and handed money to the owner. "Thank you. We're all old acquaintances, why be so polite?" Xu Liling smiled faintly, nodded, and, holding the vegetables, rode his steed back home. Dark clouds were rolling in from the horizon, as if a thunderstorm was approaching, but his expression remained unchanged. The steed landed at the courtyard entrance, and raindrops had begun to fall. The clouds were heavy, with flashes of lightning and thunder. Huaijin and Yingran were sitting at the door, and upon seeing him return, she opened an umbrella to meet him, asking why he was back so late today. "The shop was busy, and I finished work a bit late." She was short, and Xu Liling bent down to let her hold the umbrella for him while he led the steed to tie it up behind the house. After tying it up, He held the vegetables in one hand, took the umbrella from her, and they walked home together under the same umbrella. However, as soon as they entered the house, a small tabby cat meowed at him, blinking its round cat eyes and acting coy. Xu Liling looked at Yingran beside him. Yingran smiled a bit shyly. I wanted to raise a cat. Is that okay? The system, which was clingy and refusing to leave, promised not to expose itself. So she could only temporarily keep it. Xu Liling, you already have one. He took the vegetables and went to the kitchen under the eaves, with Yingran following, hugging his waist and walking alongside him. Aren't you unhappy? After all, it was their home, and she hadn't consulted him about bringing a little life home. If it were her, she would definitely throw a fit. Xu Liling, we'll talk about it tonight. It's getting late. I need to cook. When he said they would talk about it tonight, Yingran understood what he meant. Her face turned slightly red as she went in front of him, wrapping her arms around his neck and standing on tiptoe. Xu Liling lowered his head in understanding. She lightly pecked his lips a couple of times, mumbling softly, then we'll talk tonight. Xu Liling. Yingran released him and left the kitchen, returning to the main room to helplessly look at the little tabby cat. The system kitty pouted. I don't believe anyone wouldn't tea like cats. It swished its tail and swaggered into the kitchen, meowing at Xu Liling in a high-pitched voice. Xu Liling glanced at it, not ignoring it. Very good. It rolled over, trying to act cute. Meow? But Xu Liling said, another little beast. The system, it flipped over and tried once more to act cute. Meow. Xu Liling's emotionless gaze began to make it feel inexplicably chilled. It became terrified, puffed up its fur, and retreated, letting out a miserable scream as it ran back to the main room. Yingran was in the main room embroidering a belt and, seeing it return, asked, how is it? The system replied seriously, your husband is quite scary. How could that be? I'm serious. Yingran put down her needle and thread, thought for a moment, and concluded that perhaps it was because Huaizhen's eyes were very dark, so sometimes he looked a bit scary. She would occasionally be startled by Xu Liling too. Chapter 7 The System. Is that so? It stopped talking and hid in the corner to play with bugs. By the time Xu Liling finished cooking, it was already dark and the night was deepening. At dinner, the system sat next to Yingran, its round cat eyes fixed on the ribs on the table, signaling for her to feed it some meat. Yingran picked up a piece of rib and placed it on the edge of the table. She looked at it with a smile, thinking the little cat nibbling the meat was extremely cute. Yingran picked up another piece of rib to place on the table edge, but Xu Liling held her chopsticks down. She looked at Xu Liling. What's wrong? Well, Yingran pondered and smiled. Let us call it Da Huang. The system, now named Da Huang, had no objections and carried the bone to a corner to eat. It inexplicably feared her husband. Outside, the sound of rain pattered, while inside it was quiet and peaceful. Xu Liling, where do you plan to keep it? Xu Liling, together with Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang is free-range, living behind his house. She wasn't afraid of Xiao Huang bullying Da Huang. She was just worried that Da Huang would keep shocking Xiao Huang, and Xiao Huang wouldn't be able to take it. Xu Liling, you'll get used to it. Yingran, how about making a nest for it at home? Xu Liling remained silent. Yingran realized that this matter was non-negotiable. They could keep pets, but they absolutely couldn't keep them in the house. This was something she had tacitly agreed upon with Xu Liling when they decided to adopt Xiao Huang after getting married. Yingran helplessly shrugged at Da Huang. In fact, she didn't really want Da Huang to live in the house either. First, she was somewhat sensitive to smells and couldn't accept the odors of cats and dogs. Second, as a couple, she and Xu Liling would inevitably have intimate moments. Xu Liling was quite rough in that regard. If Da Huang lived in the house and heard anything, she would be mortified. Da Huang opened its mouth silently and meowed, rolling on the ground in distress. It didn't want to live with that stinky dog. No. Yingran pretended not to see. She quickly finished her meal, went to the wardrobe to take out some old clothes she didn't want, and squatted down beside Da Huang to make it a nest. Da Huang saw that there was no negotiation and meowed sadly. Yingran, Xiao Huang is very well behaved and understands human speech. You can temporarily sleep with Xiao Huang tonight, and tomorrow when the sun is out, I'll make you a separate nest. Da Huang pouted its little cat face, reluctantly accepting. Yingran smiled, stroking its head. It tilted its face to rub against Yingran, then lay down and rolled over, exposing its belly for her to rub, patting its backside. Yingran was having a great time playing with the cat. Xu Liling finished his meal and sat behind her, watching her for quite a while without her noticing. It was Da Huang who keenly sensed that slightly cold gaze and alertly hid behind the door. Xu Liling, it's a male cat. Yingran, it seems so. Male cats in heat are very annoying. Maybe we should find a vet to neuter it someday. After saying that, Xu Liling took the dishes to the kitchen to wash. The big flower behind the door fluffed up its fur. I told you your husband is scary. Yingran smirked and petted it. He is not wrong. In our time, we had to neuter the cats we raised. The big flower glared at Yingran. That's why I'd rather be a stray. Yingran was surprised. So you really are a cat? Can cats also be systems? In the novels she had read, systems were mostly cold data. The big flower proudly raised its little head and flicked its tail. Of course, I'm not an ordinary cat. I'm the king of cats. A tiger? The cat king. Yingran laughed, making a little nest for it while chatting and occasionally petting it. Time passed quickly like this. Xu Liling finished washing the dishes, boiled some water, and returned to the main room, where Yingran was still playing with the cat. Normally, she would have already gone to take a bath by this time. Xu Liling patted her shoulder to remind her, go take a bath. Yingran reluctantly replied, I haven't finished the cat nest yet. Xu Liling, I'll do it. I'll put it in the back later. Yingran handed the cat nest to him, responding, all right. If she didn't go soon, she felt he would really be unhappy. She went back to her room to get her pajamas and headed to the bathroom. Xu Liling had already prepared hot water for her. She took off her clothes and lay in the bathtub, enjoying herself comfortably. In the main room, the big flower leaned against the wall, looking up at the man in front of it. His gaze gave it a dangerous feeling, as if he wanted to twist its neck. He bent down. It growled low and jumped to run away. It thought its speed was terrifyingly fast, but his speed showed it what true terror was. With a casual reach, he grabbed the back of its neck, sealing its fate. The big flower pitifully meowed at him. He was unmoved, holding it in one hand along with the haphazardly collected cat nest in the other. While holding an umbrella, he went to the doghouse in the back. Xiao Huang hadn't eaten any meat bones today and hadn't dared to ask Xu Liling, so it was hungry. When it saw Xu Liling come, its tail wagged furiously. Seeing the cat in his hand, it felt somewhat disappointed. Well, it could reluctantly eat cat meat. Xiao Huang waited for Xu Liling to put down its food. However, Xu Liling tossed the cat nest into its doghouse, throwing the cat into the cat nest. As he walked back, he passed by it and said, your master has a new pet. What? Its mistress has a new pet? Xiao Huang looked at the little thing in the nest. The little thing was clearly disgusted with its doghouse and was trying to throw its things out. With Xu Liling around, Xiao Huang didn't dare to do anything. As soon as Xu Liling's figure disappeared, it immediately growled low and approached the big flower. It didn't dare to eat the mistress's new pet, but it could still teach this little thing a lesson. The big flower kicked it in the face. A mere cat's paw didn't hurt Xiao Huang at all. However, a bright current suddenly lit up in the doghouse. Xiao Huang fell straight to the ground. The big flower tossed out the things in Xiao Huang's nest and comfortably occupied the doghouse, looking very disdainful. Silly dog. When Yingran finished washing and returned to the room, Xu Liling was sitting inside. Seeing her come in, he asked, are you done? Yingran, you should go wash now. Xu Liling went back to the bedroom with her, taking his sleepwear to the side room. Yingran sat in front of the vanity, drying her hair. By the time her hair was half dry, Xu Liling had finished his bath and returned. His long hair was damp and spread out, dripping water everywhere. His thin sleepwear faintly revealed the contours of his waist and back. Yingran stood up to give him space to dry his hair. Xu Liling sat down, stretched his long arm to pull her, and brought her onto his lap. Yingran pushed him. Your hair is still wet. Her little strength couldn't stop any of his movements. Xu Liling buried his face in her neck, stroking her long hair until it dried. The dampness of his hair stuck to her body, making her shiver. Yingran glared at him with her eyes, remaining silent. Xu Liling took off his top and placed it aside, half holding and half lifting her to straddle his lap. This scholar is quite mischievous. Yingran secretly scolded him in her heart, playfully pushing him and blocking his hands. When he touched her, her hands awkwardly lifted, and then she leaned forward onto him. His long hair was damp and unimpeded, sticking to her fair skin. Strands of hair, like black snakes, slithered, cool, and moving on her body with each motion. The tips of his hair tickled her, making her hum and reach to mess with his disheveled hair. He then took the opportunity to lower his head, kissing her eyebrows, eyes, and the tip of her nose, lightly kissing her lips and rubbing his face against hers. When he wore the scholar's blue robe, he looked frail and delicate. Su Qiugue had privately told her more than once to make him more meat dishes to supplement his diet. Each time, Yingran had perfunctorily agreed. Yingran didn't dare to tell others that his body after taking off his clothes was well-proportioned, long, and strong. and his strength startled her. Yingran wrapped her arms around his neck, embracing him, both indulged and afraid. Yes, she was a bit afraid of their intimate moments. Therefore, their intimacy, for newlywed couples, wasn't particularly frequent. It wasn't that she felt uncomfortable. It was just that his indulgence and malice would make her feel strange. When that feeling came, everything in front of her would go blank, and her whole body would tremble uncontrollably, completely losing control, as if her soul was about to leave her body. Not even knowing where she was. It was completely different from what she thought was normal intimacy. She was afraid of this lack of control, as if she were trading her soul with the devil for an ultimate experience beyond the world. Even after it was over, her brain would feel sore and numb for a long time. But as long as she was intimate with him, she couldn't escape this feeling. Yingran thought dizzily. He usually looks so good-natured and gentle. Why can't it be like that in bed? While she was thinking, Xu Liling carried her from the stool to the bed. She playfully bit him lightly on the neck. He said, "Use some strength." She couldn't escape his grip, secretly cursing him that if she bit him, it wouldn't be her fault, and then bit down hard. At night, the heavy rain gradually stopped, and the rain threads fell continuously. By the time the sky was brightening, the rain ceased and the wind was calm. Yingran had just managed to catch her breath, buried in Xu Liling's arms. Xu Liling gently stroked her smooth back, his voice husky as he whispered in her ear, "You can keep a cat, but it must be treated equally." Yingran was puzzled and mumbled, "Huh? Xu Liling, how you treat Xiao Huang is how you should treat the big flower. Otherwise, Xiao Huang will see and be unhappy." Yingran thought he was right, nodded, and sleepily murmured, gradually falling asleep. Xu Liling didn't say anything more, accompanying her to sleep for a while before getting up to go to Jinshui town. Yingran was too tired. When Xu Liling left, she didn't wake up, keeping her eyes closed, and when he came over and softly said he was leaving, she tilted her face up and pecked his lips lightly. Yingran didn't wake up until noon, feeling the heat of the food Xu Liling had prepared for her, and she wanted to go to the back to bring the big flower to eat together. Remembering Xu Liling's words about treating them equally, she thought that in a two-child family, everything should be balanced, so she decided to bring Xiao Huang along as well. After arriving at the back of the house, she saw that Xiao Huang's cloth nest had been soaked with muddy water, and it rushed over to her, dirty all over, whining pitifully. Looking at Dahua, it arrogantly lay in the doghouse, and when it saw Yingran coming, it stepped carefully on the clean spots, approaching her with a catwalk. "Is it time for lunch?" In this world, there are all kinds of monsters. Who knows if this dog will become clever? So when there were other creatures around, Dahua would meow, using its system skills to convey its meaning to Yingran. Yingran shot at a fierce glance, taking Xiao Huang to the front yard. Dahua followed. Yingran fed the two of them, washing Xiao Huang while seriously advising Dahua, "Stop bullying Xiao Huang. It's just a dog. It can't handle you like this." Dahua raised its cat head, "Then don't let it stay with me." Yingran, "If I only take care of you, Xiao Huang will be sad." Dahua scoffed, "Just a silly dog." Dahua was already forced to stay, and now it was bullying the dog that had been with her for 2 years and had helped her chase away monsters, which made Yingran feel unhappy. Not wanting to talk to Dahua anymore, she went to the back of the house to pick up Xiao Huang's doghouse to wash it. As soon as she walked away, Dahua found Xiao Huang displeasing and slapped it with a paw. Xiao Huang learned from its mistakes, and, knowing that Dahua's paw was not simple, dodged like lightning. No longer looking pitiful, it bared its teeth and let out a low growl, like a fierce beast. Dahua could understand its meaning. "If you have the guts, don't use weird spells. Let us just fight it out like this." Dahua was surprised. Could this dog really be turning clever? With a sharp look in its eyes, it pounced with a meow. When Yingran returned with the doghouse to the front yard, she saw a cat and a dog fighting, feathers flying everywhere, with cat and dog fur in the air. The tidy yard that Xu Liling cleaned every day was now a complete mess. It had rained last night, and the ground was still not dry. The sheets Xu Liling had just washed that morning were now on the ground, and the clothesline was broken. "Enough!" Yingran shouted angrily. Dahua and Xiao Huang both startled, but still biting each other, neither willing to let go, growling threateningly at one another. Yingran stepped forward and grabbed them by the scruff to separate them, pushing them towards the door. "Go. Both of you go." Dahua and Xiao Huang looked at her eagerly. Yingran took a deep breath, but still couldn't bear to be too harsh. "Go out to play. Stop fighting. If you keep fighting, I won't want you anymore." Dahua and Xiao Huang glared at each other and dashed into the mountains. Whether they started fighting again, Yingran didn't know. She looked at the mess in the yard, sighed helplessly, and began to clean up. Xu Liling returned early today. When he came back, Yingran had just tidied up the yard. There was still a large pile of dirty things that hadn't been washed. Seeing Xu Liling, she felt like a child who had done something wrong. Nervous. Why are you back so early today? Xu Liling looked around the yard, too tired, and had taken a leave from the shopkeeper. You brought this on yourself? Yingran thought to herself. But she said with concern, then you should go rest in the house. Xu Liling nodded towards the pile of dirt. Are you going to clean it up by yourself? Since she was the one who said she wanted to raise a cat and a dog, what else could she do? Not only did she have to clean up, but she also worried about the two of them. Xu Liling was being sarcastic. Well, those two just started playing together. They should get used to it in a few days. Xu Liling chuckled lightly, making her feel guilty. However, he didn't say anything further. Taking the dirty basket and other things to wash by the river, reminding Yingran, the sheets and clothes are over there. I'll boil water to wash them when I come back. You go rest in the house. Yingran's heart softened, and she went up to him, hugging his waist and acting cute. Yingran knew he didn't like many things, and even didn't really like the little yellow that tied them together. She always thought that maybe scholars were like this, because her father was too, with all sorts of strange rules, forbidding others from doing this and not wanting others to do that. But Xu Liling was different from her father, because even if he didn't like it, he would still agree to let her try it out, letting her have her way. Every time she tried something and realized it was bad, coming back exhausted and crying, he would also forgive her and help her clean up afterward. Yingran stood on her tiptoes, and he looked down. She rubbed her nose against his chin and tilted her face to kiss the tip of his chin. He had no stubble, as he cleaned himself every day, so there wouldn't even be a hint of it. Xu Liling let her rub for a while, saying, I need to wash things. There are still many things to do when I get back. We can talk when I come home. Okay. Yingran nodded, releasing him and watching him leave. Although he told her to rest, Yingran couldn't just do nothing. Otherwise, how long would Xu Liling be busy alone? She went to the kitchen, planning to wash the dishes for dinner first. Xiao Huang secretly followed Xu Liling all the way. It was very anxious, afraid that Xu Liling would get angry with it for making the mistress mad and would kill it. Since last night, it hadn't eaten any meat bones, and it didn't dare to ask for any. Watching Xu Liling washing the basket by the river, it hesitated for a long time, then crawled forward, whimpering to complain. That dead cat is so bossy to the mistress and doesn't let her bring me back to the front yard. That is why I fought with it. That dead cat is really annoying. Xu Liling glanced at it. It was terrified. His hands, damp and cold from the river water, slowly reached up and patted its head. Good dog. Xiao Huang shivered, not understanding why. After thinking about it, although it didn't fully comprehend, it realized today's situation of making the mistress unhappy was his plan. He didn't like that dead cat. However, it was normal not to like that dead cat. Chapter 8. Yingran finished preparing the vegetables, and Xu Liling returned with the washed basket, hanging it on the yard wall to dry. He boiled water to rewash the sheets and clothes. Yingran accompanied him, busy until it was dark, so tired that she leaned against him while eating. The two little ones didn't like each other, each occupying one side of the yard door during dinner, turning their backs to each other. However, Xiao Huang didn't like using a bowl. It preferred to drag the bones out to chew on. Dehua scolded it. Sloppy little thing, dirty dog. Xu Liling ignored it. After taking an early bath, Yingran was so sore that Xu Liling hugged her and massaged her back. She thought that Xu Liling was even more tired than she was today, so she hugged him and rubbed his lower back, saying, How about I help you with a massage? Yingran made him lie down, straddling his thigh, leaning forward, and pressed her hands on his lower back to massage. Her soft hands had no strength, more like caressing than massaging. As she moved, her body wobbled, rubbing against his leg. She asked, Is it comfortable? Does it feel any better? Yingran leaned down again, helping him massage his shoulders and back. Still, she didn't have much strength, but half of her body was almost lying on him. She got tired of massaging and lay down, her chest rising and falling with her breath against his back, her warm breath falling on him, her voice soft as if whispering secrets. Are you asleep? Yingran sighed. Raising a cat and a dog is really hard. They're like children. You tell them to be good but can't control them, and when you say they're not listening, they still listen. Yingran lay down and felt something unusual poking her. Her face flushed, and she wanted to get up. Xu Liling patted her back. No need to worry. He said, So what do you want to do? In the future, let Dehua and Xiao Huang roam freely together. They can play as they like. Just come back when it's time to eat and sleep. Yingran pressed her face against his chest, listening to his slow heartbeat, and casually asked, "Does your heart feel uncomfortable?" "It beats so slowly." "No, it's natural," Xu Liling replied. "Weren't you saying earlier that you wanted to bring the cat into the house?" Hearing his teasing tone, Yingran pouted at him. Xu Liling laughed, lifted her up, and turned over, positioning them face to face while lying on their sides. "If you're annoyed, just ignore it. It won't die anyway." Yingran wrapped her arms around his waist and nodded, thinking that with the system Dawazi around, little Huang would indeed be safe except for getting beaten. She would remind Dawazi a few times tomorrow to let it fight, less with little Huang. Xu Liling's voice was soft, like the wind brushing past her ears, calming her. "Sleep." Yingran felt drowsy and closed her eyes. Half awake, she mumbled indistinctly, "Don't you need to take care of it?" Xu Liling understood that she was not talking about the cats and dogs. "No need to worry, it will go down later." "It's still bothering me." "Not that quickly. Should we just do it once?" "Sleep." "Huh. Once is boring." "You're really." In the bed, they whispered to each other, weariness creeping in, and before they knew it, they quieted down. The next day, "This is how it is. Just be careful since you live in the mountains. Don't take things from others casually in the future," Guanyi instructed Yingran, standing at the gate with 3 colleagues. Yingran nodded, feeling a bit scared. Fortunately, those 2 pieces of amethyst were lost on the way home that day. When Huaizhen wanted to take them out, he found they were missing. Early this morning, Xu Liling went to Jinshui town. Guanyi came to inquire about Yingran and the storyteller Tong Bo from Yuehong building. This scene felt familiar, reminiscent of that time with Ma Qi. Upon asking, she learned that Tong Bo had died, and this matter was still related to the demonic path. The 2 pieces of amethyst Tong Bo had given her also contained demonic energy. Prolonged exposure could influence a person and lead to demonic corruption. This was more dangerous than the matter with Ma Qi and scared her. Guanyi reassured her, "You had a short contact time. You'll be fine." After a pause, he continued, "However, Ma Qi is currently missing, and our Yinshui County has been experiencing frequent demonic occurrences. I'm really worried that the demonic path is planning something big recently. In any case, you and your brother-in-law should be careful." "All right, there's nothing else. I'm leaving." Guanyi waved cheerfully and turned around to see a small tabby cat staring at him. "This is Dawazi, my new kitten," Yingran said. He exclaimed and squatted down to call Dawazi over, petting it and finding it really cute. Dawazi raised its little head, looking quite proud. It said, "See, no one dislikes cats, except for your husband." Watching Guanyi and his colleagues leave on their swords, Dawazi said to Yingran, "This person has strong luck. When your husband dies, you and I will bond, and I can arrange for him to be your male lead." Yingran frowned. "What are you talking about?" Dawazi said confidently, "Your husband is immortal with all his energy channels blocked. He is destined to be unable to cultivate. Although you are also immortal now, you have me. I've already thought it through. Since you want to accompany your husband, you can do that. When he dies and you're still alive, I'll take you to the Yao realm to become a goddess and continue our mission." Yingran remained silent, looking at Dawazi, a bit dazed. She was immortal, and so was Huaizhen. She just wanted to grow old with Huaizhen and then die together. She never thought about having to watch him grow old and weak alone until death. She felt a heaviness in her chest and fell silent. Dawazi frowned. "I've already compromised a lot. You wouldn't refuse even this, would you?" Yingran replied, "Let's talk about it later." She couldn't predict the future and thought that worrying about it would only add to her troubles. She decided to focus on living well in the present. Dawazi was not very happy, huffed, and went to play in the mountains. Yingran stayed at home, doing as she usually did. When Xu Liling returned in the evening, she told him about Guanyi's visit that morning. Yingran sat in the kitchen, a basket on her lap as she shelled green beans, mumbling, "I don't know if I just didn't pay much attention before or what, but it seems like there have been many more occurrences of demons in Yinshui County recently." Xu Liling, chopping vegetables, asked, "Should we move?" "Where to?" Yingran replied. "To Sujing," Xu Liling suggested. "Isn't that too far? Our Yinshui County is on the border of Yiwangzhou and Yunzhou. Even riding a flying steed would take 2 or 3 days to get to Sujing. If we encounter any demons or monsters on the way, we could lose our lives." Xu Liling asked, "Is there anywhere else you want to go?" "I haven't thought about it. Do you want to leave here?" Yingran asked. "It's really not peaceful here," Xu Liling said. Yingran sighed and joked to Xu Liling. "It would be great if all the demons that harm people disappeared from the world." "What kind of harmful demons?" Like the holy demon?" She didn't think deeply about it. Xu Liling remained silent, smiling ambiguously. In the deep of night, on the border between Yunzhou and Yiwangzhou, A group of cultivators in light blue robes were in a desperate situation, fighting while retreating, pushed back to the boundary barrier between Yunzhou and Yiwangzhou. Behind them, a group of well-organized and powerful demons chased them relentlessly. Master Uncle, what should we do? The disciples, their robes tattered, covered in blood, on the verge of tears, had come to eliminate a new demonic stronghold upon hearing of its existence. However, upon arriving, they found that what should have been a sparse new stronghold was actually occupied by demon generals from the Jialan Hall and Bayou Valley. They had brought 100 people, but now only 31 remained. The demons continued to pursue them fiercely. Zhou Tiyu took out the door of the broken boundary. There's no other way. You protect the law, and I'll break the barrier. Although Yunzhou and Yiwangzhou had a non-interference agreement, the two sides were not hostile and had always turned a blind eye to the mutual visits of righteous cultivators. Zhou Tiyu channeled his energy to activate the magical artifact while the disciples formed a protective formation. The pursuing demon generals led their soldiers into the formation to fight. As the formation was about to break, Zhou Tiyu shouted, "Open." A 3-person-wide archway broke open in the barrier that spanned millions of miles between Yunzhou and Yiwangzhou. "Hurry in." Zhou Tiyu rushed through the archway, calling for the disciples to follow. However, the demon army was too close. And just as the demon general was about to reach the archway, Zhou Tiyu hurriedly deactivated the door to the broken boundary and ran up the mountain behind the Yiwangzhou barrier. The disciples within the Yunzhou barrier watched helplessly as their companions ran far away, only to have their heads cut off, dying with their eyes wide open. Zhou Tiyu led the surviving disciples to the top of the mountain, not daring to look back, and said solemnly, "Let's find a place to heal first." The disciples gritted their teeth, their eyes red. "These demonic lunatics. I won't let them go. I will definitely kill them and avenge our brothers." The disciples unwillingly looked back at the dense demon army on the other side of the barrier. Those pairs of dark, blood-red demonic eyes in the darkness looked like thirsty mad dogs. A tall young demon general rode a magnificent demon beast, standing before the demon soldiers, staring at them from afar with a wild smile on his face. He spread his arms, raising his voice high. "The demonic path is eternal." The demons behind him shouted in unison, "The holy demon is supreme." The shouts seemed to shake the barrier, startling the disciples, and they quietly lowered their heads and fled with Zhou Tiyu. "The demonic path is eternal. The holy demon is supreme." The demon general faced the direction of Yunzhou, spreading his arms wide and laughing like he was welcoming the Holy Father. "It's all in disarray, truly in disarray." Su Qiugue sat in the courtyard, helping Yingran select vegetables, sighing repeatedly. The matters regarding Ma Qi and Tong Bo hadn't been clarified yet, and just a few days ago, the cultivators from Yunzhou were actually forced by the demonic path to our Yiwangzhou. In this world, it seems that the demonic path is truly on the rise. Yingran also felt uneasy and hadn't gone to the county town recently. Today, Su Qiugue brought some items to see her and learned about the recent major events from Su Qiugue. It was said that there were heavily injured cultivators from Yunzhou, reportedly elders and inner disciples from a major sect. A group of 25 people were currently resting at a guest house arranged by the Yunzhou county government. Yingran said reluctantly, "Mother, you should go out less these days." Su Qiugue sighed. "You didn't come back for the Dragon Boat Festival. Should I not come to see you until the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Yingran remained silent. Su Qiugue sighed again. Guan Yi, tasked by Su Qiugue, was chopping firewood nearby. Changing the subject, "We can't do anything about Yunzhou's matters, but we are currently short-handed in taking care of those cultivators. Yingran, do you want to go? We've arranged for all our family members to go to the Xuanya." Xu Liling came out of the house with tea and placed it on the small table between Yingran and Su Qiugue. Su Qiugue called out to Guan Yi, "Stop chopping. Come over and have some water." Then she added, "Is the work of taking care of those cultivators really that good?" Xu Liling took the vegetables and basket from Yingran's hands to help with the preparation, while Yingran sat beside him to drink water. Guan Yi walked over. "Of course. You get a piece of spirit stone for a day's work. Moreover, they are disciples from a major sect, used to doing everything themselves. Saying they need care is actually just a way to pass the time. My daughter-in-law went for 2 days and got so bored she was cracking sunflower seeds until she got heat rash." Yingran laughed out loud. Su Qiugue quickly said, "Then go. Our Yingran should go. How many days can you work?" Guan Yi, holding a cup in one hand and placing the other on his waist, leaned beside Su Qiugue. "Who knows? They contacted their sect, and the sect said they would send someone to pick them up. The shortest time will probably be half a month." "Half a month? That's 15 spirit stones. Su Qiuguwei glanced at Xu Liling. Her son-in-law only earned 5 spirit stones a month. Yingran also looked at Xu Liling. Then should I go? If you want to go, just go, Xu Liling said lazily. I'll take you there tomorrow and pick you up when you finish work. Guani added. By the way, there's one downside. You have to go in the morning and can only return at night. But Yingran doesn't need to worry about food. Those who want to save money usually bring their own food. Yingran can go back to her mother's house to eat. Su Qiuguwei clapped her hands. That's great. Since Yingran got married, she hasn't been able to see her much. As a mother, how can I not want to see her? Yingran fell silent, glancing at Xu Liling. Xu Liling's gaze made her feel that he was the only one who understood her sudden hesitation. She wanted to lean against him, but restrained herself in front of Su Qiuguwei and Guani. Su Qiuguwei and Guani started discussing the specifics of the job. Yingran was still hesitating. Xu Liling hugged her and patted her shoulder, whispering in her ear, I'll bring you meals. Yingran shook her head. It's too far. Xu Liling replied. Then you can eat at the restaurant. Yingran said. Then how will I earn any money? Xu Liling said. Eating also counts as your earnings. Yingran curled her lips, bumping her head against his shoulder. At this moment, Guani finally noticed that Yingran hadn't decided whether to go or not, and asked her, Yingran, are you going or not? Yingran sighed. I'll go. 15 spirit stones. She was reluctant to part with that money. After eating and sending off Su Qiuguwei and Guani, Xu Liling asked her, How will you eat? Yingran replied, I'll eat at home. Xu Liling was silent, watching her. Yingran buried herself in his arms as he gently patted her back. In fact, Yingran's relationship with her family wasn't that bad, but just like many children who dread hearing their parents nagging. Yingran was also afraid of listening to her father preach about the 3 obedience and 4 virtues during meals. As for her mother, she would only remain silent during those times. The most awkward part was that because her relationship with her family wasn't particularly bad, she couldn't just ignore the fact that her home was right there and not go back for a meal. That would only make her mother sad. However, she had prepared herself mentally to deal with it when the time came. Because she was preparing to go to work the next day, Yingran went to bed early that night. The next morning, Xu Liling took her to the guest house. Yin County didn't want to lose face in front of the people of Yinzhou, so they booked the best Yuehong restaurant in the county. When Yingran and Xu Liling arrived, it was early, and the restaurant was still serving breakfast. Yingran dragged Xu Liling to have breakfast before sending him off on his flying steed to Jinshui town. I'll come to pick you up in the evening. Yingran nodded. Surrounded by passing pedestrians, she couldn't act as intimately as she would at home, so she just held his hand and watched him leave with warm eyes. A window on the 3rd floor of the Yuehong restaurant was open. Chapter 9. As soon as Xu Liling left, Guani went to the Xuanya to take his shift. Passing by the Yuehong restaurant, he came in to greet Yingran and the steward sent by the county government. The steward took Yingran to a guest room where 4 women were cracking sunflower seeds and peanuts, as well as preparing vegetables and doing embroidery work. Today, with an extra person, each person was just responsible for 5 rooms. Soon, they would go upstairs to knock on doors and ask if there was anything that needed to be done. Yingran nodded. She had just arrived and felt a bit shy. With a bashful smile on her face, Yingran thanked them. The group chatted and laughed as they followed the steward upstairs. On the 4th floor, the steward waved his hand, designating 5 rooms for Yingran to handle. Please help me bring a basin of water. Yingran agreed and went to knock on the 2nd room. The woman in this room didn't respond to her. Yingran said sorry, but felt no negative emotions. Just as she was about to knock on the 3rd room, the steward suddenly called her, Madam Qin, you go take care of the 3rd floor. Yingran showed a puzzled expression. Does he know me? The steward led Yingran to the 3rd floor, where the woman who was originally responsible for the elder cultivator, Madame Wang, lightly teased Yingran. He is not just looking at your youth and beauty with some improper thoughts, is he? Yingran replied, it shouldn't be. Despite saying that, she also felt it was strange. How could that person see her and specifically request her to serve him? She knocked on the door with caution. A deep, resonant voice came from inside. Come in. Yingran paused for a moment, not entering. Madame Wang comforted her. I'm right here on the 3rd floor. If you need anything, just call someone. The steward didn't leave, but waited nearby. All those coming to help were family members of the Xuanya workers. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility. Yingran pushed the door open and entered. The room was filled with a strange fragrance of spirit herbs. And a middle-aged man with a broad face was sitting at the table in a robe, his sharp eyes like an eagle, scrutinizing her. Yingran stood by the door and bowed. Cultivator, is there anything you need me to do? Zhou Tua held a demonic spirit compass in his hand and couldn't detect any spiritual or demonic energy on her. With his experience, he could tell at a glance that she was an ordinary person. He picked up a teacup. Come here and pour me a cup of water. Yingran walked over, picked up the teapot, and poured water for him. After pouring, she stood aside, maintaining her distance. Zhou Tua turned the teacup and asked, I heard that the ones brought in to help us take care of things this time are all women. Is that true for you as well? Yingran replied, yes. Zhou Tua asked, which of the 2 men who brought you here this morning was your husband? Yingran said, the first one was, and the second one is my brother. Zhou Tian glanced at her, a sharpness hidden in his eyes. Was your husband introduced by your brother? Is he also a cultivator? This was what he truly wanted to ask. The earlier preambles were merely to avoid suspicion. Yingran shook her head, feeling a bit uncomfortable with his excessive questioning. Zhou Tian keenly sensed Yingran's aversion and revealed a gentle smile. I hope you won't blame me for being presumptuous. Just now, I saw you from afar on the upper floor, and it reminded me of my late sister. Her name was Zhou Lin, and she was also immortal. If she hadn't been killed by the demonic path, she should have been married by now. How old are you? Yingran thought to herself, so that's why, and replied, 19. My sister was also 19 when she passed away. Is your husband also 19? He is a bit older than me. Oh, Zhou Tian smiled kindly, took out 3 spirit stones and handed them to her, apologizing once more. I truly miss my sister, which is why I specifically came to talk to you. I hope I didn't disturb you while you were working. Guani had mentioned that some generous cultivators would give extra spirit stones as a reward for hard work. If given, just accept it. 3 spirit stones. Yingran suppressed her joy, accepted them, and took her leave, seeing her come out with a smile. Madame Wang and the steward asked, why did that Yunzhou cultivator specifically call you in? Yingran replied honestly. He said I look like his deceased sister. So that's it. The steward and Madame Wang both breathed a sigh of relief, thinking nothing more of it, and even specifically asked Yingran to take care of this cultivator in the future. Inside the room, Zhou Tian listened to the voices outside, his expression darkening. He initially thought that the person he saw in the morning was the demon that should be sleeping in the holy demon city. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a mortal. He had no doubts about the woman's husband's mortal identity, because if a woman could make that demon put down his slaughtering knife and settle in one place, then the various cultivators who had tried for 500 years to persuade him through all sorts of methods would not have been all killed by him. That was a demon, the most genuine demon in this world. However, it was astonishing that there was someone in this world who resembled that demon so closely. Moreover, almost no one knew what the demon looked like, except for him who had obtained a chance. And this person just happened to be seen by him. Zhou Tian stroked his long beard, his eyes flickering with a dark light. He was so scared back then that he closed the barrier door too early, causing several disciples to die. He also did not follow the rules of the Xuanheng sect, letting the disciples escape first while he, as an elder, held the rear. He was worried about how to respond when the sect came to pick them up. Around noon, Yingran mentally prepared herself and got ready to go to the Chunshan Academy for lunch. After leaving the Yuehong building, she turned around and saw a person carrying a food box walking towards her among the bustling street. She joyfully rushed over. Huaizhen? Xu Liling steadied her with one hand and suggested, let's find a place to eat. Yingran felt a pang in her heart. Why are you here? Jinshui town is so far from here. Xu Liling replied calmly. I told the shopkeeper I needed an extra hour for lunch and would leave an hour later in the evening. After all, there are only so many ledgers to sort out each day. It wasn't convenient to talk in the street, and bringing food to eat in the restaurant wasn't ideal either, especially when inviting Xu Liling and those women eating pancakes. Yingran pulled Xu Liling towards the back alley of the restaurant, where it was also part of the restaurant's territory, usually used for deliveries, and there weren't many people around. Doesn't that mean you'll be getting home quite late in the evenings? Just for half a month. If I leave an hour later, I'll just be in time to pick you up. Yingran sat down on a long stone bench used by the delivery workers in the back alley, looked around to ensure no one else was there, and then threw herself into his embrace. Huaizhen. Xu Liling wrapped one arm around her waist while using the other to put down the food box and take out the food inside. Since he brought food, it was inconvenient to bring too many bowls and chopsticks, so there was only one bowl of rice and a pair of bamboo chopsticks. He let Yingran eat first. Yingran got up from his embrace, took a few bites, and occasionally picked up a piece of meat to feed him. Halfway through, Yingran suddenly froze. Oh no. My mother is waiting for me to come home for lunch. She quickened her eating pace. Xu Liling pressed her hand. No rush. I passed by the academy when I came and told the little boy that I was bringing food, so your mother doesn't need to prepare anything. Yingran relaxed, smiled at Xu Liling, took a few more bites, then put down the bowl and chopsticks. I'm full. Xu Liling took the remaining food she had finished and continued eating. Yingran took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands and mouth, leaned against his shoulder, and closed her eyes contentedly. Early summer was hot, but the alley was cool and refreshing. The wind swept through the long alley, gently brushing the hair of the two, creating a peaceful and quiet atmosphere. There's still a piece of meat. Do you want it? Xu Liling suddenly asked her. Yingran opened her mouth. A piece of meat was stuffed into her mouth, and after chewing it, she found it a bit salty. Xu Liling then fed her another bite of rice. At the Wehong restaurant, the back window on the 4th floor was open. The disciples gathered inside discussing matters looked down to see the two in the alley. So nice. A female disciple sighed lightly, leaning on the windowsill to watch, relaxing her mood. Isn't this the woman arranged to take care of us? Is that her husband? Their relationship seems really good. As the words fell, the room suddenly fell silent. The disciples turned to look at the subdued female disciple Ning Fei sitting at the table, and they all fell silent. Ning Fei was also supposed to become a Dao partner with her senior brother. After barely surviving the extermination of demons together, her senior brother died while escaping. At that moment, the barrier door suddenly closed, and she could only watch helplessly as the demon race caught up and beheaded her senior brother. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, breaking the silence. Master Zhou has something to say? The disciples' expressions stiffened as they headed to Zhou Tian's room on the 3rd floor. Once all the disciples were present, Zhou Tian set up a barrier and spoke coldly. Everyone, the death of our fellow disciples is heartbreaking. The moment I escaped, I, Zhou Tian, vowed that I would not kill all the demons in this world, nor would I live as a human. Heaven has eyes. I actually found the trace of that demon. The disciples exchanged confused glances. Master, which great demon are you referring to? Not a great demon. Zhou Tian narrowed his eyes. It's the holy demon. All the disciples were stunned. An unnamed fear crawled up their spines like a venomous snake. Master, you must be joking, right? The holy demon? You found the holy demon? How is that possible? Even if you found the holy demon, do you expect us to kill him? That's impossible, Master. How could we possibly kill the holy demon? Why is it impossible? Before Zhou Tian could speak, Ning Fei shouted loudly. That demon was once branded with the exorcism holy seal. For 500 years, he fought against Xian Dao under the seal. After forcing Tian Shao to the end of the world and slaughtering the Yaojing Qiongyu, he must have been severely injured, which is why he fell into a deep sleep. He has been asleep for 500 years, and there have indeed been recent reports from Yunzhou that he has awakened. But he hasn't summoned the demon crowd to the holy demon city. Why is that? Master said he is currently in Yunzhou? Ning Fei smiled confidently. The demon path seeks the strong. He is probably so weak now that he dares not summon the demon crowd for fear of being overthrown, which is why he has hidden in Yunzhou. Encountering him in such a weakened state is our opportunity. Zhou Tian was stunned for a moment and quickly agreed. Exactly, just as Ning Fei said. Such a great opportunity is a gift from heaven. I will kill him. Ning Fei clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. I will chop off his head and bring it to those demons. Let them see with their own eyes their revered holy demon beheaded by my sword. At the hour of the dog, Xu Liling took Yingran home. It was the first time she returned home so late, making Yingran dream of being a corporate worker working overtime. Although I did nothing all day, I still felt tired. Daho said it was to protect Yingrn, but after naturally becoming a little cat, it played happily on the mountain every day, enjoying itself. When Yingrn came back late, it circled around her, confirmed she was fine, and then went back to sleep. Yingrn laughed and scolded, little stinky cat. XL Ling boiled water and called her to bathe. She entered the side room, and XL Ling followed her in. Since it was too late, he bathed with her. This wasn't their first time bathing together. They had done it a few times before. However, those times had not been purely for bathing. Both were quite tired today, and they didn't know how long it would take to finish their tasks, so they bathed together without doing anything else. XL Ling got dressed first and took the clothes he had changed out to soak. When Yingrn finished bathing and came out, he poured out the water and opened the window for ventilation. When he returned to the room, Yingrn was already lying on the bed, half asleep. He lay down beside her. Yingrn turned over, hugged him, and murmured, "It feels like we did nothing, yet I'm so tired." Maybe it's because I haven't worked in a long time. XL Liling asked, are we going tomorrow? Yingrn, holding him and humming, hesitated for a moment before smiling up at him. Yes. She mentioned that a cultivator said she looked like his deceased sister today, and he owed her 3 spirit stones. Once my work ends, let's go have a good time in Ransack County. She paused and opened her drowsy eyes. Should we save it up for our future move? That's fine. XL Liling saw her looking like she was about to fall asleep at any moment, kissed her on the eyes, and placed his palm over her eyes. Let's sleep first. Yingrn chuckled, covering his face with her hand. The next day, she said, I'm really sorry. I was in a bad mood yesterday and spoke harshly to you. When Yingrn knocked on the door of the second room, the impatient female disciple from yesterday answered. She had a thin face and looked haggard. Yingrn expressed her understanding. Guanyi said that this group of disciples originally had over 100 people, but now only about 20 were left. With so many fellow disciples dead, it was normal for them to be in a bad mood. The female disciple said, my name is Ning Fi, what's yours? Yingrn replied. You can call me Qin Yingran. Ning Fi smiled. Qin Yingran. Can you take me out to stroll today? It was too hot now, and Yingrn was too lazy to go out. Moreover, taking a cultivator from Yinzhu out was not her responsibility. However, as a native of Yinzhu County, it was only right to show hospitality, so she agreed. All right, please wait a moment. Just call me Ning Fi. Ning Fi left the room, and after Yingrn finished her routine greetings, they went downstairs together and exited Yueching Tower. At noon, Yingrn and XL Liling were eating in the back alley. She had no appetite, eating a couple of bites before stopping. It's too hot today. I accompanied that cultivator around the city this morning, and it made my head dizzy. That cultivator, however, looked fresh and didn't even sweat. After they finished eating, she wanted to go out again. Yingrn made a face and handed her bowl to XL Liling, burying her face in his shoulder. I can't eat anymore. She hadn't eaten much today, but XL Liling wouldn't push her. Forcing herself to eat would only make her feel worse. He said, I'll buy you a cup of mung bean soup later to cool you down. Yingrn swung her legs, bumping against his a few times. My feet are tired too. XL Liling replied. After we finish eating, I'll take you home. Yingrn shook her head. This is the second time Guanyi has introduced me to work. If I quit halfway again, how will Guanyi explain it to others? I can't do that. XL Liling calmly ate his meal. I agreed to you coming out because I thought you would feel tired and go home on your own. I didn't mean for you to stay here being ordered around. Yingrn felt a pang in her heart, blinked at him for a while, looked around to confirm there was no one else, and hugged him, kissing his face. She smiled brightly. It's okay, I'll earn money to buy you new clothes. It's just half a month. XL Liling didn't say much. After finishing the meal and packing the food box, he rode a flying horse to take her to the eastern part of the city to buy mung bean soup. Yingrn held the mung bean soup in a bamboo tube on the flying horse, asking XL Liling to take her back again. Chapter 10. Hey. Yingrn patted him from behind. What are you doing? Go to Yueching. As they were about to fly out of Ransack County, Yingrn reluctantly compromised. Even if I go home, I have to tell the steward first. Take me back to greet the steward, and then I'll go home. Yingrn hugged his waist, rubbing against him playfully from behind. If I leave without saying goodbye, and my father finds out, he will definitely beat me up next time I go back to my mother's house. Do you dare to fight my father? XL Liling replied, I can. XL Liling was too lazy to argue with her, riding the flying horse away. At this point, XL Liling paused, turned the flying horse around. And when he took Yingrn back to Yueching Tower, he held the flying horse at the entrance and said, I only trust you this time. Yingrn pouted in disappointment and ran into Yueching Tower with the mung bean soup. Once inside the resting guest room, she opened the window and waved her hand at him triumphantly. Who is in? You can go now. Come pick me up tonight. XL Liling seemed unsurprised, staring at her in silence. Seeing that, she began to doubt if he would rush in to drag her away, feeling a bit anxious. If he really did that, how embarrassing it would be. Only then did he raise his hand to point at her before riding the flying horse away. Yingrn said, we didn't argue. Just. She briefly summarized what happened, and the other women began to giggle. When I work and go home, if I say I'm tired and worn out, my man only says he is tired too, saying everyone is like that. Unlike your husband, as soon as he hears you say you're tired, he immediately wants to take you away. If you refuse, he seems unhappy. The women teased. and Yingran sat aside, pretending not to notice. But her ears still felt hot. Lady Zho then added, "But your husband is really scary when he gets angry. I can't quite explain it. He doesn't look like he is angry, but it makes people break out in cold sweat." Yingran nodded in agreement, "But he only looks scary. He has a good temper, doesn't he hit people, and doesn't he like to argue with me? That's really nice." The women continued to chatter about their own matters. As they talked, they mentioned the cultivator who had tried to take Yingran to stroll around the county. Lady Wing suggested, "Don't go in the afternoon. If the steward asks, I'll just say you got dizzy from the heat while strolling in the morning. That cultivator is really something, treating us like servants. He doesn't even think about how we mortals can be the same as them. In this hot weather, who can withstand such treatment?" Yingran and the others chatted around the table, as if during a lunch break in a previous life, joking about clients and bosses with colleagues. Afternoon. I came to knock on the door. Yingran stood up to open it, but was stopped by Lady Zho. Lady Wing pushed her to the back room and shushed her. Yingran was about to say something when Lady Zho opened the door. I scanned the room and frowned. "Where's Qin Yingran?" Lady Zho replied, "It's too hot today. She got dizzy from strolling in the morning and has heat illness. What does the cultivator need from me?" F's eyes frown deepened, not even looking at Lady Zho, and turned to leave. Lady Zho closed the door, muttering, "I feel like that person is definitely here for Qin Yingran. If she's not happy, she is deliberately making things difficult for others." Lady Wing pulled Yingran back to the table to continue chatting. "You accompanied her out this morning. She must have bullied you a lot, right?" Yingran replied honestly, "No, she treated me well. She just kept asking about my family situation, saying she wanted to be friends with me. But I thought those cultivators would leave sooner or later, so I was afraid we couldn't be friends and didn't answer much." Now she realized that I didn't seem so friendly towards her. However, she didn't mind, smiling and thanking the women in the house. In the afternoon, she chatted happily with the women while eating sunflower seeds and peanuts and drinking tea. Yingran was grateful for their help and even ordered 2 plates of snacks for them. In the evening, Xu Liling came to pick her up. Sitting on the flying horse, Yingran shared many amusing stories she had heard from the women. Xu Liling responded to her as usual, and Yingran thought he must not be angry anymore. When they got home, after bathing and getting into bed, Xu Liling laid down beside her, holding her in his arms, gently stroking her back. He casually lifted her nightgown. Yingran's body tensed up, and she lightly pushed him away, saying, "No, Huaizhan, I still have to go to the county tomorrow." Xu Liling buried his face in her neck and said, "Just once." Yingran thought about how she had tricked him during the day and felt a bit of compensatory psychology, so she hugged him back and said, "Just once, okay." Xu Liling leaned over her. Yingran cooperatively helped him untie his belt. "You're a liar," she said. In the early hours of the morning, they hadn't been able to rest, and Yingran weakly pushed him away. Dizzily, she saw Xu Liling looking down at her with a smile and asked, "Are you scolding yourself?" Yingran tried to bite him as she struggled to sit up, but he pressed her down with one hand on her chest. His hand moved up gently, lightly gripping her neck. Yingran turned her head to bite his hand, but he pinched her chin, forcing her to look up at him. His tone showed no hint of anger, and amidst his disheveled breathing, there was a faint smile that inexplicably frightened her. "I told you long ago, once is meaningless. You don't listen to me or remember my words. It's just you." Yingran felt dizzy and couldn't understand the last sentence. Unable to bear it any longer, she pouted, "Huaizhan, stop it, just stop it." But he wouldn't listen. She fell into a drowsy sleep without knowing when he had stopped. Yingran had been thinking about going to Yinshui County, and although she was extremely tired, she couldn't sleep soundly. The next morning, Xu Liling got up, and Yingran heard the noise and forced herself to get up. Xu Liling leaned over and asked, "Aren't you going to rest?" Yingran huffed in annoyance, not wanting to talk to him. After washing up, she waited by the flying horse. Xu Liling didn't stop her and rode the horse to take her to the Yuehong restaurant. Neither of them spoke along the way. When they reached the back alley of Yuehong, Xu Liling got off the horse to help her down. She suddenly reached out and hugged him. Xu Liling paused and asked, "What's wrong?" Then he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Yingran had slapped him on the back of the head and said, "Xu Liling, if you keep doing this, don't think about touching me in the future." Xu Liling didn't respond and continued to hold her down. In the past few days, she would hug him for a while when getting down. Today, she only huffed at him and turned to enter the Yuehong restaurant. Xu Liling found it amusing and rode away. Yingran routinely greeted the scholars, and Ning Fei wanted her to accompany her out for a stroll. Yingran politely declined. Ning Fei frowned and asked, "Aren't you feeling well today?" Regardless of whether she felt well or not, since it was clear that Ning Fei had come for her, Yingran couldn't accompany her any longer. Yingran nodded, hearing Ning Fei curse under her breath. She ignored it and returned to her resting room to lie on the bed. Madame Lu came back first and saw her looking weak and concerned, asking, "What's wrong? Are you really ill?" Yingran mumbled, "Maybe I got tired from walking yesterday, and I'm feeling weak today." "Then you should rest more," Madame Lu said. Madame Lu sat quietly in the room sewing children's clothes. When Madame Wang, Madame Zhao, and Madame Lu returned, they all hushed and pointed at the bed, whispering, "She doesn't feel well." The four women lowered their voices today, occasionally unable to hold back their laughter and looking over at the bed, lowering their voices again. Yingran slept soundly, but since she was working, she didn't dare sleep too long. When she woke up, her waist ached and her abdomen felt heavy, and she thought that perhaps Xu Liling had been too rough the day before. She cursed him a few times in her mind. At noon, they all had lunch. Yingran went downstairs, and Xu Liling was waiting for her at the door. She didn't give him a good face and walked towards the back alley. Xu Liling followed closely behind her, suddenly leaning in and wrapping an arm around her waist. Yingran was startled, glanced at the people passing by, and glared at him. "What are you doing?" Xu Liling whispered, "Keep walking," into the alley. If he weren't her husband, she would have thought she was encountering a knife-wielding robber. Yingran was annoyed at him as they entered the alley. Xu Liling stayed closely behind her. Once they reached the alley, she wanted to sit down, but he stopped her, took out a handkerchief to lay down, and handed her the food box, saying, "You eat first, I'll be back in a bit." Yingran asked, "Where are you going?" "He was acting strangely today," Xu Liling replied, "to get you something." Yingran thought he was going to apologize to her, so she responded with an "oh," opened the food box, and began to eat. Halfway through the meal, Xu Liling returned empty-handed. Yingran felt a bit disappointed and asked, "What did you bring?" Xu Liling took out something wrapped in a cloth from his chest to give her, to exchange it. Yingran was puzzled, opened it, and immediately closed it again. Her eyes widened as she felt a small wet blood stain at the back of her skirt. She had gotten her period. No wonder her stomach had felt uncomfortable in the morning. Yingran frowned slightly, feeling anxious. "What should I do? I took a nap in the guest room this morning. Did I get the bed dirty?" Xu Liling said, "I'll handle it later. You go change first." Yingran asked, "What about my skirt?" Xu Liling replied, "We'll go straight home later." Yingran looked at him with a pained expression, feeling inexplicably wronged. If she went back like this, why had she forced herself to come in the morning, and why had she fought with him? Her eyes turned red, and she pouted, about to cry. Xu Liling looked at her for a moment, his expression unreadable, and said, "Wait here." Yingran sat and waited, watching him leave. A moment later, Xu Liling brought back a basin of water and a porcelain bottle. He instructed Yingran to stand and turn her back to him, which she did. He knelt down, dipped a cloth in the water and the medicine from the porcelain bottle, and gently helped her wipe the bloodstains from her skirt. In the hot summer, Yingran was wearing thin clothing, but she had on a skirt and pants. After wiping the bloodstains off her skirt, Yingran wanted to lift her skirt for him to wipe the blood from her pants. Xu Liling raised his eyes, giving her a look that stopped her, warning her to be careful of others seeing. He knelt on one knee on the ground, bending down under her skirt to help her clean. Yingran looked down at him kneeling and bending over, feeling a mix of emotions that made her eyes sting. "Huaizhen," she called him. Xu Liling responded. Yingran didn't know what to say. She just wanted to call him. Xu Liling didn't ask any questions and finished wiping, standing up and dusting off his robe. "The stains on your skirt are faint. You can't see them. There are new pants and a menstrual belt in the cloth. Change when you return. After you change, rest in the guest room." Yingran turned and hugged him, looking obediently up at him. "What about you?" He hadn't eaten yet. When she returned, she wouldn't be able to see him off. Xu Liling stroked her back and said, "I'll come to pick you up in the evening." Yingran looked up at him in his embrace. He leaned down and lightly kissed her forehead. After temporarily leaving the things in the back alley, Xu Liling carried the food box and took Yingran back to the Yuehong restaurant. Worried that the bed might have gotten dirty, Yingran was anxious. After checking and finding nothing, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xu Liling still went to discuss with the restaurant and bought a new set of sheets and bedding, and also opened another room for Yingran to rest. He gave her the food box and told her to eat something to fill her stomach before resting. Her menstrual cycle was irregular, and sometimes she felt very uncomfortable, unable to tolerate noise. Yingran felt okay today, but Xu Liling still made proper arrangements for her. Yingran walked to the back window and looked down, seeing Xu Liling returning to the back alley, packing his things to go back. He noticed her gaze and looked up at her. Yingran leaned against the window and waved at him. Xu Liling waved back, signaling her to rest. Yingran shook her head, signaling him with her eyes. Go ahead, I'll watch from here. Xu Liling looked at her for a while, then led Feiju out of the back alley. Once he was out of sight, Yingran decided to lie down for a bit. She lay on the bed for a while when suddenly there was a knock on the door. She got up to open it. Chapter 11. He brought sweet soup and was about to hurry back to Jingshui town. Yingran hugged him before he left, just like she did 2 days ago when she sent him off, standing on tiptoe to kiss his face. He responded. Yingran smiled and nodded, watching him go downstairs. She couldn't feel angry about his antics from yesterday anymore. After Xu Liling left, she teased him. In the evening, Xu Liling came to pick her up, and on their way out, they ran into some wives and their husbands returning home. Mrs. Wang said, by the way, that Ning Fei came looking for you again this afternoon. I told her, if she really needed you to take care of something, that would be one thing, as it's our duty. But she always tries to drag you out. I don't know what she is plotting. Yingran couldn't understand either, agreed, and thanked them. As dawn approached, Yingran had a headache and abdominal pain, sweating coldly in bed, tossing and turning. Every time she moved, Xu Liling would wake up and hold her, rubbing her belly. When she woke up again, she felt a severe headache and nausea. Xu Liling was dressed and ready to go out, but she still couldn't get up. He sat by the bed, leaned down, and softly said to her, I'll ask for a couple of days off for you. She was truly feeling too unwell to have any strength. Yingran fell back asleep in a daze, and when she woke up, she heard noises outside. She got out of bed to check and saw Su Qiugui and Guanyi busy at home. Su Qiugui was hired by Xu Liling, and Guanyi was brought in by Su Qiugui herself. She thought that since her daughter and son-in-law were both delicate, Guanyi, who practiced martial arts, could often come over to chop wood for her daughter. She never stood on ceremony with Guanyi. Guanyi had lost both parents at a young age and was raised by her, and they were closer than real siblings. They never formally recognized each other as kin because, at first, Guanyi was studying at Chunchan Academy and was afraid that if they recognized each other, other students would gossip. Later, when Guanyi left the academy, he also had a stubborn temper like Yingran, and Qin Huan was so angry he refused to acknowledge him. Guanyi knew about Yingran's old issues and said to her, What are you getting up for? Are you hungry? Yingran replied, I have no appetite, and I've troubled you to help with my family's chores. Guanyi pretended to be serious. Are you being so polite to me because you plan to make me repay the kindness from when you took care of me as a child? I tell you, that's impossible. I want to repay. Yingran laughed. What are you talking about? Guanyi smiled. By the way, I stopped by to find the steward this morning, and your brother-in-law has already told him to let you rest at home for a couple more days. I also think it's better for you to rest a bit longer. I have a feeling that the cultivator who has been watching you has bad intentions. Before Yingran could respond, Su Qiugui hurriedly asked, What is going on? Guanyi, when I went, the steward told me that the one called Ning Fei keeps asking about Yingran and her brother-in-law, with a sinister look in her eyes. In this hot weather, she always wants to take Yingran out for a stroll. Isn't that just deliberately making things difficult for her? We are cultivators, not objects. How can we not know it's hot? The steward also said he thinks Yingran is young and has a thin skin, afraid she would feel embarrassed to refuse. A few times, when Ning Fei didn't reach Yingran, it was the steward and my colleague's wife who encountered her halfway and stopped her. Su Qiugui frowned tightly, wanting to tell Yingran to stop working. But with so many spirit stones at stake, it would be better to endure a few more days, so she remained silent. Yingran also frowned slightly, not expecting this matter to be happening behind her back. She went back to her room and took out half a spirit stone, asking Guanyi to use it to buy some things for his colleague's wife as a thank you gift. Guanyi cheerfully said, You're being polite. Just take the spirit stone. Yingran's stomach began to hurt again, and she felt dizzy, leaning against the doorframe to rest for a while. Then gasping as she returned to her room. She rested at home for a day like this, and in the evening, when Xu Liling came back, she was still sleeping and couldn't eat anything. Xu Liling had made her a bowl of medicine before she slept. The medicine tasted refreshing, and after drinking it, she felt much better. She asked, What kind of medicine is this? Xu Liling, I found some spirit herbs to brew it. Spirit herbs are hard to find around here. If they can be found and sold, they would fetch a good price. However, Yingran didn't mention the money, as her attention was on Xu Liling's hand holding the bowl. There were some burn marks on his jade white hand. Yingran felt pain for him, asking if he got hurt picking spirit herbs. Spirit herbs aren't easy to pick. Some can injure you when harvested. Xu Liling didn't hide it from her. I'll be fine in a few days. Yingran held his hand and pressed her face against it, then took the medicine to apply on him, lying down with him and hugging him to sleep. The next morning, Yingran felt much better. However, Xu Liling still wanted her to rest at home. The leave had already been requested, and after thinking about it, Yingran agreed. It's been a long time since she went to the village. I'll sleep for a while, and then go to the village to gather some vegetables. The vegetables in the village are all homegrown, fresh and cheap. She and Xu Liling originally wanted to open a plot of land behind the house to grow vegetables. But neither of them could stand the smell of a vegetable garden, and they also didn't know how to plant. The cost of growing vegetables would be higher than going to the village to gather leftover vegetables, so they simply decided not to plant. Xu Liling responded affirmatively, then sat at the edge of the bed and leaned down, touching foreheads with her. Yingran gently tilted her chin and kissed his nose. Xu Liling kissed her lips and left. Yingran nodded, watching him leave the bedroom, then turned over and closed her eyes to sleep. She didn't come today either. The steward said she took a leave of absence. But from the first day Ning Fei contacted her, she had been avoiding Ning Fei. Was it because Ning Fei was too aggressive that she sensed something? I initially thought she was innocent. But now it seems she must know that her husband is a demon. In Zhou Tujia's room, the disciples were discussing the movements of Qin Yingran and that Xu Liling. Zhou Tujia sat beside them, feeling overwhelmed. He was grateful that Ning Fei had inadvertently guided this group of disciples. However, from the first day, Ning Fei had been too proactive. Now he couldn't even intervene. What was initially a plan that could be executed directly? Ning Fei insisted on delaying it under the pretext that Xu Liling would be difficult to deal with, so they should first target Qin Yingran. But Qin Yingran and Xu Liling were just mortals. Why go through so much trouble to approach Qin Yingran? As a result, it had become widely known that this group of cultivators had their eyes on Qin Yingran. If this continued, his plan to capture the holy demon for merit would be ruined because of Ning Fei's self-righteousness. Zhou Tujia rubbed his forehead, appearing deep in thought, while secretly calculating how to spur the disciples into action quickly. Suddenly, he heard Ning Fei say, "Everyone, don't worry. Over these past few days, after interacting with Qin Yingran, I have not been without clues. I can now confirm that Qin Yingran is just an ordinary mortal, and that demon, as I previously predicted with Uncle Zhou, has greatly diminished his yuan power and can only disguise himself as a mortal to hide his tracks. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A great chance for us to avenge our fellow disciples." Ning Fei's gaze was resolute. "However, we have already alarmed them, and we cannot delay any longer. Otherwise, if they escape, we will find it difficult to have another chance to kill the holy demon. So, I propose that while Qin Yingran is taking a day off at home today, possibly discussing what to do with that demon, we catch them off guard and go kill them now." The disciples hesitated. But isn't this a bit too risky? In fact, they didn't dare to go and were filled with doubts. Risky? Ning Fei sneered. "My senior brother is holding them off for you. Isn't that risky? He died at the hands of the demon army to let you live. Isn't that risky? Why does he protect the righteous path and guard his fellow disciples without hesitation, while you are hesitating whether to avenge him? Looking at your faces, I truly feel it's not worth it for his death." Ning Fei turned to leave. The disciples quickly stopped her, filled with mixed feelings. "We will go." Ning Fei snorted lightly, intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Zhou Tujia. Zhou Tujia felt a sudden panic in his heart. He intuitively sensed something was off. But couldn't he figure out what it was? Cluck, 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 the chicken flapped in fear, feathers flying everywhere. The simple chicken coop built by Xu Liling was sliced open with a single blow, and the courtyard gate was also split in half. Yingran covered her mouth, hiding in the bushes on the back mountain, watching the group of people rush into her little courtyard, her eyes filled with panic and disbelief. Beside her, Dao, alert like a cheetah, warned her, "Host, don't move. My energy in this world can only shield a radius of 1 meter around your location. If you exceed this range, we will be discovered." Yingran not only didn't dare to move, but also didn't dare to make a sound. She nodded blankly, thanking Dahu with her eyes. Just now, she had taken a vegetable basket, planning to go to the nearest Shanghai village to gather vegetables. As it was nearing noon, the sun was scorching, and after walking less than half a mile, she couldn't stand the heat and turned back to get a cloth to cover her head and face. Suddenly, Dahu rushed out, shouting, "Host, don't go home." Yingran didn't react in time as Dahu pounced on her, frantically clawing at her. Yingran looked up and saw a crowd at her home, entranced through the trees. Panic filled her heart, and uneasily, she ran with Dahu to the back mountain south Locust Grove, peeking from the shielding circle set up by Dahu. Just as she ran away, someone went to check the spot where she had just stood, and they would have discovered her if they had been a moment faster. Yingran was terrified, peeking at the group of people with a racing heart. In that glance, she spotted two familiar faces, Ning Fei and Zhou Tujia. They were wearing matching dark robes today, wielding long swords, and their imposing demeanor made Yingran feel for the first time what it meant to have a palpable killing intent. Yingran didn't understand why she had provoked this group of people. Was it just because she didn't take Ning Fei out to wander around Yinshui County? Suddenly, she heard Zhou Tujia's thunderous voice. "Demon, come out. Your identity has been exposed. Don't think about escaping. If you are willing to surrender, we might spare your life." Yingran was puzzled. Who is the demon? Dahu also looked confused, asking Yingran with her eyes, "Did you bring the demon script?" Yingran shook her head. "How is that possible?" No one in the courtyard answered. Ning Fei snorted coldly, swinging her sword, the cold light shining like a moon blade. With one strike, she slashed the courtyard door and smashed the chicken coop. Yingran and Xu Liling had raised only 6 chickens, and now only one remained alive. That one flapped in panic, trying to fly out of the courtyard, but was accidentally kicked to death by a disciple who frowned. "Senior uncle, they aren't home. Could they have already escaped?" Zhou Tujia frowned, signaling a disciple, "You go inside and check." The disciple hesitated. Ning Fei snorted coldly and rushed into the house with her sword. Yingran couldn't see what Ning Fei was doing inside. But when she saw Ning Fei come out with slightly disheveled clothes, she could predict that the room must be in disarray. Ning Fei took out a spirit stone. They should have just left temporarily. Their money and belongings are still inside. Saying this, Ning Fei disdainfully tossed the spirit stone aside. Yingran was anxious, clutching her sleeves. This was too bullying. That was all the spirit stones she and Xu Liling had saved over the past year. But she had no choice. As a mere mortal, she couldn't fight any of them, let alone this group. Once they left, she would definitely report them to the Xuanya. Yingran bit her lip in anger. In the courtyard, Zhou Tujia pondered for a moment. "Then we will wait for them to come back." "Wait. We can't just wait." Ning Fei's expression hardened. Raising her long sword to strike, "Let us first take down Xu Liling's demon lair." Zhou Tujia and the other disciples were stunned. However, recalling their deceased senior brother, they also raised their swords and struck alongside her, venting their emotions. "Kill! Kill! Kill this damned demon. Hang his head high at the Xinyuan sect's gate, so that the demons will no longer dare to invade us." Zhou Tujia's gaze trembled. Things had taken a turn. Everything was now out of his control. All because of Ning Fei. Had Ning Fei done something to the disciples? Was she still normal? Zhou Tujia wanted to stop them, but under Ning Fei's incitement. Recalling the horrific deaths of his fellow disciples as they fled into Yhuangzhou, the disciples' eyes were already bloodshot in their rage. Yingran tightly gripped the big tree beside her, watching as the fence surrounding her and Xu Liling was slowly smashed apart, watching as the bamboo basket and sieve that Xu Liling had made by hand were trampled underfoot, watching them destroy the home she and Xu Liling had built together, her eyes red but not daring to make a sound. It turned out that during this time, they had been inquiring about her, all targeting Xu Liling. What had Xu Liling done wrong? To be persecuted by this inexplicable group with the label of a demon. Suddenly, a beast-like growl sounded beside her. Yingran turned to see Xiao Huang not far away, like a raging wolf, glaring fiercely at the people in the courtyard. Its sharp teeth bared, glinting with a cold light. "Xiao Huang." Yingran hurriedly tried to pull it into the shielding circle. However, Dao jumped up to hold her back, causing her to fall to the ground. The silly dog was too big. The shielding circle couldn't protect it. If it came in, we would all be exposed. As she spoke, Xiao Huang had already charged out with a low growl. Dahu's cat face was tightly furrowed, filled with sorrow and hatred. Although it hated that silly dog, both the silly dog and it were raised by the host, so in its heart, they were considered family. But its abilities were limited, and it couldn't save the silly dog. Xiao Huang. Just as Yingran got up from the ground, she saw Xiao Huang charging down the mountain. These damned cultivators. They were the real demons. Yingran couldn't just watch Xiao Huang get killed. She asked Dahu in desperation, "Is there really no way to save it?" Dahu shook its head, "Unless you bind with me. To ensure the host's safety. In general, the headquarters will place a portion of reserve energy on the host. Dahu's voice suddenly stopped, its eyes staring blankly, and its cat body went limp. Dahu, Yingran whispered anxiously, quickly trying to support Dahu. But Dahu had turned as soft as a noodle, unresponsive no matter how she shook it. Dahu wanted to respond to Yingran, but it couldn't. Its body had completely turned into a lifeless state. Yingran couldn't wake Dahu up, buried it under the leaves to hide it, stood up, and prepared to go down the mountain to save Xiaohuang. She turned around, just about to step out of the shielding circle, when she saw a figure that shouldn't have appeared at this time, standing at the entrance of the courtyard. He dismounted from the flying steed at a leisurely pace, holding a bag of spiritual herbs, and surveyed the chaos in the courtyard. The cultivators in the courtyard all stopped their movements and looked at him in unison. His calm demeanor made Zhou Tuya feel a renewed sense of crisis that things were beyond his expectations. However, before Zhou Tuya could speak, Ning Fei stepped forward, pointing her sword at him. Xu Liling, you devil have finally returned. Are you referring to me as a devil? Xu Liling replied. Ning Fei scoffed coldly, stop pretending. We have confirmed your identity. Yingran felt a wave of confusion. She had originally thought they were after Xu Liling, and if she rushed out to save Xiaohuang, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But now, if she charged out, she would only die with him. At that time, they would say Xu Liling was a devil, and everyone would believe it. Her parents and Guan Yi would be implicated. By then, who could come to seek justice for them? Yingran tightly gripped a nearby tree, the bark digging into her fingertips, drawing blood, but she felt nothing. She closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. She only thought, if Huan Zhen were no longer here. Once she exposed the crimes of these Yunzhou cultivators and cleared Huan Zhen's name, she would. In the courtyard, Xu Liling let out a soft "oh." Xiaohuang rushed behind him, whimpering and reporting. Ning Fei frowned deeply. Xu Liling, do you have nothing to say? Xu Liling turned a deaf ear, looking around the ground, picking up a machete from the debris. Seeing him pick up a weapon, a disciple closest to him tensed up and immediately swung his sword at him. In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared, and a head fell to the ground. The courtyard fell silent as death. Yingran opened her tear-filled eyes, her pupils dilating in shock. Blood mist sprayed like rain. A scholar in a blue robe straightened up slowly from the motion of picking up the knife, weighing the blood-stained machete in his hand. Behind him, the headless corpse thudded to the ground. You, how could you? Are you really? Panic gripped Zhou Tuya, choking him. He unconsciously stepped back, wanting to escape. But even before the person before him released any demonic pressure, his legs had already gone weak. Am I really? Xu Liling turned to look at him, his eyes like ghosts that could consume one's soul, causing fear to eat away at one's heart. Didn't you all say so? Chapter 12. 10 years ago, Zhou Tuya and his fellow disciples accidentally entered a secret realm left behind by the Tianxiao during their training. There, he and his fellow disciples saw the portrait of a figure they had encountered as children at a banquet in Tianxiao. Zhou Tuya secretly took the portrait and also accepted the opportunities the secret realm provided, leaving his fellow disciples forever in the collapsed secret realm. He had treasured this portrait all along. It was one of his trump cards. He thought that one day he would use it. So he persuaded the disciples to take action, bringing out the portrait to prove Xu Liling's identity. The disciples believed him half-heartedly, and Ning Fei pushed them to believe the other half. He planned to return to the Xuanheng sect, bringing Xu Liling's head along with the portrait to intimidate the demonic forces. He thought that once he saw the faith of the demons collapse, the Xian Dao would take the opportunity to suppress the demonic path's achievements, and the Xian Dao members would not care. He only needed to change the plan. The portrait and the head would still be useful pawns. He would still achieve great merit. If he only had the head or the portrait, neither would have such a good effect. But he never thought, how could it be possible? How could that person marry a mortal woman and live in seclusion with her in the mountains? Zhou Tuya's head fell to the ground, and in a world stained red with blood, he watched his headless body collapse onto the blood-soaked ground, watching as the scholar in the blue robe, soaked in blood, indulged in the slaughter, his remaining consciousness still thinking. Ning Fei knew that Zhou Tuya had deceived all the disciples. Her father was also an elder of the Xuanheng sect, and he had warned her about Zhou Tuya's true nature, telling her to be cautious of him. Yet she still helped Zhou Tuya, because she had already decided that Zhou Tuya and these disciples deserved to die. From the moment Zhou Tuya closed the boundary gate, the disciples only cared about escaping. When she turned around and saw her senior brother looking at her hopelessly under the hooves of the demonic army. At the moment he was beheaded, Ning Fei thought, why? Why do these people survive and not my senior brother. They all deserve to die? They should have died together with my senior brother at that time. But her father was highly respected. She couldn't let him suffer the consequences of her harming fellow disciples. So she went with the flow, planning to help Zhou Tuya slaughter mortals. Once they all became sinners, when she returned to Yunzhou to expose their crimes, she could pretend to be deceived, claiming that she could no longer bear the mental torture, and went mad, poisoning them all. By then, people would only sigh over a pitiful madwoman who killed a group of sinners, and no one would blame her father for failing to teach his daughter properly. In this plan, the only ones she felt sorry for were Qin Yingran and Xu Liling, this mortal couple. But she had no other choice. If she had to blame someone, she could only blame their bad luck. Just like her and her senior brother, they had finally received her father's approval, agreeing that once they achieved merit in this extermination of the demons, they would become partners in the Tao. Yet she could only watch helplessly as her senior brother died tragically, his body crushed by the demonic army. But why did things turn out this way? Ningfei, covered in blood, struggled to crawl towards the broken sword that had fallen to the ground. On that sword hung the tassel her senior brother had given her. The pain from her broken leg made Ningfei unable to help but scream, her heart-wrenching cries echoing through the mountains and fields. Xu Liling crushed her leg bone, sensing her desire. Looking at the tassel, she was desperately reaching out to touch. Do you want this? He walked to the broken sword and looked down at her, his pitch-black eyes seeming to penetrate her heart. Is this something very important that someone gave you? Ningfei didn't answer, raising her gaze. Her vision filled with corpses and heads rolling in blood, all of them her fellow disciples. Xu Liling's expression was sympathetic. I will definitely kill you. But if you tell me this is very important to you, I don't mind letting you hold it as you die. Ningfei was too weak to respond. But she still mustered the strength to speak, extending her trembling, blood-stained hand. It is. Xu Liling, however, crushed the tassel under his foot. And with a single stroke, he laughed. Blood mist sprayed, staining the tassel red. Ningfei's head rolled away, the world turning upside down. Her consciousness had not completely dissipated, and she saw Xu Liling's mocking smile. How could you believe the words of a devil? Yes, how could she believe the words of a devil? Especially someone like Xu Liling, the devil among devils. Xiao Huang walked over, looking at Ningfei with pity, and swallowed her whole. Yingran sat in the shielding circle set up by De Hua for a long time, forgetting to get up. Her mind was blank. The sight of blood and flesh flying and corpses littering the small courtyard in the distance made her feel like vomiting. Her usually calm and gentle husband stood there among the blood-soaked corpses, holding a machete. He closed his eyes, calming himself from the excitement of the slaughter. Looking around the bloody mess of the courtyard, he frowned impatiently and clicked his tongue, so annoying. Yingran closed her eyes, leaning against a nearby tree, constantly convincing herself that this was just a nightmare. Once she woke up, Huanjun would still be the husband who worked with her at sunrise and rested with her at sunset. Her courtyard would still be that ordinary but warm little courtyard. But the waves of bloody smell carried by the wind kept reminding her that this was not a dream. Her husband was a devil who could instantly kill more than 20 cultivators with just an ordinary machete. How annoying. Cleaning up will definitely be a hassle. Plus, the mistress will be back soon after just going out to gather vegetables. Xiao Huang thought, somewhat gleefully. Let's see what he does. If he were willing to lift the seal and restore his demon form, he could instantly restore the courtyard with a spell. But anything he touches in his demon form would be tainted with demonic energy. He always heals people with spiritual medicine, but demonic energy harms them. Even if the courtyard is restored, the mistress won't be able to live here. Xu Liling glanced at it. It immediately became obedient and flattering. Wagging its tail like a real dog, Xu Liling ordered, clean it up, and call a few mountain spirits and would spirits over. It was stunned. Looking around at the corpses in the courtyard, its face showing distress. I can't eat that much at once. Can I eat slowly? Xu Liling had already gone into the kitchen to boil water. After you finish eating, go catch 6 chickens, then wait by the roadside. If she comes back, stall her. Xiao Huang. I can't eat that much. Xu Liling. Wait until the mountain spirits and would spirits leave, then come back. Xiao Huang. I can't eat. Xu Liling shot at a glance. It lay down on the ground, looking aggrieved as it started to eat, not daring to say more. The longer the corpses stayed, the greater the risk of being discovered. The water in the kitchen began to boil, and Xu Liling walked to the courtyard, rummaging through the storage bags of the cultivators. Picking up the spiritual stones that Ningfei had thrown and cleaning them, then tidying up the room that had been messed up by Ningfei earlier. His arrangements were orderly and unhurried. Yingran stared blankly. Her husband was not an ordinary person. Even Xiao Huang was not an ordinary dog. She rubbed her temples and suddenly saw Xiao Huang lift its head and let out a powerful beast roar. The roar echoed like a mountain quake. The sound was not loud, but the waves it created shook the mountains and forests. In an instant, the grass, trees, and stones transformed into spiritual forms, drifting toward her courtyard like a gust of wind. Yingran was shocked. They had clear divisions of labor. The wood spirits transformed from grass, and trees repaired the damaged wooden door and fence walls, while the mountain spirits transformed from stones purified the blood-soaked ground. The water in the kitchen was ready. Xu Liling came out of the house, ignoring the busy little spirits, took clean clothes, and brought hot water to the side room for a bath. Moments later, he changed into a clean blue shirt, leaving his long black hair down, and tossed the blood-stained clothes to Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang took them to a corner, fetched a fire starter, and burned the clothes. Then it swept the ashes into the ditch, letting the water wash them away. Xu Liling sat back in a lounge chair in the courtyard, crossing his legs, peeling bamboo strips, and reweaving the vegetable basket and winnowing basket at home. The mountain spirits and wood spirits were busy, and the courtyard gradually returned to its original state. The corpses on the ground slowly disappeared, and Xiao Huang was nearly sick from eating. Finally finished. It caught a chicken and waited for her on the path she would take to gather vegetables. Yingran, in a daze, felt that what was happening in her courtyard was like a fairy tale. After the fairy tale princess encountered trouble, the small animals all came to help. It was just that the situation was a bit cruel, and the help was a bit bloody. Moreover, Yingran noticed Xu Liling's blue shirt and thought, no wonder he always wears those nearly identical blue shirts. It turns out he is preparing to change into a new one in case something happens and throw the old one away. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have been able to tell he had changed clothes when she got home. The courtyard returned to its original appearance, and the mountain spirits and wood spirits returned to the mountains. As the sun set, Xu Liling's hair dried. He tied his black hair with a jade bamboo hairband, busily working in the clean courtyard as if he were still the scholarly gentleman she was familiar with. Xiao Huang sat by the roadside waiting for her to come home, occasionally scratching itself with its legs. It also seemed to be the same little dog she was familiar with. Yingran leaned against a big tree, watching them. The sky gradually darkened, and candles were lit in the house. Xu Liling walked back and forth between the main house and the kitchen, reheating the cold soup. After the last time he heated the dishes, he stood at the door for a while, then turned and walked toward the back of the house, as if preparing to ride the flying horse out to find her. Yingran exhaled, pulling out the still lifeless cat, Big Flower, from the leaves, placing it in the vegetable basket, picking up the basket, and walking down the mountain. Step by step, she stepped into the courtyard. There were no traces of the tragic events from the afternoon in the courtyard, and the air was filled with the aroma of food. Yingran's gaze swept over the big door, the courtyard walls, and the vegetable basket and winnowing basket hanging on the courtyard wall. The memories of her and Xu Liling ordering the courtyard door together, slowly building the courtyard walls, making the fence, and learning to weave the vegetable basket and winnowing basket intertwined with the scene of the spirits fixing the bloody mess in the blink of an eye in her mind. The courtyard, under the night sky, took on a layer of enchanting light. Where have you been? How did it end up like this? A familiar voice inquired. It was still her familiar tone, calm yet subtly concerned. He was leading the flying horse out to find her, but upon seeing her return, he stopped. Driving the flying horse back to the back of the house, he walked closer to her. Demon. He is a demon. A voice in Yingran's mind kept telling her. She lowered her eyes to avoid his gaze. I was actually going to gather vegetables this morning, but suddenly wanted to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms. So I brought Big Flower with me. As a result, I tripped on the mountain, sprained my ankle, and got lost. Luckily, Big Flower led me out. Big Flower is already tired and asleep. Xu Liling gently caressed her face, using his fingertip to wipe the dirt off her face, and bent down to pick her up. It was quite strange. She knew he was a demon, yet still felt that his movements were gentle, and his palm was as warm as ever. She stopped him. Huaijin. Xu Liling paused his movements. Yingran smiled at him. Let me put Big Flower back first. Xu Liling took the vegetable basket from her hand and placed it on the ground, letting Xiao Huang carry it back. Xiao Huang immediately came over, wagging its tail at her, and took the vegetable basket back to its nest. Yingran was not worried that Xiao Huang would eat Big Flower, because Xiao Huang was obviously about to burst from eating too much. She watched Xiao Huang walk away. suddenly feeling light. Chapter 13. She slowly pressed her face against his chest. She was not as afraid of him, but she could not look him in the eye as she used to. Was she going to expose that he was a demon? Or help him hide it? Or for some reason, was she here in anonymity, using her to cover up his identity? Would he always see her as his wife and treat her well? Yingran was lost in thought in his embrace, and the more she thought, the more confused she became. Xu Liling had already taken off her shoes and socks to check her ankle. There was nothing wrong. Yingran stopped his hand from hovering in the air, retracted it, and looked at his focused expression, nodding. Yingran, Early summer was hot, but the temperature in the mountains was not high. Especially at night, the mountain breeze was slightly cool. She remembered that he had heated the food once, and the soup 2 or 3 times. Yingran picked up the black chicken soup and took a spoonful to drink. The chicken soup had been skimmed of excess oil, with no fishy smell or unpleasant medicinal taste. It was just getting saltier. Halfway through, Xu Liling brought a basin of spiritual herb water for her to soak her feet. Yingran felt it was strange and blurted out, "Soaking my feet while eating?" Xu Liling, "Then soak your feet first and eat later." He placed the basin at the door, fetched a stool, and then carried her to the stool at the door. Yingran placed her feet in the spiritual herb water. The temperature was just right, and the spiritual energy flowed into her meridians through the water, relieving her fatigue from spending a day on the mountain. Xu Liling squatted in front of her, avoiding the spiritual herb water, and pressed on her ankle tendons, asking, "Does it hurt?" Yingran shook her head. She didn't twist her ankle. She was just lying to him. She changed the subject. "The chicken soup will get cold soon. Will the spiritual herbs inside lose their effectiveness?" Xu Liling replied, "No." Yingran was puzzled. "Then why did you keep reheating the soup just now?" She quickly shut her mouth. That was a close call. She almost exposed that she had been secretly watching him on the mountain. However, Xu Liling casually explained, "Cold chicken soup can have a fishy smell. If you want to drink it later, just heat it up again." Yingran's heart trembled, and she softly responded with an "oh." She loved eating meat, but she was very sensitive to smells and had always disliked the fishy smell of meat. Meat had to be processed, either soaked in water or blanched with spices, for her to be able to eat it. Before she got married, she didn't often eat meat at home. It wasn't that there was nothing to eat at the academy, but her father said it was troublesome and wouldn't allow the cook to make special dishes for her. Only her mother would occasionally make her meat, also saying it was troublesome, questioning why others couldn't taste the fishiness while she could. But after getting married, she said she liked eating meat. So she had meat almost every day, except for the first month after marriage when Xu Liling couldn't cook. She had eaten meat with a fishy smell a few times. After that, she never encountered the fishy smell in the meat at home again. And Xu Liling had never said it was troublesome. Over time, she unconsciously came to think that it was normal not to have a fishy smell in the meat at home. She forgot that the meat without a fishy smell was specially processed by Xu Liling. She lowered her gaze to look at the spiritual herb water that was soaking. Suddenly, she remembered that Xu Liling was a demon and thought about the burns on his hand from last night when he fed her medicine. She grabbed his hand in the dim light of the room, and by the glow of the candle, she saw that there were many more burn marks on his hand. He had brought back a large bag of spiritual herbs when he rode home on the flying steed today. He hadn't come back specifically to kill anyone. He had taken leave to gather spiritual herbs and returned to take care of her. Yet, she was afraid of him because he had killed a group of people who wanted to kill him and her, because he was a demon. Yingran felt a mix of emotions as she touched the burn marks on his hand. "Does it hurt?" Xu Liling replied, "It's okay." "What do you mean it's okay?" "It must hurt a lot. For an ordinary person collecting spiritual herbs, just getting hurt by some herbs would already be very painful. Moreover, he was a demon. A demon that was resistant to spiritual energy. For a demon to collect spiritual herbs, it required much more effort than an ordinary person. Yingran lightly bit her lip, wanting to say something caring to him, but suddenly felt a warm flow below her, and her bottom felt wet and sticky. Only then did she remember that she had her monthly period and hadn't changed her menstrual pad all day. It was probably all over her skirt. She reached behind her skirt and, sure enough, found a wet stain. She quickly stood up to check the stool. Xu Liling also glanced over and saw a wet red mark on the stool. Yingran felt embarrassed and flustered. Xu Liling, however, remained calm. "You sit down first. After we eat, you can go take a bath and change your clothes." Perhaps because she was still thinking of him as a demon, Yingran unconsciously became distant with him. Stammering, "The stool." Xu Liling replied lightly, "It's fine. I'll clean it up later." Yingran's eyes suddenly turned red. unable to express the feelings in her heart. And she suddenly thought, no matter what, he is still a sincere person. Xu Liling asked her, what's wrong? Yingran suddenly hugged his neck, as if wanting to vent all her fears, shocks, and insecurities from today, and burst into tears. Sincere. Xu Liling frowned. Why are you crying? Yingran replied, my stomach hurts. His warm palm covered her lower abdomen and gently rubbed it. Xu Liling held her in his arms with the other hand, patting her back to comfort her. Is it better? She sniffled, leaning against him. The mountains were quiet, and the night was peaceful. So, you know he is a demon, yet you still plan to pretend you don't know anything and continue living with him? Yingran sat by the window, embroidering a green bamboo belt. Before getting married, my mother told me that living with a man means you have to keep one eye open and one eye closed. Is this something that requires keeping one eye open and one eye closed? He is a demon. Dahuai was jumping up and down on the windowsill. Anxious. How long do demons live? How long do I have to wait before he dies so I can bind you to do tasks? Maybe longer than ordinary people. Maybe shorter. All demons practicing the path of magic do not know when they will die. How could Yingran know? She changed the subject. What happened to you yesterday? Why did you suddenly faint? Dahuai's gaze wandered. At that time, a progress bar suddenly appeared on my system page. What progress bar? I don't know what it is. It might be that the tasks from high-energy dimensions are like this. There are always some unexpected surprises. Dahuai lay down, speculating that this progress bar might indicate that the process of the villain destroying the world had accelerated. Yingran paused in her embroidery and smiled. So cherishing the present is more important. I senti it? Dahuai basked in the sun, yawning lazily. Yingran continued to embroider the belt, her voice soft. However, maybe because I witnessed such a scene, I had a nightmare last night. I dreamed I was on a battlefield where I couldn't see clearly, surrounded by fighting cultivators and demons. Dahuai exclaimed, battlefield? Right now, only Yunzhou has battles. Where did that cat come from? So cute. Madame Wang and others pushed the door and entered, smiling as they came over to tease Dahuai. Dahuai stopped speaking and happily rolled over. Meow, it just proves that there is no one in this world who doesn't tea like cats. Except for her husband, that demon. Yingran asked, what did the steward say? Although she had experienced such a shock yesterday, Yingran didn't dare to rest at home. She got up early to work, afraid Xu Liling would notice something unusual. It was just right. She could take the opportunity to get some fresh air outside. So many people died at home. She would think too much and be scared if she stayed alone. Madame Zhao sighed. We haven't found anyone yet. Madame Lu added. With such a large group of people, who knows where they went? They wouldn't just leave without a word and sneak back to Yunzhou, would they? This group of cultivators had always gathered together mysteriously. Who knows what they were plotting? Who cares? Anyway, we're here to earn some extra money, Madame Wang said. If they don't come back, I estimate that in another 2 or 3 days, the steward will have us disband and go home. Madame Lu remarked. Every extra spiritual stone counts. They played with the cat for a while before sitting back at the table to busy themselves with their own work. Yingran remained silent, embroidering the belt. The cultivators from Yunzhou didn't return to the inn last night. The steward reported it to the Xuanyao last night and sent someone to look for them. They still hadn't found any trace. Yingran knew where they had gone but couldn't say anything and didn't dare to speak more, fearing exposure. The day passed peacefully. In the evening after work, Xu Liling came to pick her up. The lady Xianxia husbands and Guan Yi also arrived. The Xianxia members all wore serious expressions. Guan Yi came over to greet Yingran and Xu Liling. Brother-in-law, be careful on the way back. Xu Liling nodded. Nearby, Madame Wang asked her husband, what did they say? Did they find anyone? Her husband replied, no, we don't know if something happened or if they ran away. Guan Yi confidently said, it's fine. The people from the Yunzhou Xuanheng sect have already entered the Yuan continent. They will investigate what happened to the people. Yingran's heart tightened. The Xianxia members joked among themselves and returned home. Yingran glanced at Xu Liling, seeing that he appeared unfazed and said nothing more. She got on the flying steed, leaning against him as usual, chattering about her day and the idle talk with the ladies. Xu Liling rubbed her lower abdomen. Are you feeling better today? Yingran nodded. Much better. Xu Liling asked, are we having a midnight snack tonight? These past few days, Yingran had been finishing work late. And after eating dinner at the tavern, she would return home hungry, and Xu Liling would always make her a bowl of noodles. Yingran shook her head. No, I won't eat anymore. I've gained weight during this time. Xu Liling pinched her little belly. It's fine. Yingran playfully hit him, glancing back to see his smiling face in the night. raised her hand to trace it, and lightly kissed his chin. Arriving home, they bathed and cuddled into sleep. The next morning, he took her to Weihong Tavern. Everything was as before, as if nothing had changed. Yingran spent 3 days at Weihong Tavern with the other ladies, estimating that the manager would soon dismiss them. After finishing lunch, when she sent Xu Liling off, she said, "In a couple of days, I'll take you to buy clothes." Xu Liling, He lowered his head, kissed her forehead, sent her into the tavern, and rode off on his steed. "Here's the wages for today, along with a little bit of the last subsidy. You all know the situation now. Starting tomorrow, you ladies won't need to come anymore." The manager handed Yingran 2 spirit stones and went to distribute to the others. Yingran took the spirit stones and thanked him. It was just past noon. Suddenly, work was over, and when Xu Liling came to bring her lunch, she still hadn't known that today was the last day. Now, she had to wait until evening to go home. Yingran asked the manager, "My home is far from the county, and there aren't many carriages. Can I rest here? My husband will come to pick me up at night." The manager, "Of course, this room won't be cleared until tomorrow." Yingran thanked him. The other ladies all lived in the county. After receiving their spirit stones, they had to return home to tend to family matters. They couldn't stay with Yingran, so they greeted her and left. Yingran smiled as she saw them off at the door, then sat by the window to watch the market. These days, she found it interesting to watch from here, often seeing amusing happenings in the market, which she would share with Xu Liling on their way home each night. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the market. Yingran saw a group of people running in a panic at the edge of her vision, each finding refuge in an alley before standing still. The market cleared, and Yingran wondered what was happening. You must know that in Yuangzhou, even if the imperial officials came, they wouldn't clear the market, as it would affect the lives of the common people. She leaned out to look. She saw the city gate of Yunshui County wide open, and a group dressed in dark blue and gold ceremonial robes, each with different designs, but all clearly from the same sect, entered the city. The leader had red hair, a broad face, sharp eyes, and an imposing aura. He wore a beast skin outfit that faintly radiated a strong aura and rode a massive beast resembling a lion and an elephant. The beast was clad in armor, with severed heads hanging from it. Those heads were still fresh, marked with demonic patterns, all belonging to demon cultivators. Yingran dared not look any longer and quickly shifted her gaze aside. Following the giant beast were 5 individuals in ceremonial robes, each exuding remarkable presence. Even though some of them were not young, their bone structure was still far superior to ordinary people, indicating their extraordinary cultivation. Behind the giant beast was a formation of disciples resembling a military array. At a rough glance, there seemed to be more than 300 people. The beast's feet stomped on the cobblestone streets of the city, each step seeming to shake the ground. The powerful pressure from this group made the market's common people feel breathless as they looked up at them. Yingran noticed another group in yellow robes rushing from the direction of the Xian office. It was Do Ming and Guanyi. Do Ming stepped forward to bow and said something, but from a distance, Yingran couldn't hear clearly. She only heard the voice of the person sitting on the beast, booming like a bell. "After all these days, you still can't find the whereabouts of Zhou Tujia and the others?" The woman in the snow-white and blue floral dress next to the beast stepped forward and said, "They are already dead." Yingran's heart sank. She saw Do Ming and Guanyi also stunned. They could never have imagined what kind of person could kill those 25 cultivators in an instant. But they didn't know that this was not unusual in Yunzhou, let alone killing 25, even if one were to kill 100 or 1,000. As long as they were strong enough, it could be done. Do Ming and Guanyi bowed down to apologize for this matter. The woman turned her face away and did not accept it. The burly man on the beast scanned the county town, disdainfully snorting. "You people from Yuangzhou are all useless." In the evening, Xu Liling came to pick up Yingran. Yingran told him that she would no longer be working. Xu Liling, "Just as well, the weather is getting hotter. You can stay home to avoid the heat." Yingran nodded, leaning against him, thinking of the Yunzhou cultivators she saw in the afternoon. She frowned and said to him, "The cultivators from Yunzhou are really arrogant, but judging by Do Darren and the others' reactions, they are indeed very powerful." That lion elephant had many demon cultivator heads hanging from it. Yingran suppressed her worries and suggested calmly, "Huaizhen, I calculated today that we have saved up 50 spirit stones. How about we move to a more peaceful place?" Xu Liling pondered. "I still have some spirit stones here, enough to go to Sujing." Yingran, "They must have been scavenged from the bodies of those Yunzhou cultivators. Keep your money for emergencies. We want to go to Sujing. It's too far. And it's not convenient for me to visit my parents. Mainly, if we go to Sujing and something happens to you, wouldn't that be walking into a trap? Xu Liling, where do you want to move? Yingran, I don't know much about the outside. Can I ask someone tomorrow? Xu Liling, I'll give you a map of Yuanzhou tomorrow. Yingran smiled. Okay. They agreed on the moving plans. When they got home, Xu Liling went to the kitchen to cook, while Yingran returned to the main room to continue embroidering the unfinished belt. Little Huang hadn't eaten anything these days. Lying at the door, it still hadn't digested the food from a few days ago. Big Hua was at the door, with its backside facing Little Huang, its face almost buried in the food bowl. These two little creatures hadn't fought much in the past few days. As Big Hua was afraid of Little Huang after hearing Yingran say it wasn't an ordinary dog, worried that this stinky dog would play tricks on it someday. As the sunset faded, the night draped itself in stars and moonlight. Smoke curled from the mountains, and the candlelight warmed the room. After finishing their meal, Yingran let Little Huang and Big Hua return to their nest to sleep, and the two of them bathed and went to bed. Yingran lay beside Xu Liling, holding him. Xu Liling wrapped one arm around her waist and placed one hand on her lower abdomen, asking, "Has your period ended?" Yingran, drowsy, nodded, "Yes." Xu Liling leaned down, kissing her brows and cheeks, asking, "When did it stop?" Yingran, "I found out it was gone this morning." Xu Liling pressed his lips against hers. Yingran, feeling sleepy, opened her eyes slightly, wrapping her arms around his neck, entangling with him. His hand roamed over her body, his face buried in her neck, leaving a wet sensation. Yingran tugged at his belt, but he held her hand, not doing anything further. Yingran, confused, asked why. Xu Liling, "Just wait a couple of days. It's not good for your body to start right after stopping." Yingran pushed him lightly. "Then what should you do?" Xu Liling gently bit her ear, his voice a bit husky. "Let us see if you still want to." Yingran was taken aback, recalling that time before her period when he had been too rough with her, making her angry. She thought to herself, was he worried she had a psychological trauma? No way. Yingran pretended to be serious and teased. "If you do that again next time, I want to. Xu Liling was silent for a moment, then chuckled softly in her ear, patting her gently. "Sleep now." Yingran knew she was dreaming again. Before her was a scene of countless corpses piled up. Beneath her feet was a sticky ground seeping with black-red liquid. On this boundless battlefield, countless cultivators and demons are engaged in fierce combat. Freshly mangled corpses are increasing by the moment. A few days ago, Yingran dreamt of this scene, but everything was still blurry. She felt like an onlooker, viewing the world through a membrane. But today, everything suddenly became exceptionally clear. Whether it was the bloodshot eyes of the corpses, the mingled scent of fresh and decaying flesh in the air, or the screams of the cultivators and demons, and the sound of cold blades piercing flesh and bone, all became incredibly real, overwhelming her senses. Another cultivator was struck by a demon and fell in front of her, hitting the ground with a thud, releasing a nauseating wave of bloody scent. Laughter from demons echoed nearby. "The path of demons is immortal." Yingran screamed, retreating repeatedly, telling herself in her heart, "This is a dream. I will wake up soon. I just need to wake up." Ever since that day she witnessed Xu Liling slaughtering the cultivators of Yunzhou, she began having such nightmares that night. She thought maybe she was just frightened and would get better after some time. But the dreams became more and more real. The surrounding demons and cultivators heard her scream and suddenly turned to look at her. She heard a demon sneer, "Oh, there's a mortal woman's soul here." The cultivators shouted in panic, "Run." Yingran didn't understand what was happening, but instinctively followed the cultivator's advice and fled. She glanced back and saw the chaos resume, with demons fighting each other, momentarily halting those pursuing her. But even as the demons were intercepted, more were coming from other directions. There were too many demons and cultivators on this battlefield. More and more gazes focused on her, and in that instant, she felt like prey fleeing among a pack of beasts. The demons shouted, "Ha, mortal soul! Eat her! Eat her! Strengthen our demon might!" The cultivators cried out, "How can there be a mortal woman's soul here? Who brought her in? Run! You must run!" Yingran wanted to run quickly, but the ground was littered with corpses, soaked in blood and mud. With each step she took, she stumbled over a corpse or got stuck in the blood-soaked mire. "Wake up! Wake up!" Yingran ran while slapping her own cheeks. She hoped Xu Liling, who was sleeping beside her, would wake her, but she knew that was impossible. She had asked Xu Liling before. Whenever she had such nightmares, no matter how she shouted in the dream, her body remained soundly asleep. A demon laughed loudly and jumped in front of her, wielding a massive hammer. Yingran quickly retreated, watching as the hammer was about to smash down. A cultivator stepped in front of her, shouting, "Run east, outside the east city gate. There is our Xian Dao's base." Yingran thanked him and looked around for the east city gate. This place was too vast, she could see no end, and there were no buildings to help her discern direction. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure on the battlefield. He stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his black hair flowing, his tall figure imposing. Dressed in an indigo scholar's robe stained with blood. His skin was whiter than snow, resembling cold jade, and his celestial face was splattered with crimson, adding a touch of ferocity. It was Xu Liling, the Xu Liling she had embraced before sleeping. Yingran's anxious heart found its place, and she ran towards him in fear, calling, "Huaizhen." Her voice was not loud, but the surrounding demons and cultivators froze in shock, all looking at her. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. Xu Liling, with 108 bone beads transforming into blades, slaughtered a group, blood splattering like rain. Hearing her voice, he turned to look back, and the girl in her pale green dress fluttered like a blue bird. Rushing toward him, her eyes were filled with trust and reassurance, starkly contrasting with the bloody, filthy battlefield. Xu Liling smirked, a mocking smile on his lips, his eyes swirling with demonic energy, his right eye seeming to bleed with a deep crimson. With a twist of his wrist, the bone beads transformed into a long spear. He thrust the spear straight toward her. Chapter 14. Suddenly feeling weightless, Yingran found herself engulfed in darkness. Her back hit the ground, and she sat up in a panic. Opening her eyes, Yingran stared blankly at him. She cupped his face, examining it closely, and felt the warmth of his skin, which gradually calmed her racing heart. Everything in the dream had felt too real. Xu Liling hugged her tightly. "Did you have a nightmare?" He lit the candle beside the bed with one hand, gently patting her, asking, "What nightmare?" Yingran hesitated for a moment before saying, "I dreamt you were going to kill me." Yingran continued, "I dreamt I was on a battlefield. I was very scared, and suddenly I saw you. I called for you, and you looked back at me before thrusting your spear toward me." Yingran nodded. After the fear faded, only feelings of grievance and anger remained. Xu Liling laughed. "If I wanted to kill someone, I wouldn't use a spear. A spear only has a sharp tip. It's very inconvenient for killing." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved and angry she became. And she suddenly punched Xu Liling's chest twice. She couldn't understand. Now she understood. Xu Liling laughed out loud, from a distance. "I wouldn't use a spear to kill you either." Xu Liling didn't know the specifics of her dream, but he still analyzed it seriously with her. "Maybe there was something behind you." Yingran was confused. "What do you mean?" Xu Liling explained. "There was something behind you. And I didn't want to hurt you, but I wanted to kill that thing. So I used a spear. A spear is only sharp at the tip. If it stabbed behind you, the shaft wouldn't hurt you like a sword would. What do you think?" Yingran thought carefully, trying to recall the scene from her dream. In that moment, everything had happened too suddenly. Her mind was almost blank, and she hadn't noticed whether his spear tip was indeed directed behind her. However, upon reflection, she suddenly realized something very skewed. Yingran straightened up and cupped Xu Liling's face again. By the flickering candlelight, she examined him closely. He still had that exceptionally outstanding face, with a hint of youthfulness, but his expression and demeanor were more serene and peaceful, exuding a lazy calmness. In her dream, he appeared younger, like a true youth, with eyes and aura filled with the unique arrogance and recklessness of youth. Yingran squinted at him, thinking to herself, "Did I dream of his younger self? Clearly. He isn't that old now. He is a demon. His real age might be much greater than she thought. Why did she suddenly dream of him when he was younger?" Yingran fell into deep thought. Xu Liling allowed her to hold his face, and after a while, he asked, "Did you find anything?" Yingran came back to her senses, released her hands, and lay down with her back to him. Xu Liling asked, "Are you going to sleep?" Yingran replied, Xu Liling blew out the candle and embraced her from behind, asking, "Are you angry with me because of the nightmare?" Yingran remained silent. It wasn't exactly because she was angry with him over the nightmare. How to put it? She knew in her heart that he was a demon and had already mentally prepared herself to not care. But after having such a dream, it was impossible not to care at all. She could feel Xu Liling staring at the back of her head. He could look all he wanted. She needed a moment to collect herself. She closed her eyes, ready to sleep. Suddenly, she felt a warm breath on her hair. He lightly kissed the back of her head, without forcing her to turn around, just holding her, his hand resting on her lower abdomen, giving it a gentle pat. Yingran kept her eyes closed and fell asleep. In a half-dream, half-awake state, she turned over and hugged him. In the morning, Yingran woke up, and Xu Liling was still by her side. Yingran was startled and pushed him. He had been awake but kept his eyes closed. "What's wrong?" Yingran said. "Isn't today your day off? Aren't you going to be late for work?" Xu Liling replied leisurely. "I'm staying with you today." Yingran guessed that perhaps her reaction last night had worried him, and she helplessly said, "No need. I plan to start packing today so that I can take everything with me when I move in a few days." "Aren't you supposed to bring me a map? Where are you going to find a map if you don't go out?" Xu Liling opened his eyes to look at her. Yingran leaned over, half lying on him, and smiled. "Let's look together tonight to see where we should move to." Xu Liling patted her back. "Okay." He got up, and Yingran still lay in bed. He got dressed, washed up, made breakfast for her, greeted her as usual, and went out. Yingran slept in for a bit before getting up to have breakfast and starting to pack things in the house. Xiao Huang was playing at the gate. Dahua walked in. "Are you really planning to move for him?" "Not entirely for him," Yingran replied, "since I don't plan to leave him behind and stay here together. It could burden my parents and Guani. Moving to a place where no one knows us means we can handle things ourselves if something happens." Dahua sarcastically said, "If you move to a place where no one knows you, what if he goes crazy and wants to kill you?" "No one would find out," Yingran replied. "Didn't you say you would protect me?" Dahua proudly lifted her little cat head. "Humph." Speaking of killing her reminded Yingran of the dream from last night. She shared the dream with Dahua and added, "Did I tell you I was dreaming of battlefields? Since that night, I've been dreaming of battlefields almost every night. And in the dream, Huaizhen seems even younger." Dahua became alert, her eyes sparkling. "Is it possible that you're not dreaming?" Yingran asked, "What do you mean?" Dahua excitedly explained, "Different worlds have different task modes. Some worlds have tasks that unfold across multiple timelines. Maybe you've been pulled into a task." Yingran frowned. "But I'm not bound to you." "Oh, then I'm not sure," Dahua said with a grin. "You can bind with me and see if it's a dream or a task." Yingran saw through her. "You're just trying to trick me into binding with you." "No way," Dahua huffed, turning her back to Yingran, angrily going out to play. Yingran continued to pack things at home. It was inconvenient to take everyday items, so she mainly packed some seldom-used small objects that she and Xu Liling had, which she was reluctant to throw away. Most of these small objects were things from before their marriage, stored in a cabinet in the side room. She took a bundle to tidy up, pulling out her handkerchief from before marriage, an old sachet, and a small snack bag. Looking at these items and recalling related memories, Yingran couldn't help but smile. She still remembered that this handkerchief was given to Xu Liling to wipe his hands after he fed Xiao Huang meat one day. This old sachet was the first one she embroidered for herself when she was a child. This small snack bag was used for holding snacks before marriage. She had even filled it with candied flowers to share with Xu Liling. And what is this? Yingran discovered an inconspicuous black cloth bag in the corner of the cabinet. She took it out and opened it, revealing a string of beads that looked like bone and jade, shining white against the black cloth. She suddenly remembered that in the first few meetings after she got to know Xu Liling, he seemed to have a string of white beads on his left wrist. But at that time, they were not familiar with each other, so she didn't ask him what it was. Later, when the beads disappeared from his wrist, she forgot to ask about it. And in last night's dream, it was the string of beads that transformed into long knives and spears in his hands. Yingran took the beads out of the bag. They felt like jade, but were not jade. There were exactly 108 beads. They were Buddhist beads. She didn't know what they were made of, but they emanated an indescribable chill, making her uneasy. Yingran put the beads back into the black bag and shoved it back into the corner, feeling inexplicably anxious. Were her dreams really just dreams? Why did she dream of the younger him? And why did he have the same string of beads in reality as in her dream? Did she unconsciously remember the beads when she first met him, projecting that impression into her dream? Or was it really like Dahua had scared her with? That it wasn't a dream? Yingran was lost in thought for a moment before turning around and nonchalantly gathering the black cloth bag with the other things. After tidying up, she lay on a lounge chair in front of the house to soak up the sun. She initially wanted the sun to drive away the chill on her body. But after a while, she couldn't stand it. What did it matter what that thing was? Yingran thought, no matter how toxic it is, it can't compare to the summer sun, it would kill me. She went back inside to lie down. In the evening, Xu Liling returned home. After dinner and showering, Yingran and he sat in the yard enjoying the breeze, lighting candles to look at the map book. The map book was hand-drawn, with exceptional paper. It not only indicated the names and climates of various places, but also highlighted local customs and traditions. The artwork was exquisite, and the writing was powerful and vigorous. The brush strokes were sharp, flowing like dragons and snakes. It was evident that the artist was someone from a prestigious family, spirited and free-spirited. Yingran herself couldn't appreciate it. She had only been forced by her father to look at famous paintings when she was young, so she could see a bit of merit. And this map was not inferior to the works of famous artists. Yingran turned the pages carefully. This map book must be precious, right? Xu Liling replied, it's okay. It's mine. Yingran joked with him, you didn't steal it, did you? Xu Liling was too lazy to argue, flipping through it casually. Yingran no longer held back and snuggled up to him, discussing where would be suitable to move. Just looking at the map book, Yingran couldn't think clearly. But every time she mentioned a place, Xu Liling would answer her questions. She said, you read so many books, you know everything. Xu Liling asked, have you decided where to go? Yingran nodded towards Lingyang. My dad said our ancestral home is here. Sometimes we make dishes from here at home, and I quite like them. Shall we move here? Xu Liling replied, okay. Lingyang was prosperous, not too far from Yinshui County, and indeed a good place to go. He put away the map book and returned to the house to set it down. Yingran touched her half-dry hair, planning to go back to sleep once her hair was completely dry. Looking at his tall figure, she remembered the shadow from her dream, pondered for a moment, and asked loudly, by the way, while I was packing today, I found a string of beads. Is that yours? Xu Liling came back after putting down the map book. Lying down on the lounge chair beside her, yes, it's Buddhist beads. Yingran felt a bit relieved and smiled. Some things are not said to live well, but if some things are hidden, it means they are on guard against each other. Life cannot go on like this. Honesty is necessary. She asked, are those beads passed down in your family? Xu Liling replied, I made them when I was young. Yingran was surprised. You can make Buddhist beads? Curious, she added. I can't tell what material they are made from. They don't feel like jade. What are they made of? Xu Liling answered, bone. Outside the yard. Xiao Huang suddenly perked up, eagerly looking into the yard and wagging his tail excitedly at Xu Liling. Xu Liling ignored him. Yingran hesitantly asked, made of animal bones? Xu Liling replied, yeah. As long as it's not human bones, it's fine. Yingran let out a sigh of relief and joked with him. How did you think of using animal bones to make a Dao pearl? Xu Liling replied, I thought it was quite useful, so I made it. Xiao Huang, listening to the couple's casual chat, secretly rolled his eyes. Xu Liling was right. It was made from animal bones. Chapter 15. However, she really wanted to see that Dao pearl. It was said to be the Dao pearl refined by Xu Liling, the old demon, from the heavenly bones of 108 celestial beings. She thought that such a treasure would be kept in the sacred demon city. She really couldn't understand what he was thinking. Xiao Huang glanced towards the courtyard. The dog remained silent. The dog went back to its den to sleep, kicking the cat's nest as it passed. In the past 3 days, Yingran had tidied up the household items, and the spiritual stones were also counted. Next, she only needed to plan the route, avoid the mountains with many demons, and choose a date to set off. Xu Liling had also told the shopkeeper in Jinshui town that he was quitting, giving him 3 days to find someone. Yesterday, they completed the handover, and everything was settled. She tied the newly embroidered green bamboo belt around him, feeling relaxed about leaving this place of chaos, chatting cheerfully with him. As for my father, I always feel that it's normal for me to follow my husband wherever he goes. After tying the belt, she touched Xu Liling's waist, but the waistline was tight, strong, and lean. The candied fruit shop was on the back street of the academy, and Yingran had eaten there since she was little. Sometimes she would crave it, and Xu Liling would buy some to keep at home. Yingran almost forgot, but fortunately, he remembered. She looked up and smiled at him. All right, let's go buy some other things we can take. Otherwise, I won't get to eat them often in the future. Xu Liling gently responded with an lowering his head and resting his chin on her head. Yingran glanced at him and pushed him. He remained still, insisting on this position. Yingran then started to playfully tease him on the flying horse, laughing and scolding all the way to the Spring-Toad Academy. Today was not a rest day, but the Spring-Toad Academy was unexpectedly quiet. Yingran muttered, could it be that everyone went out for a study trip today? Sometimes her father would take people from the academy out for a spring outing, calling it a study trip. After returning from the outing, they had to write poems and essays. Yingran found this most annoying when she was younger. However, she was grown up now and was just afraid her parents wouldn't be home today, which would make the trip a waste. Yingran stepped forward to knock on the door when Xu Liling suddenly pulled her back. We're here to talk to your parents about moving. It's not good to come empty-handed. Let's go buy some things first. Yingran thought for a moment and agreed, walking with him through the alley to the back street. The shops on the back street were open, but it was also very quiet. Yingran remembered that a few days ago, cultivators from Yunzhou had come into the city and thought to herself, could this be what the Yunzhou cultivators requested? Suddenly, a flash of yellow darted by and hid into the alley next to the candied fruit shop. Yingran wondered, could that be Guani? Yes, Xu Liling said. Perfect, you go find him. Let him help you carry the gifts to see your father. I'll go to the academy to clarify things with your father. This way, she wouldn't have to talk for long to her parents and could leave quickly. He always thought things through and would always stand in front of her when she faced difficulties with her parents. Yingran raised her face, her eyes sparkling like stars. All right. Xu Liling gently caressed her cheek. Go ahead. Yingran released him and walked into the alley, calling out, Guani? A head peeked out from the alley, looking over Yingran and staring at Xu Liling for a while before pulling Yingran into the alley. Xu Liling saw Guani and Yingran meet, and then turned to head towards the Spring Toad Academy. Guani was acting sneaky, and when Yingran tried to pull him out of the alley, he instead held her back and looked around, not allowing her to go out. Yingran teased, Guani, what are you doing? Are you being chased by those Yunzhou cultivators? Guani widened his eyes. It's not me who's being chased. Yingran was taken aback. What do you mean? Guani confirmed there was no one else around, pulled Yingran deeper into the alley, and said mysteriously, his eyes are sharp. If he noticed me, at least he has a bit of conscience. He knows to let you go first. Come with me. Once we leave the city, I'll tell you more. I've already asked Lord Do to take your parents to Sujing. Yingran's expression changed, her heart racing. Guani, what are you talking about? Guani said, this is not a place to talk. Just follow me. Something big is going to happen here. Yingran broke free from Guani and turned to go back. I'm going to call Huaizhen. Don't call him. Guani immediately grabbed Yingran. It's because of him that something big is going to happen. Yingran vaguely guessed, but wasn't sure. What is going to happen? Guani dragged her deeper into the alley, using his sword to try to pull her up. Yingran anxiously asked, what is going on? Just tell me. Guani was also anxious. I can't explain it clearly right now. Didn't you see Xu Liling let you go with me first? Hurry up and come up. Yingran recalled Xu Liling's earlier actions, which indeed seemed very unusual. Although he didn't say anything, she had always known he didn't like her interacting with Guani. But just now he let her go find Guani. Yingran was in a daze, and when Guani pulled her onto the sword, she stopped struggling. She clearly understood that if something happened, staying by Xu Liling's side wouldn't mean supporting him. It would only be a burden to him. Guani soared into the air on his sword, using all his strength to rush out of the city. Once they broke through the walls of Yinshui County, he let out a heavy breath, turned direction, and headed towards Yingran's home. The Yunzhou cultivators had already found out that Xu Liling was a demon. That Xu Liling had killed those 25 cultivators. They had figured out his relationship with you and forced your father and mother to vacate the academy. Fortunately, the academy had set up a trap to lure Xu Liling in and kill him. Your parents refused, but there was no room for negotiation. Lord Do couldn't do anything about them either. Your parents wanted to find you, but they wouldn't let them, saying that if your parents went, it would mean that your family knew Xu Liling was a demon, claiming you were colluding with demonic forces. Lord Do and I couldn't reason with those people. We couldn't fight them either. Seeing that the situation was dire, the Spring Toad Academy would definitely be destroyed. Lord Do said he would take me to Sujing. But I couldn't leave you behind, nor could I abandon the teacher and his wife. Guani turned to look at Yingran. So I stayed behind and let Lord Do take the teacher and his wife to Sujing first. The teacher and his wife also recognized the situation and hurriedly packed up the academy's belongings to leave with Lord Do. Yingran felt a little dazed and took a long time to say, it's good that they went to Sujing. My father was a student of a great Confucian in Sujing, so he still has some connections there. I think so too. Your parents will definitely be fine. Guani asked worriedly, what about you? Yingran replied, thank you for thinking of me. Guani frowned. Xu Liling is a demon. You are so close to him, you. Guani didn't know how to say it. The sudden realization that someone close to you is a demon was chilling to think about. Yingran sighed, I know. Moreover, she had considered the worst outcome, which was exactly this, Xu Liling being hunted down. Therefore, she was not completely lost. However, she didn't expect this day to come so quickly. You know? Guani was taken aback. What do you know? Yingran replied, I know he is a demon. Guani fell silent. You know, Guani exclaimed. Do you even know what a demon is? A demon is someone who has taken a wrong path from the moment they start practicing demonic techniques. They are already on the road to self-destruction. Every demon will first lose their 5 senses, then lose their rationality, and finally become a mad creature completely controlled by their cruel, demonic nature, leading to their own destruction. Yingran said, I know. Guan Yi. The sword fell in the courtyard, and Guan Yi also heard Yingran finish explaining the whole story. He was still in shock, but he had some rationality left. You quickly pack your things. I'll take you to Sujing. I'll stay here for a while. Yingran shook her head. Thank you for sending me home, but I'm not leaving. You should go to Sujing. You're not leaving? Guan Yi became agitated. Are you going to wait here for Xu Liling? Don't be foolish. Do you know how those cultivators from Yunzhou came this time? Yunzhou is currently at war with the demonic path along the border with Yuanzhou. They came here after defeating the demons. Do you know what this means about their strength? They have thousands of troops stationed in the Yunzhou barrier. This time, they brought over 300 people to Yuanzhou. The leader, Lord Dou, said his cultivation is comparable to the 4 great pillars of Yuanzhou. The 5 cultivators who followed him are all peak masters and elders of the Xuanheng sect. Do you think Xu Liling can kill them just because he killed the Yunzhou cultivators last time? It's impossible. The last time those Yunzhou cultivators were like small disciples in front of those few. Yingran's heart grew heavier, but she remained calm. They were able to trace back to Huaizhan, so they can trace back to those cultivators who initially targeted me. Do you think if I escape to Sujing, they will let me go? Impossible. If I go to Sujing, it will only implicate you and my parents. If they are willing to believe I'm innocent, then even if I stay here and do not leave, they won't do anything to me. Guan Yi, but... The girl spoke correctly. A cold female voice sounded from a high place behind them. Guan Yi's voice stopped, and he and Yingran looked up together. It was the cold female cultivator who had followed beside the lion elephant that day. She looked like a celestial maiden, as cold as ice and snow, looking down on them from a height. This Xinchai does not wish to offend the relationship between Yunzhou and Yuanzhou. As a subordinate of the Yuan dynasty, please do not interfere in our personal grievances with Xu Liling and Qin Yingran. Guan Yi stood in front of Yingran, trembling uncontrollably under the invisible pressure. Yingran is just a mortal. She is innocent. It was your people who attacked her first. The cold female cultivator floated down, and with a wave of her wrist, ice and snow fell from the air. Those who are tainted by demons have no innocence. With a wave of her hand, the ice and snow condensed into countless frost needles, like a rain of arrows flying towards Yingran. Guan Yi hurriedly drew his sword to block. However, he only managed to intercept one frost needle before his sword was shattered, penetrating his right shoulder. A patch of frost spread from his wound, freezing his left arm. The remaining frost needles fell like a storm towards Yingran, leaving her no way to avoid them. Xu Liling knocked on the door of the Chun Academy. The door opened, and a pale-faced boy looked at him, trembling all over. Xu Liling walked into the academy and said to the boy, "Go to the back street and help the young lady carry her things." The boy, hearing this, ran away crying as if he had received a reprieve. Xu Liling walked along the stone path lined with flourishing flowers and trees, heading deeper into the academy. Qin Huan was an elegant person, and the scenery of the academy was beautiful. There were artificial hills, pines and stones, rare flowers and exotic grasses. They might not be very precious, but they were elegant. In the past, when entering the academy, one could hear the sound of reading coming from the classroom. Today it was quiet, and there was no one around. Xu Liling strolled leisurely, taking his time. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound. He had stepped on a broken branch. In an instant, a burst of light erupted, as if a celestial prison had descended, surrounding him with a maze of light. Xu Liling touched the spiritual light that locked him in place like iron chains. And the moment he did, the bright light burned his fingertips. Xu Liling waited for a moment and said lightly, "Aren't you coming out?" "Ha ha ha." A boisterous laugh echoed through the heavens and the earth, carrying a powerful pressure that made one's ears ring. Xu Liling looked in the direction of the voice. A red-haired, broad-faced man stood on the roof of a building in the east, and the lion elephant had broken through the courtyard wall, coming from the north courtyard. Disciples from the south and west wings began to come out, following the leading peak master, forming an encirclement to trap Xu Liling. Hong Yagong laughed and looked at the blue-clad scholar trapped in the demon-slaying formation, someone who could kill 25 cultivators with their soul lamps lit, leaving their images before death. "Kid, you're not simple." Xu Liling smiled. "You are over 500 years old, at the 8th level of the Xian Dao, able to command thousands of beasts and tame the lion elephant with the bloodline of the Qianyu fairy beast. You are truly a hero of this age." Hong Yagong's gaze became serious, his muscles tense. This demon could see through his details at a glance. However, he could not discern this demon's foundation. Hong Yagong asked, "From your bone structure, you must be a notorious demon general in the demonic path. May I ask your demon name?" Xu Liling smiled. "You will know before you die." The atmosphere suddenly changed, and the cultivators became solemn, preparing for battle. "Then please, enter hell." Hong Yagong waved his thick palm. Chapter 16. Yingran instinctively took a step back, but then stopped. Knowing she couldn't escape, why bother fleeing in embarrassment? Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the mountains, startling the birds into flight. Yingran looked in surprise at the giant beast before her. It was pitch black all over. Although its size had increased, its fangs were like those of a ferocious elephant, its appearance wild and fierce. But the hint of yellow at the tip of its tail made her guess its identity. Yingran was stunned. Guan Yi was also dumbfounded, both shocked and frightened, but soon got up and pulled Yingran to run. The cold female cultivator would not let them escape. She conjured up wind and snow to trap them. The beast let out an angry roar towards the female cultivator, turning its body like a wall, protecting Yingran. She formed seals with her elegant hands, summoned her life-bound sword, and soared into the air, attacking the Little Yellow. Little Yellow charged forward, engaging her in battle. Yingran immediately pulled Guan Yi along to escape with the Big Flower. "Yingran, where are you taking us?" "Big Flower, the silly dog told me there's a place to hide where that female cultivator definitely can't enter. It's on the mountain, hurry." "The silly dog doesn't seem that powerful. It lacks spiritual energy and won't last long." "Big Flower, the silly dog said it is the guardian beast of that place and will run there by itself." Guan Yi's shoulder frost was spreading, his body growing colder, and his eyelids becoming heavier. Yingran kept calling him, urging him to hold on. She anxiously asked Big Flower, "Is there any way to save him?" "Big Flower, my authority can only ensure the host's safety." Yingran urgently said, "What if I bond with you?" "Big Flower, that won't save him either. I don't have the energy to save anyone. Last time when I said to bind with you to save the silly dog, it was also to put you at risk. The energy in your body will only be released when you encounter a life and death crisis to protect you." Big Flower's voice grew softer, glancing at Guan Yi. "When we get to the place, we'll start a fire to warm him up. He is a cultivator. He should be able to hold on. Fortunately, that female cultivator looks down on you, so she didn't take it seriously." Upon hearing this, Yingran felt slightly relieved. After entering the depths of the forest, she was almost dragging Guan Yi as she fled. The sounds of fighting in the direction of home grew fainter until they were no longer audible. However, the scenery before her became increasingly familiar. Pine forests, orchids, large trees, green vines, and giant rocks. This was the Qingheng Mountain where she first met Xu Liling. And it was also the place where she often fed Little Yellow before she got married. Big Flower finally stopped, jumped onto a giant rock, and circled around as if searching for something but couldn't find it. It grew anxious, its cat paw striking the rock, and a yellow light radiated from its body. Yingran suddenly felt her feet go soft, and she lost her sense of weight and fell. Just as she was about to hit the ground's formation flickered, and both she and Guan Yi floated down gently. The ground was cold and damp, with a lot of stagnant water. Yingran immediately got up and helped Guan Yi to a stone step covered with weeds and vines. Just as she settled down, she inadvertently glanced and saw the words "immortal grave" among the vines and grass behind Guan Yi. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from above. The dense clouds gradually accumulated into dark clouds, with small raindrops beginning to fall. The droplets landed on the blood-stained blades of grass, mingling with blood, resembling a string of red beads. "Who exactly are you? A demon like you cannot be nameless." Lord Hongya gasped, glancing around. Among the 300 disciples of the Xuanheng sect, more than half had already died or been injured, their flesh staining the courtyard's flowers and trees red, splattering the white walls and blue tiles. Of the 4 peak masters of the Xuanheng sect, 3 were nearly exhausted of spiritual power, their immortal appearances changed, struggling to remain standing. Yet, the scholar in the blue robe in the formation, though not entirely unscathed, still appeared to be handling the situation with ease. He even showed no sign of revealing his demonic form. Xu Liling did not answer, a hint of solemnity appearing between his brows. As a mortal, dealing with this had already pushed him to his limits. His blood-stained blue robe dripped red, and his blood-soaked hands suddenly lifted, reaching out to the empty space beside him. Lord Hongya, however, saw something in his palm that seemed to distort the space. Immediately, The void was torn apart, and a string of Tao beads fell into his hand. Tao beads capable of tearing apart the void. Lord Hongya furrowed his brow tightly, almost immediately thinking of that person. But it can't be. Even if that person appeared here, they couldn't possibly marry. Lord Hongya was on high alert, channeling his spiritual energy, pondering which great demon in the world used Tao beads, while simultaneously executing the ultimate technique of controlling the Tao. The disciples were horrified at how far Lord Hongya was willing to go against this demon. At the same time, their hearts trembled, wondering just how powerful this demon was, that even at this moment, he still did not reveal his demonic form. The Peak Masters supported Lord Hongya's movements to assist him in the formation. The disciples also reactivated the great demon-slaying formation. They saw the jade-colored Tao beads entwined around his wrists and fingers. He silently turned his wrist, and the Tao beads shook, transforming into a long sword. Raising the sword, he slashed at the raging waves. Lord Hongya's mind erupted with shock. The immortal bone Tao beads. No, it can't be. Lord Hongya dared not think further. But it felt as if he were facing death, disregarding his own limits, immediately throwing out all his beast bags to summon all the extraordinary beasts. The extraordinary beasts surged forward, summoning the heavenly lightning to attack Xu Liling together. Yingran looked up warily, protecting the dazed Guan Yi. Suddenly, a black shadow leaped down, breathing heavily on the ground, looking at her with wet eyes. The gaze held a hint of embarrassment. Yingran sighed in relief. Xiao Huang. She approached to check on Xiao Huang, concerned. Are you all right? Xiao Huang stood stiffly, unsure how to explain to its mistress that it was not a dog. Its eyes darting around. Suddenly, it realized that its mistress was not surprised at all. It stared at Yingran. Yingran's eyes were filled only with care and concern. Seeing the bloodstains and exposed wounds on its body, she gently touched its head, her heart aching. Thank you, Xiao Huang. As a beast, it found it difficult to explain complex matters. Moreover, it had just fought, lacking spiritual energy, exhausted and injured. Xiao Huang wagged its tail, scratched its head with its paw, thinking it would be better to wait for that demon Xu Liling to explain to her. It wobbled towards the giant stone tablet inscribed with the words Immortal's Grave, and slapped its paw on it. A flash of light appeared beneath Yingran's feet, and in the blink of an eye, the scene transformed into a grand hall illuminated by countless eternal lamps. The hall was filled with lifelike embroidery screens, and on the sides were bookshelves or antique racks, housing countless books and paintings. Although it was called an immortal's grave, it resembled a tomb built by mortals, showing no traces of mysterious arts or immortal techniques, and was covered in dust. Yingran supported Guan Yi into the hall, letting him rest against the wall, and kindled a fire to ward off the cold. Xiao Huang lay beside Guan Yi, basking in the warmth with closed eyes. Dahu, having forcibly drawn some energy from the system to enter the cave, was also exhausted, curled up on the other side of Guan Yi to warm itself. Yingran looked at the three of them, her heart softening. She searched the hall, trying to find something to cover them with. Upon finding a painting covered by a veil on the antique rack, Yingran said, Immortal, please don't blame me. Carefully dragging over a low table for books, she stepped on it and removed the veil from the painting. The veil floated down, revealing an image of a young man with a golden crown, hair tied back, riding a horse through the streets. Yingran was suddenly frozen upon seeing the young man in the painting. He appeared carefree, dressed in red with a white horse and golden saddle, his face adorned with a youthful and bright smile. The inscription on the side of the painting read, In the 6th year of the Yichao dynasty, the immortal traveled to Sujing, disguising as a mortal to study Confucianism, completing his studies in 3 months and entering the imperial examination. At the age of 14, he achieved the top 3 honors, gaining fame in the Moon Palace. Riding through Jing'an Street, the 6th year of Tingyu, that was 1,000 years ago. Yingran stared at the young man in the painting, her eyes trembling, lost in thought, until a painful low moan came from the corner. She hurriedly jumped off the low table and covered Guan Yi with the veil. She looked around the grand hall, then went to find more paintings that were covered by veils. Another one, she unveiled. It depicted a young man in a red robe with a golden belt, hair tied with a jade crown, drinking at a banquet, carefree and unrestrained. The inscription read, In the early 7th year of the Yichao dynasty, the immortal was about to leave Sujing, traveling through mountains and rivers, while the Tingyu king invited the immortal to a banquet. The young immortal, unskilled in drinking, recited the poem of the Qinglian recluse after getting drunk. I only wish to sing while drinking, with the moonlight shining long in the golden cup. Another painting showed a young man with a folding fan and a long sword, dressed in white with a black belt, drinking on a mountain rock, overlooking the blue mountains and flowing rivers. He appeared carefree and spirited, like a wandering hero. The inscription read, "In the 7th year of the Yichao dynasty, late autumn, the immortal traveled to the border wilderness, subduing man-eating beasts. When asked where the best scenery was, the woodcutter said, at the end of Jinshui, the Qin cliff. The immortal walked on the water to Qin Yingran, drinking and admiring mountains and rivers in the wind, becoming intoxicated and reciting the poem of the Mo Jie recluse. When reaching the end of the water, sit and watch the clouds rise." Below the inscription, there were small characters, which Yingran softly read. The name of Yinshui County comes from this. Yingran's gaze returned to the young man in the painting. He smiled freely and joyfully, drinking and reciting poetry. He was a youth aspiring to soar high, unrestrained by the heavens and earth, wandering freely between them. Yingran felt a bit dazed, reaching out her hand towards him, but ultimately did not touch him, fearing she might accidentally damage this painting that had endured the passage of 1,000 years. Light rain pattered down, staining the ground with blood, flowing in a rolling crimson on the earth. The ground was strewn with corpses, making it impossible to distinguish who was who. Even the 4 peak masters of the Xuanheng sect had been buried in the pile of bodies. Lord Hongya had completely changed from his earlier boldness, holding dual hammers against the ground, propping himself up to avoid falling. He was now drenched in blood, his eyes red. The extraordinary beast he controlled was the only one remaining, a blood-red lion elephant still standing tall. Despite Lord Hongya's unwillingness to believe, he had to acknowledge that the person before him was indeed the one he was most reluctant to guess. Xu Liling put away the Tao beads and walked closer to Lord Hongya, praising him. "You are a strong one. If not for the absolute crisis, you would eventually ascend to the celestial realm. Losing you is a huge loss for the Tao. What a pity." Lord Hongya opened his mouth, blood pouring from it. He had no strength for more words. Holding on with his last bit of energy, he touched the lion elephant beside him and suddenly shouted, unwilling to spare his spiritual energy, unleashing his ultimate killing move. The lion elephant let out a roar, resembling a lament, echoing through the sky. Then its form transformed into spirit and crashed into Lord Hongya's body. Hong Yagong's figure suddenly swelled, transforming into a beast like a lion or elephant, resembling a 2-story building. Looking down at Xu Liling, who had become small before him, Hong Yagong let out a thunderous roar, shattering the barrier he had set up. The surrounding townspeople were shocked to see the ruined academy and scattered in panic amidst their screams. "Ha ha ha ha!" Xu Liling laughed heartily. Good, good, good. He was evidently filled with fighting spirit, relishing the thrill of slaughter. With his fingers painted in blood, he cast a spell to the seal of his demonic body. "Your tenacity is worth seeing my 3 layers of demonic form." The first layer of the demonic body seal was, and demonic winds surged. The second layer of the demonic body seal was, and demonic breath spread. The third layer of the demonic body seal was, and the ground beneath Xu Liling's feet began to show signs of being soaked in demonic power, gradually turning into demonic earth. The wind and rain stained his demonic breath, and the invisible demonic fog spread. Hong Yagong was momentarily stunned. Was the transformation of the land into demonic earth already beginning with just 3 layers of demonic form? Although the spiritual energy in this place was weak, such demonic might undoubtedly rendered him powerless to fight. But even without the strength to battle, he still wanted to fight. Hong Yagong's gaze was resolute as he roared and charged at Xu Liling. Yingran lifted the dusty curtains, standing at the front of the hall's bookshelves, gazing at the young man depicted in the paintings. She held a book she had just perused, which recorded the young man's deeds. He was born with a pure and sacred body, 1,000 years ago in the human race's immortal capital, the rightful eldest son of the city lord. Truly a noble young man of the human immortal path. At 1 year old, he was taken to the clouds, and by 3, he was qualified to attend the divine emperor's banquet. At 5, he traveled around Yinzhou with his master, slaying demons and banishing evil spirits. Though still not on the celestial roster at such a young age, he had already been called the Little Immortal Lord. At 13, he was a proud son of heaven, traveling alone through Yiwangzhou, enjoying the world's beauty and slaying demons wherever he encountered injustice. During the reign of the Yi dynasty, everyone knew of this Little Immortal Lord. The fanatics he had saved even built temples for him. His life was radiant and glorious. Until the year he turned 17. The world heard that he had become a demon. I, a mere mortal, do not know why an immortal turns to demonhood. In Yinshui County, everyone remembers the immortal's great kindness in subduing the strange beasts. Yet the world only knows that he has become a demon. The temples built for the immortal were all destroyed, and the travel records written for the immortal were all burned, erasing all traces of the immortal's past. Now, the world does not remember the little immortal lord, but only the demon among demons in the immortal city. I couldn't help but recall that year when the immortal stood high, gazing far, and in a moment of drunkenness, he sighed and chanted, "The green cypress on the ridge, the stones in the stream. In the world of life and earth, it is as if a traveler is far away." The people of Yinshui had no way to repay the immortal's great kindness, so they worked together to build the immortal's tomb, appointing the strange beasts subdued by the immortal to guard this place. Everything depicted and recorded here was collected and documented by the people of Yinshui. These volumes and paintings are the last traces of the immortal's presence in this world. Yingran gazed in a daze, turned around, and looked at the tombstone standing at the deepest part of the hall in front of the bookshelves. Xu Liling stepped on Hong Yagong's head. With a bang, Hong Yagong's head smashed into the ground, and blood splattered. Hong Yagong knew he was dying. With his last strength, he raised his hand to strike at Xu Liling, who leaped and landed gracefully at a distance. Hong Yagong did not continue the attack, but propped himself up from the ground. His eyes were already dull, as if he were dead, and he used his last breath to roar at the sky. Xu Liling knew what he was about to do, but did not stop him. The demonic fog was spreading in Yinshui County. Stopping it was meaningless now. Just as Hong Yagong roared, far away in Yunzhou, the people guarding the soul hall stared at the dim soul lamp of Hong Yagong, their hearts sinking to the extreme. They had witnessed hundreds of soul lamps extinguished one after another, but could not receive any information back. At this moment, even Hong Yagong's life was in danger. Just as Hong Yagong's soul was about to extinguish, everyone suddenly heard a desperate roar echoing through the soul hall. "Holy demon Xianin." Yingran softly recited the inscription. Chapter 17. The hall suddenly trembled, and stones began to fall. A muffled sound of moving stones came from behind. A figure stood in the darkness outside the door, elegant like a crane. The books on the shelves and the hanging paintings on the antique rack all shimmered like stars and scattered as points of fluorescence when the door opened. The collection in Yingran's hands also began to slowly dissipate. This collection was the total record of all the books in the hall, based on which one could find specific travel accounts of the immortal's deeds in the hall. If one day the tomb door opened, everything here would turn to ashes. And at this moment, the tomb door had opened. In a daze, she seemed to still see the young man's proud figure in the painting, stepping closer to her. Passing by those images, those millennia of years, time had not diminished his appearance in the slightest. Instead, it had sculpted his features to be even more captivating. Yingran remembered the first time she saw him, when it was drizzling. He quietly gazed at the world, his expression calm as if he were an ice sea frozen for 1,000 years, never to stir even the slightest ripple. She once thought he was that kind of tranquil and indifferent person. He approached, glanced at the tombstone behind her. Yingran could smell the heavy scent of blood on him. The stench of slaughter almost overpowered the originally pure and snowy fragrance he possessed. The hall was already empty. Yingran turned to look back, and the tombstone behind her had become a blank stone. Yingran calmed her emotions and checked him with concern. "Are you hurt?" Xu Liling stopped her. "I'm fine." Yingran did not believe him and grabbed his blood-stained clothing, wanting to pull it open to check. Xu Liling blocked her. "That's all someone else's blood." Yingran, "Then I have to see for myself." Yingran pulled him to sit by the fire, where Xiao Huang, De Hua, and Guan Yi were still dazed. She untied Xu Liling's clothing. His skin was very pale, and even the slightest red mark was very noticeable. At this moment, his body beneath his clothing was not covered in scars, but there were large areas of bruising, and the pathways of his meridians showed mottled blood spots. Shocking to the eye, it was evident that his body had reached its limit. Indeed, it was someone else's blood, but he was not in much better condition. Yingran glared at him, but could do nothing for him. They had escaped in haste and brought nothing with them. Yingran, did you shake off those cultivators? Xu Liling, sort of. Yingran, are they still in Yinshui County? Xu Liling, they've all gone back home, except for one. He kicked Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, dazed, looked up. He did not avoid Yingran and asked Xiao Huang, "Did that cultivator kill anyone?" Xiao Huang immediately sobered up and whimpered pitifully. Xu Liling, Then why are you still here? Xiao Huang whimpered, trembling. Yingran understood that Xu Liling was instructing it to chase after that female cultivator, and it could not return until that person was dead. She quickly said, "All right, it has already been injured to protect me." Xu Liling no longer looked at Xiao Huang and casually said to Yingran, "Then one has escaped." Seeing that Yingran was defending Xiao Huang, Xu Liling did not pursue the matter further and lay back down to continue sleeping. Yingran glared at Xu Liling, then pondered, "I'll go back to gather things first. We'll stay here for a while. After this matter passes, we can go out." Xu Liling, "Where to?" "Stay in Yangzhou." Yingran, "Is that not possible?" Xu Liling shook his head. Yingran understood in her heart. This matter has caused too much of a stir. No matter how long it takes, the court of Yangzhou will not forget. In order to avoid falling out with Yunzhou, she and Xu Liling will inevitably become fugitives in Yangzhou. But they have also become enemies with Yunzhou. In this vast world, there seems to be nowhere to hide. Yingran furrowed her brows and glanced at the injured. "Forget it. Let's talk about it later. I'll go back to get something first." Xu Liling buttoned up his collar and stood up. "What are you going to get?" Yingran sensed he was about to leave and pressed him back down. "You need to rest here. Can my flying steed still live?" "It's outside." "Yingran, I'm taking my flying steed. It will be quick. I've already packed everything." She instructed Xu Liling to take care of Guan Yi and walked outside. Halfway, she turned back, saw Xu Liling with his eyes closed resting, pretended to pack things in a veil, but actually woke up the big flower and signaled it to follow her. After exiting the tomb, she picked up the big flower and rode her flying steed home. The big flower was extremely tired and asked, "Why did you call me? Do you want to bond with me?" "Yingran, haven't you already received part of the plot? Is there a character in the plot who was once an immortal lord and later fell into darkness?" Big flower, "Yes. There are 6 immortal demons in the demonic path." Yingran's heart tightened. "What are their names?" Big flower, "You haven't bonded with me, so I can only see the plot summary. How would I know what these side characters are called? Besides, I haven't received the full plot yet." The last sentence it said very softly. "Yingran, how did they fall into darkness? Is it possible for them to leave the demonic path and return to their immortal status?" "Let me check." Big flower, "The 6 of them were once famous immortals 1,000 years ago, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they fell into the hands of the holy demons. After experiencing inhumane abuse and humiliation, they were slowly brainwashed by the holy demons in despair and suffering, starting to accept the ideology of the demonic path. Thus, they fell into darkness." Yingran frowned tightly. 1,000 years ago, the renowned Xu Liling was probably one of these 6. After Big Flower finished summarizing the 6 immortal demons, it said, "Immortal demons can return to their immortal status. However, the biggest difficulty for immortal demons to return to their immortal status is not like ordinary cultivators who cannot remove the demonic root, but because they are already enlightened beings. Their fall into darkness represents a denial of the immortal sect's profound path, finding their new pursuits in the demonic path. It is very difficult to make an enlightened person deny the path they have already taken, and it is even more difficult to make them re-accept the path they originally denied." Yingran, "That's good. Difficulty is not a problem." Yingran's eyes were firm. "I am willing to bond with you to complete tasks, but I have conditions." Big Flower was pleasantly surprised. It can bond with the host without waiting for Xu Liling to die. "Yingran, after completing the task, I will leave this world, right? I want my reward to be that Xu Liling will not suffer a tragic death because he is a demon. He can live well in this world, peacefully and happily." She knew very well that once bonded, she would have many tasks and rewards in the future. This would only be her first task, but this was Xu Liling's life. She was willing to give him the reward of her first task as a gift for their encounter. The sky was dark blue, and the immortal tomb door was tightly closed. The mountains were damp and cold, but fortunately, it was midsummer, so it wasn't too cold. Inside the tomb, the campfire crackled. Heating water, with dry food prepared nearby to be heated. Yingran had returned with her things and was organizing the items in her pack. Xu Liling and the other injured were leaning against the wall with their eyes closed. Big Flower was crouched by the fire, gnawing on dry buns, its cat-like eyes glistening, as if it had been crying. In fact, after bonding with Yingran during the day, it had indeed almost cried. Not because it had finally bonded, but because after bonding, Yingran did not gain system energy to become a goddess, but only obtained a spiritual root. It carefully checked the system page information, and after the plot progress bar displayed completely, it finally understood the reason. There was already another task holder in this world. That task holder had obtained the identity of the Yaojing goddess and received the entire plot, being the main subject of this saving the world task. The plot it received was still incomplete. It and Yingran could only act as assistants, waiting for the system to issue side tasks to assist the goddess task holder in completing saving the world. It felt very sorry for Yingran. It had specially chosen her, wanting her to become a sweet and beloved heroine, living a happy life, but had made her a supporting character who married a demon instead. After organizing her things, Yingran walked past Big Flower, patted its little head, and covered it with a small blanket. Big Flower looked up at her, its eyes still watery. She smiled at Big Flower, using the unique communication method between host and system to comfort it. It's okay. I don't want to be the heroine either. What if I become the heroine and have to develop something with other men? What will happen to Jun? Big Flower drooped its mouth and lay back down. Yingran laughed lightly. She walked over to Xu Liling, dipped a cloth in hot water, and began to wipe his body. Xu Liling wanted to do it himself, but Yingran saw the terrible bruises on his body and pressed down his outstretched hand. Let me do it. Xu Liling's dark eyes appeared even deeper in the firelight as he looked at her, suddenly speaking, I am a demon. Yingran paused her hand that was wiping the bruise on his shoulder, then continued, I know. Xu Liling chuckled. Yingran, aren't you curious when I found out? After asking, she felt the question was unnecessary. He had come without asking her anything, already knowing everything, which was enough to explain. Xu Liling's tone was flat. The day the 25 Yinzhou cultivators died. Yingran was surprised. Xu Liling stared at her, remaining silent. Yingran thought for a moment and understood. It was that day when she was so flustered that she didn't even realize how strange it was that Xu Liling had not come to find her for quite a while after dark. He probably had already noticed that she was watching from the mountain, not worried about her safety, so he wasn't in a hurry to find her. Until it was really too late, he pretended to look for her, forcing her to go home. Such cunning. Yingran deliberately pressed down harder with the hand she was using to wipe him. He seemed to feel no pain, instead showing a hint of amusement on his face. Yingran gently blew on the bruise she had just pressed. Where should we go next? Xu Liling, what do you think? Yingran, I don't know. She was not familiar with the outside world and had never even left Yinshui County. Unlike him, who had traveled far and wide and surely knew a lot. Xu Liling, we can go to Yinzhou. Yingran showed a worried expression. You have made enemies with the major sects of Yinzhou. They might recognize me. Can we go? Xu Liling, Yinzhou is not like Yuangzhou. There is no unified dynasty there. It's all about settling scores individually. Although there are sects and families that control certain areas, there are many free-spirited wandering cultivators, and even many sects will defy the authority of the major sects and act rebelliously. Yingran put the blood-stained wet cloth into the basin to wash, imagining the world he described, like the rivers and lakes in a storybook. Xu Liling, yes. He stood up to change into clean clothes behind the bookshelf. Yingran poured water, tidied up the utensils, sat by the campfire, and looked toward the darkness behind the bookshelf. She couldn't see him, but she could see his shadow projected on the stone wall by the firelight, with a slim back, narrow waist, and long, straight legs. As he moved, the muscles of his waist, abdomen, and arms tightened, revealing a beautiful and firm curve. She looked at his shadow, thinking of him one moment, and the boy in the portrait the next. Have you been to Yinzhou before? She knew he had. Xu Liling, a long time ago. Yingran, can you tell me about your trip to Yinzhou before? He opened the tomb door, allowing the past of that young man to dissipate like smoke. He should tell her the young man's story himself. Yingran looked at his shadow and thought. It was a long time ago. Xu Liling said this, and then began to recount. Back then, I went to Yinzhou for official business and had no time for leisure. Yingran recalled that the records mentioned he was only 5 years old that year. Xu Liling, however, I still sneaked out at night and wandered around the night market at the foot of the mountain. Yingran listened to his first experiences at the night market, imagining the 5-year-old Xu Liling, filled with curiosity, looking around at the dazzling array of goods, wanting to try everything, and hiding from patrolling disciples. Her heart softened, and she chuckled. But looking at his figure, a tinge of bitterness arose in her heart. What kind of torment had he endured to become the devil he is now from such a carefree little immortal? Yingran approached him, walked into the darkness where he was, and hugged him from behind. Her arms circled around his waist. Xu Liling held her hand, his fingers gently caressing the back of her hand. Yingran pressed her face against his thin back and softly said, Then let's go to Yinzhou. Find a small town bustling with mortals that has a night market. I'll look for a sect and become a disciple, a cultivator to protect you. Xiaohuang, and Dahua. You can act like a mortal, find a shop, and continue being an accountant. Chapter 18 regarding Yingran's awakening of her spiritual roots. Xu Liling didn't ask much. There are many people in the world who suddenly awaken. Guan Yi awoke his spiritual roots only at 17. One must travel light, unable to bring too many things, leaving only clothes and spirit stones. There was also a bag of old items belonging to Xu Liling and Yingran. Yingran was reluctant to leave it behind, so Xu Liling took it. Yingran tried carrying her small bundle. It was a bit heavy, but manageable. Yingran laid down on the table. We have less than 100 spirit stones. It won't be enough for our trip to Yunzhou. I plan to sell the flying horse once we get to Yunzhou. Yingran's arm rested on his waist as she pondered for a long time. Earlier, I saw you pick up those cultivator's pouches. Do their spirit stones suffice for us? Xu Liling, that was a storage bag. Xu Liling, it's enough. In the darkness, two pairs of green shimmering eyes were staring at them. One pair belonged to Dahua, and the other to Xiaohuang. Behind them were those two little creatures, along with Guan Yi. The tomb chamber was quiet, with only the crackling of sparks. After a while, Yingran spoke again. When are we going to Yunzhou? To pass through the barrier from Yuangzhou to Yunzhou. We need to go through the city gate of Jinshui town and have an official document to pass through. Do you have a way to get that? Yingran smiled. Do you still have the strength to break the barrier? Xu Liling opened his eyes and stared at her. I still have a little strength left. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel his undeniable gaze. Her face grew redder under his stare, so she simply covered his eyes. Xu Liling's eyelashes brushed against her palm twice, soft and long. Then, he closed his eyes and pulled her hand down to hold it in his palm. Dahua didn't understand what they were doing, huffed softly, and turned away from them. Xiaohuang calmly scratched himself with his paw, unfazed. The way Xu Liling interacted with his mistress never quite matched his identity as an old devil. No one would believe it if told. But he had been watching for more than 2 years. Since their first encounter by the large rock above this tomb chamber. She sat on one side of the rock, and he sat on the other. It was drizzling lightly. She asked, "Did you bring an umbrella?" He replied, "No." It felt a bit off to him. Later, they often met. Before that, Xu Liling only came on rainy days, and Yingran only came on sunny days. They always missed each other. But after that day, they always managed to meet. It felt even more off to him. Someone among them must have changed their visiting time. Until one day, Yingran brought an extra green bamboo umbrella. It started to rain again. She walked in front of him, holding the umbrella over his head. The rain is getting heavier. Let us go home with the umbrella. He looked at her and took the umbrella from her hand. After that, he never returned it. He thought, it's over. It's going to rain red rain. Sure enough, later on, they got married. He became the dog they raised. To be precise, it was her idea to keep him. Xu Liling made a special trip to the graveyard to free him from the 1,000-year contract binding him to this place. Guan Yi had woken up early. The exact time was probably while Yingran and Xu Liling were chatting. His childhood friend Ying was then laughing and talking with a devil who had escaped from over 300 cultivators and looked unscathed. She knew he was a devil. She didn't care. She wanted to leave with him. Guan Yi pretended to be asleep in the darkness, unwilling to face reality. But the devil glanced at him, as if he knew he was awake. He couldn't keep pretending any longer and was about to say something. The devil actually hugged Ying and went back to sleep. The words got swallowed back. Guan Yi sat in the darkness, his heart in turmoil, all night. At the border where Yunzhou met Yuangzhou, the barrier stretched like a celestial curtain, connecting heaven and earth, majestic and grand. At noon, the scorching sun hung high, causing a thin sheen of sweat to form on people's bodies. Thank you. Yingran crossed the barrier, sincerely thanking Guan Yi. She had woken up early, telling Guan Yi about her plan to go to Yuangzhou with Xu Liling. Guan Yi listened to her reasons and agreed readily. He even prepared an official document for her in his capacity as the head of the Xinsha team and accompanied her to the border to vouch for her. Guan Yi reached out to pat her head, but the barrier had already closed. He smiled as always, bright and cheerful. You don't have to thank me for this. Yingran smiled and then worriedly asked, are you really okay? She had originally planned to wait until Guan Yi's injury healed before leaving. But after Guan Yi talked to Xu Liling for a bit, he said, Xu Liling killed those Yunzhou cultivators. If you don't leave now, you'll really become a wanted criminal and won't be able to go anywhere. Yingran hurriedly packed her things, following Guan Yi to the Xuanya to obtain the official document, making her way to the border. Guan Yi, it's fine. I'm a cultivator. This minor injury heals quickly. Seeing his complexion rosy and spirits high, Yingran felt slightly reassured. take care of yourself and go to sieging as soon as possible. Guani nodded. I will take good care of the master and mistress. Yingran, take care of yourself first. Then, with a serious expression, thank you. Her face was charming, and her demeanor always exuded an indescribable warmth and gentleness. Guani watched her for a moment and said she didn't need to thank him and to hurry on her way. There were demons stationed at the border, and the official roads had been destroyed. If they didn't leave now, it would be more dangerous after dark. Yingran nodded, turned, and mounted the flying horse. Xu Liling held her, with Da Huang and Xiao Hua lying on the horse's rear. The flying horse spread its wings and soared into the sky. Guani watched her figure grow more distant, the smile on his face gradually fading. In truth, he wanted to say he disagreed. He disagreed with her being with the devil. He disagreed with her going to Yunzhou with the devil. But what right did he have to say he disagreed? Keeping her in Yuangzhou, he also had no ability to protect her. If Yunzhou were to challenge the Yi dynasty because of the deaths of Hongya and others, by then Xu Liling would have already left, and Yingying and the teacher's wife would be handed over. Going to Yunzhou, the teacher's wife could find safety, her husband. That demon, with his abilities, as long as he was willing to protect her, she would definitely be safer than any Wangzhou. As long as the demon doesn't change his heart. But does the demon have a heart? In the pitch-black night, without stars, the rain fell like a curtain. Yingran stood at the entrance of the broken temple, gazing at the rain, her mind echoing with Da's voice. Host, the task begins tonight at the hour of the dog. The goddess tasker asks you to concentrate before the hour of the dog. It's best if you can fall asleep. Yingran paused. Why do I need to sleep? She recalled the strange dream she had for 3 consecutive days, in which Xu Liling wanted to kill her. Dahu, I don't know. However, if you miss the time, the task will fail. We and the goddess tasker are equal, just ordinary colleagues, and won't be punished for failing the task, but we want to receive this energy supply. Yingran thought for a moment and replied, She sighed softly. Just as she entered Yunzhou, before she could properly feel the spiritual energy of Yunzhou, heavy rain began to pour down. It continued until now, and only then did the rain lighten up. The task, surprisingly, arrived at this moment. The summer heat was washed away by the rain into a coolness. If Xu Liling hadn't found this broken temple in time, she might have caught a cold tomorrow and wouldn't have found a place to concentrate before the hour of the dog. Xu Liling cleaned the offering table behind her, cleared a space to start a bonfire, and called her over to warm up. Dahu and Xiao Huang had already curled up under the table to roast by the fire. Yingran sat down by the bonfire, took out some dry food and a water jug to heat up, and invited Xu Liling to come and rest for a while. Xu Liling spread a thin blanket on the table, sat down, and held her in his arms. His body was very warm. Yingran embraced him, leaning against his chest. Thinking that Xu Liling was a demon, he might be somewhat resistant to the spiritual energy, and couldn't help but worry as she looked up. She noticed a slight hint of red in his eyes and reached out to touch his face. Xu Liling looked down at her. What's wrong? Yingran, will the spiritual energy of Yunzhou make you feel uncomfortable? Xu Liling, it's okay. It just makes the demonic nature grow. Yingran continued to stare at him. Xu Liling, I haven't been in contact with spiritual energy for a long time. It will be fine after I adapt for a while. Yingran nodded and soothingly held his hand. After a simple meal and washing up, Yingran and Xu Liling embraced each other and fell asleep on the offering table. She looked at his face for a while in the dim light before closing her eyes to concentrate. The air was quiet, with only the faint sound of rain. However, a distant yet familiar bloody smell filled her breath. Yingran opened her eyes. Sure enough, what came into view was the battlefield she had dreamed of many times. But the battle had ceased. The sky was like blood, the rain was cold, and corpses lay everywhere. The ground beneath her feet was soaked with blood, feeling sticky when stepped on. Yingran said to Dahu, You were right. My last dream was really not a dream. Dahu did not follow, but contacted her in her mind. It seems that this world really is a dual-line task. Last time, the goddess probably issued a task to you. But you didn't bind with me, so I didn't receive it, and you didn't know. Yingran, so what is this place? Information about the task shared by Dahu appeared before her. Current time, the 19th year of the Qin era of the Yi dynasty. Task, assist righteous individuals in rescuing people from the dungeons of Xu Liling. The 19th year of the Qin era of the Yi dynasty, 1,000 years ago. Yingran was stunned for a moment, looking around for those mysterious righteous individuals. However, in the hazy rain curtain, she only saw a familiar figure sitting on a stone, gazing at the heavens and earth. He wore an indigo gold scholar's robe soaked in blood, with long black hair completely disheveled. His body resembled a jade crane, carrying the frailness of youth, like a wisp of wandering soul on the battlefield. Yingran recognized him at a glance. Xu Liling, closer to the portrayal of the little immortal lord in the image. He was the Xu Liling who had almost killed her with a long spear in her last dream. Yingran stood there, feeling at a loss for a moment, then turned to run away. Suddenly, a clear and gentle voice lazily rang out. "Stop." Yingran quickened her pace to escape. "Stop, ghost girl." Yingran didn't want to stop, but she felt as if something was pressing against her from behind. If she took another step, she might be pierced through. Yingran halted and turned back. What was pressing against her was a floating dragon spear. Xu Liling was still sitting on the stone, but he had turned his face, gazing at her with a smile that was not quite a smile, playing with a string of jade-white beads in his hand. The same face, but Yingran felt strange. She had never seen such a carefree expression on Xu Liling's face before. "Why did you run away when you saw me this time? But last time you called me Huaizhan and ran towards me?" Yingran silently took a step back, trying to distance herself from the spear. However, when she stepped back, the spear moved closer. She asked Dahu in her mind, "What should I do now?" "Dahu, what? I can't see your situation." Yingran, "All right, I'll handle it myself." Yingran said truthfully, "You want to kill me?" He smiled slightly. "If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me. Besides, weren't you already dead?" Yingran looked at herself. Indeed, she still looked like a soul, just like last time. Yingran looked up at Xu Liling, not arguing with him about whether she was dead or not. "Then last time, were you going to kill the people behind me?" Xu Liling blinked, but didn't speak. Yingran understood, tentatively pushing the spear in front of her. The spear obediently shifted away, and she sighed in relief. But soon it aimed back at her, as if it had just been playing with her. Yingran, feeling annoyed, instinctively frowned and glared at Xu Liling. "Why are you like this?" Knowing he was not the future Xu Liling, Yingran immediately controlled her annoyed emotions. But she wasn't a professional, and Xu Liling could still see some familiarity in her annoyance. Last time, too, she called him Huaizhan, with a habitual familiarity. But there were many people in this world who knew him by that name, and those who called him Huaizhan had all died. How could there still be someone who called him Huaizhan and ran towards him? This was the reason he spared her life. "Xu Liling, have we met somewhere before? Where were you from when you were alive?" "Yingran, Yinshu County." Xu Liling raised an eyebrow, as if recalling something, his smile fading into a gentle warmth. "Yinshu County is a nice place. It was the last place he visited before becoming a demon. But why do I have no impression of you? What year were you born? Which family were you from?" Seeing him so gentle, Yingran recalled the little immortal lord in the portrait who drunkenly recited poetry at the end of the water, watching the clouds rise. Her gaze swept over his blood-soaked clothes and disheveled long hair, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. She took a tentative step forward, and the spear retreated a step. Gathering her courage, she approached him. "I was born in the 99th year of Honghu in the Yi dynasty. My father was a teacher in Yinshu County and opened an academy named Chunchan." "Chunchan." Xu Liling seemed to be reminiscing, tilting his head, but had no impression. "The 99th year of Honghu in the Yi dynasty. Was that a long time ago? I haven't heard of it. You were a ghost from a past era? Have you seen me in Yinshu County?" Yingran walked up to him, and the spear had turned into a bone bead, returning to his wrist. She gazed at him, her thoughts shifting, and asked Dao, "Can I contact the goddess?" "Dao, yes." Yingran waited for a moment, and a cold and majestic voice echoed in her mind. "What is it?" Yingran was taken aback for a moment and thought to herself, "No wonder she is the goddess." Just listening to this voice, Yingran could already imagine the goddess's image. She asked, "Does what happens in the past affect the future?" The goddess pondered for a long time before replying. "It does, but not immediately. You have to wait until all past tasks are completed and reach the designated point in time for the timeline to align." Xu Liling was waiting for her answer and made a puzzled sound. "That's good." Yingran asked again, "I want to save someone. Is that possible?" The goddess replied readily. "Who?" Yingran said, "A person who has fallen from immortality to demonhood." The goddess answered without hesitation, "Yes. If you can save all 6 immortals, that would be even better." However, it was not yet the time for all 6 immortals to fall. The only one who could barely be considered as having fallen was the one who had slaughtered Suli City, the former son of the city lord. Now the holy demon Xu Liling. But since the tasker had the intention to save, she would certainly support it. Yingran smiled and thanked the goddess. She gazed into Xu Liling's eyes and spoke softly, her voice as gentle as the wind. I am from 1,000 years later. In the spring of 115 years of Honghu, we will meet at Qingying Mountain in Yinshui County. We will get married and have a small courtyard that belongs to just the two of us in the mountains. We will raise a dog, and later buy a flying steed and have a cat. Xu Liling looked at her and paused for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter, as if he had heard an extremely funny joke. Yingran calmly pulled out the wooden hairpin from her hair. She was grateful that after binding to the system, whatever she wore, her soul would take on that appearance. Her tied-up long hair fell down. As the wind blew, her hair fluttered and brushed against his face. The fragrance of her hair diluted the smell of blood. She handed the peach blossom bamboo hairpin to Xu Liling, saying, "This is the hairpin you carved for me with your own hands." Xu Liling lowered his gaze to the hairpin, and the familiar craftsmanship indeed made him pause for a moment. Yingran looked up at the sky, extended her hand to catch the rain, and spoke softly. "The day we met was supposed to be sunny. I only went to Qingying Mountain on sunny days. But that day, when I arrived, it rained. I met you in the rain. The first thing I heard you say was your soft murmur. What clean rain it is. At that time, I didn't understand what that meant. Was there such a thing as dirty rain? There was no pollution in ancient times. Until this moment, I understand. The rainwater fell into my palm, initially appearing ordinary. But when it gathered into a small pool, I could see that the rainwater resembled the color of diluted blood, as if the rain here had already been stained with blood. When I realized this, I thought, has he been here for 1,000 years, enduring such rain? If possible, I hope he could have escaped the holy demon from the very beginning. Not to be a demon, to see the outside world, to see clean rain." Xu Liling remained silent, looking at her snow-white hands, the color of the soiled rain staining them, and with each breath, he inhaled her hair's fragrance. He suddenly chuckled lightly. "Is it the spring toad?" The night does not reach the spring toad's sight, making feelings fly wildly. "What a beautiful scheme of seduction." Xu Liling asked, "What is your name?" Chapter 19. In order to get rid of Lu Qingzhu and Saw Air, Malekis went all out, shooting arrows formed of essence like rain, overwhelming Lu Qingzhu and Saw Air to the point they had no power to fight back for a while. However, this rain of arrows only forced the two back. They were far from being defeated. He cast a commanding gaze at the chattering ministers and concubines, and they finally stopped their rampant speculation, bowing respectfully. The harem had withered to such a state, yet there were still some who couldn't help but want to take action against her. The power she held over palace affairs was indeed enviable. "Coney? Good. Nice name. I'll call you Coney from now on." Coney happily climbed up and down on her. If the lazy cat lounging in the sun at home knew about this, I wonder what it would think. Wanyan lowered her gaze. She was not soft-hearted. On the contrary, if someone fell into her hands, she could be ruthless, but Zhao Fei truly did not deserve to die. Yi Juanhan's gaze was filled with murderous intent, fixated on that young figure. He Qing Fan spoke the Mo family's catchphrase, and seeing that Song Yunhai had no reaction, he momentarily felt confused and didn't know what to say. What was going on? Did he not know this phrase? But why was it connected to my Mo family? He Qing Fan was puzzled and then said another sentence. These spatial powers are the vast spiritual energy released when the teleportation array is activated, along with the quality spirit stones. However, because of my illness, my parents left, and my sister suffered for my whole life, blooming beautifully in her prime, only to be left with me living alone in this world. Zheng Kelong, lost in thought, left the dining table under the pretext of seeking the sound of the zither. At this time, Yunyang's momentum was soaring, exuding a grand and noble aura that gave a sense of righteousness and pride. Guchan was momentarily taken aback, not knowing what was happening. And just at that moment of distraction, he suddenly saw several tender shoots emerging from the pile of dung, and they were rapidly shooting upwards visibly. Therefore, no matter how useless the nine-tailed celestial fox was, as long as it had enough accumulation, once it awakened its intelligence, the inheritances deep within its bloodline would be absorbed one by one, and leaving this tiny place would just be a matter of time. Night Phone was startled, and the dragon bloodscale knife immediately swung back, with a loud clash resonating, and under the powerful impact, Night Phone could not help but take several steps back, leaving heavy footprints on the ground. His white hair was meticulously combed, and the whitewashed Zhongshan suit he wore added a unique charm to him. The steel whip-like dragon tail behind him whipped through the air, producing a sharp sound that made one's scalp tingle. Qingtian Islands, he displayed a classic taekwondo stance, launching into a fierce sidekick right away. Looking at those pairs of terrifying ghostly eyes from the depths of hell, Sima Chaofeng swallowed hard. his consciousness in a state of chaos, while the subordinates around him were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, unable to fight back. The dragon's roar was subdued, producing a thunderous sound of metal clashing as the heavy blade pressed against the rushing Xerxes' neck and chest, halting his originally violent stance in an instant. While sparks flew as the blade pushed him back forcefully. Although there was an engagement at noon today, and the elder sister prepared a feast that consumed a lot of oil, even so, there was still more than half a jar of oil left in the teapot. According to the envoy from the Principality of Wells, these tree seeds were picked from the tops of those strange trees. They had also personally witnessed the sprouting seeds, so it should not be mistaken. Nancy replied, "It's really me. My hand shook when I shot, and I was so nervous that I forgot where the gun fell. You have to believe me." I tried to answer calmly. Chapter 20. What could Lu Mingfei do? He could only use his hands to support Olga Marie's hips, grip tightly, and then pull back hard. Mo yelled at Jiang Ling, who had questions popping up over her head, and followed her sister's footsteps to rush out. The Foundation's army was imposing, but Mo couldn't feel any excitement in her heart. She vaguely sensed that there was a huge trap waiting for her ahead, but she couldn't grasp the threads of this trap. Looking at the swirling dust, it seemed like this secret door hadn't been opened for years. Yet the rich fragrance of medicine still lingered in the air, faintly mixed with a hint of blood. "Don't worry, Lily, it's fine. I'm just buying something from a classmate. I believe Jiduo will handle it without any issues." This wasn't the first time I had assured Lily. How unfortunate. If this were in the British wizarding world, what kind of potions wouldn't be sold in Diagon Alley? If he couldn't go to a legitimate potion shop, Nocturne Alley would also be an option. This method isn't something that any random immortal or exiled immortal could use. Angeli took out the key he got from the cook and opened the door leading to the underground level, but the old cat didn't act immediately. It's good for a man to have pride, but he also needs to discern the situation. If he continues to be arrogant without understanding the circumstances, he will inevitably suffer a huge loss and endanger his life. Zhang Cheng, bearing a heavy responsibility, was specially allowed to act alone and was assigned a separate room, which was quite a good treatment and reflected Wenxin's character. Once trust was chosen, full support would follow. Zhou Quan didn't care at all about being regarded as the legendary pig teammate. He really didn't mind at all. This weapon, originally thought to be a major asset for the python catching operation, had now become the biggest burden, but Zhou Quan remained unfazed. "It's yours now. Don't mention the other great cultivator. At least don't say a word about it." He conveyed a thought to the approaching Fairy Mu Kai and then ran towards Fairy Xiu Ji with the stolen light sword. Whether for high-level intellectual workers or for the more in-demand physical laborers, numbers were a problem. The web instantly stuck to the ground, trapping the monster firmly beneath. No matter how it bit and clawed, it couldn't struggle free at all. After a while, as if gradually adapting to the current changes, her body began to twitch slightly. She was crying. "Oh, I didn't mean to say this. I thought the watermelons on this tree would taste good, but I didn't expect so many seeds. Ugh, I'm not eating it anymore." After saying that, my uncle tossed the watermelon back and it disappeared into the woods. Looking at my uncle again, he twisted his wrist, and the spoon disappeared from his hand. When Du Liyun placed the pill on it, although a slight contact could clearly feel a smooth sensation, Wang Yibing didn't even look at it, and simply tossed the pill into his mouth, swallowing it in one gulp, then continued to look at the information on his phone. Originally, I had expected to come alone to the western frontier. I was extremely grateful that Qinzi could accompany me to this day. If it weren't for my inadequate strength and the restrictions of the Xu Liling, I would have thought about going to the southern frontier together for some support. Now that I am alone, I don't feel anything. The golden crow flew to the edge of the city wall and stopped moving. At this moment, it opened its mouth wide and unleashed a fierce flame. If you want to develop your territory, you need to gather a large amount of divine gold and supplies. Ice jade porcelain, flying goggles, and watches are the items you can collect divine gold with. Chapter 21. Due to the high price of salt, Li Xiaofeng didn't take much. Only a small amount of salt water to taste, feeling a slight salty taste before stopping. Unlike usual, this morning in Lu Bao's camp, there was no cooking smoke rising as before. Instead, there was a lot of smoke and fire on Mount Longju. The Brave Academy truly lived up to its name, producing a person who dared to publicly scold the emperor and now another who dared to issue a merciless kill order against him. He had thought it through. If he couldn't find the heart of the plane immediately, he would let Lin Dong and Grandpa Diao continue to train here, and he would take Qing Tan back to the Dragon God sect for cultivation first. This mule was too weak, and others looked down on it. so they didn't bother with it. Of course, the most important thing was that these people were afraid of death, while the monkey was watching hungrily from the side. No need. We have regulations in the army. We cannot stray far from the military and cannot disturb the civilians. This Xiangping city could already accommodate over 10,000 troops. If our troops entered, it would disturb the local residents. And besides, General, you have many matters to attend to, don't you? Su Shu said, glancing at the battlefield on the street. Although Qin Shi didn't know why he was here or why his overall level had risen dramatically after waking up, he could be sure that his current physical level was at the initial stage of muscle change. It was only in the days to come that Qi Xiaoxiao would realize how difficult it was to change Jiyue's mind. Qi Xiaoxiao never thought that a child's thoughts could be so resolute. In the blink of an eye, over 10 years had passed, and the child had changed nothing except to grow in reverence. Li Zhang was also jolted at this point. This was the first time the wild dog mentioned his mother. And when talking about his mother, the wild dog's eyes were full of tears, which made Li Zhang sigh inwardly, knowing that the following would surely be a very tragic story. I really hoped time would stop at that moment, forever. Han Bing brushed off the ice and snow on her body and began to wander aimlessly. Qin Feng's mind stirred, and using the Zhou Tian star plate, he appeared directly above the martial cultivators like Xiang Yu, Xing Tian, and the Tathagata, saying loudly. A set of fierce tiger body refining fist had only 36 moves, and the leader completed it in the time it takes to brew tea. Perhaps this was not enough for her to warm up, as she stopped her movements without breaking a sweat. Perhaps seeing the pill refined by Luo Feng daring to provoke him, the clouds gathered with even more lightning. The commentary from the 18 was not the most professional, but they certainly knew how to create an atmosphere. Before the match even started, the audience was already hyped up. In an instant, the fluctuations from the three people's battle shattered the surrounding boulders. The soft disciple also began to collapse downwards. Meanwhile, the teams outside the circle were pressing against the edge, and those who entered the circle late faced the most painful situation. Since doctors and nurses were the primary targets of the attack, armed police were stationed in the hospital to ensure personnel safety. Looking at the serious Kagaya, who was holding 2 guns and striking a combat pose with a serious expression, I felt a bit helpless. Why is it that when others do good deeds, they are always thanked, but when I do a good deed, I have to fight afterward? What kind of nonsense is this? Chen Jincheng's move was indeed sudden. No one would have expected that just a moment ago he was crying like a child, and the next second he turned into a ruthless killer. Unfortunately, Yi Tian had never fallen for his tricks from the beginning. He had been on guard against him long ago. After entering the City of Rocks, Du Lei didn't waste any time. He first found an inn to stay in, ensuring he had a reliable foothold in the City of Rocks. Then he took advantage of the night to go out and gather information. Originally, he wanted to act alone, but he thought that if he left, no one would protect Wenli. Although she had dressed up nicely for today's gathering, she knew in her heart that no matter how exquisite her makeup was, it couldn't compare to the unadorned beauty of Shauna before her. It was one thing for Qianran to target her, but the server had no evidence and wanted to search her bag. Only a fool would like it here. But aren't these all issues that can be studied and explored in depth later? After all, I have little practical experience. No, I'm coming right away. When Lin Ruo left, she took one last look at the room of the Black Bat, lost in thought, accompanied by the flames and cracks on the bodies of the 5 young emperors. Beams of light shot out, and the upper half of their demigod bodies turned to dust and fell off, leaving their upper halves completely bare, just like Lin Xiao. A quarter of an hour later, the scooter stopped beside a dimly lit, dilapidated old street. Is that so? Not necessarily, with the old man here. Today your days as the new master of the Eastern Domain God King's mansion are coming to an end. Just as Emperor Ming was preparing to kill Lin Xiaobing and Yin Sun, suddenly, an old man with white hair appeared before him. General Qingji, this is how it is. The Navy's actions have led to unavoidable mistakes in our mission, which could very likely result in mission failure. Chapter 22. Lu Ming, I won't say much more, but if there's a chance in the future, I hope you can come back to see us. Take care. Stepping forward, Wan Muling tightly held Lu Ming's hand, watching him leave with a heartfelt expression. I mean, if you want us to separate by a thread, I can do that too. Yin Yisin said seriously while suppressing a laugh, causing Yin Wan's face to flush red. Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone responded in unison without any dissent in their hearts. They could no longer harbor any rebellious thoughts against Lu Ming. Humph, actually trying to negotiate with me, the destruction sacred beast, and even attempting to use Ruka to pressure me. Ao Shuqiong, Are you tired of living? Filled with a chilling, killing intent, the destruction's sacred beast. Seeing Ao Shuqiong kneel before it, was filled with bloodlust, seemingly unfazed. Sure enough, after Wu Ming became the sect master, he underwent a tremendous transformation. Both his actions and demeanor exuded elegance. In Wu Ming's words, as a sect master, one must naturally possess the demeanor befitting that role. However, many still knew that Wu Ming was enduring for himself. If it weren't for holding the power of life and death, Yin would be willing to admit he was a handsome man. Just after he finished speaking, he felt a cold gaze shoot toward him, causing his entire body to tremble. In that moment, he sensed an ominous chill. The young master beside him was preparing to use his skills when the peony fairy suddenly took out a talisman, transforming it into a large hand that intercepted the stick-shaped magical artifact aimed at Tang Chuan. Everyone knew that the great emperor had secretly supported numerous factions, wanting to bring them to power to replace the three major superfamilies. After they buried the mysterious white bones, under Morpheus's reminder, everyone finally entered one of the legendary 7 forbidden lands, the Sea of Divine Restrictions. But clearly, the current Who Die no longer thought he was just showing off. Because this arrogant guy truly had the ability to be so arrogant. For them, they had long wanted to see this scene, but now that such a change had occurred, they didn't know what to do. Were they just going to stare blankly at the supervisor lying in the ruins waiting to die? This was obviously impossible. After repeated investigations, Yi Chongfeng's brows furrowed in disbelief. Eventually, after a slight hesitation, Yi Chongfeng reached out again, thoroughly cleaning Yi Yi's body. Mu Qiu pretended to be drunk and finally avoided everyone's persuasion to drink, staggering to the bedroom door and pushing it open. As his words fell, Yi Yi finally finished applying the medicinal liquid from the bottle, then handed the bandaged cloth to Lu Luyun, who tied it around her chest before finally bidding farewell. Doing this job, feeling out the Hong Kong betting scene, should be fine. Good, big baby. Xia Yuan dared not recognize her like this. He still had a mission. Xia Yuan kept wondering when he could stop doing missions, but in the short term, it seemed there was no opportunity. What Mu Qiu didn't know was that this time of indulgence left a seed in Lung Yan's body. Their next meeting would be when Lung Yan was heavily pregnant and about to give birth. Of course, being able to reach an agreement with these disciples and act together would be best. But at this moment, the leader of the Yi family disciples, Yi Chao, was frivolous and constantly trying to take advantage of her. So that was that. Xia Yuan jumped directly from the 3rd floor, his long white legs dancing in the night breeze. Across from him, Guowire blushed as she said to Zhang Shihua, "I heard from my brother that you're leaving today, so I came to see you off." Xin Yinfang sighed inwardly. She guessed correctly. Every time she encountered her mother-in-law, it was always about money. And each time the price kept rising, from 20, 50, 100 to 200. Now it seemed even hundreds wouldn't suffice. Indeed, once the awareness entered combat mode, he realized the key and couldn't help but feel pleased. It seemed he hadn't found the wrong person, and today this fist technique was finally going to be perfected. After experiencing last summer's earthquake, the northern regions suffered heavy losses and were subsequently subjected to indiscriminate ravaging by the Qingyi army and the Honglian sect. Saying it was a hell on earth, with starving corpses everywhere, would not be an exaggeration, with white bones lining the roadside, making it hard to look at. Nominally, the Su family was not one of the 4 major families of Dongqing, but in terms of overall strength, they were actually a bit higher. Embarrassed, pondering many things. Time was running short, and he'd modify it later. Sorry. At noon, Xin Yinfang made braised chicken pieces. After Li Hongjun returned home, he didn't ask anything, because they always ate the same at home. Chapter 23. The means of counterattack in hand were already few. Using a sharp blade to cut bugs was certainly unrealistic, and using fire escape seemed futile. This incident was related to the deep sea. Specifically, it involved the deep sea supply ship, and I needed to collect something from them to exchange for this equipment, Chang Fei said somewhat awkwardly. 2 colors chased each other, black and red intertwined, with blue hot on their heels. Don't move. Let me see your hands. Do you hear me? I want to see your hands. I shook the bright light installed on the left side of the scope and shouted loudly. Conflicts are part of relationships and are also warm memories worth recalling. A perfectly harmonious relationship without conflict seems strange and false. At this moment, from the outside, in the heavy rain, a man dressed in strange attire was lying on the roof of the car, driven by Lin Xiao. She treasured this jade and stored it in her storage space, placing it with other treasures prepared to reconstruct Chu Tian's body. Eva Geline did not have a good impression of Zhang Yaming. The islanders all got up very early in the morning, but only this Chinese island lord, after everyone finished their tasks, had just gotten up. The Chuantian group was testing Paradise Island. Why couldn't Paradise Island test the Chuantian group? And the Hokkaido Islands? This was also his attitude. At least regarding his son, he was very respectful and fond of his son's friends. There was no choice. This was determined by reality and not by the people's willingness to divide power this way. The military's enormous strength could not be ignored. Only through compromise and concessions from both sides could a balance point be found that everyone recognized. However, among the four great generals of the Sui dynasty, there was one named Shi Wansui who was quite impressive. Later, he really thought of himself as Wansui and argued with the emperor and got executed. Just as Mo Chan was about to hug Fan Tong to help her calm down, Fan Tong suddenly clasped her head with both hands and cried out in pain. A seemingly spacious tomb chamber, richly decorated. Even Zhang Zili, an outsider, could tell that this was likely the main burial chamber of this tomb. Yi Fei was so angry that after a sarcastic laugh, he stepped on the gas and drove away. The Zhuek Academy prohibited outsiders from entering. Wu Meinyang's maids and Di Renjia's old servants had all been sent back home, so no one was prepared to make breakfast for them. His massive and hard fists transformed into a furry shape resembling some kind of mammal as they swung toward Jin Xingzhi's abdomen. Guan was placed side by side with Wen Outyin, and he stepped inside, noticing the plaque at the hall's entrance, densely covered in cobwebs, where he strained to distinguish four characters. The Han Dokang was unwilling to accept this, so he said, "No, it won't happen. With Mulading's methods, it will definitely be fine. Sinom, you go to Hidala and investigate the situation. If Mulading is truly in danger, you must rescue him alone. I would rather not have those 20,000 troops." Sinom accepted the order and left. Sun Mei followed Zhou Mo to the city lord's mansion, where Tang Ming was sitting. He had previously instructed Zhou Mo to host Mu Qiu and then began to review the recent reports from Shizhou City. The man was neither sad nor happy. Although he was questioning the other party, his tone sounded more like he was speaking to himself. He wore a black trench coat, carried an ancient long sword, and had an enviable handsome face, clearly a traditional Huaxia cultivator. Even a steady flow of water could not withstand such extravagance. Before long, Li Yinyang's chips had dwindled to half, and everyone had a strange illusion that this guy was here to give away money. Chapter 24. Looking at the sea beast corpse in front of him, Xian Siyuan began to visualize the fifth image of the shamanic true art, which contained the essence of shamanic blood transformation. As Xian Siyuan visualized, a drop of his ninth grade essence blood swiftly flew out and merged into the sea beast corpse, followed by a strange wave emanating from it. Although he couldn't squeeze into the innermost layer, he managed to find an opportunity by kicking from the edge. However, if he agreed to resign and become a monk, it would mean all previous efforts were in vain. Yuzhou would fall back into chaos. Zhu Hui was captured by Li Mao and relocated to Pingzhou. Although the military forces were divided, the Zhu family had deep roots in Yuzhou and couldn't ensure they wouldn't take advantage of the chaos. Of course, whether it was her personally taking action or Long Inqing, who didn't need prior communication and coordination, both had over 99 compatibility. They had no malice towards Qin Gu, who was gradually falling into this atmosphere. As a result, Wu Gang mistakenly treated the Jade Emperor as a mere subordinate, and now, even if the Jade Emperor could endure it, his wife could not. Soon, Chongjin saw Wang Qingyan enter holding a treasure chest. "Your Majesty, the thing is in here," he said, handing over the box. The two young men were mutually willing, and Hong Bo couldn't say much. Seeing Yi Tian sway down from the car and then suddenly disappear, Hong Bo was left speechless in surprise. In summary, the mechanical life theater was just like that. Lin Ai did not expect them to understand anything through opera, but their minds couldn't be filled with only thoughts of killing and fighting. Now, he could be considered a person of some standing. If the girl were to attend a banquet dressed like this and show signs of being a martial arts enthusiast midway, it would only make it harder to find a partner in the future. At a critical moment, relying on their figures, the two hid behind a rock and avoided being smashed to bits. However, the cave monsters suffered from their large size. No matter how they dodged, they would still be injured by the flying rocks, bleeding profusely, and in their fury, they charged out of the shattered barrier. Other commanding officers could only turn away awkwardly, watching Lin Ai with a confused expression. What was going on? Shouldn't this question be very serious? Fortunately, there was already warm water prepared in the room. Jiang he resignedly started to wash his face, with dirty water continuously dripping from his fingers, reddening his cheeks until they regained their smooth and clean appearance. His clothes were also soaked in large patches. However, what was even more terrifying was the flame on his body, which refused to extinguish, continuously burning and spreading. The leader waved his hand, and an officer beside him immediately brought over a large box, placing it on the table and then opening it. The chubby man immediately saw a box neatly stacked with red boards inside. The burning flames, huge wind blades, and the occasional lightning strikes, along with the continuously appearing earth shields for defense, would truly be overwhelming for an ordinary person. How could that be? Everyone immediately dismissed Xu Ming in their hearts because his identity was too obvious, holding an exam bag. He was clearly a high school senior participating in the college entrance examination. How could he possibly know first aid knowledge? Wu Zijian followed the death reset routine, dying 70 or 80 times, and now suddenly not having to die made him panic. Chapter 25. After figuring all this out, Li Chengming turned his gaze to the lottery. Since there was so much fortune, it must be used to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to let this fortune sit idle? Dan Wanggu, he had an enormous influence in the Gamma Empire, mastering alchemy to the 6th grade, making him the undisputed #1 alchemist in the Gamma Empire. What kind of medicine is being sold in the gourd? Although Shangguan Yuxiu was reluctant, she obediently closed her eyes. His eyes never left the television. If it weren't for Han Shi being close to him, she wouldn't even know he was talking to her. These things are prepared for the manager, right? Then just put them in your office over there. The receptionist pointed to an office. However, the driver said his name was Lu Jiai, who was a cousin of Jia Qianjin. However, Jia Qianjin's parents passed away early, and relatives had little contact, so even though they were in the same city, they rarely communicated. He returned to Jinling this time partly to pay respects to his ancestors, and partly to fulfill the orders of a few individuals. To visit this last remaining founding hero. Enough. Feng Yun, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. What stance? I think Xu Liling is great. Feng Yun, if you really want to develop with Xu Liling, Mom supports you. Yi Shanshan said straightforwardly. The Taoists can be traced back to before the first dynasty of Huaguo, the Xia dynasty, when they existed as shamans and doctors. Generally, these abandoned mountain roads would not see anyone. After all, there is the Tangyun Expressway, which is straight and easy to drive. Who will want to take the winding mountain road? In short, even if Xiao Jing seemed quite weak now, no one dared to test his strength anymore. They instinctively sent messages in the bullet screen, hoping Li Yu would quickly open his eyes to see what the distant flashing light was. At that time, Gu Yiran secretly vowed that from now on, she would no longer be bullied, not even a bit. Now she had spoken and acted on it. Mao Wei began to panic. He did not doubt that Wei Yuanping was fabricating stories, as whether the Empress had secretly ordered the envoy to investigate would be clear at tomorrow's court meeting. Wei Yuanping had no reason to lie, and the reason he kindly informed him was merely to win him as an ally to jointly deal with Xie Xiang in the future. Fang Yunxi shrugged indifferently, picked up her coat, pushed open the hotel door, and drove to Song Yanlei's apartment. Su Jinlan was also frightened and took 2 steps back, leaning against the door to steady herself. Chun Zhe's mind moved, and a white cloud appeared beneath his feet, lifting him and the nearby Mayor Chang Feng toward the city lord's mansion. Could he guarantee that nothing unexpected would happen tomorrow? His hands crossed on his left thigh, his eyes slightly closed, gathering cold light that pierced directly at a biao in front of him. As the saying goes, when a ruler commands, a minister must die. The common people are also forced into a corner and must seek life in a dead end. Qian Song slightly bowed, responding neither humbly nor arrogantly. My eyes were fixed ahead, my foot pressed on the accelerator, feeling the trembling heartbeat and the rapidly flashing streetlights on both sides. It was as if her belly understood her words, being her own organ, so it called out twice and then quieted down. Su Shaoran was just over a month old and couldn't understand what Xia Haoyu was saying. She turned her eyes gently, closed them, grabbed with her hands, and started crying again. Li Ji didn't notice his companion's sorrow, or, even if he did, he didn't want to pay too much attention. They were risking their lives. But during the day, they were just ordinary people like anyone else among us. What was going on? He angrily went downstairs and saw a group of dog-headed crossbow soldiers rushing over from other city gates, gathering at the south city gate facing the forest outskirts. Without hesitation, he sent off Wu Huaran and Mao Tanxiong, and Chun Zue took the green ferry out the door, heading straight to the train station. Mao Xiuxiu had taken the train the day before yesterday. As long as they passed through the plants around the train station, they could easily track her movements. Chapter 26. His complexion changed from blue to white, from white to red, and back to blue again. Anyone could tell he was engaged in a complex inner struggle, possibly quite tumultuous. "Brother, Dad has agreed to your request. Come back with me," Zhang Anya said to Zhang Xingtian, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Yutong Garden. Qin Yingran would definitely be killed. A troubling image suddenly flashed in my mind, where I saw Qin Yingran pierced in the abdomen by a mech, her eyes vacant as she lay on the cold ground. Lung Lingyun exuded a commanding aura, her fierce presence erupting as her delicate hand slammed the table. However, Si Luhan knew that Lu Nian's distraction was certainly related to something Lu Nian wanted to keep from him. At that moment, Jun Shinhan's tone was somewhat cold, yet not lacking in tenderness, though the lines on his face remained hard. Upon hearing this news, Morgana's eyes flickered with interest. If a strike were launched on the giant gorge now, it could not only destroy the entire living force of the Super God Academy, but might also leave several high-ranking angels on board. Lin Han also sensed it. The driving methods and experiences seemed to be imprinted in his mind. Even the main elders and others merely watched, clearly moved, but took no action to intervene. In fact, some of them even went to the slaughterhouse in person. This was basic defense. Further activation would strengthen the defensive capabilities. Master Qian said. This was also one of the reasons why the Northern Mountain Demon Emperor forgot about the reincarnation treasure with the Princess of the Demon Kingdom during their reincarnation. On the day his body was pushed to its limits, it absorbed an astonishing amount of yang energy through the essence of the sky and earth. This energy directly entered the upper dantian. Although he absorbed yin energy at night, it was far from enough to balance the energy within him. For Jiang Xining, the so-called assassins existed only in movies. Wang Ying, how many came this time? A young man, about 25 or 26, shouted from the rooftop. After the results came out, the dealer shook the dice again, completely different from the previous actions. The only similarity was that it was equally flashy. Lawrence St. Val, nicknamed Lawrence, who has no connection to the sect master, because his father Batista had always been in power. Come on, it's your kick that led to this. How is it my fault? Xu Yun didn't care about this. He was used to sleeping on the ground as a mercenary, sometimes without even a tent or sleeping bag. That person was not like Chen Bo. His demon eyes had only reached the second stage, but he unexpectedly mastered a different usage. Everything between heaven and earth was washed away by some kind of overwhelming force, leaving only pure lines. Then can you not live? Wang Jin directly threatened his life, daring him to disobey, not afraid of death. Wang Ming's treasure had little direct effect on cultivators in the immortal realm, but it was rare in the world. A treasure that was extremely hard to come by. Let him understand gradually, then deepen it slowly. Do you want to return to Springfield Polytechnic for that degree? Li Mu also hoped Li Jiefu was not a wasted talent. Colleagues had certain expectations of Yin Shan. Chapter 27. The junior brother closed Lu Qiao's mouth and pressed on Lu Qiao's acupoint. Lu Qiao choked a little, swallowing the wine and elixirs in his mouth. Shin Mufei could see who he was, but he didn't point it out. After finishing his meal, he reminded them a few times and then left. From this point on, She began a busy life. He went to Mr. Xiez in the morning, and after returning for lunch, he practiced martial arts with Sheng Linger, who taught him that hitting acupoints required precision. Sure Hao sat down expressionlessly, appearing calm, but secretly clenched his fists, showing a man's insecurity and tension. Sula nodded, started the van, and was just about to return when the van wouldn't move an inch. After getting out to check, he realized the battered van had run out of gas and could only remain where it was. This could be considered intentional harm. Even if he didn't go to jail, his reputation would be ruined. How could the entertainment industry tolerate an artist with a bad record? The enemy's camp of tens of thousands was lively around the campfire all night, but it quieted down after nightfall. Those strange creaking and snapping sounds sounded very much like a catapult, but there were differences. It wasn't until Shunzi turned to look at Dongchuan Fortress that his expression darkened. But I had gained some understanding of her. She was indeed not as mischievous as she appeared, at least when she paid me. It wasn't that she truly wanted to sever ties with Zhuang Yan, but rather wanted to contribute to repaying a debt. Du Mimi took out her notebook. There were no classes on Friday afternoon, so she set the meeting time for that day. He didn't respond, but after looking at me for a moment, he withdrew his hand from mine and lightly touched my face with his fingertips. Young Xiaoji, although only 15 this year, had returned from Dali. relying on his intelligence and, of course, the support of his brother Qiao Zhiyong. Now Qiao Ziyuan had become the leader of 5 merchant ships on the sea. He and Chu He bantered for a while, during which he hinted several times, but Chu He seemed not to hear and continued to banter with him. As for Zhou Shud, she had done too much already. The remaining tasks could be left to Zhou Shuxian, saving Ciyu from developing a slight wariness towards her. The days quickly passed to September 11th, and seeing that tomorrow was the wedding, Ding Yezi finally started to feel a bit nervous. They arrived at the Blue Bridge Italian restaurant, found a window seat, and the server warmly came over to take their orders. The server smiled and said, "Great. Please wait a moment. Your food will be ready soon." She took the menu and went down. Mama Shun went outside the mansion to find a fortune teller to see if there were any auspicious dates in the coming month. The story ends here. As for how Ling and Ding Yezi finally began their new life, that will be another story. It can be certain that after experiencing some events, their lives would certainly be happy. This matter continued to stir until midnight, and the summoned maidservants and eunuchs, numbering over a dozen, still could not figure out where that voodoo doll came from, leaving everyone anxious. What's wrong with going to the Ministry of Rites? Didn't Liang Yuanxin just come out from there? I'm still young. It's the perfect time to learn. I think father also hopes for this. Isn't second brother just from the Ministry of Household, passing through the Ministry of Rites? Liang Yuanka gently comforted his somewhat anxious mother. Chapter 28. Yuan Guohuang shook his head. Having sat for too long and drank too much water, he wanted to stretch a bit, but as soon as he stood up, he immediately realized that everyone's gaze was focused on him. Her voice was particularly firm, and her gaze was equally resolute, just staring at him as if waiting for Helian Chung to nod. The dignified elder Qianyun had fallen to a point where he could be casually squeezed, and this pent-up anger nearly made everyone spit blood, but they were helpless. To dare to run wild in the heart of the Tianfeng sect, that took too much courage. He wanted to see who had such boldness. Du Yunfeng pushed back against the wild monsters, appearing a little later, clearly informing the opponent that he was starting with the red buff while controlling the minion wave back. Within a minute or two, the unparalleled sword princess would be constrained, unable to easily trade hits, and even forced to give up a few last hits. She shot him a glare, simply choosing to ignore him. This guy had turned bad and was no longer the aloof person she first met. Ning Anshin was more flexible in thought, quickly clicked on the details, and discovered that Lu Erzi had also betrayed the evil mountain and joined the evil dragon cult. Although Professor Delinier did not primarily study number theory like him, as a mathematician who had won the Fields Medal, Abel Prize, Wolf Prize, and Crawford Prize, it was completely fine for him to take a look at this. Moreover, this theory easily led people to wonder whether it meant they could obtain an unlimited source of energy without cost. If he controlled the secret of the brocade clad, wouldn't that mean his strength could also improve further? However, at the same time, the green-haired giant tooth wolf twisted its waist and instantly flung Su Mu away. The landing position of this return module could only be estimated and not controlled, so it could not perform operations like landing at an airport as a spaceplane would. Mo Sheng witnessed Bo Ming's fury. When he got angry, it was quite terrifying. Having known each other for 10 years, although they hadn't spent much time together before, she understood his temper. You couldn't resist, you couldn't speak too much, and he was proud. To coax him was like coaxing a celestial being. Hopping beside him to beg for mercy. Just as Han Dong's imposing aura exploded, these skin and bones could no longer withstand it and directly turned to dust, vanishing into nothingness, dispersing between heaven and earth. It knew that this old man must have been in a high position for a long time, but at this moment, he still called it Dog Lord. Xiong Wu thought that since they were going to America, bringing a translator would naturally improve efficiency. However, he only had one rotation of qi refinement, and his true qi pressure was not strong, with too low of a condensation level, lacking significant lethality. It was better to use throwing knives for greater damage. What? Not what you imagined. Disappointed? Duan Imo looked at Lu Shishir, who had a dumbfounded expression with a half-smile. Everyone thought Duan Imo was just an ignorant young man who thought that having a bit of brute strength allowed him to speak arrogantly, even disregarding the Chu family's prince. Li Yu merely nodded but did not turn back. As his eyes were filled with tears, he strode into the thick fog, his figure disappearing into the grayness. Such a person, to conquer him, would definitely require dealing with his family background in advance. Answer me, do you have an opinion? Lu Xingyi spoke again, her cold words sending a chill down Shuechuan's back. The latter was a branch of the celestial path, representing the possibility of countless celestial cultivators appearing. Much like moral authority, those possibilities were just that, possibilities, and could not represent real causality. The potential illuminated by the future Tao Heart fire far exceeded that influenced by the past Red Lotus fire. What do you mean? Knowing you can't do it is one thing, but knowing you can't do it and still daring to jump out is just asking for me to slap your face, right? If I don't hit you, I wouldn't feel right staying here. The man maintained a serious face, interrupting the soldier's words. Her biggest worry was still about Nuo Mingyu's injuries. Where could he possibly want to go with his injured body? However, just as Lu Jin's soldiers had just broken through the formation of the 50 guards, soldiers dispatched from Zitong City to maintain order heard the commotion and were coming to reinforce. A series of explosions caused a large number of players to die, and they let out numerous cries, with the explosions being spectacular. In just a few seconds, there were losses of tens of thousands, even reaching hundreds of thousands. Yuan Ku was considering which of the two gunners to keep when Xiong Tingbai said, "No need to keep anyone. The Military Affairs Bureau has sent someone to assist Lord Yuan with the experiment. I brought them along on the ship. Let them do this. And it's time to ask the person he wants to bring." After all, they were part of the demon race, relying on their physical bodies. Previously, you relied on spells to gain an advantage, but now that you come before them, you are afraid? Naturally, they would swallow you whole. Wait, I think we can talk this over. At this critical moment, Chu Yun's voice came through. The ripples layered upon one another further intensified the distortion of these souls, with those at the very edge already showing signs of splitting. Chapter 29. Looking at the scene before him. Despite already knowing that the party hosted by Yin Xiaofeng was this crazy, the thought of Zhang Jingyuan being deeply involved and not knowing what was happening now filled Zheng Yu with overwhelming anger and rage. After breaking 7 martial arts schools, the sky outside had just turned to night. He Ji had no intention of continuing the challenges, so he used lightness skills to shake off the tail that had reached over 1,000 people behind him. Jiang Xia stood up, pacing back and forth in the training room, his heart racing with excitement. Now that this naval battle had progressed, the tactical layouts of both commanders had become quite clear. They both understood what measures the opposing commander would take in the upcoming battle. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fei's waist turned, his legs retracted, and with his right hand, he pulled a rebel over, while his left hand struck down another rebel. At this moment, a knife flew toward Zhang Fei's back. My astonished heart rose to my throat. When Zheng Yu saw this segment in the Li families, he held deep respect for old Master Li, knowing that when Li Wan'er was born, the old man was already over 60 years old, truly formidable. 2 young God Realm powerhouses originally planned to chase after Qin Yun for a month, but unexpectedly, they had only pursued for less than 3 days, and the situation had completely changed. The Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang 3 palaces each recruited fewer disciples than the other 4 palaces every year. Naturally, without quantity, quality would gradually decline. In contrast, the disciples of the other 4 palaces were indeed stronger overall than those of the Yuheng 3 palaces. He now understood that Zheng Yu had secretly left Nanqing to find Chu Yunlong. Taking the initiative softened Chu Yunlong's heart, making him stay. Li Hui saw that the other party did not want gold, and his expression turned cold. He wanted to explode, but was concerned about his friends beside him. His brother, Li Yan, had a great reputation, having been recommended multiple times by Lu Jingzhou, while he himself was not valued due to his lack of talent. Hearing the youth mention it naturally ignited a surge of anger in his heart. Young Master Chun, the city lord instructed us to tell you that you must eliminate the 4th-grade spirit beast, or the punishment will not count. Captain Gao Yang of the Tiger Guard said to Chen Long on the way, you just followed me and don't know my temper. You will know in the future that I basically don't care about things like reputation or face." Hearing this, Ling Yuan slightly shook his head and said. Alice entered the door. Dun Baba was the last to enter the room. He turned around and closed the door, then stood at the entrance with his arms crossed. His imposing figure was almost the same size as the door itself, and combined with his dark, expressionless face, it created a significant pressure. When their eyes met again, the stars seemed to be immersed in illusion. Ling Zhao's sincere eyes had no trace of dirt or concealment. He was speaking from the heart and was not lying. Inside the Sha Wu Hall, the lights were bright, and warriors in black armor from both old and young generations gathered together, playing games, drinking, eating meat, and making a lot of noise, reveling in the moment. "Still, our family's Tianya makes the best coffee," he said, putting down his coffee cup and speaking leisurely, even crossing his legs. "I'll go down to meet you." I hurriedly grabbed a towel to wipe my hands, pulled open the door, and rushed out. Seeing the elevator display already showing the 5th floor, Kazuki's eyes were not filled with amazement, but rather a sense of satisfaction in watching his good sister grow up, along with an indescribable feeling of distance. Ling Xiao was extremely depressed. If the pair of twin sisters switched places and shook a bit, he definitely wouldn't be able to tell who was the elder sister and who was the younger one. Lu Shanmin walked over, patted her on the head, and said, "At dawn, the energy of heaven and earth is at its most intense, making it the best time to practice Tai Chi in the evening. When all things return to silence, it's the best time for meditation and enlightenment." Chapter 30. Alas, her condition is fluctuating. The doctor said she has mild depression. Moreover, I've asked several eye specialists to come and consult her. Those doctors all said that her blindness is not due to a head injury, but is likely caused by some kind of psychological trauma. No, I don't have that intention. I just want to ask what your plans are. Are you going to kill everyone here? There are still 70 or 80 of us. If we fight to the death, with just this many of you, you probably won't survive much longer. Ryan's words were not just for Howard. They were also meant for himself. Those afflicted by the heart-eating goo gradually lose their memories, physical sensations, and even emotions, becoming ignorant and eventually reduced to an undying state, controlled by the mother goo. Although she was just a fleeting presence, her soft lips and the mischievous look in her eyes turned her into an adorable sprite at that moment. Xinu was equally tense. Her once bold demeanor had vanished, and her 2 eyes were glued to the big screen, as if she wished she could jump into it herself. Yes, it is only natural. Many understand this principle, but very few can truly accept it calmly. Just then, the sound of hooves approached from ahead, and 2 riders galloped side by side, coming to a halt about 10 yards away from the Mingjiao crowd, standing respectfully by the path. These 2 were dressed as hunters and were part of the 8 subordinates of the young nobleman who had recently annihilated the Yuan soldiers. "My lord, how could we possibly know this?" Dianwei scratched his head and said. Su Chu also looked confused, rubbing his hands together. Ultimately, Qin Hao had somewhat underestimated Lin Chen. After all, he was someone who grew stronger when faced with stronger opponents. He had never been suppressed by someone 2 realms lower than him. Thus, he felt a bit displeased after their earlier clash, but now he had begun to take it seriously and decided to use his true strength to defeat Lin Chen. Everyone gasped. The martial enthusiasts who had just mocked Lin Chen now felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had been slapped. "Zilong, Zilong, can you find your master now?" Xiang Yu immediately grabbed Zhao Yun and asked. Due to Song Zishuan's father's passion for antiques, he had collected many items over the years. Once the relatives and friends around them learned of the Song family's situation, they all came to buy their antiques. Like a monster that could not be harmed, Qing Lian brought Bai Mou closer to the location of Fengchun. In the room, on the golden silk bed, Ziling Tian slowly woke up. In a daze, he reached out to embrace the bed, but found nothing. Just now, Jiang Tian's sword had broken part of the restrictions set by the Sword Saint, amplifying its power by 3 times. As for the matter of joining forces with Wang Yong to fight, Chen Su had automatically disregarded it. Now that he had fallen out with Wang Zhe, how could he possibly team up with Wang Zhe's father? After Lu Huqing's reorganization half a month ago, let alone such high-quality military equipment, even a complete set of military supplies was rare. Are you saying that while I am not in front of you, you are always thinking of me? Qing Lin's lips curled up, full of tenderness. Why? There are many reasons. I don't want to have no bottom line. I don't want to let Ji Yong get hurt, and I don't want to involve Empress Dowager Li Ping with the Yi family. Just now, he killed a strong Dan cultivator with 1 blow. Although this was partly due to Dongfang Yu's interference, the old second elder's head should indeed be credited to him. The prison guard did not help you mail it, but personally went to your son's residence to deliver the letter to him. Now that it has come to this, Madam Shun, please persuade your daughter well. Do not let her think of doing anything reckless. The princess consort wiped the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief, took a couple of steps forward, and said, Chapter 31. The tentacle of black light did not stop upon encountering Yin Juanfeng's brilliance. Instead, it condensed into a ball and passed through the light. Soon, the tentacle pierced through Yin Juanfeng's protective light circle, tightly gripping his neck, while the other end was controlled by evil winds. The impoverished Su Zhou needed to resolve this issue. Even if he couldn't become famous overnight, he had to come up with a solution and try to avoid starting from the grassroots level. When his lips moved to her chest, she felt as if the sky was about to collapse once more, and from then on, her sky would be black, with no sunlight to be seen again. Depending on the ability of the creator, the defensive or offensive capability of the talisman also varies. The gold bracelets, anklets, and necklaces she wore when she was 3 or 4 years old, she didn't know how many pairs were lost. They were all secretly sold by Nuisance. Your master and several elders are truly formidable. They have held on for 2 days like this. In Junfeng exclaimed. The mountain was desolate, at least from the outside. It appeared that way. The trees were all withered, the wild grass was yellow and sparse, and the land was hard as rock. In fact, if one were to summarize the wolf breaker, it could only be said that he was a good military strategist rather than a good politician. The surroundings were silent. The guards did not dare to breathe, bowing their heads and holding their chests, wishing they could immediately lift the curtain and leave. Taoist Yun had not yet awakened, but Shi Yifan said that his soul had already returned to his body, and waking up would take some time. It was best to wake him up actively. A task only Wu Fei could complete. After several instances of waking and falling asleep, then waking up again, until around 2 or 3 in the morning, the expected person had still not arrived, and I had nearly fallen asleep, so I sat up to invite Wu Fei to rest. His one compliment blew away my fatigue for the entire day. Everything felt worth it. Perhaps the other party did not expect Lu Jun to have found this out. His voice began to tremble faintly. Even if the Empress Dowager truly disliked the Empress, it shouldn't be so obvious. It was so clear that even an outsider like him could see it. Whenever he thought about how all his actions were under the surveillance of others, the 8th-generation president felt goosebumps all over. Gao Ping used the innate energy within his body to repair some of the damage that had occurred. Lo Fugeo leaned against the dining table, watching his son gnawing on a pig's trotter, and was surprised by this matter. The petals of the town's magic formation immediately converged towards the center, unleashing a terrifying destructive force. Zhang Qingqing was already unhappy, and given that the two were already at odds, the other person's tone was clearly directed at her. No, I can feel it. They are looking for me. I can sense hatred from them, and for some reason, I have considerable resistance to them, and your potion ability has also helped a lot. They cannot discover me, said Cedric. Lord Bamboo Shoot, the spiritual herbs have been gathered. A voice came from behind Mo Yang. Indeed, because the demon world and the monster world are in close contact, although not all powerful beings can be understood, those who can summon a true water dragon are definitely among the most powerful. Unfortunately, Guitian and Yuan Jing had never heard of such a person in the demon world. Chapter 32. The gray sea of clouds continued to exhale its sorrow, as if lamenting why no one could understand it after thousands of years. Tang's son sighed helplessly. Damn it. If you act, I will act too. Let us see who acts better. Unconsciously, he thought of the distant Iran and Tianxian. If Feng Er had found someone she liked over there, what should he do? Please support with flowers and tickets. From today, chapters will be uploaded at 8 p.m. every day, 5 updates daily. There are still 2 updates owed tonight. I will make up for them later. 2 companions were injured, which stimulated the other cavalrymen, urging their steeds to charge forward. Amitba. The poor monk has met the Queen Mother of the West. As soon as the words fell, the Buddhist light shone on Yinshuan Mountain, and the 2 saints of the West appeared, clasping their hands and reciting a mantra towards the Queen Mother of the West. Watching Nalan Qingqing's breath completely disappear, Yuan Shin remained silent. After a moment, he smiled while putting away the beast's skin. Li Mai asked what the old mountain god was, but he couldn't explain it, only saying he had seen it once in his youth, vaguely resembling a giant. Although he couldn't clarify what it was, he firmly believed he must conduct a shamanic ritual in the camp before searching for the 2 children. I immediately focused my primordial spirit, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Using pearls stirred by the East Sea Dragon King for divination, I threw 12 different colored pearls repeatedly onto the sheet, and the final hexagram was a dead calamity, commonly known as the heavenly net. The old man said he had seen Chuan Mountain smile. The spider energy above my head felt very weak, as if it could run out of breath at any moment. Zhao Xiaoran suddenly opened her eyes wide, her eyes shining with excitement as she felt her true energy flowing slowly within her. Overjoyed, almost crying out in excitement, she sprang out of bed, only to see Situ Xian looking pale and weak, his chest rising and falling continuously. The white mastiff ran around a stick the thickness of chopsticks, while the monkey chased closely behind. A few times the monkey swung a steel whip to strike the white mastiff, narrowly hitting it, but smashing the bricks on the ground to pieces, creating a very comical and shocking scene. In the face of firearms, Unarmed people can feel the irresistible arrival of death. Let go of me, let go of me. The security guard struggled, not wanting to be caught. Now that Brother Chun and the others were not around. Once he was taken in, it would be hard to get out. Gradually, the demonic energy dissolved over the land within several dozen miles, and the originally red flowers, green trees, and blue sky slowly appeared in this clear brightness. When leaving, I held my hand to my nose and sniffed, pretending to enjoy it. It's all your fault. Why didn't you agree to her sooner? You don't deserve to be a father. Yi Qingcheng lost control of her emotions, frantically opening her hands, accusing him. Director Tong and I walked over to line up, with basically no one paying attention to us, nor anyone looking our way. I glanced at the long queue, feeling a bit worried. Why did you lie to me? You clearly didn't agree to that man, I said directly. At this moment, Li Xiaoxiang also arrived at Su Jing's binding place and looked at Su Jing, finding that she still had not awakened. A line of insects stuck to the staff in Tianxin's hand and pulled it out with force. Tianxin was plotting to revive Melanak with Balubi and had no idea that those who had already escaped would come back. Drag it out, I'll go around, said Shursin coldly, then entered from the entrance of the wild area on the upper road and circled to the high ground tower in the middle lane. The middle-aged man asked nonchalantly, seeing that Mo Lichuan had not opened his eyes or shown any intention to respond. He continued speaking. If that indescribable being he saw in his bloodline appeared before him, would he be instantly erased of self-awareness? Would he become someone like Gould, losing his true self? Or would he become one of the twisted beings seen in the bloodline? Chapter 33. Qin Bo and the others were stunned, only to see on the true dragon throne Chu Lucien still maintaining his high seat without moving, and in his palm, a true dragon spiraled out, shimmering and beautiful like smoke and clouds. Thus, Lord Yi made up his mind that he must tie this girl to the Silent City Legion. Unless Xia Tian could turn the internet world of the lawless land into a virtual paradise where everyone abides by the law, otherwise, all talks would cease. Guan Zhizhenren, waiting outside the barrier gate, opened the door and let the 12 celestial disciples of the Tianjiamen out of the northern forest. It seems no one opposes. Then let us go? Ningyu glanced around at everyone, smiled slightly, and then proposed. Those who disclosed secrets either had already reaped their benefits or had their secrets partially uncovered by other players. In any case, no one would act as a good Samaritan. What is wrong with the Xiang family? Why did they treat you like this? I'm here to help you get back at them, Zheng Yutong laughed. Not afraid of the Xiang family's black reputation. Su Jiuan glanced around, expressionless, picked up a brick from beside a tree, and mercilessly smashed it on that old woman's head. She was instantly dazed, blood oozing from her forehead, and cried out in shock, while the others were also startled by Su Jiuan's imposing manner. 10 kilograms of lifespan spiritual milk. How many lifespan pills can this refine? Fanny Yang was anxious, almost jumping up. Tian Yao was filled with hesitation. When she looked up and met Mo Yufei's eyes, her heart became even more conflicted. After all, she still couldn't bear to part with Mo Jingli, and she didn't want to see him sad. But what about herself? What should she do about her own pain? Just as Ning Yang was still deep in thought, a series of urgent knocks sounded in his room. However, I was stunned. Weren't we supposed to fight the Ma Chong? What did this Princess Longji mean? I was curious. With your divine power, what can't you achieve? What exactly do you want? Bian still did not let down her guard and continued to ask. You should at least give him a taste of the tiger bench and chilly water. Morong Jinshin was indeed determined. At this moment, Sherlan also said, Lost your soul? Is your soul missing? Sherlan knew a little about this. Thus, the two who were originally in the same boat hit it off, trying all sorts of ways to kill Situ Haoyu, which resulted in Situ Haoyu experiencing several accidents every year, but he narrowly escaped due to his good fortune. Unless she actively chooses to give up this show, because a show without a main design is like a painting without spirit. Gumion, the good show is about to start. Are you excited? Regarding household chores, can we divide the work? Seeing her having fun, Jiang Ming boldly suggested. Mr. Liu, I'm not a god. I haven't even done the examination. How could I possibly know the situation? The man in white spoke with a slightly cold voice, as if it had been soaked in snow, looking down at Will. After a while, he finally raised his head. Fa Hai struck out behind him. But Chen Chen's sword had already thrust down, and he hurriedly pulled the Buddhist beads from his neck. Bai Li only felt that the military dagger that Yi Xiao had thrust into his chest had gone deeper, making him feel utterly ashamed. If it weren't for the fact that there wasn't a bit of gap on the ground, he would have definitely wanted to burrow in. He thought that people like this only knew how to stick to one path until death, but their brains lacked flexibility. After a car ride of 40 to 50 minutes, the Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of Happy Valley. The number of people at the entrance didn't seem too many, perhaps because it wasn't a holiday. Almost all were students. At this moment, Yi Xian must have been extremely anxious. Where would he have the mind to resist? At this moment, if he didn't take revenge, it would be too late, and he could only vent his anger on Yi Xian's corpse. This was the first sentence from Zhu Minghong, and the three people who were named all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Who are you? The voice was loud and echoed throughout the four symbols peak, but it also carried a tone of questioning. Chapter 34. On a desolate hill, two lonely graves stood close together, the wooden tombstones already quite damaged, and the words on them were no longer legible due to the wind and rain. Han Qingqing's body stiffened, measuring her face, looking at Qin Yang with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Shen Hao had witnessed the brief yet spectacular battle between the black cat and the blue butterfly, broadening his horizons and easing some of the frustration in his heart, starting to wonder who was stronger between the rooster and the black cat. Qin Yang walked over naturally, while He Tianfeng and the other two consciously lagged behind, creating distance from Qin Yang to avoid being a third wheel. After all, Wu Jun's sudden move at this time forced them to take it seriously. He gratefully bowed slightly towards the direction of the sound from the third floor, waiting for Bai Qianren's quote. Don't worry, Marshal Mu, we have so many fierce generals in our army, and with your expertise in formations, I believe I can definitely break the Heavenly Gate formation. Xiang Yu said. Lin Ming's eyes were constantly pondering the issue. He was tracking the spiritual root, which was in the cave. Logically, spiritual roots wouldn't set up formations, meaning it was very possible that a cultivator had captured the spiritual root and set up a formation at the cave entrance to refine it. Hello everyone, I am Gloria. Gloria did not put on the airs of a princess, but instead greeted everyone with courtesy, clearly treating everyone from Meijizi Academy equally. The Thunder Immortal Sword transformed into a beam of lightning, crashing into the five-colored lightning, producing a deafening roar. Z.E., father-in-law, mother-in-law, let's go. Li Qingfeng smiled faintly, not even looking at the fainted Yi Hao, picking up Lin Shui and leading everyone away from the First People's Hospital. Just right, I have time tonight. Come over and report the results to me. Lu Tingchuan stepped out of the elevator, turning half his body to signal Cheng Yuan to follow him. Yi Shi was unwillingly wandering around the mall, threatened by Lu Xia with what happened in the morning. The villagers quickly assured Zhuang Yan, saying that Teacher Li had done so much for their village, they would not abandon her. Yi Shi held Zhu Shi in her arms, sliding down the corridor, feeling the fiery friction on her butt and back. I can do it, Zhuang Yan answered without hesitation. After going through so much, he had already built up his confidence. When Kyle saw Rod's greeting, he was first stunned, then after a while, he reacted, glaring fiercely at the latter, and after glaring, without waiting for Rod's response, turned and walked into the court. However, at this moment, the largest transformer suddenly raised the mace in its hand, fiercely attacking Optimus Prime. Tang Jiaqing indeed knew that Ji Liunyan's mother seemed to be unwell. She had hinted at it in her conversation, but he didn't expect it to affect her work and require her to resign. After Han Lei finished speaking, she got up and left the entertainment room, coming and going like the wind, without any drag. Then she still had to personally recruit people, give them a simple training, and convey some matters to Su Ming. Lin Xiao showed a silent smile to Poison Island Siko, signaling that he was fine, took out a cigarette, and lit it to try to dispel his restless heart. Chapter 35. Qin Shui sighed softly, suddenly feeling a wave of loneliness rising in her heart. A feeling as if she was walking alone in the desolate dusk of the desert, making her feel scared of the solitude. The most powerful aspect of the Eastern Factory is to imprison and interrogate others, not intelligence. The intelligence they could grasp was indeed limited. Coupled with the concealment of Hulong Villa, so Chao Jingchun had no idea what happened that night when Yi Huan saved the Empress Dowager. Nor did he know that a few days ago Yi Huan had used the indestructible divine skill against Yi Dao. Ling Shi smiled. How could he not know Qin Shuefei's feelings for him? But he was afraid this beauty's favor was beyond his reach. However, for some reason, his reactions grew stronger. And eventually, he stood up and slowly walked towards the evil spirit. In the past, if the duty student was absent, the group leader would step up. It seemed this time the duty group was clearly intending to make her look foolish. The most incredible thing here was Su Lian and Derong. These two didn't know how happy they were yesterday, But this morning they were dumbfounded when they saw that the club's bar in Yueching had also been swept clean. Qin Xia replied without hesitation, "I love you, moi." Yet her expression did not change at all. On the way, they encountered 3 patrol teams, winding their way after several turns, arriving at a magnificent palace. Yi Han's gaze lingered in the direction where the colorful light had disappeared. He instinctively took a few steps forward, as the remnant soul of the Qingqiu saint ancestor had actively left the world, heading towards the 9 nether ghost domain. In an instant, all living beings, including those treasure ships, were blasted thousands of miles away under this palm. The other 2 immortals also took out their immortal weapons. One immortal weapon resembling a spear, and the other an external spiked shield, the shield as fierce as a demon, with edges sharper than blades. Wen Qing was a person who loved everything related to Yushishing, and would show more warmth towards his relatives, provided they treated her well. Some big shots from the Blood Eagle gang, and all the big shots from the Snow Eagle gang all bet on that so-called genius swordsman to win. Otherwise, can't see anything. Let's see if you fall to your death. The chubby black man ignored his idle talk and walked forward with big strides. Tao Bing hit a snag, carrying the milk back to the kitchen, and angrily threw the cup into the sink. Yuan Zhu's face was as cold as ice, and when his phoenix eyes lightly swept over the waiter, he made the waiter break out in a cold sweat. "I can sign a master-servant contract with you." The Lord God Donate shouted loudly. He mistakenly thought Wang Biao didn't believe him. If a contract was signed in the name of the Creator God, even if he was the Lord God, he couldn't refute it and could only abide by the contract. Well, dear, Vitoriette is just lightning. As for why this is the case, it's a bit complicated to explain. Let's talk later when I have time. I have to go find Antonio now. Let's chat next time. Wang Biao quickly grabbed his clothes and pants and slipped away. Relying on Li Yuqi's influence to become famous is easy, but some things are too easy and can backfire. Getting up from the ground, Suja wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the octagonal lake monster in front of him with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. In his eyes, the 8 tentacles of the octagonal lake monster, with their suction cups, were emitting streams of water blades. To Suja, it looked like a long whip bound with many sharp blades. "No need, I've already taken care of it. By the way, Antonio, you've been the Pope of the Holy See for many years, haven't you?" Wang Biao suddenly asked. Although Wang Biao's tone was very casual, this sentence struck Antonio like a bolt from the blue. The others nodded. Although this play was Lin Shifan's first work in the entertainment industry, he could definitely pay to support the whole crew for Zhang Tianyan. But having money doesn't mean you can waste it, right? So it was reasonable for Zhang Tianyan to be in such a hurry. Energy manifesting. He was sure he hadn't used mental power to observe. Yet he could still see the flames burning, which proved that this flame had already manifested as energy. His internal strength had actually manifested. Liang Dong had never heard of such a thing as manifesting internal strength. Go kill. When Lin Shifan said this, he should have been filled with killing intent. But at that moment, he was grinning, as if he didn't take such matters seriously. She looked outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling as if she were standing at the pinnacle of the world, watching the passers-by below like ants, a feeling she had long since ceased to find surprising. She walked back inside and looked around. Chapter 36, by Yueshi nodded. Of course, she would not leak a single punctuation mark about Li Ming asking for protection fees. However, he didn't think much of it and returned to his seat with a water cup, ready to continue fighting. Tangze was speechless for a moment, then silently turned his head and cast a reproachful glance at Xing Chuanwei. Zhong Yuan bit her lip and said nothing, lowering her head and allowing her mother to scold her, but her attitude of resistance was obvious. Sportswear might have the magical power to make people energetic. Allowing the cold and indifferent Rome can to show a bit of youthful vitality, like a boy who had just left school. 3 sparks exploded in the air in succession, and countless fireworks scattered like falling petals, briefly illuminating the entire sky before fading again. Little flames burned on the grass, turning the vibrant wild grass into a charred yellow. Finally, after a period of silence, a talented individual could no longer contain himself and broke the tranquility. The blood infant ancestor stared fixedly at the floating words above Lu Yi's head, looking very fearful. At this moment, the Rui Bodhi beads on Lu Yi's wrist also revealed their original appearance, quietly hanging around Lu Yi's neck and slowly rotating on their own. However, the 28 constellations all chose to avoid Lei Yang's gaze, wearing expressions of "I don't know." The destruction of the years makes it impossible to calm the heart after staying near the desolate for a while, moving uncontrollably, a ridiculous love. You are gloating. He unbuttoned his shirt, took it off, and casually tossed it into the laundry basket, going shirtless to rummage through clothes in the wardrobe. I walked aimlessly down the street, watching the hurried passers-by. I used to be one of them, but everything changed since my master took me in. If you want to talk about that matter again, I think you should give up. Han Jinfeng was currently sitting on a set of black leather sofas with his legs crossed, impatiently, his expression of disdain making the person opposite him click their tongue. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Wang Yihu has already realized that I want to investigate their matters? Wang Chong now knew that the other party's background was Wudong, and the Peony Fairy had also analyzed it. No matter how things went with the Tian Gang Force sects, Wudong would not take action, as this concerned Wudong's reputation. But Wuqing was like a rock, unmoving, not tempted by any conditions, not even blinking an eye. The closer they got to Sunset City, the more people came and went, as if all the talented individuals who had long resided within the Lingshao Palace's sphere of influence were heading there one after another. She had seen wolves before. When she was besieged by them, she had never been as fearful as she was today. What to do? This stone door looks like it was carefully crafted, and with just the magical tools we have, we can't even hurt the letter, let alone the stone door. Minghua said anxiously, hearing Feng Ruhe's words. Han Mei and Yulan exchanged glances and helplessly walked forward. After all, it was the lady's order, and it had to be accomplished regardless of the difficulties. A deafening sound exploded between heaven and earth, and the filthy blood thunder burst open, sweeping across with rolling thunder. Although he was only a celestial, the combat power that Xia Tian displayed had far surpassed that of a normal celestial, making it difficult for even a jade celestial to compare. Bang! It was the sound of a gunshot. The person claiming to be AI Xiao Gu instinctively shot an arrow at the location of the gunfire, and a heart-wrenching scream immediately followed. After Daoist Wang finished speaking, he turned around, looked at the mushroom cloud above the 1,000-person grave, raised his copper sword, and began to step into the gongbu. Unfortunately, the world is full of separations and reunions, especially the last stubborn resistance of the southern Shu kingdom, which was completely defeated under the baptism of the Shimu army and bombs. Having held on until now, she could finally eat with peace of mind. Moreover, she had been pretending to be dead hanging from the beam for a long time. She was really tired now. She didn't care who was present or what others thought. She needed to replenish her strength first, then go teach that bitch Xiaolan a lesson. In her previous life, Chu Yi felt guilty towards his sister throughout his life, so he held her in the most important position in his heart. Seeing the street dog ignoring her and making her sister cry, he turned around and scolded harshly. Chapter 37. According to memory, the Dark Realm also had a social structure similar to that of humans, with cities, lords, and powers. The cities were places where the demon clan gathered, while the areas beyond the cities were more dense forests and mountains, which were the territories of demon beasts. The two coexisted, just like humans and spirit beasts. It's so itchy. Hua Xuanji reached out to scratch, but was stopped by Yihua, who bent down to pick up a copper mirror from the table. Chen Tingji felt that the Dog Soul Zombie King was about to break free from the restraints of the Yellow Turban Warrior, and immediately activated the soul-capturing technique from the mountain character gate of the Earth Sha 72 transformations. He did not want the current supernatural city to turn into a biohazard crisis. Daodu's light ball disappeared into the biological machine unit, and everyone was nervously and expectantly watching the progress bar. The buying institutions also had some data and information, but they would only share a portion of the data at specific times. This was why Wang Nua wanted to find Tao Hui for money. Her thin lips parted slightly, and a melodious flute sound flowed out like spring water. Thousands of fireflies suddenly gathered around her, surrounding her layer upon layer. The next day, Yu Jingyan originally wanted to take Mr. Zhang into the palace, but the eunuch Li, who was supposed to pick him up, took a long time to arrive. Yu Jingyan guessed that something might have happened in the palace again. Daily chemical products used few points, so Jiang Da often exchanged some for people close to him. Gong Sun Sheng, as a backbone of Liangshan, naturally also used them. Can I go with you? I also want to join the Yuanqi sect. Xia Fian hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered the courage to say it. Her face, as beautiful as jade, was now flushed red, like a ripe red apple. I hope Lord Wucheng can support this old monk as the governor of Shuzhou, and I earnestly request your assistance. Zhe Rong's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly, and the final solution was not without options. If the murderer couldn't be found, what should be done? Now let this soul-capturing demon tell you. Zhang Yuanhao thought to himself that it was not good. Upon a closer look, it was evident that the silver-horned barbarian bulls remaining on the battlefield began to low in rhythm with the old bull, charging wildly in the same direction, which unmistakably led to the ancestral treasure site of the giant jade tree. Ao Run was not as optimistic as Ao Shun. The greater the abilities of the cultivator, the less secure he felt. After all, Ao Lai and Ao Tsuanshin's fates were still uncertain, and without their life jade tokens, he did not even know if they were alive. Don't say that, Mama Main. After all, you already knew that Qitong could eat this, didn't you? The airplane-headed guy, Brand, said nonchalantly. Zhou Guifang was filled with a sense of superiority. After all, this was meat that had fallen from her own body. And how could she not be proud of such excellence? Sword Fairy, you can't believe his words. He's just trying to deceive you. Planning to monopolize the resources here after you leave, Mr. Zhao said anxiously, as if fearing that the Sword Fairy would fall for Han Fei's scheme. On the way to evacuate, countless ninjas couldn't help but glance back at the figure behind the flame wall, whose presence had allowed them to escape the threat of death. Otherwise, how could they have survived under such terrifying fire calamity? Subai was somewhat surprised. The banquet hadn't started, and the results hadn't been announced. So why had Haisha left first? After saying this, he looked back, and the 1,000 soldiers behind him immediately lined up. Luo Chen glanced at Wei Yin, who nodded and raised his hand. Thus, 3 soul fragments were separated, with Wu Fan's true self located in the deepest secret place of the Red Demon Mountain. In fact, Wu Fan himself didn't know how secretive it was. As for safety, over the years, he had never worried about it. Chapter 38. Lung Xiang followed closely behind Qin Yingran, gradually reaching the back courtyard of the Thunder Sound Hall. Although they had consciously lowered their voices, they still attracted the attention of countless disciples. Curious glances fell upon them. Most people had many questions about the long-haired master of the Thunder Sound Hall, but unfortunately, they couldn't see clearly. The black car started, and Zhao Jiahao felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground. Suing blinked her watery peach blossom eyes, rare to show a hint of goodwill. She didn't know where her courage came from. Perhaps after having done everything with Bo Yu, she boldly reached out to hook the man's sleeve and shook it playfully. Feng Nagi handed me the magazine he was holding, and as I took it, I immediately saw the cover. Qin Ran did not lie. She had indeed received some inheritance from the primordial ancestor, resulting in significant changes. Although she also felt that a man like Bo Yu wouldn't indulge in love, he might just see her as a physiological tool for venting desires. And if he was in a good mood, he could act as her support, but it would stop there. After asking the staff, they said that all the other classes had stopped, and only this one class not only hadn't stopped, but was also expanding enrollment. During this time, she had been very attentive to herself. If it were really her, she would have plenty of opportunities. Why wait until now? The sky gradually darkened. Tired birds returned to their nests, and cunning rabbits returned to their burrows. Nangong Qixing instructed everyone to set up tents and rest for dinner. Wait for you, the young man said coldly as he met his gaze, succinctly uttering 2 cold words. These 2 words instantly occupied Shen Xingxiu's mind, filling it completely without a single gap. Shi Kai had previously vaguely felt that his sister wasn't his mother's biological child and suspected a connection between Li Tsuni and Shi Hua. But no one had explicitly told him, so he could only shake his head, insisting that he had always believed Shi Hua was his biological sister and was unaware of the situation she described. The waiter was a bit dazed. However, he had received professional training, and although surprised, he still maintained his composure. But those who made their move, especially the first few demon kings who struck, were undoubtedly doomed to die. What was strange, however, was that the more she behaved like this, the more the gifts on the screen kept flooding in, dazzling the onlookers. Madame Qiongji spoke very plainly, as if it were the most ordinary matter, but the more she did so, the more uncomfortable Yingzheng felt. In the past, Yao Chushi often heard people say to be cautious in friendships and to be wary of bad company, but never expected that one day she would find herself in such a situation. In the dim prison cell, the bailiff had already picked up the whip and struck hard along the abdomen, causing Yang Su to grit his teeth in pain, the fiery sensation almost reaching every cell. Before the pain could subside, another lash came. By the 7th whip, Yang Su had lost all feeling because he had already fainted. The Jiang family could be considered a prominent family, and Jiang Hao was their only son, so many were speculating about the bride's identity. Although he had already set his sights on this villa, the final decision still had to wait for Lin Feng to come and take a look. Talisman charms. as the most effective means of enhancing a cultivator's strength, had results that were evident to all. Winning against the strong with the weak, overcoming many with the few. It was almost like playing a game. Moreover, once a cultivator learned the sword control technique and was determined to escape, the effectiveness of the pursuit would be very limited. Upon reaching the steps, the elder's gaze was somewhat strange, still carrying a hint of vigilance. He had participated in the siege of Linyu yesterday, so he knew how terrifying it was when Linyu erupted with demonic energy. Don't be fooled by Tianzi Peak's outward disdain for Zhe Jin's methods. That was merely a habitual interaction. Among those who knew Zhe Jin best and supported him the most, Tianzi Peak would definitely be one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become Zhe Jin's best friend and brother. Other captains also looked towards Fide. Everyone knew that Ayana only listened to Fide's orders. And he was the only one Ayana, the captain, was willing to get close to. A group of spirit birds radiating flames suddenly circled in the sky, then let out sharp cries. Chapter 39. Just as Zhang Ziqiao was preparing to happily collect money, a sudden, urgent cry for help rang out. Today's martial arts competition concluded, and the final matchups were drawn. Hua Wenxiang versus Chun Xiangong Lin Shi, and Yaogu Lu Xianghua versus Qingzhong Bai. The map is on the back. I believe that with your character as an adventurer, you will surely agree to my request. However, neither Zhuang Yingqiu nor Song Chonglin was willing to confront her doubts on this point, ultimately telling her apathetically that it was unimportant. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Zhong and Li Hong exchanged strange glances at Wang Binger. It was good enough that she wasn't bullying others, but who would dare to bully her? Indeed, just like making money in the previous chapters, people can come up with all sorts of ways to sleep. When Zhang Yuqi reached the door, her toes seemed to kick something, causing her to stumble and almost fall to the ground. On the other side, the Han family rushed towards the direction Han Yunyang mentioned, and indeed saw a river ahead. The people below listened quietly to Luo Di's speech, and those who had previously questioned Luo Di dared not even breathe, fearing that if this sect leader was displeased, she would summon lightning to punish them. Qin Kexia self-deprecatingly curled her lips. He Ziqian had always been tough on her, and she had grown accustomed to following his orders. Is the situation very urgent? Zhao Xiaoan didn't blame Qin Zihan for anything. She just wanted to understand the situation. In fact, just as her brother left, her mother wanted to go upstairs to wake Su Yu, but fortunately, she was dissuaded. Suppose they could create such machines without any cost, just like mass-producing cars or bicycles. What consequences would arise? Even if all her luggage, wallet, and phone were lost, it would surely be no difficulty to borrow a phone to report her safety. At this moment, she began to realize that perhaps there is nothing truly important in life, not just for herself, but also for others. Because if something were to exist and be recognized by everyone, people would either chase after it or give it up. And it would never be as it is now. For example, when they participated in many internal technical discussion meetings of the government, the same technical points were being discussed, but those experts envisioned the immense benefits they could bring if utilized. Meanwhile, the people on this plane were only thinking about the significant problems it might cause. Rod looked painfully at the 3 pieces of strong source and the 300 pieces of human nature's flower sinking into the star tower. A thin mist of spirituality rose on the surface of the giant clock, and the hands slowly turned, awakening the beginning that followed. The blood-robed Marquis did not respond to his cousin. His pale lips moved, and his cold, deep-set eyes opened. He felt a bit of pain. Not long ago, he had lost a black silk-on Bayou, and now this strange stone had swallowed another one. He only had 3 in total, and now only 1 was left. After finishing the call with the Turkish manager, Lin Sony indeed dialed another Turkish worker's number. Don't worry, young lady, I'll go get it right now. The old lady cheerfully walked downstairs, and just mentioning this 15th agreement made her smile widely. At 5 in the morning, the temporarily scheduled plane was finally ready, and Xiao Yin and her son were transferred onto the plane, with Jiang Yejing accompanying them as a family member, flying from Chuanbei to the provincial capital. But Chang'an is my maternal home. Originally, a person connected to the 3 kingdoms should be treated with great honor, yet now, why have I fallen into such suspicion and doubt? All right. After hearing Zhang Liang's words, Ling Wu Shizhao felt as if he had received a great pardon and immediately agreed to double open. Chapter 40. Li Feng saw that Qian, who had long been unconscious, vanished with a wave of his hand. Li Feng looked at the distance with a half-smile. He had changed from before. I'm just going to bully you. I'm going to shit on your neck. What can you do? What can you do to us? Do you dare to kill? As long as you dare to kill, I'll cause a military rebellion. Even if I rebel, the military department will still have to appease us. The bald eagle was already overjoyed. Clear out the useless garbage. This rogue cultivator, UGZ, has some good stuff, but there is just too much trash. There are even piles of smelly, moldy clothes and socks that haven't been cleaned. Such a rogue cultivator is truly astonishing. After observing for a while, Suyu finally felt relieved. There were no soldiers around, at least within a radius of 50 meters, aside from the soldiers inside that house. There were no other people. The principal was only thinking about getting Song Xiang back quickly, unaware that Song Xiang stubbornly refused to leave. You smell too much like fish, haha. At this point, Zhu Ganglai lost his serious expression and smiled mischievously. Zhao Xian's words were already tinged with anger. To be honest, Zhangbei was a big piece of cake that Zhao Xian worked hard to bite off, and the Xie family didn't contribute much to it. Letting Xie Jian be the military governor was because of his blood relationship with Zhao Xian. You have to turn off that translation spell, otherwise it won't count. Qing Yue clearly didn't believe what the White Wolf said. Mo Song roughly finished describing the video he saw, looking at Yi Haojuan's seemingly confused expression, and helplessly shrugged, glancing at the poetry clock hanging on the wall, and said, "That's about it. There are 15 minutes left. I believe you can finish it." Then, he lowered his head and fought for his last 200 words. Although Columbus insisted that his discovery was India, most people had doubts about this. The sword array of Zhu Xian was directly blasted out of its original form, and several sword immortals were resisting with all their might, looking extremely dangerous. Long before reforming the school cafeteria, Qing Si had contacted the school's leaders, and the one responsible for coordinating with the cafeteria work was this discipline director. He had been busy with underwater construction recently, pulling various company sponsors, wanting to establish a unique glass world that could survive underwater. Zhong Xingyue's tone was not heavy, with a hint of teasing, and since no one here dared to have ideas about robbers, everyone instead laughed. Zhong Xingyue decided that she would sell better equipment to the people here, so not only could she earn a lot of spirit stones, but the other party's strength would also increase significantly. Most importantly, her reputation would resonate throughout the entire Lake Heart City. Qianyi stepped back 2 steps, her delicate hand covering her heart, as if she had been frightened by Su Ning's gaze. In anger, she threw the teacup onto the table, producing a crisp sound that startled Dainyu, leaving him anxious and uneasy. Now, Mu Ling saw the signal flare ignite, exploding in front of her without warning. That flare in the sky instantly ignited the images in her mind like a nightmare. Moreover, these two masters had always had a good relationship. Almost as if whatever the one in the palace said, the one in front would unhesitatingly do. What happened now? Although Tang Jiazwang was down and out, Tang Long's family was still doing well. This time he wanted to buy something in town to take home, really hoping to find a suitable gift for his relatives. Wu Xiyuan stared wide-eyed in panic at the suddenly magnified handsome face before her, stunned. Since Chun Ming saw the jade pendant on Ma Qi, his heart became particularly unstable. The blood of Ma Qi appeared in the villa, and he even specifically wanted some for identification, though not in a straightforward manner, so this process took some time. Unable to hold back, Zhao Lei spoke up. Luo Fei, the students lack experience, but they can still be trained. What you need to do now is to carefully review the resumes, rather than rejecting them on the grounds of inexperience. Do you understand what I mean? Zhao Lei spoke very politely. After all, Luo Fei was the mainstay now. Let's take the initiative. You are the owner of the farm, and I need to ask you a few questions. Li Xin had already begun to ask questions. Xu Qingran had been cultivating in the Kunlun Mountain fairy realm and could not possibly know outsiders before this trip down the mountain, let alone a demon world guard like Qi Li. Hello? Is Aunt Zhou there? Si Yin was slightly taken aback, and an odd feeling passed through her heart. Chapter 41. But that was something that would happen decades, or even hundreds of years later. Li Chun replaced Hu Zei's identity and even disguised himself as a demon king, receiving a completely different treatment. Then, looking at his palm in disgust, he took a tissue, dampened it, and began to wipe furiously, as if he wouldn't stop until he rubbed off this layer of skin. Previously, Bao Tian had thought that if he encountered Shun Zhenglong again, he would definitely teach him a good lesson, but now he had lost that mood. Shun Zhenglong's meager cultivation was insignificant in Bao Tian's eyes. He was just a lost dog. Teaching him a lesson would only dirty his hands. The second queen, Qi Yu, weakly nodded, looking at Bao Tian in confusion, clearly not understanding who was in charge. The conversation between the two in the dressing room successfully amused others, and Tian Meihai, having fixed her makeup and dressed, also went backstage to prepare. The police officer, who had a bad attitude, initially thought he could find a bow in this suite, but unfortunately, after exhausting all his efforts, he discovered nothing. I had only possessed Zhang bailing for less than 20 minutes, and I managed to gather so much information. I'd say that's clever. Moreover, now I'm asking you why your old flame was thrown to the potter's field, and you instead talked to me about events from 35 years ago. I took a long breath, and the gloom in my heart instantly crumbled. Raising my eyebrows, I said, you. Family members can also go for the routine health check this time. I've signed you up. You should go for a full-body checkup tomorrow. Tang Jinhua put down his utensils and looked at Xiang Yui with hope. That was when the coalition led by Natalie lifted Prince Alexei's siege on Konotop, and Chaichan went to the Tatar army camp outside the city to thank Muhammad Glaive. I, an insignificant inner disciple, had long become a joke in Qingxian. And at that time, it seemed there was no prospect left. Jiang Ning said that doing so was tantamount to overdoing it. If discovered, it would cause great trouble, and the losses would outweigh the gains. They knew that President Holman disliked yellow-skinned people the most, especially the Huaxia people. In the underworld, it felt like several days had passed, but in the upper world, why was it still not dawn? I looked out the window at the moon in confusion. She didn't want to manage the affairs of the court. She didn't have such great ambitions. As long as she had enough money and a comfortable life, why bother with so much? Although Tang Yin, who was riding on the other side of the carriage, had similar thoughts to Mo Chenggui, he only shook his head and smiled, not expressing it on his face like Mo Chenggui did. Thus, she forcefully pried open the large hands that were wrapped around her waist and hurriedly walked toward the big door. George surprisingly brought several bottles of fine Scotch whiskey, which was not easy to find locally. Naturally, that day felt like home, and the few of them drank until they were completely drunk. After getting off the horse, he carried Gong Yun down, and when Gong Yun opened the door and entered the yard, an old man with white hair was sitting on the bed, his eyes covered with white cloth due to an eye disease. In the face of Zhao Mofan's madness, the silver-armored puppet beast appeared indifferent. Its giant tail, which could extend at will, and 3 massive heads formed a solid defense line that Zhao Mofan could not break through. Hearing Hoyer's exaggerated words, Eagle Eye's gaze immediately fell on Ling Yun, with a meaningful look in his eyes. They were either teammates from the national team or former teammates, or even rivals. Although they seemed to have a warm relationship at this moment, once on the court, they became enemies, kicking and striking without mercy, embodying the professionalism and ethics of professional players. Is Jian Mofan actually caring about her life? Does this mean he has started to care about her a little? This immediately silenced the noisy crowd below. They were very worried about the recent power outage, but since General Jian had said so, what was there to worry about? They just couldn't figure out what he was going to do next. It should be known that since Jian Mofan learned that the restaurant was bought by Su Wanga, he had never taken Yin Mumu there to eat again. The thought of Su Wanga even gifting Yin Mumu a chef made him feel angry. According to the diplomatic route, they first returned to St. Kitts and Nevis, then rested there for a night. And Feng also arranged for the crew to relax in the scenic area for a morning while he went to check on the resort that was about to be renovated and to understand the lack of progress on room temperature superconductors. Chapter 42. Zhou Xiaoling instantly felt that the emotions conveyed in He Chuan's words, though just a very ordinary phrase, made her feel like she had gained the whole world. That warm feeling was something Zhou Xiaoling had never felt before. Even Wang Haixing began to feel scared. He started to realize that the decision he made was not correct, but rather a very wrong decision. Instead, this middle-aged man, who was under 50, kept sighing. Unless he had experienced indelible pain. No more words, right? This princess is naturally beautiful and possesses both talent and virtue. What can you have that compares? Xiang Yu looked at Yi Yu with pride in her eyes. Even if your guess is right, so what? No money, just a life. Meteor City has become calm, and no force can threaten the stability of Meteor City anymore. Lin Yin has also decided to lead everyone back to Storm Fortress on a chosen day. It was time to deal with Lei Ying. Everything Lin Yin did was solely to confront Lei Ying, this eternal enemy. After glancing at these stone houses, he flashed in front of one and entered. Inside were still some daily necessities, but Yi Yu didn't look at those things. Instead, he carefully sensed in the stone house, revealing no change in expression. Was it because of the holy pit? Lang Zhan's right hand instinctively stretched out, clenched, and then relaxed as he continued to coldly watch Ouyang Jian without saying a word. Yuan Maching looked at Xihua, a warm smile on his face. He didn't know why, but after learning about Xihua's identity, The first thing he did was to smile foolishly. When he learned she came to the Yuan family, he couldn't wait to rush over. The man turned around. His sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes gave a sense of depth. More importantly, thousands of golden spheres buzzed around him constantly. After a while, the phone I had just bought rang again next to me. And this time it was a call from Qin Yi. Taking off his shirt to show off his muscles, he fought vigorously with the muscular man opposite him, which was indeed a stark contrast to Yimo's style. However, he did not know what Safina was thinking. Hearing his promise, Safina's crying became even stronger as she gently leaned on Quan's broad shoulder, tears streaming down. He didn't know what to say now. A brother in prison is about to be rescued. How can I not be happy? Chu Yang said with a smile. Therefore, after Gong Qi, Yin Shirsi, and Mo Gue came out, they immediately looked towards Su Wang. Han Ming had already settled in at the left bank CAF. He deliberately chose a corner that was not eye-catching. The ghost soul flag. The old man in green stopped and exclaimed. This shock was even stronger than discovering the treasure in the hands of his opponent from the immortal demon realm. Cultivation is not like buying cabbage in a market. You can't just buy as many as you want, nor can you just produce as many Thunder Tribulation Phase experts as you want. What is going on? What is the situation? Don't be afraid. I am Rose, a soldier. Rose walked over to ask the three of them. Yichin suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. The two people's storage bags were gone, which clearly meant he was not the first one to arrive here. After all, she was still relatively traditional at heart. She felt it was better for boys to take the initiative in such matters, so it wouldn't seem like she was too different. Shen Mingxi saw Wang Shouqing, who had retreated, looking elsewhere. His Adam's apple moved a few times, but in the end, he said nothing. Shen Mingxi also remained silent. In the upcoming Nanjing Defense War, morale was low, and they had to continue to retreat, retreating all the way to Chongqing. He would adapt. Chapter 43. After returning to the city, Yuan Shao made up his mind to hold the city firmly and absolutely not to send troops to fight. Yuan Shao also wanted to fight. But what could he use to fight? His identity was unexpectedly revealed, and the Demon King was taken aback, hurriedly retreating and thinking of escaping first. Sister-in-law? If she really is the reincarnation of the princess, what would you do? Guan Qinjia asked Gu Meng after a moment of silence. Early in the morning, the minister arrived at the palace, anxiously waiting outside Berkeley's chamber for him to wake up. However, it seems that the sea storm is the real culprit behind this passage. There is no hidden path between the two sea areas, and it is precisely because of the storm that this passage capable of sweeping people away has come into being. Why is this happening? She turned around and stepped out, feeling momentarily lost. Gu Shiyu indeed thought seriously for a long time before answering. You are right. However, even if I am an adult now, my mother and older brother could care for me a bit more. In the end, it still comes down to her feeling neglected and dissatisfied. By the way, my salary for this month has been issued, 10,000. Prince Hao said with a smile. Originally, she wanted to inquire about some matters regarding the devil from Zhouzomo, but unexpectedly, she found out that she knew even less than I did. At least I know the content of my deal with the devil and have heard the devil's voice. Shueisha shot a glance at Yi Qinglan, who suddenly appeared, with a hint of disapproval. Considering that Mrs. Su and the others were present, she naturally couldn't say anything at that moment. However, once they returned to Hefeng Courtyard, a scolding was inevitable. Director Gu, time is tight and the task is heavy. I hope you can resolve this within a week. Lu Xingda declared proudly, humming a popular song as he walked back to the second floor. Realizing that her actions seemed quite ungraceful, she quickly gestured for Dia not to exclaim, and her body also stood up immediately. A slender, fair hand untied the sash around Shun Yijia's waist, gently pulling apart the already loose clothing, revealing a glimpse of the red belly band inside. Di Guanglei is considered the foremost expert on Tai Chi in the world, yet he has never practiced such a harmonious form of Tai Chi. Not a problem. Xiao Chirui interrupted her, his tone revealing a tension he himself was unaware of. What do you know? It's not just Lo Guan and Qianming. There are other experts too. Du Zidong's face was cold. Only 4,000. That's too little. Zhu Yuqi instinctively wanted to refuse. She had recently gained a bit of understanding of the assistant's job, which involved a lot of work every day. It would be better to just sign a few contracts herself each month. The wallet wasn't great, but it contained quite a bit of silver, including some loose change and a few hundred-tael silver notes. However, water was spilled everywhere, so he had to put down his work and go to the storage room again to fetch tools to clean up. Lu Jiangtao became increasingly agitated as he scolded, spitting all over the table, occasionally slapping the table with his right hand, wiping half of the saliva off for himself. Currently, a young man named Chu Tian has stepped out of Tianjiao Junyan. Is this true? Just like the legend says. It comes from the barren land of the Twilight City on the coast of the East Sea. Tang Yuan was blasted away, and the Wuling armor radiated unparalleled light. Wulingzi's massive body exuded extraordinary energy. His eyes had turned blood red, and the invisible threads among the sharp blades, along with the fishing rod, struck Tang Yuan's face. The Buddha's palm pressed down towards the ghost forest in front of several people, but suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Just as the Buddha's palm was about 10 meters above the ground, a giant black light curtain suddenly lit up in the misty air. However, the organizing committee's volunteer team for the concert received inquiries from fans across the universe. Following Dong Jingang's instructions, the volunteer team provided the following response. Smack! Before the boy could finish his sentence, a crisp slap echoed, plunging the scene into silence. Everyone turned to look at the boy. At this moment, Yi Xian did not throw a punch. Perhaps he found it too boring and troublesome, so he simply raised his left hand and pointed. The further they advanced, the more the four felt the road ahead was long. Within the ghost forest, the aura of demons and ghosts was dense, as if a devil had opened its mouth, ready to devour the four. Chapter 44. Yes, I spoke out of turn. The precious person hurriedly slapped her own face, fearing that Chui Pin would spread the news. If she did, she would truly have nowhere to hide. One afternoon, Lu Hao was signing documents here, where he was overwhelmed with approvals, and before he knew it, it was time to get off work. However, Lu Hao could not leave. There were still so many materials waiting for his approval on the table. Bai Mukin remained silent. For a long time, Qin Wan could even hear his breathing. The empty corridor seemed to leave only her, feeling lonely and silent. All the gloomy emotions encircling her like the cold wind of winter. Originally just a drug lord, this situation escalated due to the involvement of some superpowered individuals who had been persuaded by this drug lord to serve him. Outside the fence, everyone shook their heads in despair, convinced that even if Chu Fan and Mu Hua did not die today, they would likely lack the strength to even get back up. Chun Bin took the stairs. Zhao Bingjian used the elevator, quickly heading to the 7th floor. The two met at the stairway on the 7th floor. And before they reached room 702, they both sensed a strange atmosphere and an indescribable smell approaching, prompting them to draw their guns. Xiaohe planned to rebuild the Honghai city port, requiring a dock. A secondary fleet would be stationed here, so it needed to be capable of simple repairs and maintenance for warships. With Xie Chuanfeng's precedent, Li Bin breaking records seemed unremarkable, merely garnering size from the media. The entire track team valued Xie Chuanfeng's performance highly. Everyone knew that as long as he performed normally, he would definitely win the championship. That middle-aged marshal general was none other than Huang Fusong, one of the 3 great commanders who suppressed the Yellow Turban Rebellion during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. The fallen leaves on the tree seemed to have heard the earth's call, fluttering down, beautifully framing the scene of Yi Wei and Chunyan shaking hands in reconciliation. Tears streamed down her face. She didn't even know why she was crying. Gritting her teeth, she tried to hold back the tears, but they flowed down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. The eternal demon abyss had always been very calm, in their memories. They had never heard of it experiencing any disturbances. If it weren't for this sudden upheaval, they might have thought it was forever just a stagnant pool. As a failed candidate, Ziqi did not want to see Xian take the throne, so he requested to stay in Chaoga to assist Xiangrong. After much consideration, Di agreed, as Ziqi was also his beloved son, and he did not want him to feel embarrassed during the ancestral worship and succession ceremony. Nonsense. Have you ever seen everyone eat together? They would choke to death. Come in. The rare seriousness of Aurora Star Soul was evident. Xian Yuan knew that the horse was tired. Whipping it further would be of no use. He immediately picked up Zhu Yueying and ran forward. The two sides jumped into the courtyard, stepping on clouds to ascend to the sky, each unleashing their skills and battling together. Chai Yu and Yuan Air looked out through the window. They saw a red light and a white light intertwining in the air, sometimes close, sometimes far apart. Neither side brought any tough weapons, yet the sweeping dust and belts clashed, producing a thunderous sound, shaking the heavens and the earth. In fact, Feng Jia had already arrived. Just as Xiong Tianba and his 2 sons were discussing Xiong Linger and Yun Jie last night, a group of people teased Yun Jie and Xiong Linger. Xiong Shaoan even regarded Yun Jia as his brother-in-law, creating a stir. This caused him to leave halfway through and spend a sleepless night. In the valley, there were over 300 people, most of whom were just ordinary disciples, along with dozens of innate strongmen. More importantly, the 5 marquises had never anticipated that Xin would ask such a question, leaving them momentarily speechless. It was uncertain whether this could save his life, though it might lead him down the path of Ashura. At this moment, Qingluan had completely entered a state of self-forgetfulness, with only the most important matters left in her heart, improving her strength, becoming powerful, and protecting the people she wanted to guard. Every person attacked by Qin Yingran seemed to have suffered some incredible blow, their faces revealing expressions of fear. Thus, Director Sato decided to generously provide all support for Majima and Sha, aside from the police force. In no time, Qin Yingran wrote down no less than 20 medicinal herbs on paper and walked forward at a leisurely pace. They endured hunger on the road, merely to catch a glimpse of their loved ones and their hometown on that festive family gathering day. Chapter 45. No. If his soul realm was only at the 9th rank of Xianxian, I might give it a try, but his soul realm has already transcended the realm of Xianxian. The venerable ancestor said. Hong Feifei felt the imposing aura of the fire phoenix pressing down, and at that moment, she also refused to be outdone, surging forward like a sharp sword. Hello, may I ask if you are Chanru's brother-in-law? Ma Jichao placed the wine glass on the coffee table, stood up, and asked Ling Ziyuan. Tang Xia lit a cigarette, lowered the car window a bit, and took a deep breath. This time, Tang Qianqian did not explode in anger at her, but the more it was like this, the more she felt sorry for her. No matter what, they had to regain face first. As for how to make Chun Qingyang pay the price, that could only be settled after autumn. On the 3rd day, due to encountering 2 snowstorms, they only reached an altitude of 5,300 meters, and the progress fell behind again. However, it didn't matter. They were not far from the target altitude of 75 meters. If the weather was good, they could still pick up the pace. Okay, madam. The wet nurse was very grateful to Madame Shun. If it weren't for Madame Shun's words moving the master, perhaps the master would really have ignored it. Wild beasts. Coincidence. Or a result driven by that mysterious power. Why were the attacked personnel Wilson and his 5 companions? Were they also one of the target individuals? The meeting of the Loyalist Alliance was convened again. Lu Jingfeng was tired of dealing with a bunch of old fools, so this time, the representative for the Jiangning army was not Lu Jingfeng, but Xia Wuqing. He listened to Yu Qing's words, gazing at her, and saw that although Yu Qing was pregnant, her skin was fair and flawless, her demeanor gentle, and she smiled faintly, her brows and eyes picturesque, creating a feeling of time passing and the years being peaceful under the bright autumn sun. This method was indeed swift and fierce, instantly scaring the people of Maolin who were under Yang Juhui's benevolent governance. No, I can't let you be in danger. I have my own considerations, Bai Heng insisted. Corpse aura. Luo Ji frowned. That faint corpse aura had completely dissipated the moment he reached it. But with his keen perception of corpse aura, he still sensed something unusual in the surrounding environment. He took over Yin Mumu from Jian Mofin and sent her into the examination room. Before leaving, he glanced at Ji Siyue, who was undergoing surgery next door, and sighed. I wonder which girl this is, so pitiful, injured, and without anyone to worry about her. In the end, if it weren't for an unexpected large snake disrupting one of the links in his plan, and this flaw creating a domino effect under the protagonist's halo, Luffy's adventure would have probably ended on Mist Island. When Chongjin reined in his horse, it moved slowly, raising its head to look at the gate outside the large camp. A large red lantern hung high on the flagpole with the character Hong written on it, and a sword-bearing lieutenant led several soldiers patrolling back and forth, guarding the gate. The surroundings were silent, occasionally broken by the neighing of war horses. Yes, I thank the Emperor for his concern. Mo Rougi had a pitiful expression, bowing to the Emperor, deliberately sitting far from the ground dragon. Although Yin Mumu did not know how that mark came to be, she knew that such a mark had a professional term called a love bite. The obvious change was that her neck had lengthened, the scales on her body had changed. And most importantly, that powerful aura, her strength was no longer on the same level. Is Shangwan Jin running out of time? Unfortunately, the distance was too far. He couldn't hear clearly. It was only when Shangwan Jin spoke a bit louder that he barely caught it. Chapter 46. It was originally expected that Man-Man would wake up after 3 days. However, it had already been 6 days, and Man-Man still showed no sign of waking up. Could it be that you are sure your master cannot survive, and you are preparing to seize power while he is not around? Why, he asked in surprise. She got up, put on her clothes, and sat blankly at the head of the bed, still feeling a bit dazed. Clearly, she had only taken a nap. Had a dream unrelated to love and passion, but upon waking, everything in reality felt so unreal, as if reality was fake, and the dream was the truth. Lu Xiaoxi thought for a moment, and suddenly recalled that the time the transport truck was hijacked was just when the Qin Yang ruins appeared, the Jingwu alliance, himself, and Qin Rushuan had all focused their attention on the ruins, and the array masters from the provincial capital branch had probably all been dispatched to the ruins. During this time, the members of the vegetable chicken whirlpool clan had also slowly grown up, shedding their previous lazy appearance, proving that they were not just useless people who wasted rations. For example, Bofeng Mizuno's wife, Whirlpool Kaikai, had awakened the bloodline ability of Kagura Shinai and had now become a general. After leaving the Hokage office, Shimura Yang ran to the Whirlpool clan's territory. Now, Bofeng Mizuno lived here, and Mizuno was currently cooking for Whirlpool Kaikai. A sharp, screeching noise, like a rusty door opening and closing, echoed inside the museum's main entrance, reaching the ears of several young wizards, causing those who heard it to shiver involuntarily. Lying back on the bed, with a myriad of complex thoughts, Xu Liling gradually fell into a half-dream, half-awake state. The fact that Qin Juanshang was anxious to rush people showed that this person must know something that Qin Juanshang didn't want others to know. He was not clear about the entanglement between Yu Xiaoli, Grandma Luo, and Luo Mingjiao, but he could see clearly that whether it was Qin Juanshang or Luo Mingjiao, neither seemed eager to see Yu Xiaoli. Just like modern trains, if they don't run on their own tracks, wouldn't that have long been a mess? How about this? Delina, you go back with the police first. I'll go? Delina was so excited now. If she fainted too, it would only add to the chaos. There's no need to worry about this. Brother Yulong seems to have already discussed it with them and won't compete with us for this Yuhua Long Sui Dan. Junior brother, you continued. Fu Jingyuan suddenly thought of something and was greatly shocked. In that instant, his cheeks twitched uncontrollably, revealing his true feelings. Brother Jiang, don't change the subject. What does feet to the sky mean? Fangbai was relentless and insisted on getting a clear answer. All the way. Bai Yi and the three of them arrived at Constant Street smoothly. There were many zombies, but they were concentrated at the end of the street, as if something was attracting them. In contrast, the carrefour at the front of the street was relatively deserted, with only a few scattered zombies at the entrance. And both front and back doors were locked, indicating that there were survivors inside. Hearing Boss Wong speak, the ordinary people who did not expect things to develop this way finally realized. Even Hibanu, who was beside them, looked surprised at the calm Yangchong in the air. These people actually had secret ties to the Bailey family, but weren't they usually fierce enemies fighting for business? Chapter 47. The Cosmic Cube is an alien technological product and is also the clue that Captain America has been tracking. Starting with the Cosmic Cube as the first important project established by S.H.I.E.L.D. is the most appropriate. It was just a calamity of the Dao Palace realm, yet it attracted the heavenly tribulation of the returning ruins realm, which shows how extraordinary this person undergoing the tribulation is. It turns out to be a princess. Zhang Mi sighed softly and thought to herself, these aristocratic families still can't let go of their pride. They clearly intend to rely on Chai Rong, but deep down, they still look down on him. Wherever the golden lawn bird passed, it left behind a golden flame shadow, dispelling the demonic energy. The true fire of the phoenix fell in flurries, causing the demon race to wail in agony. Is this really the junior brother who walked out of Ling Yun's sect with us? At the table beside Ling Fei, He Tianming and Zhao Fan exchanged glances. She didn't want to leave, because she knew he was also in this world, along with Wang Yanan. Leaving just like that, she was unwilling. Song Shuyan warned and looked at Li Yuran, as the black car made a sharp turn and stopped at the entrance of the Song family villa, showing no intention of driving in. It wasn't until Gu Jimu had left for a long time that she came to her senses, thinking whether she should increase her attention and cultivation towards Gu Jimu. Once fearless black fans fell silent, it was not because of the power of Su Yinyan's fans, but because they were afraid of being warned by the Su family. The accompanying pictures were of her with the crew, and the previously viral on-set photos of the fight incident, along with pictures of director Ai Zhishang explaining the scenes to them. The Xiangzhu Hall needed her. The surviving brothers relied on her. She couldn't fall, only stand straighter, even straighter. Xiao Jingshan noticed Shintang was distracted and discreetly blocked the camera to prevent it from being used as a topic by ill-intentioned people later. The communication talisman failed. A Tian-Dan expert exclaimed, his voice filled with endless fear. Yang Yingying felt puzzled when she heard Zhang Hai say this, not understanding what he meant. Brother a dog. Don't get excited, you're really not blind, Chen Rongyao said, placing both hands on a dog's shoulders. Wait a minute, I need to talk to my colleague. Saying this, Lu Yutong pulled Chun out of the side of the car. He didn't know which shops belonged to Lu Juqiang, so he wandered from street to street, stopping at every shop until he saw the sign of Jiuji. It's okay, just boldly say any assumptions you have. Lu Yutong encouraged. Thank you for your concern, Great Elder. Xu Jiang has just treated the sect master's injuries and has ensured that the sect master is out of danger, at least able to save his life. Xu Jiang spoke to himself, clearly wanting to keep his distance from Lin Shan. It seemed like a good thing if Lu Bingyao took him away. Amidst the dense reeds, a bamboo boat seemed to drift aimlessly, with the boatman hiding his face under a reed hat, sitting alone at the bow of the boat. It was a right turn, but it seemed we turned left after the right turn. Ashan was also stunned. In the future, it's better to get along well with them, to be friends, not enemies. After all, such enemies calculate every bit of your soul, which is chilling. A stench wafted towards Zhang Xiu, and without thinking much, Zhang Xiu picked up a wooden stick, leaped high, and struck fiercely at a huan-headed monster. In the center was the Central Army. On the left side and left front was the Left Wing Army, and behind was the Left Guard Army. The right front was the Right Guard Army, and the right side and right rear were the Right Wing Army. The entire formation was extremely rounded, seemingly without any flaws. When everyone's attention was finally focused on her, Su Miao Miao cleared her throat and spoke. The chefs of the Su family were speechless. Who the hell are you? And how can you act so pretentiously? Why would they look for you? Do you have many tricks? They were evenly matched. And both Taoism and Buddhism were difficult to find opponents. Their own mental and physical selves, as well as reality, were limited. So being able to persist for a day and a night was already quite remarkable. The overwhelming waves completely covered his body. In the face of such a cosmic anomaly, Xu Liling had no ability to fight back. Chapter 48, however, now that Su Laopa said this, even with their thick faces, they couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed at this moment. But as the principal, someone like Wu Fan was just a student in his eyes. These monsters, apart from slaughtering, had lost all awareness, let alone emotions. Although I also don't know how to make a dam break, I believe there will ultimately be a way. And now it's much better than being completely at a loss a few days ago. Your Majesty the Pope, if I want to use it. Who do I apply to? Jizi looked up and down in surprise, asking her most concerned question. Zhuangzhong stepped aside, crossed his legs, and casually ate while speaking, as if he had nothing to do next. Ji Furong was eating heartily when she heard Ji Nuoxin say this. She suddenly stopped, her hand holding the chopsticks frozen in midair. After thinking for about 3 seconds, she put the food into her mouth. Although the Sixfold Gate invented a type of anti-counterfeiting reward avatar that could see through a person's true face, upon learning an important piece of information, Zihong realized that once selected, such people would not go through that tedious process. The hands of the ancient gods were indeed extraordinary. When the divine artifact emerged, the heavens seemed to be shocked as well. The originally clear weather suddenly became cloudy, and after a few loud thunderclaps, a torrential rain poured down. Can enter but not exit. So even if one is lucky enough to find Bingxin and evade the pursuit of evil souls, one might still end up trapped in the Nine Nether Realm. The Sea Tribe launched a powerful attack towards Zihong, and Zihong's massive arm waved fiercely, resembling a mountain erupting, carrying an oppressive momentum and force, directly crashing towards that side. Zheng Xiaoya's face lost all color in an instant. What had she just done? She had just tried to use Ji Yinma to win over the hearts of the Zheng family, enjoying everything from the Hua family. When Lulu hurriedly used one that she had dodged, she rushed up without hesitation. He launched a basic attack, and Lexi hit the sword princess with a skill while in the state of burrowing underground. Su Tianhao decisively flashed away, naturally afraid. But what he feared was trouble. This young master does not like trouble, Wang Kai said lightly, with his hands behind his back. Fortunately, he gave sweet dates, and the way he offered them was very clever, hitting right at the heart. Everyone has relatives close and distant, with a bit of selfishness. Those who can survive the onslaught of various forces must have strong backing. For example, his close relative Zhang Siwei could receive his protection, while those further away would not be considered. The 9 golden dragons transformed by Lang Fei launched their attacks simultaneously. Among them, some breathed fire, some spouted water, and others unleashed lightning, showcasing a variety of attack methods without end. Upon hearing Gao Mengwan's shout, Ze and the others stopped firing, and the soldiers managed to escape a calamity. Just then, dozens of soldiers rushed out from the yellow sand, surrounding the vehicle. The leopard felt extremely wronged. He had been beaten, and not only did his brother not help, but he also said the other party fought well. At this moment, he really wanted to buy a bottle of mineral water to choke himself to death. Mayamo looked at Lung Yu's adorable side and couldn't help but smile gently. Just as she was about to say something, her brows suddenly furrowed, and her expression turned serious. Fortunately, Yuming had thought of this point beforehand. So on the side of the camp facing the Yalu River, the fortifications were mainly made of sand and stone, and the tents were placed far away in areas where enemy arrows couldn't reach. So the fire arrows shot in by the Goryeo army had not played much of a role. In summary, someone nodded at the servant, indicating that this was how he usually cultivated. Chapter 49. The phone rang incessantly, with more than a dozen traders, each stationed by a phone. Their expressions tense as they answered instant messages from around the world. Scientist sounds like a grand title that should be associated with generous treatment, substantial patent returns, and well-equipped laboratories, but in reality, it is not. The first assault attempt failed, but it did not discourage He. Rather, it made him realize that relying solely on brute force, depending on his own strength, would absolutely not allow him to break through the passage. When Su Shun came in, the two exchanged pleasantries and took their seats. Su Shun did not beat around the bush and said directly, at the beginning of spring, except for Shaanxi, all northern provinces have seen varying degrees of rainfall, alleviating the drought. Unless something unexpected happens, the drought, including in Shaanxi, will end this year. Otherwise, Yuanxi would not dare to actively provoke the 5 European countries. The snow sculpture that called itself De Peng seemed to have some reservations. It did not move closer but stopped on a distant cliff, its sharp claws clawing at a rock as if a sharp blade were piercing through tofu. The two people, Cheng Zijing, felt that their aura fluctuations seemed somewhat familiar, but she was certain she had never seen them before. For Cheng Zijing, as long as she had seen someone, she would definitely remember, but strangely, this person's aura was familiar, yet she had never seen them. Zipping, how about we ride around Luoyang City? After blowing away the cold wind, Gao Shun made a stretching gesture and smiled at Guan Hai, saying, this is one of the habits of respecting Fong, which often brings him a lot of inspiration. Of course, the guards beside him are also personally selected by Xiao Yi. Brother Zhang, you are jumping to conclusions. Let us have everyone make a judgment today. I'll ask you, what will be the final outcome of this matter? Having thought everything through, Xiao Yi now spoke confidently, also posing a rhetorical question. During that encounter, Qian Jun did not take action against Yihan. Yihan did not understand Qian Jun's thoughts. Perhaps he simply offered a way out, thinking Yihan was too weak enough that he was not worth his effort. The path that the Bian family had taken was extremely perilous, but now it had turned into a smooth road, causing the Huang family's disciples to sigh in their hearts. It can be said without any politeness that, for the big shots present, Du Bian's map had completely opened the door to a new world. Then in my past life, I was Empress Dowager Cixi. Why do you keep criticizing me like Xia Shifu? Gao Xiumin said indignantly. He should treat you and Xia Shifu as lovingly as he treats your wives, not wandering outside. Can I treat her like that? Indeed, this person was Xiao Nan's father. It turned out that the person Xiao Nan had sought 3 times and failed to rescue was the father he missed every moment. It seemed that he had no choice but to find them. After avoiding a patrol team again, Jiang Yang's gaze gradually became entangled. He kept to his residence, but also knew that recently, the undercurrents in Linen City were surging. Shi Miyuan and Prince Xiaohong had already torn their masks off, and although most court officials were watching, these two had not refrained from attacking each other in front of the emperor. The only thing troubling Yuan Jia was that white lotus surrounding him, which he could not hide. Helplessly, Yuan Jia had to use special methods to conceal the movements of the white lotus. Chapter 50. During the video call at night, Wu Zhizhi was still not in high spirits. Seeing that she was unhappy, Lu Yinsher first brought her some good news. Boss, we found a suspicious stranger asking for help up ahead. The distorted voice of Chun Ergu came through the intercom. After everyone left, only Lu Yinsher and Wu Kexing remained. Wu Zhizhi went to the back room to get some flower tea, boiled a pot of water, and steeped it. When he realized it, he suddenly pressed his thin lips tightly together his sword-like eyebrows furrowing slightly, and his dark eyes fixed intently on Xu Yin, remaining silent. Chris did not show much expression, but if Loki observed his eyes closely, he would notice that the originally pitch-black pupils were gradually showing signs of white light, indicating a gradual return of consciousness. As she wanted to elevate the status of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, this research institution of traditional Chinese medicine must exist, so that more people would join traditional medicine in the future. It was precisely because of this that the angel race did not agree with angels protecting humans. Therefore, please leave Angel City and depart from the blazing hot Grand Princess. Angel Xie shouted. In a certain area in southeast Huaxiao, amidst towering mountains, there were large areas of uninhabited territory, rarely visited by people. Unexpectedly, this guy turned out to be a strong master of the Qi realm. No wonder he brought a dangerous aura to Xiao Yifeng. After leaving the Yin family villa, Yin Yihong stood outside for a while before driving his dazzling Maserati straight to the hotel. He had been staying in the hotel for the past few days. Whether it was nights filled with revelry or working hard at the company, he would always return here in the end. After all, he had been in the reincarnation hell for quite some time and did not know how things were in the universe. Zhu Gan was initially very afraid of this scene, but when it actually happened, he felt a sense of calm inside. A streak of lightning burst forth from his fingertips, cutting through the dense fog and shooting straight into the air. The number of whales in the 3 combined sea areas cannot compare to the number of whales in your single sea area, Nathan said angrily. Naruto immediately retreated, but Ben only suffered partial injury. He quickly formed a seal with one hand. Who doesn't he know that years of martial arts training make martial generals taller and stronger than ordinary people? As soon as this name was spoken, it was as if a force swept across the air, causing nearby beings, including Lin Li, Lana, and the Dark Elves, to tremble involuntarily. Monroe frowned slightly and turned back to ask in confusion. However, it made the chubby man, who heard her soft voice for the first time, tremble with sadness. Wondering why the gap between them was so huge, the senior had never been this gentle before. It turned out that those chasing after Guy and Ye were not just the dogs of the Qin state, but also the Liashas of Weizhuang. Old Man Ban was somewhat surprised after reading the information. Zhang Zhao took off his shoes to let his feet relax. Now conditions were limited. Although the hall was filled with the smell of stinky feet, no one felt uncomfortable. The Beast King army, responsible for guarding at the back of the team, was easily taken down by the cat people and hidden, while the other companions in front had no idea what had happened. Cui Zhao. Li Shimin suddenly shouted his name. Usually, he would say Ijuan, loving subject, but suddenly calling his name made him feel a bit awkward. However, if the emperor calls your name and you don't obey, then it's as good as courting death. I wondered why the most powerful person on this ship would live in this place. It turns out it was meant to imprison you. Wang Jin felt a bit disappointed, but after thinking about it, it seemed okay to ask her. Wasn't it said that the moon's mother was also a high-ranking member of the Yin-Yang family? Asking her seemed fine. For the first time, Yushan gathered such a large number of zombies, which was extremely strange. Early on, someone went to the accommodation area to inform everyone. Soon, a group of 10 or so people arrived, fully armed and in a hurry. This is urgent. I want to ask if all the children here are orphans you adopted? Chu Yin asked straightforwardly. The last time he went hunting, he saw Cui Nyang and felt that his previous days were wasted. Such a good woman. And hadn't he noticed her? Wasn't that a sin? However, some things are difficult to say because achieving some benefits is not as easy as you might think. The protagonist had to be thankful that the fleet was docked at the shore and not drifting like rootless duckweed on the wide river. Chapter 51. Zwelisai nodded, answering Fail's call while driving towards the address she had just learned of. You are what they say, the drug lord. No, the drug prince, no. Not that either, the richest person? Xiao Yu's words made them laugh even harder. That noon, Chun Shi and others followed Sampras to a famous restaurant for a meal. As they walked out the door, they suddenly saw a familiar figure flash by. On the morning of the day the revolutionary government coordinated with the suburban villages to lease land, farmers from nearby villages came to inquire in an endless stream, creating quite a lively scene. The significance of land in the hearts of Chinese people goes without saying. Owning a piece of land is a dream and a goal for many. Although a 100-person queue is not considered large for skilled practitioners who usually work alone, this is indeed a rare gathering, a unique opportunity for so many to come together. The performance of the Restoration Army commanded by Wang Jin was particularly outstanding in this battle. Under the reasonable command of Wang Jin and various officers, Restoration Army soldiers often charged at the front line. The soldiers, having undergone rigorous training and tempered by fire and blood, exhibited remarkable tactical skills and combat experience. The Liu family of Yingchuan is synonymous with elegance and charm. The Liu men have yet to venture into the borderlands, let alone her delicate and weak body. Although he urged himself to move quickly, he felt like a giant bird, completely out of his control. Today, Xiao Xuezhing and Xiao Jinlin were meeting for a business matter regarding the Xiao family's industry. There was a project that could cooperate with Guangjing for mutual benefit, which didn't require going through company procedures, so the two brothers could settle it privately. In a corner of the forge, over 100 daggers produced by Li Bin were haphazardly discarded. Li Bin decided to choose a long sword from the list of high-quality weapons for forging. As he thought about the forging process of the longsword, detailed steps of the forging procedure appeared in his mind. After returning to the martial world gate and settling Ren Yingying and Chu Fian, Chen Mo directly returned to reality. Late at night, he glanced at his parents and grandparents, who were fast asleep, and then snuck back into the martial world gate to marry and hold a ceremony with Ren Yingying and Chu Fian. Mo Zichen couldn't help but smile. It's quite unusual to have such an alternative in the cultivation world, truly a rare flower. The rural casino was still managed by the Sun family's 3 tigers, and there was no need for Zhao Jingdong to personally intervene, but Zhao Jingdong was busier than before. When Jin Xiaoshuan saw Su Yuqing approaching Lu Jun, his expression turned even uglier, wanting to see what Su Yuqing would say to Lu Jun. With an incredibly bold and proud feeling, Ding Dang walked into his room, and of course, he did not close the door. Changes occurred with Du Ming, and the old man didn't notice, thinking Du Ming was severely injured and on the brink of collapse. Those who grabbed the money wore smiles on their faces, watching the golden rain of coins fall, yet they were tense, not caring to straighten their backs, continuing to pick up the coins on the ground. Those who didn't manage to grab money looked gloomy, as strong and robust commoners openly robbed money. Yang Shui's thoughts were similar to Qin Yingran's. Could it be that Su Yuqing was really familiar with Lu Jun? Take this move, the heaven and earth mysterious fire. A tall elder, around 50 or 60 years old, suddenly appeared out of thin air, looking energetic and sharp-eyed, seemingly having flames burning on him at the right moment. Seeing that the two finally stopped arguing, Yuan Qingfeng spoke up, thinking that watching their argument was actually quite interesting. Although the court was virtually non-existent, without the court's official seal, one would be without a name. Facing numerous obstacles, it's no wonder Cao Cao later used the emperor to command the lords. Having the emperor in hand provided a trump card in political games. Chapter 52. The belt is his, and the ends of the belt are also held in his hands, maintaining a choking motion. Jiang Qiyu, following the trend, held her hand. Miraculously, this time he took it off himself, and it worked. Ning Wu took the candies, opened one, and put it in her mouth while she went to remove the boy's helmet. Sixth Master appeared to be just over 60, dressed in a suit and vest, with slick back hair, several jade rings on his fingers, and a cigar in hand, looking quite imposing. Shun Jixian didn't treat her as an outsider, taking his wife's hand to the reception area, where lunch was already laid out on the table. After a notice, with Su Hao's permission, she smoothly brought her butler to Su Hao's office. This not only represented vitality, but also a rush. This rush was invincible. What a ridiculous gangster, with just a knife, could take them down. As Chu Haoyan finished speaking, Duanmu Lil let out a sigh of relief. He really feared someone would make an excessive demand. And now it was best that someone could say that. After the innkeeper finished speaking, he took Wang Li away. Although Wang Li was unhappy, he could only be dragged away. Xian and Shengpis felt their hearts chill when they were swept by Lan Jinger. Now, Lan Jinger truly resembled a real wolf. This time he was truly foolish. He clearly knew that Xiao Zhong had already been devoured by a demon, yet he still walked into the trap willingly. If he really died this time, he would die with regrets. It's nothing, just a fake hand. How could we be scared like this? I really want to curse. The two-legged dragon king looked at Meng Tian, sensing that his strength was not strong, and there was nothing worth his concern. However, upon seeing Tadian, the two-legged dragon king felt a hint of fear from him, a fear that came from instinct. Su Ran arrived at the company early. As soon as she entered the office, she saw Su Muqing sitting at the desk, looking in poor spirits, with faint dark circles under her unadorned eyelids. Su Li held on to Qinger's hand, walking down the street, feeling extremely happy. What could be more blissful than waking up from a nightmare to find everything as usual? This was the barrier he had during his escape from the dark prison, which he had never let go of. But with the research on the integration of the three major sources, it had become even deeper. Passing by the practice room, he saw Hyujo repeatedly practicing a scene. And Su Ran smiled with relief, shaking off the gloom. The great hall first fell into sudden silence. Then a deliberately suppressed low laughter erupted. It turned out that when Meng Tian spoke, Wang Ling took the opportunity to kill 3 enemy soldiers, hence Meng Tian's comment about him deceiving. Zhu Di, as a disaster relief royal and a special inspector, was new to the province, and various local nobles and gentry repeatedly set up banquets, inviting him multiple times. Except for a few military lords with outstanding achievements that he specially visited, he always wore a frosty expression, with a cold demeanor that could keep people at bay from 1,000 miles away. Coming to his senses, the night owl slowly stood up. Looking at the few people lying in the pile of gold coins, a terrifying thought suddenly emerged in his mind. In Xiao Wenxuan's era, even the hottest fantasy movies were not so exaggerated. However, this time there was an unexpected factor. Luo Qing and Lu Qi each pulled on Mo Yun's arm. And when their eyes met, it was as if sparks flew. Now the two groups, Fang Zhouzi and his strength were comparable. Fang Yongxin and General Mu's strength were also comparable. If they were to fight, they wouldn't suffer losses. However, he was curious why General Mu suddenly changed. After listening to this sentence, I understood. This means that most of Lu Yan's words just now were true, without any false elements. It's just that she deliberately acted to make me think her feelings for Guoborong were genuine. After the equivalent spirit crystal was taken out, Long Hao successfully obtained 105 element stones and threw them all to the heavenly demon emperor. Su Chun and Mu Qingli got off the vehicle and stood around to scan the surroundings, only to realize they had reached deep into the mountains. And there was no road ahead. I also broke out in a sweat, realizing there were so many twists and turns. As an emperor, he also wished to show leniency to his relatives. Despite the difficult economic development, the common people did not feel exploited, making tax collection relatively easy for the government, yielding good results. With her temperament, what should she do in the future? As for the quiet concubine, I didn't know anyone there. What if something happened to her? Upon seeing this, everyone rushed to help. Qin Haole leisurely picked some fragrant flowers and then walked towards another nearby direction, where there was also a cliff grass. Since he was here, he didn't want to return empty-handed, which was clearly not in his character. Chapter 53. With every attack, the bloodlight that was unleashed pierced through people's bodies, taking away large amounts of splattered blood. Then these people's bodies would scatter. The employees of the Chuangfeng group were generally older, their actions too rigid, and their thoughts conservative and inflexible, which had long made Tang Shuyan feel somewhat inconvenient. What Chu Feng needed to do now was to wait for the people from Penglai Island to come out. In fact, Chu Feng could also choose to take the initiative and go directly to Penglai Island. I directly closed the door and then laid down on the bed. Then I took a deep breath. I felt extremely uncomfortable all over. After continuously using the certificate of dominance and having a fierce battle with the people from Class 6, my current physical condition was predictable. The collision between the two directly tore through the air. The explosive and piercing sound caused the cultivators present to feel a sharp pain in their eardrums. At that moment, Chu Chun, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His spirit had recovered significantly, and with a flip of his palm, the golden sword fell into his hand and rushed into the battle group. One can't just say they are an anomaly, fused with some crazy and perverted scientist's drugs, then gained immense power as if aided by the gods, and then beat the bad guys into a mess, saving the beauty, right? That blue life, resembling a dream, that seemed not to be life. And the distorted time and space seemed to be the dirge in everyone's heart. Because Lin Yong showed no signs of attack and his behavior was quite strange, Madame Zhuang, though surprised, did not act rashly, firmly holding on to Ning Ning without saying a word. Hearing Lin Feng's tone, old man Wanhua seemed to imagine Lin Feng sneering beside him. There was no way out. He could only compromise, not just to survive, but more importantly, to take revenge. When Luya saw the mixed element golden bowl, he did not hesitate to turn and escape, showing none of the previous 10 ancestors' might. Her hands crossed over 1,000 miles of dreams, passing through thousands of ice and snow, arriving before him without a trace of contamination. Heiyue retracted the black iron chain into her body. Casting a cold glance at those still harboring ill intentions, her red lips parted, and a voice like pearls dropping on a plate rang out. Get lost or die. Her imposing aura was unignorable. Sister-in-law, report the captain's location. Otherwise, we'll go find him ourselves. Lu Kai's eyes were red, clearly unwilling to heed Feng Jie's advice any longer. The Japanese 34th Brigade stationed at Baoyina Lagai was attacked by the garrison for most of the night, leaving them utterly exhausted, having lost so many men and injured their morale, despite their superiors trying to boost their spirits, rallying them, or even threatening them with military law. Captain Shirai just used the excuse of too many frostbite cases to stall, remaining stagnant. Sun Dianying, Cha Fengting, and other commanders felt that what he said was reasonable and could not be shirked, so they expressed their gratitude. At this time, Liang Huang, the landlord of San Dijmen village to the west of Nan Wafang village in Wanping Street, also came to boost morale and brought food. Jia Million took this opportunity to bid farewell to Commander Sunday. Lin Meixiao waved his hand, though he didn't dare to wave too much to conserve oxygen. The others immediately understood and followed him, each carrying their guns and moving forward. This movement indeed made it much better. Breathing was not so difficult anymore. Strangely enough, she happened to be just like Li Chun, very favored by the emperor, so she was early on conferred the title of Princess of Deyang, and naturally, no one in the Eastern Palace dared to offend her. A powerful suction came from below, and Tian Xian and the others exclaimed in surprise as they fell down. Lin Shua looked at Gu Xiaojing and truly felt guilty. After all, Gu Xiaojing had nothing to do with this matter, and if she dragged Gu Xiaojing into the water, it would naturally be her fault. Chapter 54. Night Burial. Brother, what about between me and him? Night Burial understood why Naruto said this because they shared the same experiences and feelings. He and Gaara had a sense of mutual sympathy, but their paths were different, which was quite regrettable. You are not allowed to approach them. The suddenly appearing voice drew everyone's attention, and it turned out to be Xiao Yan, who had just been specially approved by Night Burial to participate in the exam. On the other end of the teleportation array was a spacious stone chamber, with 10 teleportation arrays engraved in the middle, and next to it were the signs of various well-known shops like Qi Xian and Lianbao. Kudong chuckled and waved at Miss Shalia. The loyal dog-like Miss Shalia quickly understood the meaning and obediently hugged Kudong's neck from behind, appearing to rely entirely on her husband to make decisions. As a result, one day that lady came to my house with many people, beat my mother, and forced those people to take me and my sister away. Later we were separated from our mother. Upon reaching the police station, Song Xin saw Wu Yu again. But this time Wu Yu looked completely different from the first time she met her. Long-term imprisonment had greatly impacted her body and spirit. So seeing a normal Wu Yu was truly not easy. Although she did not see the final result, Li Shirniang was not present, and Wu Ming was leisurely strolling in the restricted area of the Diamond Temple, which already explained everything. If the old Valley Master was unwilling to meet Yang Yun, then there was basically no business for Lin Ying and the others here. If it were to chop someone, it would be better to do it later. The virus on it would definitely not be much, or perhaps there would be none at all. The Night Owl had already made up his mind and immediately took action. However, his subtle movements had already been noticed by the sharp-eyed Qinruns, who anticipated this move and thus had a method to deal with him. It could be said that it was effortless. Originally, it was agreed that the city lord's senior brother would come down to check the accounts. And there was also the genius Zhang Xingyun from the Zhang family involved. I still had Qinruns in my heart, but at this moment, I unexpectedly had this kind of incident with Hu Chang, which made it even harder for me to face Qinruns. What should she do? Although it is said that there are some technologies in the country now, after all, Chirue Motors has its own engine, but looking at the current market, how many can accept domestic cars? Thus, the engine has always been a heartache for us domestically. This is the headquarters of the Qinglong gang. Wang Bing directly activated his spiritual perception and found that there were about 100 people inside, and besides ordinary people, he also discovered a large number of martial practitioners. But the strength of these martial practitioners was very low, with the strongest being only around 8-star martial artists. Qin Shiyu went back to look and talked about his recent experiences, then revealed several unique prescriptions from the Xianmin, which finally brought a satisfied smile to Jiang Tianxing. As for the issues that might arise between the Disha building and this world because of the Disha spiritual vein, that was not something Liang Fan needed to worry about. When he received the news, he knew that this reign was a battle with Shifei Xuan, and he had already won most of it. Later, when Song Ke asked, he knew he had won. Who are you? Wang Bing looked at the other person in confusion and found that they were wearing ancient night clothes, clearly not someone from the secular world. Moreover, judging by the speed at which they attacked just now, it was definitely a professional killer. He had bought so many things, weighing dozens of pounds. Didn't he ask for delivery? Long Dayton asked the pharmacy staff. His body trembled slightly as Wukong stepped back several times in succession. Each step made the void beneath his feet resonate with a low rumble, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Only after a few steps did he stabilize his form. You wait here, I'll go find something to eat for you. The hunger pangs from his stomach reminded Yang Ming that he hadn't eaten all day. Looking at his family, who showed no reaction to his words, he sighed softly. The originally agreed time was a month. But Hu Li led his spies to Jinmiao City just 5 days ago, and those spies sent to gather intelligence appeared before Hu Li. Lu Ling couldn't help but give herself a slap. Look at you finding trouble for no reason. Now look where you are. It seems she would have to stare at that guy again, giving others more reason to dislike her. Isn't this akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Chapter 55. However, the appearance of strange phenomena indicated that Yu Hong might be saved, so they were overjoyed but dared not approach, fearing to disturb both sides. It would be bad to cause chaos, so they could only stand guard from a distance. But being the focus of so many gazes made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. She thought she should leave immediately. No matter what the relationship was between the Ma family and Jiang Tingting, her presence here was a mistake. 5 people came, and the leader was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe with a slightly plump figure. Yu Hong's Zhu Long Tianyan revealed that the other party was indeed at Songlong, and they cultivated celestial yuan power, having almost reached the pinnacle of divine speed. He decisively chose to stand by his own side between his life and the alchemist. At worst, he could go to another city to make a living. Hannah had served in the Delta Force in the United States. Although the Delta Force belonged to the Army, it also had water training subjects. From this perspective, it was not surprising that Ma Qingji could return easily. Also, the Yin family did not seem to be ordinary people. What if they directly fought with the Pei family? He then remembered that this class was for freshmen, specifically Lan Fei's class. It seemed he could understand how teacher Huang Yin felt. People like Feng Qingshan would never stoop to pretend with him. For so many years, he had basically been suppressing Han Haonan in the province. She really was a victim of bad luck. This summer had indeed been tough, and the only good thing was probably that the family had added a new member. This made Qi Che raise an eyebrow. He doubted whether Qi Qing was really from Yinyang City. Several days later, Zhu Jiming suddenly called him early in the morning, not specifying what the matter was, just saying to meet and talk. On Jiang Han's body, endless purple patterns crazily spread out, eventually transforming into chunks of dark hexagonal scales, covering his entire body. All right, let us go out. I have a principle of life as a demon spirit. Repay kindness and avenge enmity. In fact, after interacting with Princess Naga, Xu Feng had already understood her character. Love and hate were clearly distinguished in her. Still dare to be arrogant? Yimu coldly snorted. He never knew how to go easy on enemies. He twisted his foot and forcefully rubbed it against the strong man's 5 fingers. In the blink of an eye, those 5 fingers were bloodied, and even if they could be healed, they wouldn't be as functional later. The Poison King had many enemies, but no one dared to seek revenge against him. Some reckless ones had already verified the consequences of encountering the Poison King. The biggest feature of the Poison King's killings was that he would not leave behind corpses, so it was impossible to estimate how many people he had killed. This satisfied him greatly. As his strength continuously improved, he would definitely encounter many high-talent, high-strength individuals in the future. After quickly rushing over, he kept throwing hydrogen bombs among the scattered flying dragons affected by the nuclear explosion. The meat wings of the flying dragons had already been slightly damaged by the nuclear explosion, and their injuries had not yet recovered. Zhou Ji, who had long noticed her, hurriedly hugged her and helped her sit on the sofa. The role of public sentiment requires time to ferment, right now, and for a long time. It cannot help Roland at all. It is precisely because of this that it is also a huge trouble. From this, it can be inferred that the components of blood are the essence of human flesh that has been tainted and transformed by demonic powers. And the breath of demons will entice people to consume this deliciousness. Lu Xuanda looked around at Zhang Fei and Guan Yu. Zhang Fei was still brooding over Zhang Yuji's death, while Guan Yu nodded at this moment. In fact, she felt that she was quite capable of doing housework. So she handed the cotton candy to Jean Mo and rolled up her sleeves to enter the kitchen. With a self-deprecating smile, Roland withdrew his thoughts and released his perception to search for any possible remaining enemies nearby. His perception showed no response. On the contrary, Roland found several familiar auras. With a smile on his face, this was the best portrayal of the current state of the 3 people in front of Roland, absolutely without any exaggeration, perfectly fitting. Liao Qi did not continue the conversation and subsequently sent a message to Song Jia. He asked Song Jia, "Can you put a tracker on their car?" The team manager sighed in relief only after Jean and Mo left, but his gaze secretly glanced upward, pondering why the captain and young Master Yun returned first. As he spoke, he pointed to the sides of the driver's seat, where some oily traces could be vaguely seen, including on the dead person's neck. But there was so much blood that it didn't attract much attention. As Ji Fan soared out of the marketplace, rays of rising sun vines emerged, wrapping around his main body and gradually forming an extremely robust dragon monkey shape. Chapter 56. Customers are kings? Ridiculous. We are the kings, what customers? Wu Jie shouted loudly. Of course it's awesome. The threshold for handling is a net worth of over 100 billion, and it requires an extraordinary identity. There are only 100 in the world, which is not something ordinary people can possess, Manager Wang introduced. The helicopter flew over the sea of flames. Below was clearly a hell on earth, with some burning zombies still walking or crawling, slowly collapsing into complete silence. We really have nothing to do with Zhonglu. We were just curious and asked. At this time, the ice dragon quickly spoke up. So, if afterward you use your connections to prevent me from getting a role, should I hate you? Should I stab you a couple of times? Xiao Siki retorted. Originally, Wang Bo thought this trip would go smoothly. After all, Wang Bo's current strength was formidable, terrifyingly strong. However, based on the gathered intelligence, if those four armies united, the Hassa alliance would be quickly devoured by the four armies, leaving not even bones behind. Wu Shui did not know the situation outside. She was solely focused on refining medicine. Inside the alchemical cauldron, the energy became more violent, and the lid of the cauldron shook, almost unable to contain the energy inside. He struggled to sit up, looking at the surrounding darkness and feeling scared and fearful. Hopefully, I'm just overthinking. Deep down, Zhenxian did not believe that the Wang family would track them all the way from Luchuan County to Yangzhou. But the appearance of the Wang family in Yangzhou made Zhenxian vigilant. He couldn't help but feel that things were far from as simple as he imagined. The spiritual power of the water system emanated from Li Feng, wrapping his body tightly. Looking at the white light shooting from the sky, Li Feng formed a series of powerful martial arts techniques with hand seals. The father and son bore some resemblance in their features and physique. But Chen Weigua had endured hardships over the years, his skin rough and dark. Although he was over 50, he didn't show much sign of aging. His build was even sturdier than Chen Xiaoshan's, a testament to years of heavy labor. Han Xian, rushing towards the inner world, suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand on end. He rolled to the side just as a sharp blade struck the spot where he had been. A fleet of targeted precursor battleships moved towards the outside, while several human treasure-hunting ships were severed in half. A large number of precursor sanctuary defenders and Prometheus warriors, led by precursor martial servants, searched for surviving humans, attempting to eliminate them completely. At that moment, she was holding a heavy cloth bag containing 11 taels of silver in her right hand and holding her brother's hand with her left, stepping into an inn. Xiong Yuanba was not only not deaf, but also exceptionally skilled in writing and painting. There must be something wrong here. Are you sure about the green light energy that appeared after the wormhole experiment? Aren't you a nuclear energy researcher? How do you know so much? Chen Mu asked seriously. He admired those who dared to take the initiative, but he didn't have high expectations for these hundreds of people. Before she could think too much, the person who had been kicked had already gotten up and was swinging a machete at his back. However, if one wanted to recite it flawlessly, it had to be memorized deliberately, otherwise, it was impossible. There wasn't enough space, and half the people were still living in tents. But don't worry. The tents are thick and have enough charcoal for heating, so no one will freeze. The remaining houses are being constructed vigorously and will be completed in 4 to 5 days, Yang Xian replied. Among those present, only Yi Xiuyu and Li Zong knew what the education department's action team represented. The others were completely unaware. Chapter 57. A faint sound of shattering came from the spirit treasure gourd, but the gourd didn't actually break. The moment the gourd mouth opened, Yi Lingza noticed countless strands of celestial energy rushing out. Especially Ning Shiyu's mother, Lady Ning Jing, was crying with red eyes, her heart aching to the point of breaking. Even though they had all summoned their own life heroes, the 5 streamers were still caught in chaos and were directly smashed. Just as all the soldiers in the room anxiously awaited Li Jing's final decision, a soldier suddenly came to report at the door. Li Yuehong, ignoring Lu Qianqian's advice, glanced at the car emblem with a hint of disdain in her eyes and got into the car on her own. Even the most foolish of the strong men understood what was going on when they saw these things and threw down their weapons. Seeing this scene, Ku's expression changed slightly. After cursing "damn it," he slowly walked towards Gully. As he walked, he shouted "transform" into a blade, and a gleaming large knife appeared out of thin air in his hand. When he reached the ice block, he raised the large knife and struck fiercely at the icy curtain. Shopkeeper Su. The identity of the suddenly arriving young man was not simple. Go catch his attendants. I want to interrogate them strictly. The middle-aged man, though angry, did not lose his composure and commanded loudly. What are you thinking? Having just one of you is already enough to give me a headache. Having another would just exhaust me. Yi Zhen glared at Yi Xingtian, feeling speechless about his unreliable son. The two exchanged smiles, realizing that the invincibility of Sunlight City had been completely replaced by the everlasting dynasty, and on the Nebula continent. They could only huddle in Lonely Moon City now. What? Su Zuiyan was taken aback, instinctively looking at his arm, only to find that he indeed had goosebumps. 5 days later, the heavenly demon true energy within Lu Miaozi was finally eradicated, and his damaged body was mostly healed. He only needed to recuperate. Yi Suan closed her eyes in pain, fearing that if she opened them, tears would uncontrollably flow out. Tang Tian, you're being unreasonable. You can't drink. But you definitely need to drink a little, Ma Jinyu said. With such words, we can surely save Leng Xiaohan, right? At least that's the case in Yunzhou, isn't it? You don't want Leng Xiaohan to die, do you? Speaking of the bond in the relics of the Lotus Sword sect, just considering talent alone. The weather, which had been cool, suddenly made everyone around feel as if they were sweating profusely, as if they had instantaneously entered the hottest days of summer. The shoes were wearable and quite comfortable, but the outside was as sharp as a knife, and not just a single-edged knife, but a double-edged one. One could imagine what fate awaited enemies embraced by the purple moon. We can only run. If we escape now, we should still make it. How about we escape now? Yin Pengfei looked at Leng Xiaohan, his face filled with anxiety. If artists were revealed to be dating privately, the impact on themselves and their studio would be enormous. The void passage behind them automatically disappeared. One person and one beast looked out, only to see a deep, completely dark night sky and a piece of pure black earth below. Xia Yushua watched the video, the humorous and ridiculous remarks, along with the constantly repeating bullet comments, making her laugh uncontrollably. If they really met Ji Minchuan, who knows what lies they would come up with to sow discord between them. She absolutely couldn't let them have the chance to succeed. Chapter 58. Please rest assured, owner, I will arrange it right away. Hu Shouqiu quickly got up to take his leave, still marveling as he turned to leave, thinking that this was the way of governance. To seize opportunities that others couldn't see. Following such an owner, the future would not be bad. After saying this, Zheng Jiu turned back to communicate with his companions in the team. The approaching guard team was slightly agitated, quickly splitting into several groups. Some hurried back to report, while others went to maintain order at the roadside. Zheng Jiu led a few people to separate Qin Xiuzai from the 3 guards from earlier. The dead are dead, and the living must continue to live. Such words can only be spoken by an observer. The pain brought to the living by the death of close family members is eternal. It may be hidden away, but it will never be forgotten. He pointed at Jing Yi, and several officers immediately rushed to his side with swords, causing chaos all around. Blue Demon Lily expressed her deep gratitude for his help, saying she would treat him to a meal if she had the chance. After hearing Li Lin's suggestion, Artoria excitedly said that indeed, Li Lin's method was the only way for her to fulfill her obligations to the current monarch, Shiro Amiya, and also effectively repay him. Nearby criminals, orcs, elves, and dwarves stared blankly at him, not understanding why he could still smile or what he meant by what he said, seeing that Gilgamesh had completely ignored his existence. Iskander felt somewhat speechless, but seeing Li Lin standing leisurely to the side, as if watching a play, made him even angrier. However, Bao Bei liked Leitu not because he was strong, but because he was very loyal. This time when they went out to stir up trouble, Leitu was always the first to charge in and the last to retreat. Even after hearing Li Lin's explanation and combining it with his own experiences, Artoria's flushed cheeks still revealed her discomfort with such matters. And as for exchanging bodily fluids to replenish magic, she truly did not want to try that again. Just as the dwarves' camp was on the brink of collapse, Prince Arthas led a large army to finally come over. Yiku was almost glued to her side, ready to help her with anything she needed. As soon as she moved her mouth or even just gave a glance, Yiku would obediently assist her. Before his parents could hold their grandson, He had to first act as one. She wanted to say that she had never forgotten him. But when the words reached her lips, she found it hard to speak. Their love was like this ear hole. Over time, it faded away. She felt increasingly dizzy, her eyes unable to open and her head growing heavier. Yet she wasn't afraid at all because he was there. In the vast white fog, within Luo Tianqing's sea of consciousness, two different souls were at odds with each other. Inside the room, Eugene excitedly approached Yutian, wanting to invite Shuepa to try, not expecting that it could truly bring his father back to life. Eugene felt a surge of emotions. But suddenly, he recalled what Luo Yu had just said, Xuanyin, resurrection. Could it be that the elixir he gave his father was called Xuanyin? Mrs. Gu, why are you here now? Nian greeted each customer as if it were a social engagement, showing no signs of oddity, polite and warm, yet just right. Chapter 59. The Flame God, protected by the Flame God Bell, rebounded any attack, ensuring the Flame God remained unharmed. Suddenly, the space gate burst forth with beams of light, growing stronger, gradually opening to reveal a deep spatial passage. Sister Tang, you're amazing. Wei Zian gave a thumbs up, while Tang Mantiang returned to her seat. Feeling a bit shy, her mom was too direct. However, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. This was not just an empty phrase. So after Zheng Xian finished speaking, Qing Ying, who had been silently sitting beside He Fei, immediately asked a question. But she didn't let them tie up Li Chengqian in such a shameful way. Shaking her head, Bai Shui stepped forward, ready to put Li Chengqian down. However, they were not intimidated. Even though Qin Feng had already dealt with 2 of them, they still had the advantage in numbers. However, what shocked the resurrectors was that these terrifying beasts did not attack the Iron Tree Fort warriors in front of them. Instead, they lay down obediently before the warriors. Some even cheerfully approached to pat their heads and greet them. Before the new recruits could relax their tense nerves, Su Hong under the banner once again loudly supplemented, though the last word cut was pronounced with extra emphasis. This addition was undoubtedly like heavenly music to the new recruits, as they no longer had to worry about the guy on their shoulder disappearing without them noticing. Li Shenglong grinned wickedly, circulating his energy, and suddenly his entire aura began to rise sharply, reaching the sky. At this moment, Yao Hong had to seize the time to cultivate the Supreme Self technique, while also diligently practicing the mental training method of the beast control technique. As the saying goes, 3 people can create a tiger. No matter how clever Chen Yin was, he was still just a mortal, so in that instant, both of them almost believed that Chen Yin had been killed by Dian Wei. A man passed by him, dressed in a suit, around 40 years old. Chen Qing quickly stopped and turned back to grab the man. Yes, my home is not far from school. Retrieving my things shouldn't be hard for Wei Wei, who has been hanging around here for years. Xiang Gangtian realized that since coming to the divine capital, he had offended quite a few powers. The Jiang, Lu, and Jin clans, along with the great Zhao Empire. If not careful, he might actually die at their hands. Shangguan Honglie's silence and avoidance seemed to affirm the doubts in Feng Yufei's heart, prompting him to lash out again with the whip. This time with even more force than before. Outside the house, only a few people were listlessly going about their tasks. The gentle warmth of the day was quiet. I filtered out other sounds, and the voices of Fu Yu and Ji clearly entered my ears. They were pulling my hair and dragging me into the bathroom. Along the way, many people saw, but no one stopped them, and quite a few followed behind to join in the fun. Logically, there shouldn't be. How could Su Tianba be so sure that Chen Xiaoran could win? Not for any reason. Just because Fan Dalong treated me well and saved me from that dark and terrifying past. I am grateful to him and consider him a friend, which is why I am willing to treat him well in return. Watching him act so casually, Yin Taishao showed no intention of taking action. For as he struck down with Xiang Gantian's palm, he realized that his internal Dao Yuan was reversing, almost like a sword piercing through. Though it had only been 7 or 8 days apart, it felt to everyone as if they had lived a lifetime. These short 7 or 8 days had everyone living in agony, and now they finally saw hope. Wang Yang was finally persuaded by Tang Qiuzhen. The door creaked open slightly. Hu Yin Qingbi, seeing Gong Jiu's eager expression, shot him a cold glare and said in a deep voice, "This is not the capital. Nor is it your Xianwang mansion. He is mine today, no one can fight me for him." It seemed he was eager to engage in a contest with Wuxing. Thinking that Mu Hualan entered the secret realm for Qi Xiu and faced such a situation, he felt resentment toward Qi Xiu. Yet rationally, he knew it wasn't Qi Xiu's fault. Entering the secret realm was Mu Hualan's own choice, and he was venting his anger. Ji Ruomin opened her eyes to see the two at the door, just as she was about to question them. She shot Linen in a glare and answered the phone first. Chapter 60. Countless Emperor-level, Heavenly Emperor-level, and even Saint Emperor-level experts gathered, their crowns like clouds. In just 3 months, a mere South Spirit Sacred River had gathered more than 300 Saint Emperor-level beings. However, I also had no intention of letting Tila extract the poison from me. If Tila got poisoned again, that would be a huge problem. Brother, how old are you really? De Zhuang looked at Wang Fun in shock, stammering, with such strength and such a treasure, but this only passed 6/10? At this rate of consumption, it would be hard to keep up. Now that this army's blood was stirred, attacking the Jingjue and the other 8 nations would be much easier. Jia is so outstanding. Why does she need an internship? She can go straight to being the boss. Wang Fun said after downing a couple of drinks, his uncle's words hitting the mark. Managing the finances himself was too tiring, and he didn't trust others to handle it. Jia was studying accounting, and he was planning to let her help manage the accounts. The Queen Mother of Heaven couldn't help but feel strange. She didn't expect that the Avalokiteshvara, who was considered the most beautiful in the Buddhist realm, would also be so bare when uniting with Shiryu. The Ruan family was both anxious and angry. What should they do? If they left Qinhua in the capital, what use would her plans have? Lin Shuang got out of the taxi with Luo Bei, heading towards the old building they rented. Luo Bei didn't ask any questions along the way, seeming not to find anything strange. Lin Shuang looked at Luo Bei in confusion, feeling quite puzzled. The old ancestor of the Hua family waved his hand. An invisible force of the great Tao supporting Han Ming's body. Zhou Batong wanted to return to his seat when the leopard appeared. Hearing the laughter and chatter from the pavilion, he could no longer hold back and swiftly returned like the wind, feeding the leopard together with Shagu. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Xiao, after his rebirth, had keen senses and faintly heard some voices, piecing together the content with lip movements, guessing about 8 or 9 parts right. However, such an account book was already a person of great influence in the eyes of the second uncle, and even if he concealed it from his parents, he needed to find a way out for his child. Thank you, Teacher Yin. Su Damao looked at Yin Bugue, who was closely following him, and offered him a cigarette. The many onlookers were horrified, involuntarily retreating, feeling their bodies stiffen, as if they were not in control. Lu Ji and Yu Rongyan, standing behind Hihua, stood tall and straight. He has made contributions to the rescue mission. Not only can he receive more food, but he can also stay in Xi'an to become an official. The heart that has been hanging in the balance is finally at ease. As for whether you are a tyrant or not, it's not for you to say. It should be left for future generations to evaluate. The gains obtained online will also yield results offline, and when they can be accessed or used at the gaming base, it will be worthwhile. Although there is still a long way to go compared to the previous master who specialized in this skill, in terms of ease, it is even better. Academic exchange is about learning together and improving oneself. If Meng Shangqing and the teacher have both improved, then that is academic exchange. They hope to build momentum in the final match, at least not to be as tense as the previous 3 matches. However, given the current situation, it is clearly quite difficult for the Cleveland Cavaliers to break away from the previous state of affairs all at once. Chapter 61. Li Baran could not move at all. Knowing he was imprisoned by Master Qingya, he thought that since things had come to this point, there was no way to clear himself without offending the Jin family. Li Baran gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Since he had already offended them, he might as well go all the way. A few times, she saw the second master talking to a man, and every time, Imocho felt that the second master's expression was serious and cold, and the temperature around him dropped a degree, though it wasn't the kind of unhappiness. However, Jiaoyi did not dare to disobey Qin Siyu's orders. After all, Qin Siyu was the master here, and despite his reluctance, he could only obey. What is there that cannot be said? It's all very mysterious. Han Tao thought there was nothing that couldn't be said. Xiao Jinghua was sobbing beside me, each cry like shattered glass, hitting my heart. Reporting to Master Nangong, we indeed heard the human soldiers refer to their commander in this way. A dozen people replied. The Dragon Abyss's 17 riders paused when they heard the incantation. If they weren't here to cause trouble, then what were they here for? Don't say they just wandered over. Dust rose, the ground shook, and the orderly iron cavalry looked quite imposing. The demon generals atop their horses had fierce expressions. Could it be that a disciple of the Tao came alone to Zhejiang City? Is there no one in our demon clan? Guanzhou did not notice Hong Yang's furious gaze. At this moment, she was staring intently at Gu Mingchuan without blinking. When he reached out without saying a word, she paused for a moment before obediently taking off her backpack and handing it to him. Xiao Yan's gaze fell on the performer area, where Gong Mingming had just finished her break and returned to the scene. After a while, when her eyes adjusted to the brightness, she sat up from the bed. Xie Bin gritted his teeth. He glanced at Chang Yu, whose eyes were full of cold light, so scared that he lowered his head but didn't say a word. The booth setup was nearing its end. After all, they had the home field advantage. Wuxi's units and companies entered early, unlike Yun Yan, which arrived at Wuxi at this time. However, the organizing committee also allowed sufficient time for each company to set up. The exhibition would officially start 3 days later. These soldiers could see the shadow of Yutuo on the city tower from afar and learned a saying from the Han people, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. This journey was cold and uncomfortable, and upon hearing Fan Xiao's words, everyone's face lit up with joy. Just like that, these car thieves were taken away by the police. After Liang Tian's police cars left, they put away their own cars and disappeared from the road. Yi had new hope behind her. The program team was like a father, holding high-end endorsements. With a gold medal agent in her left hand and an Interstellar Federation dance queen in her right, and also backed by the musical genius Yang Siwei. Speaking of which, the cultivator who first proposed this suggestion looked around at everyone present with some excitement, but the desire in his eyes was evident, showing how much he coveted the just-released divine artifact. She just helped Madame Qian out of the Qian family temple, then got into the carriage and headed towards the capital. With Madame Qian sitting inside, teased by him, Yin Yin Chi couldn't continue singing. The two lay in bed, looking at each other on the screen and chatting. Haha, it seems I was still careless. The young man from the Tai family smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to encounter an ancient martial artist. Looking at Lu Bin, he didn't seem to belong to any of the prominent families, but in this place with weak spiritual energy, someone had a cultivation level not lower than his own, which filled him with deep anger apart from jealousy. Lu Bin glanced at the young man lightly, then shifted his gaze away, not responding to him, turned to leave. His goal was to kill Huang Hai. After killing him, the Huang Knife Club would be facing disbandment. He didn't need to create an enemy for himself, especially not an ancient martial artist. Therefore, it was better to avoid trouble. She walked to the spirit herb, which was initially a lifeless spirit tool, making it even more deceptive. If it weren't for the unusual spiritual energy here, she might not even have realized someone had tampered with it. Chapter 62. When he saw them, Feng Wuqing was momentarily dazzled, appearing on the battlefield of the endless sea. The shy fairy, seeing he could gain benefits, changed her previously worried expression, her demeanor a bit strange. Instead of being angry, she was pleased and smiled lightly, feeling that her effort to help Nin Gongpu was not in vain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jie's heart skipped a beat. In a world severely lacking in security, he hated the unknown changes the most. It could be that they could directly delineate a temporary independent battlefield outside the rules of the Wind River. Zhang Riyun was in so much pain that cold sweat poured down like rain. His clothes, which had just dried, were soaked again with sweat. He forced a smile on his face, but said, "That's a matter for tomorrow. If the young lady doesn't have anything new to deal with me now, I might as well go to sleep." After saying that, he was about to lie down on the ground. Because yesterday, Qin Feng had killed his personal eunuch Zhao Gui in front of the second Prince Qin Liang. "Don't touch me. It doesn't look good." Chewing skillfully flicked her wrist, slightly shaking, freeing her elbow. This was very important. If she were pregnant, she indeed had to marry. But what if the emperor didn't allow it, and the child was born before the grand wedding? That would be a serious problem. There is a saying that a concubine can have children, but no precedent for a wife giving birth first. Long before that day, the Ming jewelry store had quietly been registered under Qu Yingran's name, and at the same time, that batch of jadeite had also been transferred to her through Ming Kong. The iron cavalry struggled hard, their eyes wide open, but no one could hear their muffled voices. To deal with General Zhang Liao, it was either peace across the seas or a day of earth-shattering chaos. How could he remain calm? Sanren listened, unchanged in his actions, smiled a couple of times, and said, "Has the Empress forgotten what the Emperor said? If the Empress goes in like this, it might be fine. But if she angers the Emperor, what do you think he will do?" Ao Tianji's body froze for a moment, complex emotions swirling in his eyes. But he did not turn around to support her. Instead, he directly opened the car door, got in, slammed the door shut, and then started the engine, speeding away past Wan Yinshi. The man's coat was the top-notch professional mountaineering outfit, waterproof, breathable, and warm. Lin Xiangwan was completely covered by it, feeling a warm sensation that she couldn't refuse. The suited man had not practiced iron sand palm and had no choice but to loosen his fingers. The burly man who snatched the computer bag took it and ran towards the exit. "You are a doctor. Do you think it's possible for a person to grow wings?" Situ Jingheng asked. Lu Wangfu and LV Qingxing were momentarily stunned, as if Lin Jinhong had already grasped the essence of the problem. A hint of guilt flashed in their eyes, and for the first time, they spoke in unison. "We are confident." The voices of the young and the old blended together, seemingly without any barriers. "Do you think the theory of yin and yang and the 5 elements is scientific? What are wood, fire, earth, metal, and water? What do you think about the heart governing the spirit and the spleen governing transformation? Do you think that is scientific? The Western medicine has clearly stated through dissection where the spirit resides. It's in the brain. What is the spleen for? The spleen is merely an immune organ. The vanguard of the Qingma army is the Cavalry 258 Division, which consists of 4 cavalry regiments and has a total strength of over 10,000, led by Ma Dixing, a direct subordinate of Ma Bufang. At this point, those around who were still somewhat unclear about the truth began to believe that Zhang Ranran had indeed betrayed and abandoned Li Chenglin. Previously sympathetic towards Li Chenglin, they now looked down on him with contempt, especially a few boys who couldn't hold back their scorn, causing Li Chenglin's heart to sink to the depths. Taking a sip of the cocktail in her glass, Murong Xiao sighed slightly, thinking that the happiest thing in the world is having a bonfire to warm oneself in the cold winter and being able to drink iced beverages in the hot summer. She then poured her a cup of hot water, helped her drink a few sips, and quietly sat beside her on the bed. Jizia could no longer recall when this feeling had arisen. Perhaps it had begun when facing the great fire spirit phoenix in the boundary space. For the first time in her life, Jizia was protected by a man she regarded as the opposite sex. Chapter 63. Zijing Jinjuan said, "Xinghe, you must restrain the person you have chosen, and try not to cause trouble that could lead to continuous gaps between the factions." Dugu Hechuan pondered for a moment, stood up, and walked inside slowly. What he saw was nothing but misty water. In an instant, his entire body was soaked in water, cleansing his body and refining his true essence. Inside, power was condensing, power was dispersing, connecting, and new power was being generated. On this day, Dugu Hechuan felt a bit thirsty and took out a wine gourd to drink deeply. Suddenly, Zhong Lang stood up, his eyes emitting an unusual green light, piercing through the sphere of lightning. Dugu Hechuan also stood up abruptly, staring in shock at what was below. Tong Jie regained her composure and immediately asked what kind of Buddhist law this was, as it involved the 3 realms and the 6 paths of reincarnation. Thus, while the ghost messengers were tormented by yang energy, they hastened to investigate the cause and effect. Although this person had extraordinary cultivation, he could not escape the eyes of heaven and earth. Wherever he had been, he would inevitably leave some traces. When camping in the wild during a thunderstorm, one should not choose high mountain tops, open valleys, cliffs, or riverbanks, especially not beneath sparse tall trees, as it is extremely dangerous to avoid thunderstorms. However, this was not a problem for Han Li, who possessed the celestial bottle. The issue was how to obtain the formula for the pill. He didn't have many spirit stones, but he had specifically cultivated 2 600-year-old spiritual herbs, which should be worth about the same in spirit stones. It is estimated that her husband, as she said, only cares about her body and does not consider her health at all. Li Xiang said, "I don't know. I ran into Shishue on the road and brought her back." "What about deducting his silver? All his money for going out is gone. The fabric for making clothes is not as good as before." Don't ask how they saw it while escaping. Curiosity is human nature, and even when they are fleeing, they can't help but look back. Lin Yi keenly noticed that the content revealed even contained the words chlorpromazine. The birthday star has arrived. After greeting the Jade Emperor, he also saw the Tathagata and thanked him, saying, "I heard that the demon monkey was brought to the Do Shui Palace by the old lord for training, thinking it would ensure peace, but unexpectedly, he rebelled again. I cannot become your king." Xian Yan, who had been silent, slowly spoke, his tone serious and heavy. The Grand Elder's expression was extremely serious. "If there is another time, I will punish you for disrespecting the young city lord." He was an old minister of Tianai City, always loyal to the Hellion family. Hellion Yushu was entrusted to him by the old city lord before his death. At that time, the old city lord only had one phrase: "If you can assist, then assist." If you cannot assist, then establish him. They no longer had time to waste. According to intelligence, Lei Ke's organization had washed at least 10 beads, while Lin Ran's side had a total of 8 beads. This means there are still 6 scarlet beads that have not been found, which may have fallen into someone's hands or may still be in the hands of a demon-level ghost. The Earth-Fire Immortal Master looked at the painfully suffering Zhang Ziqiang and sighed, then pointed with his hand. And a barely noticeable light shot from his fingertip towards Zhang Ziqiang's head. Although the Fire Phoenix Hall is not as grand as it was 100 years ago, it was still built according to the original design, especially the Tuzhong tall and vividly carved totem fire beast statue, which was brought out from the old clan in Chaoga City. All right, I'll be straightforward with you. 2,000 taels of silver. And also cancel all the contracts I signed in Pingyang. If not, please leave, Lord Ho. Saying this, he was about to serve tea to the unwelcome guest. After connecting, Li Tianan didn't say anything else. The situation between him and Zhang Yiling was quite delicate, so it was better to maintain some distance to avoid causing displeasure. Bruce Wayne's life or death was of no concern to Solon, even if he was Gotham's vigilante. The complete destruction of Gotham after 400 or 500 years was merely a historical event. Who still cared about rampant crime? Thus, Lianhua Film Industry only called out, and the premiere venue was soon crowded with stars and movie company bosses. Shortly after, Han Gu received a message from Zheng Yunfeng, which turned out to be the sales data for Lin Zio's new album from yesterday. Chapter 64. As for those below, Su Fu and his party were subtly at odds with Song Lingyun, each forming 2 opposing sides. Ru Ji's phoenix eyes lifted slightly, and a hint of faint resentment flickered in her charming gaze as she coldly said, "You all go out. I have something to say to him alone." In front of everyone, she was able to act without restraint. I feigned calmness and watched as everyone retreated one by one. What? So he is deliberately looking for trouble with me? The lion demon was taken aback. This observer was quite cunning, knowing he was outnumbered and simply staying in jail. It was precisely because of thinking too much in that moment that when I looked at Juju, my eyes could no longer hide the fear. Lang Fengping, you were my friend before, a good friend, but from today onwards, I do not know you. If I see you again, I will definitely kill you. Meng Zifen, with red eyes, pointed at Lang Fengping's nose and said, Gufeng sincerely praised, good archery. Yet his actions did not dare to slacken. The feathered arrows flew out rapidly, and the arrows shot by the two collided accurately in midair, sparking countless sparks before falling onto the grass in the center. The last sentence was blocked by the lowered curtain, and Yu Jingqi even thought she had misheard. At this moment, the 2 police officers finally regained their composure, their hearts racing with anxiety. With such skill, even if the 2 teamed up, they would likely not be a match for this man. Getting into a taxi headed for Wang's villa, the driver seemed to be frightened by my grim expression and remained silent throughout the journey. I don't drink. She refused without thinking. Ever since she got pregnant, not to mention alcohol, if she dared to stare at a bottle for more than 30 seconds, she would be taught a lesson by Qing Moyan. For some reason, facing the powerless demonstration of this ghost baby, a surge of heat suddenly appeared in my eyes, as if what was called the ghost eye of the underworld had been stimulated. He had the main hall of the palace tidied up and moved in with Xia Xiaoxiao. After everything was set, several days had passed. Tang Xiaoyi felt that Qin Huangdao was likely the real landing site of the Beiyang fleet. He looked up at Yuan Shikai, who was still talking incessantly on the platform, shook his head lightly, and quietly muttered, the battle of Meng Song and Jin. Then he buried this thought deep in his heart. Shock. The shock I felt was beyond description. The flower, bird, and fish market was already quite large, and he turned out to be the boss of all flower, bird, and fish markets? The 2 rushed out the door, and at that moment, the new soldiers in the surrounding dormitories opened their doors to see what was happening, as the fierce fighting and screams had been heard even on the 5th floor. Bai Chengxi, hearing this, was stunned at the sight of the heads and immediately fell silent, glaring at Li Dachao, who felt self-satisfied. I don't insist that you must do this. General Ji once said that as long as you are willing, you can leave at any time. Captain Gao suddenly laughed, but his eyes revealed a look of disdain. After all, he was a child from a wealthy family. How could he endure such hardship? I knew you were the best. The expression on my face turned joyful as in you walked over, wanting to hug me. Is digging a hole enough? Use an earthquake to eliminate the Mountain King for me. Nonsense tree. Yan Ing shouted, and indeed, they had prepared the earthquake skill to deal with the Mountain King. AI Wan was startled and rushed over to see that the fur around the snow wolf's neck had already been dyed a glaring blood red, now lying on the arena. Its bright red blood unrestrainedly staining its fur and the arena. Chapter 65. Niao Wanli nodded, very satisfied that his subordinates could investigate so much in such a short time. But his gaze couldn't help but fall on Gao Feng, waiting for Gao Feng's conclusion. However, this situation probably had little chance of happening. As soon as the disciple of the law enforcement hall finished speaking, someone immediately raised objections. Even if the jewelry box would be burned, the jewelry inside would never be completely destroyed. Even the biggest fire would leave some traces behind. This guy, doesn't he pay attention while driving? Zhang Nin scolded loudly, believing that Wu Yu's car accident happened because he was fleeing too hastily. When Su Mushua said this, her gaze was not as warm as her voice, but carried a hint of intimidation, like sharp silver needles piercing directly at Qin Yingran. If it were before, he might have believed others and even sought help from the Zhou family. But now he only trusted Yang Xiantong. Since Yang Xiantong said so, there must be some reason behind it. Yang Xiantong found it easy to make money and didn't need to overthink it. The emperor's brother dares to defy my will. This gift is unacceptable. The voice of Beichen Yuan was filled with extreme dissatisfaction. Perhaps he had been watching for a while. As Xian Yinshi even felt his gaze on the back of her foot, causing her 5 toes on her right foot to curl up awkwardly. She originally intended to leave by car. But when she turned her head and saw the recruitment sign standing next to the CF, her movement paused. She quickly finished the remaining half, tidied up the fork and plate, and then saw Rong Xiu coming out of the bathroom. Although it was still relatively early to come down the mountain, it was already evening by the time she reached the cable car station. After tidying up and returning to the hotel, it was already dark. Almost in an instant, Wu Yin collected the demon spirit and concealed his figure. By the time the other earth dragons reacted, it was already too late. So they waited for an hour, then 2 hours. But the thin man still hadn't come down from his room upstairs. Unable to hold back, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood, scaring Shengguan Baozi to rush forward. Just as he was about to use his energy to help, he was pulled aside by Qi Yi. He excitedly sat down next to Yin Yulan. This time was different from before. Although he had sat with Yin Yulan before, there had always been a certain distance between them. The annual protection fee was quite considerable. And with Guoguan Mountain Villa as an intermediary, many guests who came there would be introduced to bars, underground casinos, and tourism projects under the Qinglong gang. He reached out and rubbed Tong Yangyang's head. At that moment, he no longer said that he would mess up his hairstyle. The immortal venerable not pursuing the matter does not mean that the Fengyun immortal attendant will not pursue it. Which is why there are situations of detaining people within their immortal sect, and why there is this Fengdu envoy, and why the Fengyun immortal attendant personally came. Nancy thought for a moment and really didn't notice, mainly because her attention was not on the car behind but entirely on the scenery in the distance. Immersed in her own thoughts, Zhu Jian shook his head and said, "Tell me who Yi Liangchen is." "I, Zhu Jian, want to see if there's anyone in this world that I don't know," Zhu Jian said with some anger on his face. "The first time I met Daoist Qin. I hope Daoist Qin can succeed. Truly, he is the pavilion master, following the venerable one, and occasionally returns. Even if I asked the sword pavilion. I have also become a swordsman." Haisha Daoist laughed and said, "To be honest, I came here 3 times last night. How many times did you come? You look quite tired. Is it your kidneys that are not well?" Zhang Xiyu was gossiping, actually losing in all aspects, trying to regain confidence from this angle. But at that time, was its memory still intact? Would it be affected by madness and forget too many things? When you showed me the photo album, you could tell me everything about him in the pictures. I was still foolish. When a first-level dragon sovereign released a terrifying spiritual pressure, all the elders and disciples outside the restaurant seemed to feel a sense of annihilation like the end of the world. Hu Yan's expression changed. Luo Bo saw this. She was able to not fully immerse herself in the important matter of eating, which was already a strong willpower. Dugu Yu thought for a moment and then said, "Which of you two will come over to give me a shoulder massage or something?" Dugu Yu said while shaking her shoulders lightly. Now, when asked again, although her brain was spinning rapidly, she still couldn't say what she wanted to eat. Chapter 66. After several reminders to enter through the front door, Xing Yue seemed to be listening with one ear and letting it out the other, and Feng Luo was also quite helpless about this. Obviously, Yuan Supreme had long been prepared, dividing countless primordial clones to go to many original places to find the masters of the Tao energy in various places of the source, and to copy and integrate their foundational advantages. I cannot involve the Kanglin Palace. So Xingyue had to make up a reason, saying that Fenghua revealed everything after getting drunk. But even so, Shimin Zhushue's sword still cut through Feng Ying's face, and blood slowly flowed down. When those present heard that the second elder had learned an evil skill that absorbed all the essence energy from the fifth elder, their faces were filled with shock, followed by anger. Upon learning that Xingyue had left to search for spiritual artifacts, Nansun originally wanted to follow, but was refused by Feng Luo in the name of Mr. Jun. After graduation, Zhang Yin went to Donghai, and it was said that she found a job at a foreign company, unexpectedly working as a waitress in a CAF. That big hand instantly disintegrated, smashed by a huge dragon python, turning into powder and scattering between heaven and earth. Zhang Yuanhao held the jade in his hand, flipping it over and over several times, but found nothing wrong. It seemed like just a piece of ordinary jade carved with an eye. The cold wind was like a knife. In the night, Xiao Qing'er tightly hugged her thin body with both hands, appearing lonely and dependent. At this moment, Chu Feng had just taken his seat as a judge, and the official live broadcast channel screen directly cut to him. Guan Jing was about to say something more, but thought better of it. In my heart, I thought, alas, the Lord's move is to abandon these counties and fortify Yijing. But if so, wouldn't Han Wei dominate Yuzhou? Fine. I'll go to work tomorrow. You can use the computer on the desk. You have the password. If you want to use your own computer, connect it yourself. There are spare keys hanging by the door. Just take one when you go out. After saying this, Ao Shue prepared the ingredients for cooking tomorrow morning. As the caster of the elven spell, Julius knew very well how powerful the destructive force contained in these colorful lights was. However, even so, it was still easily split apart by a man who was like a fierce beast from ancient times. Here, take this. I have more at home. You can take this one. Lia handed over a school uniform. Perhaps sensing Long Xia's arrival, under the life and death crisis, the person's cries suddenly stopped. But Zheng Shuai didn't know what Sumo was thinking. Seeing the look in Sumo's eyes, he thought he had exposed something, and quickly became vigilant, resulting in the two of them starting to drink even more schemingly. Additionally, the reason why the golden vine tree is named so is not only because it is incredibly tough, but also because it is not afraid of fire, lightning, or freezing, making it a deathless golden steel, a miraculous vine tree. After playing, a blue-skinned cat and a human lay in an undignified large font, comfortably squinting their eyes. Suddenly, Su Rue looked at the sheriff, not caring about her meticulous appearance as she frowned in observation. Gu Yufan understood Xiao Tianhao's eagerness to take on a task, but for the sake of long-term combat preparations, she still arranged for him to remain in hiding. Following Sin Shinner's finger, the old Lu who had just entered ahead of them was now smiling at Zhao Qir. Hearing her mother's words, Mu Ziqin became even more confused. She had just taken a nap, so why did it feel like she had been in a coma for a long time? Unexpectedly, before a decision was made, right in front of them, a sudden bang sounded, and the rock shattered in an instant. The two were immediately exposed in front of everyone. Zhang Xinghan sat on a luxurious genuine leather sofa, looking at the beautifully patterned and brightly colored tiles on the floor, as well as the exquisite furniture combining Chinese and Western styles placed in the spacious living room. He couldn't help but exclaim. The so-called elder brother deity proudly remarked, "Those two big fools, only growing tall, but not wise, quite the case." Yi Xian widened his eyes, using the sensing ability of the heavenly demon divine ring. He tightly focused his gaze on the 6 ancient coffins, feeling the hidden demonic energy that was chilling and suffocating. With this sentence, Zhang Song felt much more at ease. Chun Lian also did not delay any further and directly left, rushing towards the venue. "No support for the moon. How to kill you? I haven't figured that out yet. So hurry up and say something, and I'll spare you." The brother thought of everything. "So before I leave, I'll throw the head over the wall into your garden. You just be careful." After finishing, Zhang Zhongjian drank another cup and left with his long knife. Chapter 67. The expected characters have all arrived. Reporters turned on their cameras, and the Environmental Advocacy Conference officially began. Tian Tian received 9 Pegasus Soul Pearls and happily said, "Thank you, Brother Yun." Saying this, she took out one of the Pegasus Soul Pearls from her backpack and combined the 10 pearls to choose to use them. The world here has become, while disasters continue to happen outside, as if the real apocalypse has truly arrived. Some saints frowned, not understanding what the ancestor of the blood-eating ancient tree was going crazy about, roaring with their totem flag. Those in the know were worried, while those who were not laughed. Affected places were panicking and preparing, while unaffected places were cheering and watching the show. Yet, they did not realize that this seemingly schadenfreude mentality was the ugliest aspect of the world. This is a hard-to-determine order. The worst banquet is worth 10 yuan. While the most luxurious crime banquet often costs hundreds of thousands, or even more, which is immeasurable. Mu Chong tied the three people's hands and feet, blocked their mouths, and then brought a bucket of cold water to splash on them to wake them up. Long Qingping stared blankly at Chen Ao, momentarily unsure of what to say, as if meeting him for the first time. Then her eyes flickered, and a person exactly like her walked out from her shadow, glanced at the people in the room, and disappeared. No way. However, contrary to the captain's expectations, Arno's expression was serious as he firmly rejected Golden's suggestion. Meanwhile, on the land of the Qin state below, countless people gasped in shock. No one doubted the truth of the words, because those who reached the realm of Amitabha would never stoop to lie about such matters. This passage, Li Hao had once said to Wei Zhang. As long as Wei Zhang's memory wasn't too poor, he should remember, after all. Li Hao hadn't said much to him. At that time, Wang Cuiqin, feeling heartbroken, planned to take good care of Miao Miao's injuries, believing it might heal in 2 months. Chen Luo, upon hearing this, looked at Yi Beichen's oddly smiling face and felt a tightness in his back, daring not to approach. At this point, Ling Leshan and Duan Zhongyun dared not move, and the other family heads were also too frightened to speak. However, she wouldn't really use her mental power to probe Lu Chen, nor would she easily believe Lu Chen's words. Silent Hill has little to do with him for now. As for ingredients, he still had plenty in his storage ring. If the restaurant opened, it would be enough to last 10 days or half a month, and by then, he could gather more in the human realm. If the Li family couldn't conquer the Lin family, there would be no talk of killing Lin Tao. And if Lin Tao wasn't killed, no matter how much advantage the Li family gained in battle, they would still lose. In that moment, Su Aoyan had already devised a strategy to defeat the enemy, capture the king first. Since there was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he would deal with him first before turning to the early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He then drew out the heavenly measuring ruler, preparing for a desperate fight. In the face of life and death crisis, the cultivators no longer cared about distinguishing between friend and foe. Everyone had a common thought, to wholeheartedly unite and face the greatest crisis the Qingtian continent had ever seen. Suddenly one day, his chief master, Yu Qingzi, quietly called Chun Xiang into a separate room, looked around to ensure no one was present, and then began to speak with Chun Xiang. Shilu Wei and Luna, the sisters, exchanged glances, then all looked at Lin Fong with incredulous expressions. However, the giant tower was very vague, shrouded in clouds and mist. Yi Ming couldn't see clearly. He only felt that Ding Tian Palace was very large, with towering buildings resembling a giant city floating in the air. Yi Zhengtang deeply looked at Yi Ming. In fact, he wanted to take the opportunity to dismiss Yi Ming from the position of substitute elder, but unfortunately, just based on Yi Ming's few rebuttals, the crime wasn't serious enough to warrant dismissal. Chapter 68. It's okay, these aren't big secrets. Look, this is me and Qiansu, the first time I cried. He left me his tears, so this necklace proves that he has something to apologize for. So when you see this necklace, you must treat me well. Xiaozhu said while smiling, looking very happy. Shu Ting was also a bit tired, so she got up to leave. The place they were in was relatively remote, and to return to the passage they had just entered, they had to go through the most crowded area, which was inevitably a bit cramped. As soon as they got outside, Ma Zi was the first to happily run to the wine cabinet, and seeing this guy so excited, Lin Muyu found it somewhat amusing. I, Su Wan, thought I would resolutely answer yes, but I couldn't say a word. After experiencing so much, she had moved from one body to another, from Jiang Wan to Su Ziki, from revenge to confusion. Could all these things be smoothed over in the other person's heart? Xiaozhu looked at the parakeets on the street, each sporting red and yellow hair, and felt a bit unsafe. She turned to leave, but unexpectedly couldn't get away. Qiansu understood Xiaozhu's lip movements. She wanted him to immediately release his voice. Qiansu wanted to shake his head, but seeing Xiaozhu's raised hands and her eyes gradually filled with anger, he nodded instead. As soon as Mylin arrived downstairs, he saw Shifeng lying among the ruins. Meanwhile, behind him, Tu Ying and a Lai Feilong had rushed over. Let us go back, Yuan Anning said, pointing south. The Longmen Island was blocked by a formation, making it invisible from the outside. A white light pierced through the grand formation. Qilin had already used a unique technique to find the hidden door within the formation and shot an arrow towards it. However, What puzzled Qinshin was how these three people ended up here, and it seemed they had come specifically to find him. Hey, I'm just an old bone. This world now belongs to you young people. But a sensible young person like you is hard to come by, Master Wenkong said with a smile. No one said that the strength of the Yuanqi long knife was insufficient. It was well known that Yuanqi was strong, and this situation could only arise for two reasons. First, the knife wielder was deliberately hiding their capabilities, but in broad daylight, he wouldn't have the guts to do so. Second, the toughness of the 10,000-year-old elm wood was substantial, and even a Yuanqi weapon couldn't cut through it in one stroke. He shook his head, unwilling to continue, but his words vaguely pointed to her cousin Fong Wanking. The fire god was incredibly excited, roaring loudly. If it had a physical form, Wu Outyin could imagine its eyes sparkling with excitement, jumping up and down in delight. Outside, people continued to wait, while inside the room, Yifeng and Shi Daier were already burning hot. Energy surged madly into their bodies. If a regular person saw the speed of this influx, they would surely be shocked. Such a coincidence. Emoshi Bei was taken aback and couldn't help but look down. Chu Junfeng had already pulled open Lu Yizhou's collar, exposing his pale body, with two narrow wounds left by the tips of a sword. In the night, the depth was unclear, but blood continued to gush out. Just as the few of them finished discussing, they heard someone speaking nearby. Turning around, they saw Li Ku coming over, and they quickly bowed in greeting. Don't worry, young master, I'll have someone fix the road right away so you can drive this car in, and we can see how it runs, Uncle Zhang said while running towards the courtyard. Seeing Xiao Fei leaning back in the chair pretending to doze off, Chen Jialin smiled slightly, very subtly, unnoticed by anyone. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Zhou Zhong immediately walked out and opened the courtyard door, only to see Yin Chun standing outside with guards from the city lord's mansion. They immediately recognized it as the back door of the Pei family estate, and when they saw the contents of the photo, everyone was greatly surprised. If I were here, Wang Xiaozhu would have to care for both Shang Jie and his own face. How exhausting. It's better to leave them to sort it out themselves. Chapter 69. A loud crash sounded as the soccer ball changed direction before the back door post, and, with a speed faster than the eye could follow, shot into the goal. Boss, this is the message that the black and white messenger brought you. Big Bear almost burst out laughing. He knew Qin Feng was just showing off, deliberately cooperating, nodding and bowing as he spoke. The Demon Lord's chaotic dark arts rapidly operated. The demon fire god-slaying spear stirred the space into chaos, and then the demon fire burst forth, scorching the world. The god-slaying spear was thrown into the void, and the overwhelming demon fire, combined with thousands of spear shadows, rushed toward the primordial chaos. Only after the fiery hands composed of flames he extended toward Lu Lin were all cut apart by Lu Lin's knife did he seem to have a slight reaction as he slowly raised his left hand, seemingly attempting to protect himself with it. This punch will surely shatter your two fingers. With this roar, Tianji launched his fist, its momentum fiercer than that of a ferocious beast. City Lord Xue Feng quietly watched, initially observing the duel between his son Xue Zhen and Ouyang Feitian. But his gaze unknowingly shifted toward Lu Chun. Zhang Qincheng and Chun Anhao lay on the bathroom floor, reaching out to try to touch Zhang Qincheng. But ultimately their hands fell weakly. What should have been a beautiful melody was mixed with many unpleasant noises, sounding like a dreadful cacophony to the ears. She had thought that Zhang Qincheng and her wedding dress would be grand and luxurious. She never expected to be wearing matching riding outfits with Zhang Qincheng, sitting on the back of an elephant. Now she had completely lost that thought, and moreover, Bei Mingyu had just regained control of his body and couldn't wait to go back to find Xia Rouge, indicating how deep his feelings for her were. Zuying smiled. Fairness. As a judge, do you think I would undermine your fairness? Fairy Lana grinned. I have a strong feeling. Today I will definitely be able to sweep the battlefield. The biological chip was something he was very familiar with. It was the result of decades of research from his previous life, and he never expected it to cross over with him to this world. Some bodies would shine, some would suddenly learn a special skill, some would become anxious, while others would quietly lie down until they evolved, displaying a variety of changes. However, while such skills appeared terrifying, capable of controlling opponents with song and leading them to their own demise, breaking free of them was quite simple. A 1,000-meter-long sword shot into the sky, emitting a dazzling sword light that caused the surrounding space to hum incessantly and the clouds to roll. They were powerless to resist such a strong presence. The disciples from various sects had already captured a lot of information from their conversation. Moku, thank you. Looking at the departing Jin Feng and his group, Luo Wanmei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hu Mingquan inhaled sharply, staring at the young man in front of him, his eyes filled with disbelief. What surprised Zhao Hao, however, was that although this game also contained elements of infiltration and assassination, it leaned more toward assassination and puzzle-solving types. All right, I'll take my leave now. This adult was unwilling to stay even a moment longer and was preparing to leave. The divine light shot from the bowstring locked onto Dao Ling's brow, and he felt the pressure and crisis. If he were hit, it would be a devastating shot. Lu Xian rubbed her chest, still not reacting, when Feng Junzi issued a second sharp shout. Zhao Shui. This time the voice was shorter than the last, but even more deafening, as if someone had set off a firecracker in Lu Xian's ear. Lu Xian quickly covered her ears. He didn't want to go through the experience of almost being killed by the blood god emperor due to insufficient strength again. The domain ahead gradually changed, and a vague old man appeared, wearing a tattered Taoist robe, head slightly bowed, eyes closed. A week later, Zhao Hao boarded his large toy, the space door, heading to San Francisco, bringing James back to the company headquarters. She had already realized clearly that she was not the owner of this house. Even if she moved in, she would merely be a temporary visitor. Chapter 70. Not only that, Zhang Fan also revealed that in the future plan, only 120 people would have the qualification to live here. It's fine, I'm old Du, tough-skinned and thick meat, not afraid. Besides, Daoist Bai has already eaten a skewer during the day, and nothing happened. Short and stout Du Fong immediately started to eat. However, Song Pingan was performing manual chest compressions in the car, but once they reached the hospital, it might turn into an automatic pile driver. Patients who ended up on the pile driver were basically on the brink of death. Tommy had not just learned this truth today. It was only after coming out from Wang Ji's house after drinking that he felt particularly moved. This time, Su Ran could not find any reasons to oppose. Afterwards, Wang Luo did not go out, but simply turned on the recorder, letting the noisy music echo in the room. This was not the end of it. Although Wang Ji's personality was not particularly rigorous, he still maintained a proper attitude towards such an important matter. He had not cleaned himself up yet, despite being anxious. He did not immediately allow his soul to return to his body. A man holding 2 military battle axes, dressed in camouflage and wearing combat boots, slowly walked out. Seeing other clubs speak up, Liang Kuan did not want to incur the wrath of the crowd and turned to Chun Yao with a glance. After staying in a hotel near the construction site for 5 or 6 days, he became increasingly angry and was determined to go home and make a big move. Letting those outsiders know what it meant for a strong dragon not to suppress a local snake. How did he end up giving birth in a cave? And how did he end up in the jaws of a beast? What happened? Had he crossed over again? That day, Zhou Anren had a lot of homework to do. So he took a few minutes to calm his chaotic emotions and began to write seriously. His father had once warned him that the people of the empty sanctuary, from the old domain master to the house servants, were all full of schemes and cunning. Du Yuesheng remained silent. He knew that what Qin Chimei said made sense. Huang Jinrong was just a gang leader at the end of the day and could not be compared to Lu Yongxiang in Qin Chimei's eyes. But he could not share the same thoughts as Qin Chimei. In any case, he had to save Huang Jinrong. After the deputy director finished speaking, he made a gesture inviting others to come forward and stepped down from the podium, giving up his place. The young master allowing Su Momo to return was something neither he nor old Master Shi had anticipated, but they were powerless to stop it. All right, I will board the ship to meet your appointment. Du Yuesheng was finally moved by these 2 words. Qin Juanrong was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why those 2 words had such powerful magic to move Du Yuesheng. Su Momo sat in the 4th row by the window in the classroom. It was not yet class time, and she boredly stared outside, unsure of what to do. He jumped down from the flying sword, took a few gentle steps, and then disappeared. All right, you can go out. If there's something, I will call you again. After Shi Zichen let the doctor out, he glanced at Su Momo, who was still quietly sleeping after receiving N4, but the look of pain on her face was gone. Oh, at that time, I was one of your supporters. Chen Long smiled shyly. This tributary was cut off by a mountain called Zhuorong Peak, while the main stream continued south to the sea, and the tributary sank into the 10,000 great mountains, bringing vigorous life to the land. I will take my leave here, it's late at night, and father should rest early. Zhuge Liang bowed and took his leave from Zhuge Gue. Now the victor is Mr. Boxing King Chen Yaohui. Everyone still cannot believe this fact. Is it really possible? In fact, everyone had high hopes for Li Siyuan, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. It seems that Li Siyuan's popularity is gone. Seeing this result, I wonder what expression he will have when he wakes up. That day, Chen Chun was covered by Hu Wanjuan's poisonous cloud formation, and Han Shanzi handed over the elder token with sensing location to the seventh elder, then concealed himself in the shadows, in case the seventh elder failed. He would have this backup to quietly ambush Tianchun. The general's headquarters was set up in a large courtyard in the West City district, with a back garden. The surrounding houses were relatively few, making it a very quiet residence. The army was stationed in the western suburbs, and the members of the Imperial Guards lived in houses near the general's headquarters. It was obvious they were monitoring. In fact, I can't really explain it. Those stars in my mind, which seem real and illusory, whether they can be called star power is unclear. But your enemies not only know your personality, your likes, and your strengths, but are even more familiar with your weaknesses and flaws. Chapter 71. At the moment Su Dan appeared, many people knew that this meal was probably not going to be enjoyable. Not dying young must become great. I can directly give it to your son. I see your brow shining, possessing the purple star fate. If you don't die in the future, you will definitely have the potential to become an emperor. Su Dan looked around, trying to find a knife to kill this reckless fool. He knew his martial strength was no match for Su Zhong, and to deal with him, he had spent a lot of money last night to find that hidden weapon. That's different. You are my brother. Asking a brother for help is not the same as asking an outsider for help, Yi Zhuxing said. He was only at the taboo level of cultivation now, not even half a step into the divine realm. Even if he fought against the great black golden-winged rock on Ziqing Star, the outcome was uncertain. However, He Zun would not lower himself to the power of Chao Yang, and moreover, joining the Emperor's Guild was not just one method. That folding fan unfolded in the air, rapidly expanding to several hundred zhang, covering half the sky. Although the order was conveyed, the first row of over a dozen ships was filled with injured soldiers, and some ships even had commanding officers who were casualties, making the execution of the order not very orderly. It was equivalent to being split into two batches, rushing towards the Yuan army's artillery boats at different speeds. This second crystal was like a black hole, endlessly absorbing the spiritual power within Yifeng, while Yifeng unhesitatingly continued to meditate, drawing in the surrounding spiritual power into his body. However, after clearly seeing the task standards, He Zun realized that this task was not so easy to complete. The requirement was to protect the giant frog king of the demon clan, and only the player who made the greatest contribution during the protection period would receive 1,000 points. In Slytherin's half-closed eyes flickered an inexplicable light. A bright red tongue moved like a snake between his slightly open teeth, and his aura began to become strange. Humph, those people are probably enemies of the master, Jing Xiushui said, while looking at the red marks left on her wrist. As soon as her voice fell, she began to turn and walk towards the round table not far away, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured a cup of tea. Once her fingertips steadied the teacup, she quickly turned and walked back, then handed the teacup to Sihan. Ning Mingji came for the first time. While stepping on the stairs, she looked at the scenery downstairs, her steps somewhat careless. After Bai Ji and Duan Xian returned, they found that their things had indeed not been touched since they had just sat down, so they ate and drank using the inn supplies. Brother, it's still under renovation inside. It's a mess, and you can't go in yet. Mo Shiqing came over holding some materials. His clothes were very dirty, and he looked like an ordinary laborer. Do I need to explain this to you? I can't possibly have brought it back to be a male pet, right? Xiao Yu joked intentionally. Originally, Zhuang Hanqi and the Black Wolf were still fighting inside the castle, but later they fought with real fire. And the Black Wolf no longer cared about anything, attacking wildly without regard for the surrounding buildings. It was indeed a clever plan. They took the legitimate route. But when it came to the underhanded tactics, they still had to do it themselves. It sounded good, but in reality, it was still about playing the game of infiltration. The mouse raised its head and coldly looked at her, its pair of red eyes seeming to have thoughts, filled with mocking laughter. Yi Fan suddenly saw that under the beam of light, far ahead, there were dense clusters of magical souls, impossible to count, thick as clouds and mountains. The Congolese government forces are no less than the Chinese army. Their loyalty to their country is easily shaken. For 18 years, it was not easy to meet someone who could talk, but Grandpa came and went quickly, so Huda did not pay much attention. The lonely days were gone forever, weren't they? In Chapter 72, a product of the fusion of mutated ogres, ogre hunters, and ogre mages, with mutated attributes, was expelled by the ogre leader Kota. Mo Chun grabbed the nearby Yaoyuan heir, while the great sun illusion demon behind him held on to Yaohua heir and Si Lao, directly throwing them into the door. Yu Xin nodded slightly. Although her body was originally suspended in midair, she lifted her foot and took a step forward. After the first step, she still felt nothing unusual ahead, so she lifted her foot again, and after 3 such steps, she finally sensed that something was wrong. This Zhonglong was indeed a troublemaker. With unknown explosive techniques that no one had seen before, she only had information from the captain indicating he was an explosive expert. Absolutely a master at laying mines. An explosive expert who didn't understand mine laying couldn't be called an explosive expert in the special forces. In the city, Chen Bozong was dressed in a thin robe, leaning against the windowsill of the Yojua Hall, looking outside where it had been 2 days without hearing the heavy rain. The wind blew large raindrops onto his face, and the thunder in his ears was deafening. After seeing this situation, Li Shu, although somewhat concerned about Li Gui's words, had no time to think too much and hurriedly dispelled the effect of the dream come true. Illusion formation? Last time we searched, we passed by there. I even went down that cliff, but I have been to that mountain. There was nothing but trees. A practitioner said. He was very special. So I felt that having him come here was really an unpleasant thing for him. His actions were clearly immoral, but no one could say anything. The strongest guild at the peak now was the Genesis Alliance, and in recent years, the only one who could command it was Jiang Liang. Her gaze was filled with pure innocence. Mo Danqing was somewhat surprised to see that she was not pretentious, but truly confident in her excellence. Until the system declared Tong Tian as the victor on the same day, Kai Ersin still couldn't believe what he saw before him. He couldn't understand why Tong Tian had more than 15 skills. Regarding the system prompt, Tong Tian did not pay too much attention, having previously placed a resurrection pill in his mouth to use immediately upon death. The lieutenant walked to the bedside, and when he saw the cigarette box and phone that had been turned out from under the quilt, his expression darkened. The third masked assassin arrived silently, holding a knife in both hands, with a fierce look in his exposed eyes. Although Pei Sun appeared suddenly, Han Xin remained polite and courteous. He cupped his hands, took the long spear standing on the ground, and disappeared in an instant. Wu Fengqing actually knew that Yang Xiao would not take him along because he had said so last time. A long time later, I finally understood that there could also be such feelings between men. At this moment, they realized that Professor Du was right, although Xiao Tian was young. His realm was indeed beyond their comparison. A segment of ballet made everyone quiet down, staring at her foot that was spinning with her big toe in a daze. Shi Zhenair had already been sentenced and temporarily detained at the police station. It was said that when she confessed, she also identified Shi Yi. But Shi Yi had an alibi. In the end, she perfectly escaped conviction. The treasure chest was just the size of a palm, somewhat heavy. Like it was polished from a whole diamond, very exquisite and dazzling. Because various forces wanted to avoid unnecessary disputes, the national government took the lead to announce their respective lord players. For this, he had contacted the Hokage more than once, but unfortunately, the other party seemed unaware of his thoughts, always soothing him but not allowing him to retreat. Chapter 73. Moreover, Fu Qingxuan's injury was on his hands, not his legs. So movement was not an issue. Lu Ningya had also been busy lately. After all, she really wanted to find the treasures hidden by Zhao Anfen and Lu Da. After this incident, my Tian found that she hadn't seen my Wan for a long time. This guy eats so much, he's as fat as a big meat pile. Isn't he afraid of being crushed by himself? A military spy scoffed, then told Qin Feng to hurry and leave, saying that just seeing that guy's figure was nauseating. During this time, Zhou Zhengwo's work always had problems. The wall tiles were uneven, and the floor was laid unevenly with hollow sounds. Song Yu blinked and ran from across the desk to the same side as Fu Chengxian, looking at the computer screen. However, at this point, no one could stop the operation of this great formation, including Tsang Wang himself. Talking about ideals, bosses are all bastards. Employees' ideal is not to work. And work is just to make money. In these days at the Lu family, every time she said such things, she would be nagged, and Jiang Yunzhao was somewhat scared. Collect enough data for the rookie system and establish a more complete storage system. It will be stronger than all the current ones. As Auditel spread the spiritual realm across the entire royal capital, in a square of the royal capital, an old elf in gray felt something and slowly raised his head. Although not much result was discussed, the convoy still resolutely drove towards the Liuhe district, planning to stay overnight there if possible since it was getting late and driving at night was dangerous. In the void, a huge bronze seal slowly shrank and finally fell into the hands of a person below, who smiled broadly. It was Lin Xiu. Then the members of the Ancestor God Legion saw the outermost beast swaying its head before charging towards them. Very few people would genuinely worry for his safety. They only worried about who would resist the insect race without him. Brother from the same clan, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Li Yinqing said lightly. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being cruel. Then he looked at a high-definition image, only to find that it was still puzzling. But even with the mind magic at his side, Luo Songshi thought differently from most people in this dimension. He still believed that only his physical strength was the most reliable. Wang Li actually came to watch him during his blind date, just to see if it proved that he had her in his heart. Grabbing her clothes, Shui Miao Miao looked at everyone present. It felt like getting into a fight would not end well. By the way, you said earlier that I was busy and mixed up the order. What does that mean? Gui Yan stared closely at Ling Lan. Su Huang saw clearly but did not want these people to escape, having just followed the Lord. Su Huang had a strong desire to perform. Seeing one person retreating to the outer perimeter, he immediately threw his big knife, pinning that person and horse to the ground. Then Su Huang spurred his horse and charged. Because Li Zhan's people acted consistently with Cheng Ying's subordinates, they were not injured. However, Yi Fei turned a blind eye to this quirky older sister's decision. He dared not go against it. Zhang Shoren rudely interrupted her, stepping forward without waiting for Yun Yang to say anything, directly wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her up. After letting Ling Lan lie down in his bedroom, Gu Hanho sat quietly alone in the dark living room. The previously intense anger seemed to have calmed down a bit. He began to think about the killer's intentions. Gu Hanho. Ling Lan rushed in front of Gu Hanhui, a palm accompanied by a chilling wind, crisply slapping his face. However, the cooldown for the Black Flame's Hell triple attack is not short. Even using it 3 times wouldn't instantly kill these monsters with over 30,000 health points. So, Yi Mingzhu probably knows who did that, but chose to be an accomplice. What for? The Qi refining stage is divided into 9 levels, each being a hurdle. And after the 9 levels, there is a great perfection in the Qi refining stage. Moreover, just now, if she had pushed Fan Wan again, Fan Wan would have almost fallen, and when this middle-aged man caught her, it was secretly recorded. This is also why, although Yi Fan is no longer a member of the Yi family, she still chooses to leave with him. After Ma Lisu slapped herself, she stood there in a daze without speaking, and Long Out Yin also felt a bit of awkwardness in the air. I saw Shun Songji's appearance. He was very handsome, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a high nose, and thin lips. In today's context, he could be considered a handsome man, centered around Yi Fan and Tu Yingying. Many black-clothed figures appeared one after another, and Yi Fan could also feel a bone-chilling coldness, with at least 3 snipers aiming at his head. The people around didn't dare to speak, but in this demon realm, the heavenly Tao brings only disaster and endless suffering to these people, along with the trials of reincarnation. Such things are what the heavenly Tao has given them. That day, Aunt Zhao felt quite uncomfortable and said that looking at this situation, she could return to the big house, since old people were no longer useful anyway. Chapter 74. Truly, a failure to catch a chicken leads to a loss of rice. And Yu Qizha is afraid of becoming the laughingstock instead of gaining fame. Several disciples spoke up, although their voices were not loud. They sounded particularly resonant on the silent Luoyun Peak. Considering these 2 matters, the person who rescued Xiani was most likely Uchiha Madara and his subordinates. If it were someone else, knowing that their lady was a hidden heir, they would probably be laughing and unable to sleep at night. Thus, Zhongren took them to see the first house, which was settled right away. This might be the most decisive time among those Zhongren has served. Listening to Lu Jingyu's words, which could not hide his fondness and pampering for Bai He, Liao Rulin felt fear in her heart, thinking of some unspeakable preferences of certain nobles, and that this prince had never had anyone serving him. Could it be? General Sima Liang of Jinshi was appointed as general of Jinnan and commander of the Jingzhou Legion. The former commander of the Jingzhou Legion, Chen Qian, returned to court and took up the position of general of the cavalry. Its immense life force was once again at work, starting to repair its damaged head. Yi Li's strike completely shattered its will to fight. Yes, I didn't find it. The prince wanted to reveal something through his constant hints to do calm. When she looked at the rich brown sugar water and smelled the sweet and bitter scent in the air, Xu Liling took a deep breath, and gulped it all down. Sir, you've arrived. This is your bedroom, and it has been tidied up for you. Zhang Zuilin quickly approached with a basket of vegetables to greet him. The only reason both chambers of commerce closed simultaneously in their territory was that something happened to the Zhao family. You see for yourself what's going on. Shi Jin angrily pointed at himself, and the awkward Long Chuxue and the others intentionally avoided eye contact. Because students' holidays are short, the month before the new year is the only time we can earn enough money here, and it had been exactly a month today. She planned to stick it out until today to resign and go home for the new year, but who knew there would be an incident just before leaving? Which is why she was particularly grateful to me. Uncle, we can't be entirely blamed this time. To be honest, the Japanese were set up by that celestial wolf of the Manchu Kuo. We were merely peripheral figures in this plot. The Japanese only wanted a scapegoat. Wang Jingwei nodded in appreciation at Xiaoshan's concise words. After speaking, he smiled at Wang Bing, who immediately rolled his eyes. Thinking that Bai Yuntao was indeed an old fox. This tactic of retreating to advance was truly clever, and once he said that, Wang Bing had no chance to refute. Shiman, you have no objections, right? Sister Ming did not pay attention to Jin Qian and felt slightly uncomfortable. What was going on with Jin Qian that she seemed to short-circuit upon seeing Shiman? The moment Li Tian entered, almost all the souls turned to look at him, as if assessing this new soul. As far as I know, the participants in the academy battles in previous years reached the level of mage, and only Lei Mingxian among us has reached that level. Is that really okay? Han Yu asked. He Yuan's consciousness was now completely muddled, unable to communicate normally, only knowing to open his mouth and ask. The heavenly dragon has come, which is surprising. It can help the 9 great phoenixes kill Mo Yufei. But why are these 3 outstanding people here to cause trouble? The illusory demon mother felt displeased. Mo Xiaochen picked up his cup, took a small sip of warm water, and did not put the cup down but held it in his palm. In any case, it can be said that every city in the game is a massive energy collective with corresponding attributes. Having said that, he stepped aside, and Mo did not hesitate to enter the ward. Only with such confidence can one truly face the changes of the future without worry. A trace of desolation crossed Qin Mu's eyes, yet the corner of his mouth curled up into a gentle arc. Ran. I have promised my mom that once the matters with Xiao Chun are settled, I will return to the city to develop and stay by their side to fulfill my filial duty. Even business chambers like the Tianzhou Chamber of Commerce, which are primarily for business, came here not only for business, but also for the inheritance of the sword god. Over the years, Song Yun has indeed gained experience. Especially during these 2 years in office, the officialdom is truly a good place to train people. Clearly, upon learning of this matter, the real Tianhuang Zhenren appeared particularly furious. And at that moment, he jumped up and cursed, never expecting someone would impersonate him, until a buzzing sound from a vibrating phone brought Murong Yunshang to turn and walk to the side. Fu Chong? It was inconvenient to stay longer. After returning to the hotel, Han Dong remembered what Gong Qiuling had instructed. It was almost 1 in the morning when they drove to the airport. Chapter 75. A classmate of mine opened an office abroad and wants me to go there. Of course, that's not the only reason. If it were, he wouldn't have waited until now. Z took out a black remote control from the drawer under the coffee table, pressed a button, and a projection curtain slowly descended on one wall. It just happened to be news time. She noticed that the Levi family held this activity regularly, and after watching it often, she had developed a similar habit. All right, but I'm curious, how will you introduce me then? She looked at Xia Jinyuan. While speaking, she playfully tapped his arm with her tender hand, where there was no bandage. You are hiding something from me. There must be a reason. An ordinary artwork. And you're fighting with General Ji over it so fiercely? Xiao Jinxiang looked incredulous. Coming to a place like this usually has 2 situations, happiness or sadness. Which do you think I am? In fact, she herself did not know what her mood was at that moment. Suddenly, a familiar cold fragrance drifted into her nostrils, mixed with the steady yet somewhat restless aura of a man. The 2 Yamen runners, accustomed to being arrogant, saw Tang Shan, just a servant, dare to speak with them, and did not respond, yet they did not push back too much. After all, the county magistrate was so polite to their master, indicating that the other party's family indeed had power. It seems that since she woke up, nothing else matters. The only important thing is how to strengthen herself. The wasteland wolf, a low-level magical beast, has silver-gray fur and is one of the most common magical beasts in the desert. Shanjini is a Hokage who sees the big picture, So he must learn how to control the game and become a person who can command others. Otherwise, there are people who dare to fight even the great elder in the tribulation period. Those with lower cultivation than him can only be beaten to the point where their own mother wouldn't recognize them. However, Qin Yingran is definitely not taking it easy. When he said he wouldn't eat his own, he broke out in a cold sweat because he had already been locked onto by Su Daji, feeling as if he had encountered a fierce beast in the wild, making him afraid to move at all. Su Xiao and the great Luo Tianzuan are one entity, and their minds are connected. What the great Luo Tianzuan can see also falls into Su Xiao's eyes, seeing the trembling body and the distorted and deformed soul state. The insect men saints were already clear about what had happened. Li Kongzhu was puzzled, but he immediately reported the situation here to Bai Chong, advising him to stay safe. She really wanted to know where this lecherous person came from in this chaotic place filled with bandits. When the 7 Stars Destiny technique was initiated, Su Xiao, as the target of the spell, immediately sensed something was wrong. Qin Yingran said that people like General Left are actually not uncommon. Their thinking is rigid, kidnapped by castrated Confucian ideology, only loyal to the throne, loyal to whoever sits on the throne, even if it's a tyrant. Such people are pitiful and sad. From Wang Xuelan's current perspective, Li Erlong's words are filled with masculinity, and from Li Erlong's perspective, Wang Xuelan's words are equally attractive. Chun Jiachong touched around a bit before realizing what he had touched, then quickly shrank back into the quilt like an ostrich. The desert star worth at least 500 million was actually stolen. Luo Yan's face turned serious. The entire auction site began. They quickly maintained order, urging everyone to stay in place and not move around. Pinjiangzi, Luo Yu, and Feng Sheng from Qilin Mountain looked at each other and roared in anger, instantly pushing their power to the peak. Without a word, Feng Sheng injured 2 of his own disciples in succession and used Qilin Roar to hurt many. As the head of the sect, Pinjiangzi had to seek justice. A true immortal expert retreated, and the golden silk basket heavenly formation still swirled with heavenly fire. The true immortal expert's ability to cultivate this golden silk basket heavenly formation showed no sign of weakening. In this process, even the fierce Ding Buki gradually fainted. Who cares? If anyone dares to forcibly take away our shy girl, we will definitely give him a good beating, another male student said angrily. Chapter 76. Since they already knew his name, they must have investigated, and Lin Feng naturally wouldn't introduce himself. Zhou Yi's fingers moved continuously, unfastening the belt around Lin Bingbing's waist. With a little force from both hands, the 2 pieces of clothing slipped down to the knees. Then he took off his shirt and placed it under Lin Bingbing's bottom. Just as Lin Xia answered Xian Yi's question, a blackbird flew up from the city, heading towards the territory of the demon clan outside. Lin Xia keenly saw that there seemed to be a light gray object tied to the bird's leg, and he felt a jolt in his heart. Are there still carrier pigeons in this world? Hua Shengling was surprised to hear this. Being a level 10 hero is a height that not everyone can reach. Why did the Ruins Lord instead tell her not to break through level 9? On the day Lu Yi left, he didn't have the courage to see her off, only able to hide outside her yurt and watch secretly. Lu Yi called himself a fool regarding the branch in the brocade box, and at that moment, not only did his eyes glisten with tears, but they also turned red. Celas quietly watched Shea at this moment. As if suppressing some emotion, a strong sense of loneliness enveloped him, forming a barrier that isolated him from those around him. The guards, including Rita, were all startled and quickly followed her pace, wanting to protect the lord of the temple. As the construction of ship number 3 commenced, Tang Yizhou continued to invest in the creation of planet-level secondary cannons. Even if he could only make 10 a day, it was necessary. 20 would be equivalent to 1 planet-level main cannon. Mu Rongyi was startled and immediately waved his hand in fear. He wouldn't be foolish enough to tell Ziqing what he was thinking. Admiration aside, Yin Iha was not easy to deal with and wouldn't be so easily dismissed. Shea approached the stove, casually picked up a frying pan, placed it on Chongli to heat oil, then opened a can of milk, poured it into a container, and heated it by the fire. In a playful mood, Su Lin pulled Su Hui to open the black ink, dipped his index finger in a bit, and then gently drew 2 black mustaches above Su Hui's lips. Meanwhile, Chu Xianyun below connected his mind with the 2 azure dragons. His face turned pale, and his gaze was extremely focused as he controlled the 2 azure dragons to engage in a fierce battle with the flame tiger. Today should be considered a special situation. Soaking in a hot spring with Bai Shanshan was indeed too exciting. Zhang Jinsong held his phone, thinking back and forth, but didn't he call her. Tomorrow he would go to Wu Xianqi's house, so he would hold off tonight. After all, many laboratory personnel are not completely safe. Without that kind of reflex to face danger, how could they face even more dangerous research and exploration? A familiar person, Chundan, was the first to ask. And Yuja briefly explained. The crew members suddenly realized, staring at Pitta up and down. Pitta seemed to enjoy being a star, not shy. Even when being looked at as a curiosity. Even though some thugs might be low in status and not know much, Tang Bai could always trace the information of higher status figures from their minds and mouths. After traveling for several dozen miles, Mu Rongwan and Mu Ge had to circulate their cultivation again to dispel the discomfort in their bodies. Below the left hand were the second ancestor, the seventh ancestor, and then Man Shou Guqi Luo, Kuei Shou Guzhan Tian, Guquang Tian, and Guyu Tian, all occupying a position. One could see more than a dozen people lying on the ground in disarray, sound asleep, with some even snoring. Although these Gudan medicines were not top quality, they had already reached intermediate quality. According to her current alchemy level, she would definitely be able to refine top quality ones. No, I must take the time to persuade her properly. She can't be allowed to speak recklessly, otherwise, who knows how many people will hold grudges against her. Sang Jinyuan knew that Feng Qing had always been Ji Yuhan's most capable strategist. When Ji Yuhan was not an Mo. It was he who arranged everything in Mo. Anyone who could be recognized by Ji Yuhan and could contend with Jiang Mingze without losing ground must be exceptionally clever. Just as you attack and I dodge, Zhong Yigu suddenly turned the blood spear from a stab into a slash, attacking Chong Kong's waist. Ji Yuhan embraced Sang Jinyue and leaped onto a tree behind them, lying on it and tightly holding Sang Jinyue in his arms. After thinking it through, if it weren't for being a disciple of the Blood Soul sect, the other party wouldn't have paid a heavy price to help Li Sanyu, right? There is no free lunch in the world. Ayu looked at him helplessly, saying nothing, as if nothing could move him. He calmly waited for something. Chapter 77. Upon reaching the bathroom, the whole house was very quiet. Without thinking, except for me, the others hadn't gotten up. I washed my hair, washed my face, and brushed my teeth. Just as I was about to return to my bedroom to get dressed, I heard a knock on the door. So, when he fought with others, he often used the statue to train his ability to merge with the source power. Now, it was much easier to activate a single source without merging with the source power. Ho Di suddenly became very angry and shouted, "Kill him!" Then he quickly pulled out a stick from his sleeve and stepped forward, swinging the stick with both hands. I lowered my head, and the stick brushed past my scalp. I was quick to react. That was close. The weapon military factory is related to national defense security, while the chemical and textile industries are related to the daily lives of ordinary people. Therefore, the equipment in these two types of factories is equally indispensable. The White Shadow God King seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world, laughing heartily, with a mocking look in his eyes, as a strand of divine power gathered at his fingertips. Immediately, the gun's light mercilessly engulfed him, and the terrifying destructive Tao rhythm erupted instantly, obliterating his physical body, Tao heart, and primordial spirit. Ziyi's heart was already shattered, but Zhou Qing was still rubbing vigorously, even sprinkling a bit of salt, though not intentionally. Dirt chickens and tile dogs are not worth mentioning. A sudden surge of an astonishing and indescribable aura erupted from within Qin Tian. Long hours of ranked matches with random players had made them subconsciously treat the Avengers as just another ranked match. The reason the younger generation was willing to come with you was actually to ask what you were doing here. Along the way, Qin Chuan did not encounter much obstruction. He intentionally emitted some of his aura, which made others sense it and keep their distance, avoiding provoking him. Zhang Yang, who had been attentive throughout, couldn't help but write a big impressive in his heart when he saw Lin Yi and Xue Kai chatting and laughing as they approached. Lin Yi closed his eyes and instantly transmitted a Shaolin technique into Niu Dafa's mind. Along had somehow brought a huge stone, tied it with a rope, and wrapped the other end around the man's waist. The benefit of this method is that it can minimize the loss of personnel. After all, population is the main source of faith, so even in the dark world, they would not kill their own people recklessly. If they had to kill, it would be on the territory of the light forces. This formation corresponds to the 36 heavenly gang stars, containing the power of 36 stars. If someone triggers this formation and cannot break it within 10 breaths, they will be crushed into powder by the descending power of the 36 heavenly gang stars. Gon Xian watched the changes in Li Chunye and suddenly felt something. then sat down not far from him and began to meditate and cultivate, soon entering a trance-like state. Watching everyone trying to get closer with one another, Tan Jin remained indifferent, standing aside without speaking, quietly sipping red wine and observing everything. In the past, whenever they encountered the formation eye, they were always forced to give up using spells and could only rely on their own martial arts cultivation. This habitual thinking caused them to misunderstand. Assuming that the electric ball was just thunder, they subconsciously refrained from using spiritual power and overlooked this detail. However, my Qing family members, even if they are dogs, cannot be bullied by outsiders. If you hit them, you are hitting my Qing family's face. The only result of doing so is a dead end. After mocking Qing Kuan and the others, Qing Shan turned coldly to Duan Xiao, his tone exuding a strong killing intent. The response to Lei Sheng was a dense barrage of laser projections, along with hundreds of fearless guards from Xuanlan City attacking. But for Chu Qingyu, what could she be excited about? It should be noted that because of this incident in the demon realm and her confrontation with Qu Yingran, she didn't gain any advantage. He charged at Fang Zhang, and a series of palm shadows instantly enveloped Fang Zhang, his eyes revealing a fierce expression. This charge to the fourth layer wasn't particularly difficult, but it mainly depended on willpower. If one is afraid of pain and dares not continue running the mental techniques when the dantian is saturated, they will not succeed. She had always called him Wang Yu, reserving the term leader for private moments, but now, as the team leader, she spoke such words to the contestant Wang Yu in front of everyone. Chapter 78. As for Bai Li, who came knocking every few days, although Qing Mu said nothing, the disdain in his tone was unmistakable. It should be noted that martial artists place great importance on martial arts and generally do not disclose them to outsiders, let alone a martial arts technique. However, Lin Gu was exceptional, willing to teach him a high-level movement technique from the Qinglu school, which made him excited yet deeply grateful. 5 minutes passed, and the three-yin deadlock gate had been completely breached. Even the Bai family's ancestral tomb had been flattened, leaving behind scorched black marks. The gigantic savage tribe and the Kuan tribe seemed to be born enemies, fighting each other on sight, with rivers of blood flowing. This was an almost pure-blood unicorn, with no stray hairs, pure white and bright, with a spiraled horn on its head glowing with purple light. We were already dead, having obtained a second life. We are now just returning to the state before becoming the Knight Envoy. In fact, there is really no difference. If we hadn't become Knight Envoys, we would have long been buried. Although Duan Liuming's words were vague, they essentially indirectly acknowledged that he could indeed summon the five-color Buddha light. I never expected that poor guy was a gambling master. Although he was trembling, Wang Wei still defended himself. In his view, the so-called red koi was just a red carp with dragon blood, not some extraordinary luck spirit beast. When facing his sister's corpse, the sadness hidden deep in his eyes was real, but there was not much hatred to be seen. Is she not afraid that I will hate her for this? Tang Jin couldn't help but ask Xing Yue as he watched Liang Xiaoying gobbling down food. Zhuo Fangjing saw that Lin Yi's internal breath was long and showed no signs of interruption, only wielding a sword left and right, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange with him. Although this was mostly defensive with little offense, it still kept him in an undefeated position. However, if this continued, it might not reach a conclusion by dawn. Because the key in the Fairyland's extreme reign is actually the competition among the strongest disciples of each sect, the number of participants could slightly affect the odds. But the final result still depended on the strongest power. Yu Zhengrong indeed had great trust in his disciple Lin Tianxiu and was genuinely unconcerned at this moment. Gu Sueki, no matter how unwilling, could not disrespect the emperor in front of so many people. She had to extend her wrist for the imperial physician to listen. But her heart was already in turmoil. If it really came to a fight, whether near or far, it wouldn't make much difference to Yin Shengwan. So she obediently stopped her steps to put the other party at ease, in case she acted out of desperation. Although there were reports that Cao Cao was similar to Guobin, the prime minister of Jinan, he was born in 155 AD, 12 years older than Guobin, and that was still relying on the favor of his ancestors. That's it. Shirhi Tsuinju suddenly froze, raising his arm, directly pointing at the flag on the black giant ship. The old folks in Luoyang City knew that Wu Zhengxiang had been abused by his legitimate mother, Zheng, during childhood, and he had faced life-threatening situations multiple times. Now seeing him keep his promise and be deeply in love with the girl from the Su family, most of them internally wished for this pair to achieve a good outcome. Meanwhile, Yichang was thinking about how to ask that question in a way that wouldn't make her feel like he was coveting her possessions. Until he saw the general's camp, where the banner of General Liu was still flying high. Guobin finally breathed a sigh of relief. After rushing and delaying, he finally caught up. It was somewhat miraculous that this tower could score disciples based on their performance inside, granting titles at corresponding stages. 6 Dusty Heaven Lord explained to Shun Wu Heaven Lord. Chapter 79. She had just heard the sound of someone continuously tapping on a phone screen, which clearly indicated that a long message had been sent. At the same time, Qi Feng, who was not far above, also sensed the situation here, and the light in his palm flickered. This made Han Yuan pause for a moment. Judging from the expressions and actions on the face of the birthday celebrant just now, it was clear that this birthday celebration was for the cultivation technique floating in front of him. 3 agents had come this time, and one tall agent immediately recognized Gu Ji, feeling a slight shock in his heart. Many of the items in the shop were monopolized by the Tianxin continent. Not raising prices was already giving face. If Mo Tiankong were to set the prices, the heritage pearl would probably be priced at several million at the very least. The items in the shop were not hard to sell. Karma. Gu Ji had been told so many times, yet he still didn't understand what karma really was. But he was too lazy to ask. Captain Wang frowned and asked, "Who do you think has been here?" 3. The voice suddenly rose, startling everyone. Indeed, he was someone who had once been a captain. The squinty-eyed man responded and stepped out from behind me, looking at Captain Wang. Du Jun was undergoing tribulation, not knowing how many people's hearts he had stirred. Yet he remained calm and indifferent, not moving even when the thunder approached his head. She, whose internal organs were displaced, could finally catch her breath. She tilted her head back, struggling to sit up. Just as the maids screamed and rushed over, Zhao Jun, who was pushed and rubbed by them, let out a snore. Chu Nin retreated to Zhao Jun and Afu Luan's side, and Zhao Jun once again linked her arm around his, immediately sending a sharp pain from the flesh below to her brain. Jin Qing simply packed a few pieces of clothing and Jin Ji's clothes into a simple bundle in the drawer of the nightstand. She also kept her savings from these years, which was less than 200 taels, most of which had been exchanged for gold. Even if she rented a house, she could still manage for quite a while. Indeed, when Lin Dad returned home, Lin Xiaoxiao reiterated her intentions, and Lin Dad was first surprised and then broke into a big smile on his round face. "Of course not. You're not that kind of person." Seeing him angry, Jin Qing quickly flattered him. This crystal stone was recognized by both Eva and Lilina. It resembled the large crystal stone found in the giant insect corpse that Xiong Qi brought back. This thing had incredible hardness and was very difficult to process. "Are you still eating?" Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her with amusement. "Is someone pursuing you?" "Of course there are," she replied. "But can I stand here and shout out like you? I'm someone important. So get away from me." When they returned, immediately let Oka come to see me. And the progress of the construction cannot be delayed for even a moment. We don't have much time left. Tiberius left a sentence and walked down the tower first, with the other generals following suit. Suddenly, a blinding blue light shot out from the ancient ice cave, landing right in front of everyone. The person was Zhang Yi. To be honest, the food tasted quite good. She was Nanshu's assistant and ate the same as Nanshu. But it didn't smell as fragrant as the sandwiches Nanshu made that morning, which made her appetite stir. It had to be said that it was indeed very strange. They had never seen anyone retreat further as their cultivation level increased. In this respect, Baiyu was simply a freak. Chen Qi, once known as the Prince of Love Songs, was talked about for his sentimental tone, but with the passage of time, he gradually faded from people's memory. Postscript: not only the great sage, but also the others had unsightly expressions. Seeking scriptures was a play, and they were merely pawns. So, was everything at the beginning also false? After eating, it felt like the chef of the princess's mansion was not simple. It was actually not worse than the lunch. In a short period, unable to devour 17 and 18, once surrounded by Dragon Ball warriors, even he himself would be in danger. What should be done now? Escape? Or stay and continue fighting? Following Lu Mama's suggestion, the Fusion suddenly had more good ideas. Of course, these were good ideas relative to Fusion, but they were bad ideas for those who were targeted by Fusion. To reduce wind resistance, Su Feng could only try to press his body against the horse's back as much as possible. I couldn't help but frown. After all, having held the royal treasury for many years, how could one insult it too much? Thinking back, it was indeed my arrogance that caused me to be careless and fall into demonic poison with without using a protective spell. "Hello, Mr. Li. This is Michael from the Jaidali family, the owner of the Peninsula Hotel." The old man also responded to the greeting, but was talking to a clearly Western-looking man in his 50s or 60s beside him, helping Li foam with the introduction. Jin pinched her palm hard, letting the pain remind her not to go crazy, not to lose her rationality, and to remain calm again. Seeing that she couldn't take in any words, Xiao Fuxing helplessly saluted and quietly stepped back. "That is my father's money. This is our own business. It's different," Su Qinglan said. However, a team of over 1,000 people was defeated in less than 20 breaths of time, with the leading few captains all dying at the hands of the enemy. This made Shui Tianlan believe that there might indeed be an illusion here. They had merely stepped out of one scene and entered another. Why were there so many issues during this hunt? Wasn't it fine in previous years? Lanhua was somewhat skeptical. The disciples of the floating pagoda who did not receive rewards felt extremely frustrated and regretful, hating themselves for not being diligent enough in their practice, wishing to contribute to the sect, but not being able to. The lights above were too good, clearly illuminating even the fluff, especially since her skin was almost ready to ooze water with a pinch. Everywhere there were Chinese characters, and the yellow-skinned people proudly lifted their heads. Our Chinese characters, written into poetry with a flat and rising tone. There were even some jade embedded between the leaves, using gilding and silver plating techniques to carve various patterns and symbols that outsiders could not understand, making it even more fascinating. Since we have no intention of being enemies with the people of the Holy Water sect, if they come tonight and we don't leave, we might get caught in the crossfire. This battle either has to be fought or we need to leave. What is the point of staying if we don't fight? There is no zoo near the police headquarters. The nearest zoo is dozens of kilometers away. However, her medical skills were quite good, and after spending a quarter of an hour, she finally managed to remove the bullet, while Wu Yong miraculously endured the excruciating pain, almost tearing the bedsheet with his right hand. Matsubaka Takao was furious. He turned around, rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and lunged at Su Cheng. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, using all his skills, especially the immortal body that made his heart pound violently, blood surging like thunder. She knew her father too well. Whenever he spoke in this tone, someone would always die. He could almost imagine that if he and his group continued to fight thinly veiled, the forces from Yiyuan and the inspectorate would surely rush into this cave without hesitation. "Qingjun, don't be impulsive. If you anger this monster, it's no joke." The Thunder God wiped the cold sweat from his face and kindly reminded him. Lu Fan walked up to Yi Tian. "Let us go together. I don't want to attend class either. The teacher's explanations are too simple and not interesting." Lu Fan stretched lazily and said. Suddenly, the bat across the way took a deep breath, its wings on its back flipping over, the tips intersecting, opening up like an umbrella towards Lilith. The one asking was Wei Qing, who had dispatched many people to patrol the edges of the day marsh, constantly monitoring the movements there. Chapter 81 revealed that there were 3 newcomers, a girl in her teens, an aunt, and a somewhat terrifying muscular man, who didn't seem to be there for a cooperation discussion. Only the aunt looked like someone who could cook, so Boss G walked straight up to Aunt Qian. It was evident that the lady still leaned more towards materialism, scoffing inwardly at the theories of ghosts and deities, but had to get involved due to her authority and power. These people might not notice, but it didn't matter since Shang Nanqi was present. She wasn't ready to expose some things that couldn't be explained by common sense to him. Although the Golden Rooster Awards were approaching, a grand event in the film and entertainment industry that attracted many media outlets, the reporters in the mainland nowadays, even entertainment journalists, weren't as crazy as those in Hong Kong. However, the current productivity of Mushroom Ridge was still insufficient to supply the entire region. They needed to expand their capacity. Grandma Jiang and Old Man Jiang seemed unwilling to get involved in these trivial matters and had temporarily hidden away, leaving only Mother Jiang and Second Aunt in the courtyard. He revealed his background and teacher lineage in his words, wondering if Song Yangzi would be willing to give him some face. He didn't want to resort to violence, feeling that he wasn't a match for the old Taoist in front of him. Even the seemingly mad Qing Hizi showed a hint of wariness in his eyes. Thunder was the natural enemy of cultivators. Their powers couldn't withstand it, and surviving a thunder strike was a calamity. Although the mainframe hadn't made a clear announcement about the battlefield of different planes, it had been opened for a long time, and through various channels, people had gradually grasped some information about it. From the expression of the shopkeeper, this matter seemed more complicated than we thought. After returning to his room, Tang Zi said with some concern. I'll stay here with you, Shi Yan said, patting Bailey's shoulder and smiling slightly, while Bailey also curved his lips. The sound rippled as the old man in the green robe pointed to the sky, and with a flick, the entire Wuzishan was forcibly halted in midair, motionless. Old Li nodded, indicating he accepted Jiang Shen's explanation, but there was still one thing he didn't understand. Why was the ghost possessing Shi Rui dancing? Trying to express something through the dance. Let's hear your plans. Otherwise, the younger generation wouldn't mind letting you experience the unique skills of the Tranquil Heart Temple. The split tendon technique. Tang Hao revealed a smile, but his expression was quite frightening. Qin Yu didn't know how long he had been sitting by the bed, but his eyes remained fixed on her, fearing she would suddenly wake up. Fortunately, she was still in deep sleep. After leaving this remark, Yichen took a few people and directly left this desolate home. As soon as the competition began, Luton retreated to their own half of the field, with all three lines participating in the defense. Like Kinson said, Rin Xianbing was a clever person. Not mentioning certain things didn't mean her relationship with Qingxi was distant. It had nothing to do with that. Relying on Lonnie's 2-in-1 technique provided some opportunities to obtain badges, so recently Lonnie had been studying teaching techniques to diversify her moves, enhancing her combat power. The bodyguard behind noticed that Luo Yixuan's outfit was not the same as the one she wore when she left, and seeing her walk oddly, her expression changed, immediately realizing what had happened. Looking at the brightly lit street, where people hurried home, he suddenly felt as if he had come back to life. Hong Shang glanced back and forth at the two, finding it strange. There was clearly a heavy smell of gunpowder. But one smiled like a spring breeze while the other had an unpredictable expression, shifting between joy and gloom. At that moment, a voice, seemingly from the heavens, scolded them, bringing unexpected joy to the two who were at a loss. Chapter 82 revealed that the giant snake had just unleashed its full strength, completely burying the vitality of the spirit eagle. Even with its power, it couldn't save it. The blind date also arrived on time with a score of 950. The first thing she saw upon entering was a bouquet of sunflowers in the corner, and she smiled slightly, walking over with anticipation. So, it was said that one should try to curl up their body, hide behind others, and intentionally dilute their sense of presence. The iron-masked man didn't dare to take risks like Wei Hu Fa. Perseus was still the same, extracting teeth and gathering materials, his technique becoming more and more skilled. With the previous experience of using vicious bones to deceive people, he had decided to continue with the prop-based spirit and even asked Da Vinci to hastily create a backpack to store materials. How many dynasties did the Eastern Xin domain possess? The mere Great Yin dynasty ranked at the bottom among many dynasties. If it weren't for the luck of having a protagonist emerge, it might have disappeared in the long river of history. On the tower, a crack suddenly appeared at the spot where Lin Nan had just struck, about the width of a bowl. As a report, the Mo Bay factory would bring a large amount of food, water, and various living supplies to the sandstone construction site each time. Later, the market regretted that this heart symbol was useless. Apart from initially learning the blood refinement technique to refine the heart ring, it had not served any purpose afterwards. You're being too polite. Tang Maota wanted to say something appropriate to match the context of Yunyang and the others, but after holding back for a while, he couldn't think of anything and could only say something cliched. Or one could say that the strange beings behind were almost always avoiding the gaze of the living. Although the Mars observer only suspected that the ring had fallen into Zhou Tunin's hands, if it weren't for that, Wei Duqi wouldn't have taken so long to deal with him. It was as if two pitch-black stones collided and rubbed against each other, placed on a piece of wood, creating sparks and smoke. Then, after blowing on it, a flame would emerge. The two waved vigorously at the crowd of snake people and slowly disappeared into the morning sun. While the vastness of the Death Desert was beyond what these two could imagine, and their current location was merely 1/5 of the depth of the Death Desert. Are you saying there are treasures here that are more powerful than those artifacts? Yi Yanqing couldn't help but get excited. Angry? Why should I be angry? What you just said was the truth, and besides, when you and I were young, we were almost very similar. To be honest, I admire you. Deng Rufeng said as he took a sip of wine. Zhang Li clearly had never been scolded like this by anyone else and never expected to be scolded like this. She was immediately stunned. Zhao Zilong usually didn't like to carry luggage when going out, but this time, Dong Lianzhu personally helped organize it. So he couldn't appear too different and had to let her handle it. Zhou Xingyu, Zhou Xingtian, Brother Quangfeng, Tang Yin, Tang Ya, Xiao Wei, and Xie Xiaoqian. who had just returned from visiting relatives in the Buddhist country, also attended the meeting. A fake eunuch appeared in the harem, and it was discovered by her. She was scared of encountering such a situation. It was this fear that kept her slightly clear-headed. Otherwise, she might have already fallen into despair. In order to provide timely assistance and fearing that the army would suffer setbacks in the rush of anxiety, when Yang Mingho joined the rear army, he was already drenched in sweat. After the ritual ended, Fang Xian instructed about the night watch arrangements and then left the morning hall with Lu Laosan and Ah Hai. What is this? Just as he was about to check, he realized that his power had also been input into the 5 elements formation plate, and the power that had been input was transmitted to him. Finally, the class bell rang after a long wait. The familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar teacher reluctantly dragged the class for a few more minutes before leaving. Meanwhile, Chang Zilong felt angry as he watched Li Fan ignore him. He picked up his gun and shot at him. Nguan Hu Jia greeted Zhou Hui, who casually waved back as a form of acknowledgement, then confidently walked into the formation. Of course, the early Golden Core cultivators here refer to ordinary early Golden Core practitioners, not to be confused with Golden Core real people like Uncle Wu. Wang Ziyu could only vaguely hear 2 men's voices, and it seemed they were drinking. Who has such a big habit to drink in the middle of the night? Wang Ziyu thought for a moment, and then floated down like a falling leaf to the side of the window, silently. Chapter 83. Accompanied by the shaking of the basketball hoop, the gymnasium erupted with excitement. Lu Bin smirked with superiority, grabbed a basketball, threw it at Hua Qifeng, and made a provocative gesture. Hua Qifeng chewed on his steamed bun, momentarily silent. His family naturally didn't have a private helicopter, and he had run to school on foot at a speed difficult to capture with the naked eye. This part-time job comes every summer after the holidays, mainly during the opening times of various universities. The initial denial was merely instinctual or rooted in a deep-seated respect for the master. But once the decision to lay everything bare was made, it flowed out like a flood breaking through a dam. After some thought, Ma Yiming chose not to play a card, and the other 2 didn't move either. It was now Xiao Hanqing's turn, and she happily threw out the big ghost in her hand. All the judges were surprised, looking in one direction, where the elderly man in the platinum robe gazed at Chun Hao on stage, his eyes filled with deep meaning. Lin Xiang had finished singing, and it was time for someone else's performance. He was about to head back behind the curtain. Chen Ting's hand on the strap slowed down, thinking, they are all big men, why am I so worried? The entire cabin instantly fell silent, with no one speaking. They had just survived a life-and-death struggle and thought they had finally escaped the claws of danger. In the future, he might be located based on changes in the timeline. Discovering things just like advanced radar in war always detects the opponent's planes, ships, and missiles. These people were indeed the captured slave soldiers and the 2 merchants from Uruk City who had been captured from the beginning. The man before him looked exactly like the tree demon Mu Hua, but the desolation and emptiness between his brows were certainly not something Mu Hua possessed. Watching the furious military strategist before him, the brothers of the battle tiger all trembled in fear, but they no longer hesitated. If they were not to be killed by the military strategist, then they could only kill him, though they did not know what all this was for. Nor did they know the unknown reasons behind it. Jin Yuan smiled wryly. Honey, don't rush. Everything takes time. No one can become fat by taking one bite, right? Well, how should I put it? Just a little bit. Only a little bit. Definitely not particularly worried, Xiao Jin defended, feeling a bit embarrassed. The playground was large, built entirely to the standards of a national gymnasium, with a rubber surface, standard basketball hoops, and students without classes everywhere competing for the ball. The editor frowned deeply, feeling troubled. He did not know if Xia Ningtai was probing for information outside, whether he had crossed the line or skirted it. We will definitely ask my great-grandfather to assist us with all his might. The tax police nodded like chickens pecking at rice. In the early morning, another beast legion with many magical beasts arrived, entering the Luxembourg Basin from the south. It was only a sprain, not the kind of muscle tear injury that Nie Yun had before, nor the severe cancer caused by genetic problems like Uncle Tian's. So it didn't consume much spiritual energy to heal. After a while, Tian's foot was completely healed from the sprain. At this moment, Li Mei, already frightened by the ghosts, would hardly notice these things. She happily agreed, and then the old Taoist followed her back the same way. Lord Jiraiya is already waiting for you in the room, Huganiji said respectfully. As a result, the howling celestial dog let out a mournful cry, severely injured, and the entire 640 people fell from the sky below the net. You will walk to some point in the future. Naturally, because what you do now will gradually develop into a future that has already appeared, Boss Huang explained. Chapter 84. Jia Huan, who was hiding behind the courtyard gate and peeking inside, saw the expression of Baoyu, who looked as if his soul had flown away, and almost laughed out loud, just managing to cover his mouth. However, he felt a bit regretful because he knew that even if his father, Jia Zheng, wanted to kill Baoyu, no matter how harsh his words, this was the old lady's courtyard, and she would definitely not let him act. But he had never thought, nor dared to think, that one day he would step into this extravagant entertainment circle. It was not something on paper, but a piece of paper. It was not three-dimensional turning into two-dimensional, but transforming into a distorted form, slightly elongated and tall, but compressed very thin in width. The Taoist clearly saw ahead where one end of the iron chain bridge was. But the bridge had already broken, likely impossible to repair. Continuously, people surged from behind the cleaner, wanting to squeeze in, wanting to approach the nearby living body. That young life. She looked at the door, clenched her fist, climbed up, and after a difficult climb, she finally landed and entered the world beyond the door. The coffee pot in the girl's hand fell to the ground and got flattened. The girl apologized to him while bending down to pick up the coffee pot. The shadow gave a signal to the four men, and they understood, unleashing their abilities and charging towards the man in red. If it were just like this, Yishuehan wouldn't stay in her impression for long, but it was the next song that completely captivated her. I slept for a very long time, because my old illness relapsed. I spend my days just drowsily sleeping, rarely waking up. The level 6 initial purple lightning spitting cloud beast had just wanted to rush up to deal with Feng Qian alongside Gu Meichuan, but immediately received a mental transmission from Gu Meichuan, urging it to escape. It hadn't reacted yet when it was shocked to see Gu Meichuan dead under Feng Qian's terrifying knife river. Adrian was organizing his shoes and socks when he heard Simone's voice. He looked up and happened to meet Simone's somewhat stern gaze. Park Haiping did not expect Mo Wushuang and John to appear here, so his expression became very unnatural, and the embarrassment on his face could not be hidden. "Senior, why are you stopping me?" Qin Yun had to stop his movement, then said lightly. Facing someone who had done him a favor, Qin Yun could not attack directly. "Okay, whenever you want it, I will give it to you," Kai Qingxiong said without any hesitation, as he had a good impression of Xiao Chun, and another important reason was that he could read people and saw that Xiao Chun was not ordinary. "Chen Xiao, how are you? Are you okay?" Luo Xiuzhen asked with concern. As a socialite, she naturally understood how to read the room. Yin Yu said that the two men were only responsible for listening. After all, they wouldn't be able to keep up with what they wanted to say. However, Yin Yu had a greater say in whether what they said had commercial value and whether it was worth promoting. "All right, I will explain it to you." Seeing their expressions, Xia Xian also knew that there was no reason behind it. He was afraid they could not accept this fact. Thus, even if there was that terrifying monster in the land of mermaids, it was still worth a fight. At least there were big hotels there. As long as they held the exit, even if more zombies came, they could withstand it for 10 days or half a month, provided they did not encounter that big monster. Chapter 85. At the School for Abilities, there is a no-fly zone where airplanes and hovering motorcycles are not allowed to fly. Even the ability users must obtain permission from the school. When she realized that only by sacrificing Long Yuechen's arms could she save herself. She had already given up on living. Since then, Miss Chu has been devotedly serving at the bedside, and the strategist's injuries have been healing day by day. Soon he would be able to get up and manage affairs. Zhao Yulian, provoked by him, immediately snatched the medicine bowl and gulped it all down. Just as her face was contorting in pain, Lin Qingyan discreetly stuffed 2 candied fruits into her mouth, knowing that the young master was very strong. But using this stuff would be like adding wings to a tiger. The newcomer smirked, wearing a lewd expression. The train station is a place where all sorts of people gather, much like beggars squatting on the ground asking for money. The police would have no idea about the identity of the individuals, whether they are undocumented or not. After returning to the apartment, Lin Yuan felt restless. Recalling Lin Suemiao's charming and smiling appearance today, and directly sat on the ground, sulking and smoking. The protective shield of the Tianlang gladiatorial arena shattered. A large hand reached into the sea of fire as if entering in no man's land, easily shattering the incoming meteors with a flick of the fingers, and withdrew holding the powerless Cheng Hao. Even Mu Li was lost in meditation, unaware. His crown was shimmering with light, the essence awakening, gaining spiritual insight. He could connect with the world and accept the baptism. A mysterious power surged throughout his body, causing a qualitative transformation in the battle power and dragon soul energy within Chu Xiao. For a moment, he felt filled with strength, roughly estimating that after this transformation, his combat power would double. You, a girl, are quite ruthless, Mu Li exclaimed, not expecting Qin He to be so decisive, acting swiftly and decisively without hesitation. He Xiaoxiang was still smiling. She used to be a second-tier mate of the Shun family in Shu, and was familiar with Cheng and in Shu, speaking casually. I haven't either. I've long wanted to find a few partners to venture into the wild with swords, Li Huirua said with a longing expression. Once we have an organization, if Grandpa threatens to break my legs again, I'll have a place to run away to. Resist? Do you think you can fight against a powerful being in the integration stage? Did Liang Jingru sing you courage? Lu Yun also shook his head. When Meng Shanjun saw Lu Yun, who was under his arm, shaking her head innocently, he was so angry that he twisted his arm hard. What were they sent to do? Lu Bin had just entered the room when Wang Yangyang sprang out to ask. It's just functionally similar, currently still in its infancy. At the initial testing stage, Lu Bin smiled. The functions of these software compared to phones 8 years later were utterly weak, but at this point in time, it was an impressive innovation.